Chapter 1. Rebirth at the moment my wife shattered my legs. Here is 50 million leave my daughter. The chilling admonition reverberated, and a vivid memory unfolded in my mind. Wang Shikong sat upon the bed, gazing at the familiar faces surrounding him. Drawing a deep breath, he cast his eyes toward the window. The post-train sky was as clear as a freshly polished mirror, devoid of any impurities. The gentle sunlight, akin to delicate strands of gold, filtered through the wispy clouds, cascading down in countless threads, illuminating the entire world. The white light penetrated the glass, casting colorful reflections upon his pale, handsome visage, and he smiled. He had returned to 5 years prior. Though not precisely before his calamity, it mattered little calculating the time until the endless continent connected with Earth. He had 3 days remaining. Have you lost your mind? My father is speaking to you. 50 million. Leave my sister. A vibrant female voice echoed within the sterile confines of the hospital room. Wang Shikong turned to hair. A cascade of lustrous black hair loosely tied into 2 ponytails framed her delicate, oval face. Her eyes, a deep, pure black, sparkled with a hint of cleverness, and her voice rang clear like a silver bell. Ning Qingru, observing the middle-aged couple before him, their brows furrowed in concern, he recalled the scenes etched in his memory and adjusted his silver-rimmed glasses, murmuring, "I cannot leave. Young man, 60 million is sufficient for a lifetime of luxury. He'll even add another 10 million." The middle-aged man at the center, also wearing glasses, exuded a cultured and affable aura, yet his gaze was frigid as it bore into him. 60 million. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Upon hearing this sum, Wang Shikong glanced at his immobile lower body. How can I depart when I can no longer walk? You. Ning Tianxiong was momentarily rendered speechless. Just days prior, his daughter had been driving home when, due to the rain and a moment of negligence, she collided with this young man, rendering him permanently paralyzed. Upon learning of his solitary existence, guilt gnawed at his heart, compelling him to consider marrying her off to care for him for the rest of his life. As a father, the thought nearly caused him to faint. His daughter was exceptionally talented. Countless affluent suitors would line up to win her affection, yet she was to marry this unfortunate young man simply because of an accident. Though the responsibility lay entirely with his daughter, the Ning family was wealthy. How could a mere monetary settlement suffice to sacrifice his daughter's lifelong happiness? While he did not harbor extreme prejudices, he could not allow his daughter to wed a man destined to be wheelchair-bound for life. 60 million, we will arrange for a caregiver to attend to you around the clock, to take you away from the bustling city. Ning's mother interjected, and then forever. Bang, Mom and Dad, what are you doing? The hospital door swung open forcefully, interrupting Ning's mother. That a graceful figure entered, her makeup immaculate, eyebrows like distant mountains, and her deep, expressive eyes glimmered with intensity. Beneath a high nose, her thin lips were pressed together in displeasure. Dressed in a custom-made burgundy dress, the velvet fabric accentuated her long, slender legs perfectly. At that moment, she glared at her parents, an expression of frustration etched across her face. Qingyayu, weren't you supposed to be at the company? Ning's mother asked, her face flushed with embarrassment. Oh, you truly believe you can deceive me? Ning Qingya entered with her brows tightly furrowed, her expression brimming with indignation as she glared at them, producing 2 crimson marriage certificates. I have already arranged matters with Shikong. You may return home and prepare dinner for your future son-in-law this evening. What the hell? Marriage certificates? Young lady. Ning Tianxiong took a glance, his vision fading momentarily. You, how could you? Sister, are you genuinely going to marry this paralytic? Ning Qingru exclaimed in disbelief. Mind your manners henceforth. Refer to him as brother-in-law, Ning Qingya asserted, giving her a firm nod. Now, hurry back home. Well, this. Ning's mother sighed, her brow furrowed with worry. Confronted with the irrevocable reality, she resigned. Let us return home for now. Ning Qingru pouted adorably, huffing twice before casting a glare at Wang Shikong and turning away, her twin ponytails bouncing as she strode out. The 3 members of the Ning family departed in resignation. Wang Shikong, recalling the vivid scene in his mind, gazed at Ning Qingya ahead of him. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of emotions within as memories flooded back. Since the moment Ning Qingya had collided with him, resulting in the shattering of his legs. He had pledged himself to her, allowing her to bring him into the Ning household. Their relationship, born from guilt and anger, evolved from strangers to intimates, culminating in profound farewells. Reflecting on those moments warmed Wang Shikong's heart. Yet, I need to use the restroom, he spoke to Da. Ning Qingya was momentarily taken aback, her authoritative demeanor evaporating, her cheeks slightly flushed as she stammered. Let me assist you. Wang Shikong nodded. Ning Qingya glanced at the wheelchair beside him and wheeled it to his bedside. After positioning herself, a hint of crimson graced her neck as she extended her arms toward him. Wang Shikong, captivated by her expression, felt a stir within. In his previous life, having just lost the use of his legs, he harbored feelings of anger and resentment toward Ning Qing. He had not deemed it worthwhile to exchange his leg for the companionship of a beautiful and affluent female CEO. In truth, many would reject such an exchange. Wang Shikong extended his arm, the fragrance of her presence enveloping him. As she awkwardly maneuvered, he transitioned to the wheelchair. Phew! Ning Qingya exhaled softly, pushing him toward the bathroom in the upscale hospital room. Before the toilet, there were supportive handrails. Wang Shikong propped himself up with his arms, turning to face her. Ning Qingya met his gaze, suddenly recalling something, her eyes darting away. Pant. She breathed hurriedly. I'll help you. You can trust that I will take care of you from now on. With her eyes shut, she clumsily reached for his trousers. Watching her adorable demeanor, Wang Shikong refrained from teasing her as he had in his past life. Please hold my body for support, he said. Okay. Ning Qingya nodded, hesitating only briefly before wrapping her arms around him from behind. Standing at just over 1.7 meters, she appeared diminutive beside Wang Shikong, who towered over her at more than 1.8 meters. Wang Shikong, though paralyzed from the waist down, had not undergone amputation and weighed a considerable 150 js. He released his grip, his body weight bore down, making it somewhat strenuous for Ning Qingya, who clung to him, her entire form pressed against his. Feeling the sensations emanating from behind him, Wang Shikong pressed his lips together. I can't hold on any longer. Ning Qingya struggled to speak. You need to support yourself. Swaying unsteadily, Wang Shikong thought to himself, it's not. My pants have come off. He quickly steadied himself and turned to her, exasperatedly stating, then you should help me. Ning Qingya's delicate face flushed crimson, whether from fatigue or other reasons, and she stiffly nodded in agreement. Chapter 2. The Hourglass of Time. Mastering Time. Don't mind what my parents and my sisters say. I will make them accept you soon. After awkwardly emerging from the bathroom, Ning Qingya pushed the wheelchair to the bedside. Her muddled thoughts began to clear slightly as she vigorously rubbed her exquisite features, then opened her mouth to divert the topic. Wang Shikong nodded. Take me to the balcony. I wish to bask in the sunlight. All right, Ning Qingya replied, pushing him into the sunlight on the balcony. The warm rays caressed his face, causing Wang Shikong to gently close his eyes. Observing his handsome profile and the entranced look upon his face, Ning Qingya felt a renewed pang of guilt. The young man, just graduated and in the prime of his life, had been rendered permanently paralyzed due to her negligence. Would you like some fruit? She inquired softly after a few minutes, and oh, thank you. Wang Shikong replied calmly, I will take care of your discharge paperwork shortly and bring you home. Ning Qingya continued. All right, please buy me an electric wheelchair. Wang Shikong instructed out of course. Ning Qingya responded, nodding. I'll go handle the paperwork now and return promptly. If you need anything urgent, just call me. Understood. As she departed and closed the door, Wang Shikong gazed at her retreating figure and slowly raised his right hand. With a flicker of thought, sand began to flow between his fingers. Time, materializing in his grasp, trickled down like grains of sand. Time is formless, silently shifting the stars and altering the universe. The years carve like a knife, shaping mountains and seas. In a fleeting moment, brilliance blooms, he murmured, as a translucent hourglass gradually manifested within his palm, accompanied by ethereal inscriptions. Hourglass of Time. Origin. Ability 1. Restart reinstate one's current state, limited to 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 day. Ability 2. Time stop pause all entities. Within a 1 meter radius of the host, excluding the host, for 1 second based on the host's current strength, with a cooldown of 1 day. Ability 3. Perception time. Perception, enabling precise awareness of the minute passage of time, including the sequence of events occurring within brief moments, predicting future developments the host can foresee 1 second into the future based on current strength. Other abilities remain locked due to insufficient mental energy. Having been trapped in a secret realm for a year, I have acquired this treasure through a near-death experience. Wang Shikong gazed at the hourglass, marveling within. No wonder it is referred to as the most enigmatic and intangible force, surpassing even the spatial power I once wielded. Particularly the third ability, Foresight, which is entirely passive and devoid of cooldown, a truly astonishing asset in the midst of battle. As thoughts of the impending arrival of the endless continent crossed his mind, Wang Shikong's eyes sparkled. He closed them, attempting to sense the surrounding elements while invoking the elemental refining technique. Finding himself unable to perceive anything, he raised an eyebrow, quickly coming to terms with it. He had yet to activate elemental perception. It seems that only after the endless continent links with Earth can the cultivation methods be employed. He mused inwardly, unlocking his sealed memories bit by bit. Time and space have departed. I will take you home. Before long, Ning Qingya returned, interrupting his contemplation. All right. Hearing her voice, Wang Shikong opened his eyes. Two attendants approached, carefully wheeling him toward a luxurious vehicle outside the hospital, gently lifting him into the car. Uncle Liu, drive us home, Ning Qingya instructed, and the vehicle began to move. Wang Shikong sat within the opulent car, beside a graceful figure whose every gesture was a delight to behold. In less than 20 minutes, the vehicle arrived at the esteemed mansion, Villa 018 of the Tang Palace in the Magic City. Miss, allow me to assist in pushing him, a middle-aged butler suggested as the car came to a halt. No need, I can manage. Ning Qingya declined, directing him from now on, refer to him as son-in-law. Understood, the butler replied, a hint of astonishment flickering across his face as he nodded. Upon entering the lavish living room of the villa, Wang Shikong surveyed the familiar surroundings, his gaze landing on his father-in-law, who was enjoying a cigar, his mother-in-law, who wore a worried expression, and his younger sister-in-law, Ning Qingru, who stared at him with wide, round eyes. Mom and Dad, have the rooms been prepared? Ning Qingya inquired. All set, everything is ready, Ning's mother responded as she rose. From now on, let Butler Chen share a room with him for easier care. All right, Mom, Ning Qingya nodded, pushing Wang Shikong along. That I will take you to see the room, and if you have any other requests, feel free to let me know. Well, I am not accustomed to the smell of smoke in the room, Wang Shikong replied, causing Ning Tianxiong, who was smoking a cigar, to freeze in both expression and movement. Dad, how many times have I told you not to smoke in the house? Ning Qingya chided her father. Thdh. Ning Tianxiong was momentarily taken aback with anger, pointing a trembling finger at Wang Shikong, stuttering, You, old Ning, your daughter is asking you not to smoke for your own good. Ning's mother consoled him from the side. I've been smoking for decades. What else should I smoke? Ning Tianxiong retorted, unable to contain his exasperation. Dad, from now on, just smoke from a gas canister, bang. Ning Qingru chimed in gleefully, reveling in the unfolding drama. My father is quite amiable. He generally refrains from smoking at home, Ning Qingya remarked as she continued to push Wang Shikong along. Come to the room and see what I can have. Someone buy for you, Dotton. Wang Shikong nodded and, under Ning Tianxiong's piercing gaze, took the elevator to the second floor. In a room of over 70 square meters, 2 beds were placed and all necessary supplies were available. I prefer to live alone. Let Uncle Chun stay next door, Wang Shikong said upon his arrival. That, of course, I will have a bell installed by your bedside, so you can ring it whenever you need anything, Ning Qingya replied, accommodating his requests. She then guided him through the study, tea room, and movie room. That I have to go to the company during the day and can accompany you. From now on, Butler Chun will be at your service 24 hours a day. You can also ask the housekeeper for assistance. For now, let us go eat, Ning Qingya informed him as she led him to the dining room. If you have any favorite foods, you can tell the housekeepers, and the chef will prepare them for you. How do you find today's dishes? I'm not picky, Wang Shikong replied, gazing at the lavish spread on the table. Well, Shikong, please eat, Ning's mother said, forcing a smile as she tried to accept her new son-in-law. Wang Shikong nodded, and the family of five gathered for their first official meal together. Though the atmosphere felt somewhat heavy, ate tea at the table. Ning Tianxiong drank his wine, casting displeased glances at him from time to time. Wang Shikong paid him no mind. His father-in-law was merely experiencing a rebellious phase. After dinner, he asked Ning Qinya to wheel him out to the balcony, where he gazed at the night sky, quietly reflecting on the myriad of information in his mind. Having returned from his rebirth, he needed to craft a comprehensive plan to rectify past regrets, seize every opportunity, and protect all those he cherished, ensuring that his wife's tragedy would not repeat itself. For the next 2 days, he rested at night and basked in the sun on the balcony or in the courtyard during the day. In the evenings, Ning Qinya would take him for strolls around the neighborhood. Thus, Wang Shikong began a simple acquaintance with the Ning family. On the third morning, after breakfast, Wang Shikong observed as Ning Qinya and his father-in-law left for the company, and Ning Qingru headed to school. He wheeled himself into the study and picked up a fan, gently waving it. Adjusting his glasses, golden flecks danced in his eyes as he slowly closed them. It's here. At that very moment, a voice echoed in the minds of people across the globe. Welcome to the Endless Continent. The Endless Continent welcomes practitioners from other realms to slay demons and become immortal. You have 10 minutes to prepare. In 10 minutes, you will descend upon the Endless Continent. Chapter 3. Unexpected Delight. The Heart of Elements. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When the world is happening. Is this the Endless Continent? Have I truly arrived in this unfamiliar realm? Goodness, beautiful lady, why are you not dressed? You have come here completely bare? Huh, scoundrel, I thought I was hallucinating. How can I return? How can I go back? Oh, the goddess has vanished. It seems we can exit. What is our situation? The Endless Continent? Slaying demons and transcending to immortality? Is this a universal crossing? Ha ha, splendid. We all stand on the same starting line. I shall become a deity, a progenitor, and rise above all. In the snowfall empire of the Endless Continent, in the town of Tianqing, vintage garden-style houses harmoniously blend with the solemn, white Renaissance architecture. The ground, paved with blue stone, exudes a profound aura, illuminated by the radiant light of the elemental array that envelopes the exquisite town. In a vast square, the populace from Blue Star gasps in astonishment. The figure of Wang Shikong appears in the square, seated in a wheelchair, holding a fan in his left hand, gently fanning himself to alleviate the heat in the air. As he surveys his surroundings, his gaze falls upon 9 colossal, peculiar white-gray structures standing in the center of the square. The buildings resemble symbols, each inscribed with distinct characters. Cultivators from other realms. Please proceed to the holy altar to awaken elemental perception and choose your future cultivation system, mastering elemental arts. The voice of the heavenly Tao resonates once more as Wang Shikong, seated in his electric wheelchair, glides towards the 9 edifices. Goodness, a cripple arrives in this world, yet remains a cripple? How pitiful. Someone notices Wang Shikong in his wheelchair and cannot help but express sympathy. Wang Defa, brother, are you carrying an AK? Can AK be brought here? Wouldn't that render one invincible against monsters? A startled voice emerges from the crowd, drawing everyone's attention to a fully armed youth wielding an AK. Hurry, let us activate that perception. Wang Shikong remains remarkably composed. He has experienced all of this before. This is not a game world, but a reality. As long as one possesses a weapon in Blue Star, whether it be an AK or a Barrett, it can be brought here and used as well. Even upon entering this realm, there is no such thing as a level playing field. A disabled individual remains disabled here. The only commonality in the starting line pertains to the cultivation techniques and the 10 lives granted. The Endless Continent offers 2 cultivation systems, physical cultivation and magical cultivation. Physical cultivation involves absorbing elemental energy to strengthen the body, opening the lower dantian, with elements residing within the body, primarily focusing on close combat. Magical cultivation entails absorbing elemental energy to fortify the soul, unlocking the upper dantian and divine palace, with elements residing within the spirit, primarily focusing on ranged spells. As Wang Shikong approaches the holy altar, he gazes intently at the 9 structures before him. Each of the 9 symbolic buildings represents a distinct element. with 4 characters inscribed beneath each element. In praise of life, in celebration of light, controlling the fire of departure, stirring the waves, enslaving the darkness, dominating the thunder, harnessing the metal of gum, mastering the storm, commanding the earth. These 9 4-character mantras correspond to the elemental forces of gold: wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. Yet, Wang Shikong is aware that beyond these 9 elements, there exist 2 others: reverence for space and awe of time. Legendary forces of space and time. Despite being paralyzed from the waist down and expending vast amounts of energy to heal himself, he was able to rise again and briefly enter the top 10 of the Great Xia as strongest. This resurgence was due to his eventual mastery of a fragment of spatial power, which allowed him to cultivate 2 spatial techniques and forge a domain of space. In the Endless Continent, it is said that when time is absent, space reigns supreme. At the center of the 9 elemental symbols stands a stone tablet. This tablet records the characteristics of 2 professions: the law cultivator and the body cultivator, as well as their respective cultivation methods, known as elemental body refinement and elemental spirit refinement. Furthermore, it outlines the fundamental principle of both systems: elemental application. The body cultivator's elemental application involves embodying the elements, sensing the earthly elements, and affixing these elements to one's body or weapon, thereby enhancing attack power, defense, or bestowing special abilities. The law cultivator's elemental application encompasses mastering gung metal, li fire, gui water, yi wood, wu earth, xian wind, thunder, light, and darkness, controlling the fluctuations of these 9 elemental attributes to launch attacks. Ding! You are enveloped by the holy light of the Endless Continent, activating elemental perception. Based on your innate talent, the attribute panel awakens. Please select your cultivation system promptly and comprehend the elemental application. The first to master elemental application will receive the blessing of the elements. The voice of the prompt resounded once more, causing a stir among those present. Some gasped in astonishment, while others hurried to jot down the cultivation methods corresponding to their chosen professions, eager to understand the skills associated with elemental application. Opening his attributes, Wang Shikong perceived a flurry of information in his mind as his spirit stirred. Descendant, Wang Shikong profession, unchosen realm, 0 level, 0, 0, 100 vitality, 140, 200 constitution, 7 mental power, 10, 10 elemental affinity, metal, 78, wood, 89 water, 88 fire, 92 earth, 80 wind, 88 thunder, 80 light, 77 darkness, 72 space, 95 time. Max skills. None equipment. 1. Hourglass of time, origin, secondary profession, unopened. A remarkably simple panel emerged. Due to his paralysis, his vitality stood at a mere 140 and his constitution at 7. While a healthy individual typically possesses a vitality of 200 and a constitution of 10, every individual's initial elemental affinity is capped at 100, varying according to one's innate talents. The higher the affinity, the swifter the rate of spell cultivation and casting, with lesser consumption of mental power. Wang Shikong surveyed his attributes, noting their similarity to those of his previous life, with the distinction that the affinity for time was not displayed in his prior attribute panel. His affinity for the 9 elemental attributes is remarkably high. Some individuals possess a mere affinity of 20 or 30, or even 40. Elemental affinity is of paramount importance. However, within this tangible world, an individual's strength is influenced by numerous factors, and it is possible to enhance elemental affinity through the consumption of rare treasures. Additionally, there exists the phenomenon of elemental blessings. In his previous life, one of the 10 formidable figures of the Great Xia, the Lord of the Fire, Yan Kuang, once divulged a piece of information. He was the first person globally to master the application of the Li Fire element, receiving an elemental blessing that augmented his affinity for fire elements by a staggering 100. This formidable affinity rendered him exceptionally terrifying in the utilization of Li Fire, solidifying his esteemed reputation as the Lord of Li Fire. Wang Shikong reminisced about his initial opportunity on the Endless Continent. His gaze flickered as he sensed the golden elements within a 10-meter radius, fixating on the elemental template of Gung Gold ahead. Ding! Congratulations on learning the Gung Gold elemental template. Upon acquiring the template, Wang Shikong felt the golden elements around him and, with his mental energy, guided the gold elements to construct the Gung Gold template. Buzz! In the next moment, a sphere of golden radiance slowly materialized in his palm. This sphere represented the initial form of the gold element, capable of inflicting only the most basic damage, akin to throwing stones at a person. However, should he transform the Gung Gold into arrows or golden needles, its offensive power would surge dramatically. With a thought, Wang Shikong swiftly transformed the golden radiance into a 1-inch-long golden needle. Ding! Congratulations to the practitioner for mastering the basic application of Gung Gold. As the first to comprehend the foundational usage of the gold element, you are rewarded with the blessing of the gold element. Blessing of the gold element. Gold element affinity 100. Ding! You have grasped the secrets of Gung Gold's transformation. Skill proficiency has reached an extraordinary level. A series of notifications chimed, a warm sensation enveloping his entire being, as Wang Shikong sensed the myriad golden elements converging towards him. A gleam shone in his eyes. The Lord of the Fire had not spoken falsely. With a flick of his mind, the golden needle dissipated, and he immediately began to learn and wield the fire. Gui water, Iwood Wu earth, summon the wind, thunder, Xian wind, light, and darkness. In his previous life, having attained the fourth transcendence, Wang Shikong had already mastered the fundamental applications of the 9 elemental forces to an extraordinary degree. Even now, with comparatively lower mental energy, he could still cast spells without incantations and complete the process within a second. Ding! Congratulations to the practitioner for mastering the basic application of the fire. As the first to comprehend the foundational usage of the fire element, you are rewarded with the blessing of the fire element. Ding! Congratulations to the practitioner for mastering the basic application of wood. As the first to comprehend the foundational usage of the wood element, you are rewarded with the blessing of the wood element. In an instant, a barrage of notifications resounded. Ding! You have received 9 elemental blessings. The elements interact in a cycle of creation, destruction, repulsion, and fusion, evolving into the Heart of Elements. Heart of Elements, Elemental Affinity 500, reduces elemental damage by 50. Chapter 4. The terrifying combination of spells, Heart of Elements. When Wang Shikong heard the final hint, astonishment washed over his face. An affinity for elements of 500. What could this signify? In his previous life, upon reaching the fourth transcendence, the highest affinity he could muster for spatial elements was merely 577. Now, however, with an augmented affinity of 500 across all elements, even his lowest affinity for dark elements stood at a commendable 572. Such an elevated affinity would undoubtedly catalyze a significant enhancement to his strength. Under these extraordinary circumstances, he could nearly unleash elemental skills instantaneously. The ability to cast basic skills in an instant was typically attainable only upon entering the Divine Palace realm during the second transcendence and mastering the skill to a sublime level. Yet, astonishingly, he could do so now, with such heightened affinity, while others might expend approximately 0.5 units of mental energy to conjure a fireball. Wang Shikong found that his casting of the fire departure technique required less than 0.1. The implications of this were crystal clear, an unexpected boon indeed. Wang Shikong pursed his lips, acutely aware of the challenges that lay ahead in obtaining the Heart of Elements. With over 10 billion souls inhabiting Blue Star, to surpass everyone in comprehending the 9 elemental skills, and to do so 9 times over, was nothing short of prodigious. Achieving even a slight edge in a single element was already a formidable feat. This was the advantage of being reborn. Having secured his first significant opportunity, he recognized that to restore the use of his legs, he would need to amass at least the experience required for level 10. Gazing at his paralyzed limbs, he mused that he was effectively 10 levels behind others from the outset and needed to expedite his ascent. Recalling the information about Tianqing Town, he noted several tasks to undertake and rare treasures to pursue. For now, he resolved to focus on leveling up. Goodness, constructing spells is exceedingly challenging, far more so than the calculus I studied in university. He exclaimed inwardly. Here I am, aspiring to be a body cultivator, only to find that intellect is also a requisite. Furthermore, there is a necessity for proficiency in elemental fundamentals, entering minor success, major success, perfection, and transcendent mastery. Shouldn't mastery come with mere study? This isn't a gaming realm. I must persevere, though arduous. It is a matter of rote memorization rather than mere imitation. Look at that fellow in a wheelchair, his legs paralyzed and unable to engage in combat, reduced to mere wandering. Let's not complain. The path to becoming a formidable warrior is hardly straightforward. As his wheelchair glided forward, the ambient sounds around him elicited a faint smile. With a flourish, he opened his fan, gently stirring the sweltering air, his gaze drifting towards the distant sky. The azure expanse was marred by a myriad of dark or crimson fissures, reminiscent of a cracked glass surface besieged by an unfathomable force. The temperature in Tianqing town hovered no lower than 30 degrees Celsius, and his high-end electric wheelchair could reach speeds of 45 kilometers per hour, truly a cyberpunk experience in this fantastical world. The indigenous people observed him with curiosity as he approached the eastern gate of Tianqing town, all the while under the watchful eyes of the guarding soldiers. And he set forth towards the expansive grasslands ahead. Before long, a corrupted wild chicken came into his line of sight. Corrupted wild chicken, common level 0 health, 150 constitution, 10 magic, 5 skill, frenzied peck. The corrupted chicken also noticed him, its blood-red eyes revealing a thirst for blood and ferocity as it charged directly towards him, moving with a speed comparable to his electric wheelchair. Wang Shikong adjusted his glasses, his eyes shimmering with a golden hue as he conjured a fireball. In the next moment, it shot forth, landing precisely on the head of the corrupted chicken. -40, fireball, deals 4 times the caster's mental power as damage to the target. In the early stages, the fire element is favored by all magic practitioners, as its initial form is a cohesive mass that possesses formidable offensive capabilities without the need for transformation. Unlike the water, wood, or metal elements, which require a change in form to be effective, the fire element stands apart. Observing the enraged, corrupted chicken before him, Wang Shikong moved his hand, gathering a mass of wind element, which swiftly transformed into a blade of wind that sliced through the air. -60. The damage inflicted far exceeded that of the fireball, resulting in the immediate demise of the corrupted chicken. Wang Shikong remained calm in the face of this damage. Such was the application of elements, characterized by its adaptability and high operability. Furthermore, strategy in combat is paramount. The fireball breached the chicken's exterior defenses, allowing the wind blade to inflict even greater harm. It is akin to disrobing an opponent before launching an attack, thereby amplifying the inflicted damage. Upon the death of the corrupted chicken, a sphere of elemental energy manifested from its lifeless body. Wang Shikong, using his mental power, drew it in for absorption. Noticing the absence of any dropped items, he fanned himself and continued onward. For the untrained level 0 inhabitants of Blue Star, a level 0 corrupted chicken remains a formidable foe. Many cultivators have met their end at the beak of such a creature. For him, however, level 0 monsters posed little challenge. No intricate maneuvers were necessary. He desired to test the extent of his true capabilities. Wang Shikong murmured to himself as he maneuvered his wheelchair deeper into the fray. After dispatching several oblivious wild chickens, he found himself, 20 minutes later, facing a corrupted jackal. Corrupted jackal, common level 4 health, 600 constitution, 30 magic, 11 skill, bite. A level 4 jackal? Wang Shikong observed as the creature, a mere 20 meters away, took notice of him, its blood-red eyes fixed in his direction. It was time to experiment with the power of combined skills and to ascertain how many combinations he could execute. His gaze sparkled as he softly intoned, "Earth of Wu." A mass of yellow earth materialized, and he continued, exclaiming, "Metal of Gum." A golden radiance emerged, and the yellow earth melded seamlessly into the golden light, doubling its size. Water of Goe. A sphere of water appeared, merging with the previous elements. A larger, brilliantly blue sphere emerged, glowing vibrantly. Wood of E. Wang Shikong persisted in his incantation. The wood element appeared, and upon integration, formed an enormous wooden structure. Sensing that the wooden mass above him was on the verge of instability, his focus sharpened. Fire of Li. Boom! In an instant, the wood element was ignited by the fire element, forming a colossal fireball with a diameter of 2 meters, which he hurled forth. The approaching wolf, merely 5 meters away, was momentarily stunned, its pupils reflecting a human-like fear as it turned to flee. Xianfeng. Wang Shikong smiled faintly. As the wind fanned the flames, the fireball surged once more, altering its trajectory and accelerating, enveloping the wolf in an instant. Owl. -600. Accompanied by a mournful howl, the wolf perished instantaneously. Wang Shikong observed, pressing his lips together, his face revealing astonishment. The cycle of elements. Earth generates metal, metal generates water, water nourishes wood, which is ultimately ignited by fire, aided by wind. He murmured, a direct consequence, a one-hit kill. Such is the potency of combined skills. At level 0, the damage of a single fireball amounted to merely 40 points, and he cast 6 skills in total. Typically, the cumulative damage from 6 skills would not exceed 240. Even with additional effects like armor penetration or critical hits, the maximum would be around 400. Yet now, at level 0, he had vanquished a level 4 foe in a single strike, with even excess damage. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. This was not solely due to his mastery of each skill, but also attributed to his extraordinary elemental affinity, exceeding 500. Otherwise, with his current mental capacity, he would be incapable of stabilizing such a multitude of elements. According to the law of elemental combination stability, once elements coalesce into spells, their compatibility and antagonism with other elemental skills can lead to instability, requiring either formidable mental strength or a judicious elemental composition to mitigate. Upon reaching a limit, one must release or dispel the skills. In his previous life, a consensus existed. To combine elements, one must possess at least a perfected skill level. The more skills combined, the higher the requirements. To fuse more than 2 skills necessitated a mastery level of divine perfection. Otherwise, the longer the process, the greater the risk of losing control. The premier sorcerer of the Great Xia had a signature move that merely fused 4 elemental skills. That skill, Thunderwind Dragonfire, was deemed the most powerful. Even when Wang Shikong cleverly utilized spatial power to merge 3 elemental skills and employed spatial seals to prevent instability, it still paled in comparison to the might of Thunderwind Dragonfire. My attempt to merge 6 skills and achieve this feat stems from my proficiency in foundational skills, as well as the heart of elements, Wang Shikong mused. Furthermore, this is the most fundamental application of elements, and yet I am still at level 0. The former premier sorcerer of the Great Xia was capable of facing thousands, contending against the elite of a guild. In the future, I am confident I shall surpass him. To face 10,000? Or even more? His gaze flickered as he glanced at the charred wolf's corpse, slightly raising an eyebrow. Did it drop something? He approached immediately. The wood element stirred. With a mental command, the wood technique entwined around the remains. A thin coin, marked with the number 10, lay before him, currency of the endless continent. Worth 10 coins. Wang Shikong retracted, absorbing the surrounding elemental energy as his gaze fixed upon a wolf several dozen meters away. The wheelchair activated and approached. Upon reaching within 15 meters of the wolf, he was detected. With a low growl, the wolf lunged towards him. A subtle smile graced Wang Shikong's lips as he contemplated a different strategy. To his left, 3 orbs of light materialized. To his right, 3 spheres of darkness emerged. And simultaneously, he unleashed them. As the luminous and shadowy orbs descended before the wolf, a series of violent explosions erupted. The wolf was propelled 5 meters away by the force of the blasts. The damage registered as -230, -250, -20, although this was less potent than his previous attack. Given the inherent instability of opposing elemental explosions, it nonetheless possessed a repelling effect. Wang Shikong observed and assessed the situation. It is not to say that opposing explosions are inherently inferior to those formed through synergy. The effectiveness hinges on the manner in which elemental skills are combined. Wang Shikong's method of combining skills is elementary. True power lies in the amalgamation of formidable skills with one another. This necessitates 4 processes: acquiring skills, achieving proficiency, determining compatibility between skills, and ultimately completing the combination. Elemental skills do not simply merge based on their generative or opposing relationships. For instance, mastery of the water element's water arrow and the thorn strike does not adhere to the water nurtures wood principle. However, water healing can be fused with the wood element's thorn entangle to enhance the latter's potency. The operational versatility of the 9 elemental forces in the endless continent is significantly high. As previously stated, the real world is not a game. An individual's strength is determined not only by raw power, but also by intellect and skillful execution. Chapter 5. A fortuitous location. The most fundamental skill combinations still felt somewhat feeble, lacking in depth, and I yearned to acquire a broader array of abilities. After vanquishing the wolves with a swift cast of light and darkness, Wang Shikong approached the carcass of the slain wolf, absorbing its essence while contemplating his next move. Ding! Your level has increased by 1, mental power 5, physique 2. Having effortlessly dispatched 8 level 4 wolves, Wang Shikong's level finally reached 1. The elevation in rank and the augmentation of his mental power significantly enhanced his damage output. However, the drop rate for level 4 creatures remained disappointingly low, despite slaying numerous wolves. He had only collected 20 coins. It was time to seek out some fortuitous locations. Wang Shikong gazed at his meager spoils, murmuring to himself. In the endless continent, the drop rates were notoriously abysmal, with many adventurers reaching level 10 without acquiring a proper weapon. Yet, there were certain exceptional locales, aptly termed great fortuities. Here, in the endless continent, one might indeed stumble upon unparalleled martial arts by simply leaping from a precipice, for luck often defied reason. Of course, where fortune flourishes, peril often lurks. Discovering the long-lost mine could expedite the accumulation of initial resources. Wang Shikong held a vivid recollection of this place, which represented a significant opportunity for ordinary individuals. Turning his direction, he followed his memories toward the fabled mine. Ignoring the monsters along the way, Wang Shikong arrived at a vast, desolate pit approximately 30 kilometers away after an hour. Seated in his wheelchair, he found himself moving faster than if he had been running. With a self-deprecating chuckle, he entered the mine ruins, searching for the elusive cavern. After 10 minutes of fruitless searching, he had yet to uncover the lost mine. But 2 mining mice soon captured his attention. Mining mice? Wang Shikong's eyes sparkled as he observed their direction. 2 mice, each the size of a wildcat, glared at him with fierce intensity from a short distance away. Mining mouse, common level 3 health, 350 physique, 22 magic, 10 skill, rapid strike. With a flourish, Wang Shikong unfurled his fan and swiftly approached. A fireball, conjured from the combination of wood and fire elements, hurtled toward one of the mining mice. The creature leapt to evade the attack, but a gust of wind altered the fireball's trajectory, amplifying its ferocity. Boom! Flames engulfed one mining mouse, while the other shimmered with a cerulean glow, activating its rapid strike and charging toward him with increased speed. Wang Shikong remained unperturbed, casting 2 beams of light and shadow upon the mining mouse, obliterating it instantly. The first injured mouse, witnessing its companion's abrupt demise, succumbed to its primal instincts and fled in terror. Wang Shikong refrained from pursuing immediately, instead observing the creature's escape route before following suit. After trailing it for approximately 30 meters, he watched as the mouse disappeared into a crevice in the rocks, and a spark of realization illuminated his mind. Light and darkness. Bang! With a surge of will, Wang Shikong unleashed a fusion of light and dark elements toward the opening ahead. An explosion reverberated through the air, revealing a deep, shadowy entrance. Here it was, so well concealed that it had eluded discovery for half a month. Wang Shikong approached with delight, navigating the rugged terrain of the mine, scattered with pebbles. Fortunately, his wheelchair was of exceptional quality. Despite the bumps, it posed little issue. A fireball struck the lamp on the wall ahead, igniting it and illuminating the dark cavern. The entrance to the mine was small, yet it opened into a spacious interior, measuring a good 3 meters in width. After traversing a short distance, Wang Shikong spotted a figure standing within. Zombie Miner. Level 5 health, 1000 constitution, 35 magic, 15 skills. 1. Blood-sucking technique. Attack inflicts 20 lifesteal. 2. Leap. Weapon. Guardian Longsword, black iron damage 50, durability 100. Such was the creature before him. Wang Shikong gazed intently at the zombie miner, who wielded a longsword, a smile gracing his lips. His attention fell upon the black iron longsword in the creature's grasp, an exceptional weapon for early-stage cultivators. Typically, a cultivator would only increase their damage by about 20 with each level gained. Thus, an additional 50 damage was akin to advancing 2 levels. In his previous life, it took over half a month after the Endless Continent connected with Blue Star for a fortunate individual to discover this place. That person subsequently slaughtered all the zombie miners, acquiring a significant number of black iron weapons. Each weapon fetched nearly 10,000 coins, resulting in a windfall of wealth. At that time, the affluent of Blue Star were so eager to obtain currency that they exchanged at a rate of 100 to 1. Thus, a single black iron weapon was equivalent to 1 million. In this realm, any weapon or equipment possessed by a monster could be claimed upon its defeat. For instance, even a mutated wildfowl could have its claws severed and dried for decorative purposes. The sole caveat was that mutated creatures could not be consumed. Otherwise, the prices on Blue Star would plummet. Naturally, once a weapon was stripped from a slain creature, if it were to be revived by the influence of demonic energy, it would no longer possess that weapon. Only through a first kill could one reap better rewards. The zombie miner, armed with a black iron longsword, was formidable. It could easily fell itself with a single stroke, and Wang Shikong knew he must avoid its attacks. He pondered the narrow space around him. The range of magical attacks was contingent upon one's mental prowess. To ensure accuracy, it was best to remain within a distance equal to one's mental strength in meters. However, should one's skills be sufficiently advanced, one could execute long-range predictions of attacks. Wang Shikong halted 20 meters away from the zombie miner, noting that he had not roused it. He gently fanned the stifling air. Buzz. In an instant, he began to channel his spell. Wu earth, gung metal, gui water, iwoodly fire. The 5 elements fusion technique. The wind fueled the flames, and a fireball with a diameter of 2.5 meters nearly filled the corridor as it hurtled towards the zombie miner. The awakened zombie miner appeared momentarily dazed, unable to evade the impending assault. Boom! Minus 800. A terrifying damage value appeared. 800? Not bad. Wang Shikong's expression brightened. With only a single level, this damage was truly extraordinary. Roar! A low growl resounded. The injured zombie miner leapt forward, charging towards him in an instant. In a tranquil moment, 2 luminous orbs of light collided before Wang Shikong, resulting in a magnificent explosion that whisked him away. With ease and grace, a fan, imbued with ethereal winds, fended off the encroaching dust as he approached the lifeless body of a zombie miner. To his surprise, he discovered a spell book. A glimmer of excitement lit up his eyes upon seeing the ebony tome. Vines of wood manifested, entwining themselves to retrieve the book and a long knife from the miner's grasp. The book was titled Summon Skeleton. Summon Skeleton. Consume mental energy to summon a skeletal soldier, which possesses the same level as the summoner. Wang Shikong felt a sense of satisfaction upon encountering this skill book, as he had mastered it in his previous life, albeit with limited use, only achieving a level of proficiency. Learning Summon Skeleton skill template. The omnipresent dark elements, Wang Shikong began to chant, drawing forth the surrounding dark elements to coalesce, construct, and manifest the skill. In 4 seconds, a skeleton, standing at 1 meter and wielding a rusted long knife, materialized. Your proficiency in summoning skeletons has increased to perfection. Perfection? Wang Shikong was taken aback by the heavenly prompt. Could it be due to his formidable affinity for the elements? Skeleton, level 1 health, 252, 50 constitution, 12 magic. 1. Observing the attributes of his summoned creature, he noted its lackluster qualities. The mental energy expended had reached 0. 5. However, this skill proved immensely beneficial in the early stages, as the ability to summon skeletons was both rare and esteemed. Summoned skeleton. He continued to conjure a second skeleton. Under his command, 2 skeletal figures flanked him on either side. He raised his wheelchair and ventured forward. Wang Shikong nodded slightly, pleased. The journey felt significantly more stable, and his perspective had elevated considerably. Chapter 6. A World Transformed Ning Qingya. From now on, I shall attend to your daily needs. In the depths of a desolate mine, 2 skeletons bore him further into the abyss. After traversing a span of over 20 meters, they encountered another zombie miner. Wang Shikong employed the same tactic as before, utilizing the fusion technique of the 5 elements along with a melding of light and darkness, swiftly bringing another zombie miner to its demise. With the second guardian long sword in hand, a smile broke upon his face. It was akin to discovering wealth. As Wang Shikong ventured deeper, it was not long before the third zombie miner succumbed. Despite their formidable defenses, thick hides, and black iron weaponry, these zombies posed no challenge to the first-level Wang Shikong. Something has dropped again. As the 2 skeletons carried him onward, Wang Shikong observed that another item had materialized, feeling fortunate indeed. Upon inspection, he found a crimson potion. Dark Eye Potion, common, grants the ability of night vision upon consumption. A bloodline potion? Wang Shikong paused momentarily, reflecting with mild admiration. Truly, this place is a treasure trove. The alchemist profession holds tremendous promise on the Endless Continent. A formidable alchemist, armed with formulas and ingredients, can concoct a variety of potent potions. Some potions enhance mental acuity, elemental affinity, or induce temporary bursts of power. The thought of potions led Wang Shikong to reminisce about the Ning family, whose rise to prominence in his previous life was largely attributed to the unwavering loyalty of the alchemists in Ning's employ. The initial market price of the Dark Eye Potion hovered around 5,000 currency units, stabilizing at 2,000 currency units in later stages. Wang Shikong mused to himself. The price is indeed considerable. You have consumed the Dark Eye Potion. Your eyes can now perceive darkness. Upon consumption, the world around him grew significantly brighter, alleviating even his nearsightedness. Accustomed to wearing glasses, he simply removed the lenses. He pressed on. After delving an additional 200 meters, Wang Shikong paused as the 13th zombie miner fell. The skeletons flanking him bore an array of black, iron-long swords upon one of their arms. Wang Shikong's mental energy had dwindled to just over 2 points. Once mental energy is exhausted, one cannot cast spells and may become fatigued. Those who have navigated the Endless Continent for an extended period are mindful not to deplete their mental energy excessively, always reserving some for emergencies. The restoration of mental energy can be achieved through the cultivation of elemental divine techniques, with recovery rates varying by level. He was currently able to recover approximately 5 points per hour. It will be prudent to return first and deposit the weapons at Blue Star. Wang Shikong placed the 13 long swords upon his wheelchair and silently recited the command to exit. If not attacked within 10 seconds, he could withdraw. 10, 9, 8, 1. At Blue Star, within the Villa number 18 of the Tan Palace, Wang Shikong's ethereal form began to solidify. In his grasp, he now held 13 long swords. With a flick of his wrist, he transformed ethereal wood into a vine to lay the swords upon the ground. He then entered the villa's courtyard, closing his eyes to quietly absorb the elemental energy surrounding him. The elemental energy of Blue Star was akin to that of the Endless Continent. Absorbing this energy not only replenished his mental strength, but also elevated his level. Indeed, cultivation can be enhanced, albeit at a pace significantly slower, by a factor of 10, compared to the absorption of essence from slain monsters. However, Wang Shikong discovered that his cultivation speed was over 5 times swifter than in his previous life, even if he refrained from slaying monsters and merely engaged in closed-eye meditation. He was not significantly slower than cultivators who did. After a little over an hour, Ning Qingya's voice startled him from his reverie. You must have entered the infinite continent, haven't you? Her face bore an expression of astonishment as she approached him. Wang Shikong nodded, casting a glance at Ning Qingya's parents and Ning Qingru, who stood beside her. Let us discuss this inside, Ning Tianxiong suggested. Ning Qingya nodded, gently urging Wang Shikong towards the interior of the house. The emergence of the infinite continent would inevitably alter the world's landscape, and the Ning family had already encountered significant upheaval. Old Chun and the others just called me. They intend to resign, Ning Tianxiong stated as they entered the living room. He produced a cigar, but before he could ignite it, Ning Qingya snatched it away, prompting him to continue in frustration. Currently, only Aunt Song has not resigned. She will be responsible for our meals moving forward, while a considerable number of employees have left the company as well. For the time being, I have granted all staff in the pharmaceutical and factory sectors paid leave. Ning Qingya spoke calmly. The sudden emergence of the infinite continent will undoubtedly reshape the world order, signifying a redistribution of wealth and the birth of extraordinary powers. In the future, it seems that might shall reign supreme. Extraordinary powers. We may potentially attain eternal youth. Ning Qingru exclaimed, her excitement evident as she danced about. Mom, Dad, Sister, look, I can conjure fireballs now. She demonstrated, extending her right hand, her round little eyes fixated intently as she chanted an incantation. After a second, 2 seconds, and 10 seconds later, flames began to flicker, culminating in a fireball after 20 seconds. Impressive, isn't it? She beamed, tilting her head proudly and showcasing her delicate chin. Wang Shikong remained silent. Ning Tianxiong smiled. The little girl is indeed remarkable. It takes me around 25 seconds to condense a flame arm. Our family's most crucial task now is to enhance our strength. For in the future, power will be everything. Information is vital. We must gather more intel regarding the infinite continent. The fact that items from reality can be brought into the infinite continent indicates that its treasures may also be transported into our world. Ning Qingya appeared contemplative. Let us see if we can gather the company executives and employees. Strength lies in numbers. Very well. I will take charge of the organization and coordination. Ning Tianxiong nodded. Sister, why did you choose physical cultivation? It requires close combat, and wouldn't it be painful to be struck by monsters? Choosing magical cultivation seems so much more glamorous. Ning Qingru interjected, disrupting the conversation with her question. Physical cultivation can also allow for ranged attacks. I intend to use a bow and arrow, Ning Qingya replied. Bows and arrows? I forgot you were the president of the shooting club in school, Ning Qingru remarked, raising her beautifully arched eyebrows. She then turned her gaze towards Wang Shikong. You, on the other hand, should speak with more respect. Ning Qingya gently tapped her forehead, interrupting her speech, and cast an apologetic glance at Wang Shikong. I have inquired in the endless continent, and your leg injury can indeed be healed. Rest assured, I will assist you in finding the necessary remedies. Wang Shikong, listening quietly, nodded calmly. For the time being, I will refrain from going to the company. Let's set a time to enter the endless continent. I will come to care for you this evening, Ning Qingya continued, biting her lip, her cheeks flushing as a thought crossed her mind. Perhaps we should invite your father? Ning's mother hesitated before speaking. Ning Tianxiong's eyes widened in disbelief at the suggestion. You expect me to change his diapers? That's unnecessary. Shikong is my husband, and it is only right that I look after him, Ning Qingya replied, shaking her head with growing determination. In this era of monumental changes, even the household staff had resigned, preparing to venture into the endless continent to alter their fates. Yet, Wang Shikong had missed countless opportunities due to his own negligence. She felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and was determined to make amends as best she could. Wang Shikong gazed at Ning Qingya, warmth filling his heart. Ning's mother, observing the exchange, shook her head, torn between words, lamenting the situation. Aunt Song has gone to tidy up some things. I will prepare lunch today. After we eat, we can enter the endless continent, Ning's mother announced. Mom, let me help you, Ning Qingya offered. Ning Qingru, seated nearby, glanced at Wang Shikong, then suddenly approached him, revealing her little tiger teeth with a mock growl. Oomph. Once your leg is healed, stay away from my sister, and don't burden her. Keep your distance, understood? Or else. Do you see my fist? After delivering her playful threat, Ning Qingru tossed her ponytail and turned away. Wang Shikong couldn't help but smile at his mischievous sister-in-law. In that moment, she was charming and playful, unlike the future version of herself who, after her sister's troubles, would smile less and take on a more mature role. Shouldering the responsibilities of the guild, we, the Ning family, will repay our debts, Ning Tianxiong remarked coldly, observing the scene without intervening. I hope that, once the debts are settled, you will possess some self-awareness. Wang Shikong was not angered by his words, reflecting instead on the past life when he had attempted to. Chapter 7. The Black Iron Monster and the Great Explosion. Time for a meal. Come and taste my culinary skills. It has been many years since I last cooked. In the restaurant at noon, Ning's mother brought over the dishes with a smile, saying, do try my cooking and see if I have regressed. The shrimp is steamed by me. Xiaokong, do give it a try. It was also Ning Qingya's first experience in the kitchen, as she picked up a shrimp and offered it to Wang Shikong. Steamed is good enough. Thank you. Wang Shikong replied gratefully, peeling and eating it. No need to be polite. Although I've never cooked before, I believe I possess a natural talent. Ning Qingya said confidently with a smile. Wang Shikong's lips twitched slightly. Oh, women, what grants you such confidence? The meal was indeed warm and inviting. The group quickly finished their food, and Ning Qingru dashed back to her room, exclaiming her intent to conquer the endless continent. Ning Qingya pushed him into the room, but hesitated momentarily, saying, how about I take you to the restroom first? I will be entering the endless continent soon. All right. Wang Shikong hesitated, but did not refuse. After she blushed while pushing him out of the restroom, she quickly left, her face aflame with embarrassment. Wang Shikong chuckled. Reminiscing about certain matters, with a different mindset, it all felt rather amusing. Observing the rejuvenated spiritual energy, he concentrated, and the surroundings shifted, bringing him back to the Forsaken Mine. After surveying the area, he swiftly summoned 2 skeletons to carry him deeper inside. Soon, he noticed 2 zombie miners standing 20 meters ahead. No problem. Wang Shikong cast a 5 elements fusion technique, striking the grouped zombie miners simultaneously. Following that, 2 explosive bursts of light and darkness sent the approaching zombie miners flying, resulting in their demise. The speed of exterminating the monsters had indeed increased, substantially enhancing efficiency. The 2 skeletons carried him forward, absorbing the elemental energy, and he obtained 2 black, iron long swords. Oh! As he ventured another 20 meters, he caught sight of a figure ahead, his gaze sharpening. Unlike the previous zombie miners wielding long swords, the figure before him was smaller in stature, enveloped in a dark aura. Whoosh! While he was observing, a jet of black flame shot toward him. The black flames exuded an effect of erosion, pollution, and decay. Inwood, Li Fire, Wu, Earth. Wang Shikong's gaze intensified as he conjured a defensive spell, summoning a clump of earth. He swiftly altered the Wu, Earth elemental state, forming a defensive earthen wall approximately a meter in height. Bang! The black flame collided with the earthen wall, successfully deflecting the attack. In a basic elemental form, Wang Shikong could combine 6 elements. However, altering the elemental form at the end required some time, with 4 being his limit. Yet, the advantages of changing elemental forms were undeniably apparent. Zombie Foreman, Black Iron level 6, Health, 1200, Constitution, 25, Spirit, 55, Skills, 1, Black Flame, 2, Shadow Strike, 3, Guardian Armor, Weapon, Guardian Staff, Black Iron Damage 55, Durability, 100. Upon observing the attributes of the Zombie Foreman, Wang Shikong's gaze sharpened. With 1200 health, a spirit of 55, and 3 formidable skills, it was undeniably powerful for its level, yet nothing beyond that. Suddenly, the sound of squeaking rodents pierced the air. Wang Shikong turned to see a swarm of 20 or 30 mining rats charging towards him. More mining rats? A grave expression settled on his face. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his elemental fusion technique upon the approaching swarm. Boom! Minus 350. Minus 350. Minus 350. In an instant, several mining rats were obliterated, yet the remaining ones continued their relentless advance. With his frail physique, a single rat could prove fatal. Wang Shikong's countenance grew serious, as golden sands flowed through his eyes, time seemingly materializing within his gaze. Precognition activated. Mystical wind. Mystical wind. Two whirlwinds materialized, and he deftly took out a tissue, propelling it forward. The second gust swept his essence backward. Ahead, the zombie foreman raised its staff, dark elements coalescing atop it. When Wang Shikong employed the mystical wind, the foreman momentarily paused, casting a black flame, but this time, it targeted the soaring tissue. A hint of mockery appeared on Wang Shikong's face. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed the elemental fusion technique, augmented by the wind, against the remaining mining rats. Boom! Boom! With two resounding crashes, the tissue was shattered, and the last of the mining rats were exterminated. Wang Shikong abruptly raised his head, his eyes shimmering with flowing sands. The zombie foreman swung its staff once more, this time conjuring a 2-meter shadow that surged toward him with blinding speed. Time stopped. He was compelled to utilize this technique. Retreat. Everything around him froze as he commanded the two skeletons to withdraw, while simultaneously consolidating the elemental fusion technique. Boom! In a mere second, the skeletons had pulled him back 4 meters, leaving a deep crater in his prior position, sending clouds of dust into the air. Wang Shikong hurled a fireball without hesitation, continuing to gather energy. 700, the elemental fusion technique struck, inflicting 700 damage. A second elemental fusion followed closely behind. Boom! Yet, this blow found the zombie foreman unscathed, enveloped in black armor that absorbed the impact. Without hesitation, Wang Shikong bit into his fingertip, a drop of blood oozing forth. Mystical wind. He directed the blood forward with the mystical wind technique, while simultaneously casting it again to push his essence backward. The zombie-like creatures do not rely on visual targeting. Rather, they depend on scent. Wang Shikong's successive actions were intended to confuse the attack target of a zombie miner captain. The first attempt, using a scented tissue, successfully deceived the creature. However, for the second attempt, a more realistic decoy was required. As anticipated, the zombie miner captain unleashed another jet of dark flames, directed towards the blood scent. At this moment, Wang Shikong once again concentrated on the art of elemental fusion. The wind aided the fire's ferocity. Boom! The zombie miner captain, whose dark armor had just dissipated, was struck and fell to the ground. It was indeed troublesome, as he found himself compelled to employ his time-stopping ability. Wang Shikong observed that within a mere minute, he had expended 1/3 of his mental energy while activating both foresight and time-stopping. If it were not for the horde of mining rats, the situation would have been manageable. However, dealing with 20 or 30 of them consumed 2 additional attacks. Nevertheless, considering the battle was a level 5 encounter, compounded by the fact that the zombie miner captain was a black iron tier creature, he felt somewhat reassured. Gazing ahead at the densely clustered elemental energy orbs, he fanned the air with his hand fan, dispersing the surrounding dust, and began to absorb the elemental energy as he drew closer. Ding! Your level has increased by 1. Mental energy, 5, physique 2. Merely absorbing the energy from 30 mining rats elevated his level, and after absorbing the energy from the miner captain, his progress bar significantly increased. Noticing several items that had dropped near the fallen zombie miner captain, he immediately instructed his skeleton to retrieve them. Shadow Assault Skill Book. Potion of Dark Eye Recipe. 500 currency. Wang Shikong gazed at the drops, particularly the recipe for the Potion of Dark Eye, his face reflecting astonishment. The recipe held immense value. Wang Shikong was elated. By becoming an alchemist and acquiring the necessary herbs, he could craft the Potion of Dark Eye and amass a substantial amount of currency. The worth of the recipe far surpassed that of a black iron weapon. Additionally, the skill book for Shadow Assault had dropped. Shadow Assault unleashes a shadow to inflict 7 times mental damage on the target. Congratulations! You have learned the Shadow Assault skill template. Wang Shikong proceeded to learn the spell skill, and unleash Shadow Assault. You have grasped the essence of Shadow Assault. Skill proficiency has reached an extraordinary level. In his previous life, Wang Shikong had also studied this skill. Shadow Assault, when combined with the light element healing skill, Shadow Body, could yield tremendous damage output. During the early stages, many top-tier teams mages mastered one of these two skills, and when paired, they could unleash devastating damage. As for an individual wielding both skills for combined attacks, regrettably, such a feat was unattainable in the early stages. Chapter 8. The Deceptive Legacy of the God of Light Arriver. Wang Shikong Profession. Mage Realm. Elemental Refinement Realm Level. 2. 11,100 Vitality. 196, 280 Constitution. 11 Mental Power. 2020 Elemental Affinity. Gold, 578. Wood, 589. Water, 588. Fire, 592. Earth, 580. Wind, 588. Thunder, 580. Light, 577. Darkness, 572. Space, 595. Time max. Possesses the Heart of Element skills. 1. Basic Elemental Manipulation. Gung Metal, Transcendent. Li Fire, Transcendent. Gui Water, Transcendent. Wood, Transcendent. Wu Earth, Transcendent. Xian Wind, Transcendent. Thunder, Transcendent. Light, Transcendent. Darkness, Transcendent. 2. Summon Skeleton, Perfected. 3. Shadow Assault, Transcendent. Equipment. 1. Hourglass of Time, Origin. 2. Guardian Staff, Secondary Profession, not activated. With the elevation in level, he acquired a Guardian Staff and a Shadow Assault skill, allowing him to defeat even the Black Iron level foreman during the cooldown of time suspension. After returning the previously acquired longsword and staff to Blue Star, Wang Shikong re-entered the Endless Continent to continue his exploration. As he delved deeper, he suddenly encountered a bend ahead, from which emanated a soft white light. Wang Shikong, astonished, urged his two skeletons to hasten their pace. Buzz! Upon reaching the corner, a beam of holy light enveloped him. Before him stood a white-haired elder, quietly positioned before a crucifix. The elder smiled warmly upon seeing him. Fortunate one, welcome to the Holy Temple of Light. As his words fell, the surroundings transformed. The dark mine dissipated, replaced by a sacred hall. The dome and flanking walls were adorned with statues of white battle angels and priests of light. Towering 2 meters high, the statues of holy warriors, one wielding a sword and the other a shield, exuded an air of solemnity and authority. This abrupt transformation caused Wang Shikong's expression to shift, and gazing at the kindly priest holding his staff before him, his countenance darkened, devoid of any joy. The Holy Temple of Light, the dominion of the God of Light in the third era of the Endless Continent, served as the trial for the legacy of the God of Light. In his previous life, many had encountered the God of Light's trials, and Wang Shikong himself had been among them. His second demise had occurred here. The lascivious God of Light, the malevolent God of Light, and countless victims had affectionately addressed this perverse deity with their grievances. Wang Shikong had not anticipated encountering the God of Light's trial once more, nor had he heard any mention of such a trial in Tianqing town. Alas, it was evident that fortune and peril often coexist. He was not the fated child of destiny. This land, rich in black iron weapons, was indeed fraught with peril. Resigned to his fate, he took a deep breath. God loves all mankind. The priest before him smiled and spoke. Fortunate one, congratulations on gaining the favor of the great God of Light. Do you wish to praise the deity, sing hymns in his honor, worship him, and become one with the divine? No one can dismiss the words of the priest. Should anyone dare, this venerable elder shall deem you a heretic, and a heretic shall face death. I am prepared, Wang Shikong responded, ready for the trial. The righteous choice has been laid before you. The great God of Light has left 4 trials. Should you succeed in these challenges, you will inherit the divine legacy. As the priest spoke, he gradually approached him. The first trial concerns the heart and wisdom. Answer my question. As a devout believer, you must choose between saving your kin or the inhabitants of an entire city. Which shall it be? I choose to save my kin, Wang Shikong answered without hesitation. The God of Light favors honest children. Congratulations, you have passed the first trial. The priest, slightly taken aback by his swift response, gestured for him to follow. Wang Shikong nodded. The first trial was indeed deceptive. God loves all humanity, and as a devout follower, these two phrases often lead many to choose the city over a single individual. The divine does not favor those who lie. Hence, those who make such choices shall perish. The path to divinity must be undertaken with a heart of pilgrimage. The priest paused at the edge of the grand hall, gazing at the ethereal figure of the deity cloaked in sacred light, seated upon the divine throne, and bowed his head in reverence. A devout believer kneels every 9 steps. Yet as a scion of divine inheritance, one must prostrate with each step. Wang Shikong fell into a momentary silence upon hearing the priest's words. Noticing his stillness, the priest turned his gaze towards him. If the great god of light could heal my legs, I would gladly crawl before him. Kissing the hem of his garment and offering my most sincere heart, Wang Shikong declared. The priest replied, "The God loves humanity and will treat each believer kindly. You are permitted to proceed in your wheelchair." Wang Shikong scoffed and pressed the button to move forward. An invisible resistance met him. The dense, elemental light almost took on a tangible form, causing his gaze to flicker slightly. The further he advanced, the greater the resistance became. With a shift in focus, Wang Shikong summoned his mental energy, parting the light elements to forge a path ahead. Indeed, in a previous life, he had heard that the second trial tested one's affinity with the elements. Only those with a high affinity for light could pass. Thus, the second trial had nothing to do with piety. It was merely a cruel jest by the god of light, compelling one to prostrate with every step. With his unparalleled elemental affinity, Wang Shikong moved swiftly, and were it not for the lingering concern of the god's might, he might have attempted to drift in his wheelchair. Under the astonished gaze of the priest, Wang Shikong reached a distance of 2,000 meters, just beneath the divine throne. He raised his head to behold the 99 steps ahead. "Congratulations, you have passed the divine trial and the second challenge," the priest appeared at his side. Gazing up at the stairs, the deity watches over humanity. With each step you take, you draw nearer to the divine. Praise the God, let your voice be heard, and sing of your resolve so that the God may acknowledge your determination. Wang Shikong stared at the steps ahead, recognizing it as the most treacherous part yet. 99 steps, with a dividing line at the center of each, symbolizing a bifurcation between life and death. Each step embodies a mortality rate of 50%. Should one tread upon the center, the certainty of death is 100%. There appears to be no discernible anomaly. Ascending the 99 steps relies solely on chance. Consequently, those who enter this realm, while extolling the virtues of the God of Light, ultimately find themselves ensnared in the very pitfall crafted by him. This trial serves as a significant reason why, throughout the previous life, no one has successfully passed the God of Light's inheritance test, thus contributing to his esteemed reputation. At this moment, Wang Shikong gazes intently at the steps, his eyes shimmering, pupils glistening like gold. With a series of clicks, 2 skeletons materialize beside him, lifting him onto the right side of the first step. Do not allow the tainted to desecrate the sacred hall, lest it displease the divine. The priest furrows his brow at the sight of the 2 skeletons. Wang Shikong pays him no heed. According to the historical records of the Endless Continent's third era, the malevolent god of the light element is an aged pervert, punishing any who defy him as heretics. The evil gods exhibit more mercy, and demons display greater kindness. Even succubi possess more integrity than he does. He is the quintessential antagonist of the third era. Upon encountering this factual account, many presumed it to be a distortion by those chronicling folklore. His precognitive abilities enable him to ascertain whether he survives the next moment, thus allowing him to make judicious choices. The first step, the second step, the third step, one measured stride after another. He ascends each step steadily, drawing ever closer to the divine throne above, to the ethereal silhouette bathed in holy light. The priest's face betrays incredulity, and he cannot restrain himself, exclaiming, "Praise be to my venerable God of light. Have you shown boundless mercy?" Chapter 9. The Divine Proclamation Bang. As 2 skeletal figures placed King Time on the 99th step, a smile graced his face. He had not anticipated that on his very first day in the Endless Continent, he would successfully navigate through the third trial of the God of Light. His gaze turned towards the ethereal figure upon the divine throne, a venerable elder clad in white robes, with silvery hair, whose only radiance emanated from the resplendent, multicolored crown that adorned his head. Even as a mere illusion, he exuded an indescribable pressure that inspired an instinctive urge to worship. Who would have thought that a being could truly approach me after all these ages? The ethereal god of light suddenly opened his eyes, peering down at King Time. His voice, thunderous and resonant, echoed throughout the sacred hall. For reasons unknown, he erupted into laughter. King Time listened to the sound. The god of light abruptly ceased his mirth, a playful smile fixed upon him. You resemble my youthful self, destined by fate, yet to inherit my legacy, you must first earn my approval. With those words, his phantom dissipated, coalescing into an extraordinarily sacred book that floated gracefully before King Time, hovering in stillness. He reached out, retrieving the tome to examine it, discovering the title, The Divine Proclamation. Beneath the title, a line of smaller text read, The Great God of Light, Oakland, ruler of the Third Era. A work on the divine legacy. Within a fortnight, achieve mastery of the first 3 pages of skills. Failure will result in expulsion from the Hall of Sacred Light. A notification resonated in his mind as King Time placed the book upon his lap and turned to the first page. The Divine Proclamation states, All who oppose me shall be my enemies. All who show disrespect shall be deemed heretics. The divine loves all and blesses the faithful. 3 lines of text stood prominently in the center, accompanied by a skill and 2 peculiar symbols below. Let there be light, it proclaimed, and thus darkness shall be dispelled. Divine Light Technique. Beep. Congratulations on learning the template for the Divine Light Technique. Divine Light Technique dispels negative effects from oneself or allies, and under the illumination of the divine light, can withstand damage equal to 11 times one's mental strength for a duration of 30 seconds. The Divine Light Technique? King Time stared in astonishment. Was this truly the Divine Light Technique? In his previous life, he had learned this skill, but distinctly remembered it possessing only one effect, the dispelling of negative effects from oneself or allies, with no capacity to absorb damage. Yet, there was more. Divine Light Technique. Against evil heretics, under the divine light, it inflicts damage equal to 11 times one's mental strength. A single spell with 2 distinct effects, allowing a choice between offense and defense. He turned to the second page, discovering yet another skill accompanied by 2 strange symbols. The divine states, I love all, bestowing light to heal all beings. Beep. Congratulations on learning the template for the Healing Light Technique. Healing Light Technique releases a healing radiance equal to 11 times one's mental strength, restoring lost health, with any excess healing replenishing stamina and mental strength. Another version, Divine Healing Technique, unleashes a healing radiance equivalent to 11 times one's spiritual power, mending the soul, cleansing the roots, and purifying the flesh. Turning to the third page, the deity proclaimed, My faithful, I shall bestow upon you courage to charge into battle. Inspiration of the Divine bestows divine light upon allies within a 10-meter radius, enhancing their attack, defense, and speed by 40. Each second consumes 100 elemental affinity of spiritual power, applicable only to beings of the first transition or lower. An alternate version reads, Inspiration of the Divine bestows divine light upon heretics within a 10-meter radius, diminishing their attack, defense, and speed by 40. Each second consumes 100 elemental affinity of spiritual power, applicable only to beings of the first transition or lower. As he continued to flip through the pages, a message appeared, insufficient spiritual power to unlock. Wang Shikong gazed at these outrageous skills, pursing his lips. Truly, I commend you, O Great One. A skill capable of yielding 2 distinct effects. Upon careful examination, Wang Shikong discovered that this was not merely a light element skill, as it harbored dark elements within. Indeed, that illustrious deity of light had woven darkness into their divine arts. Light and dark are fundamentally opposed, and in his previous life, he had never encountered a skill that so adeptly fused the 2 elements. No wonder the ruler of the Third Era of the Endless Continent is the most formidable antagonist. The light element possesses a skill known as inspiration of light, which is exceedingly rare, providing only a modest 20 enhancement with high consumption. Nevertheless, it was classified as a supportive divine technique in the early stages. This skill, however, is exceedingly monstrous. While it demands a significant toll on an ordinary individual, for him, it consumes less than 0.2 of spiritual power per second. With his current 20 spiritual power, he could maintain it for over a minute. Wang Shikong marveled slightly, his gaze fixed upon these three skills, striving to master them swiftly and achieve great proficiency. The deity spoke, "Let there be light," thus dispelling the darkness. Wang Shikong began to chant, rapidly constructing the combination. After a full 30 seconds, he exclaimed, "Divine Light Technique. Ding! Your proficiency in Divine Light Technique has increased." Reaching the beginner level, a glimmer of radiance emerged, and Wang Shikong wore a solemn expression. It was exceedingly difficult, far beyond the realm of ordinary skills. The integration of dark elements into the light elements created elemental chaos, demanding an extraordinary level of finesse and control. This surpassed the difficulty of typical elemental fusion skills. Most importantly, having never encountered such a skill in his previous life, he needed to relearn, comprehend, and master it anew. Even the most proficient auxiliary magic practitioners from his past life could not achieve great proficiency in these three skills within half a month, let alone master even one. Wang Shikong murmured to himself. However, given his formidable elemental affinity and extensive experience, he believed it would not pose a significant challenge. Though the divine heritage authored by the God of Light contained only the first half, he was determined to acquire it. Such heirloom books are exceedingly rare, once acquired. With sufficient mental acuity, one can attain a multitude of spell skills. Moreover, these skills are systematically organized, representing the pinnacle of opportunities across the boundless continent. Wang Shikong, unwilling to squander a moment, immediately dedicated himself to practice. After 3 hours had elapsed, he glanced at the time and exited the limitless realm. I can now cast a fireball in 10 seconds. I'm truly a genius. This afternoon, I hunted 5 wild chickens. By tomorrow, I should be able to advance to the next level. Impressive, isn't it? Just as Wang Shikong stepped out of the elevator, he heard Ning Qingya's melodious voice chattering cheerfully. Impressive indeed. Soon, you shall soar into the skies, side by side with the sun. What do you mean, side by side with the sun? Y aspirato bakuma godas. She lay on the sofa, laughing heartily, dressed lightly. Upon noticing Wang Shikong's arrival, her laughter abruptly ceased. Tilting her head, she scrutinized him up and down, revealing a hint of disdain. Why are you so dirty? Wang Shikong glanced at himself and realized he was indeed a bit soiled. Despite his efforts, dust from the mine inevitably clung to him. I'll take you to clean up, Ning Qingya offered, rising to guide him toward the bathroom. Wang Shikong nodded and entered the washroom, taking a towel and diligently wiping his clothes. Through the mirror, he beheld his refined visage and smiled gently. You're a bit dirty. Perhaps I could help you wash up tonight? Ning Qingya remarked, wiping the dust from her back, pausing as she noticed the dirt on the nape of his neck. Wang Shikong momentarily froze, turning to glance at her. Their eyes met, and Ning Qingya, slightly flustered, hurriedly tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, her voice rising slightly. It is only natural for me to care for you, especially since we are officially registered. Ahem. Wang Shikong cleared his throat and nodded. All right. Chapter 10. The Terrifying Reward. My sister has never been this kind to me. After dinner, Ning Qingru tapped her bowl with chopsticks, gazing enviously at her sister as she pushed Wang Shikong away, her lips pouting in jealousy. I must say, your sister is simply too compassionate. Ning Tianxiong, equally envious, remarked, once we heal this boy's leg, he should keep his distance. Damn it, his own daughter hasn't shown in the same care, yet now she tends to this boy every day. What happens if they get married? Ning's mother furrowed her brows and said, this child, Shikong, has quite an appealing appearance. Should we consider? Consider what? So what if they are married? There are so many divorces these days. Marriage certificates mean nothing. Ning Tianxiong interrupted his wife, pulling out a cigarette. Qingya feels sympathy for him. She harbors no love for this boy. Moreover, he is utterly unworthy of my daughter. Just looking at him irritates me. Lighting the cigarette, he took a deep drag. Damn it, is it not permissible to smoke in my own home? The atmosphere during the bath was somewhat suggestive, but fortunately, Wang Shikong could manage to wash himself in the crucial areas. Ning Qingyao merely assisted with his back and legs. Even so, after helping him to bed, she left with her face still flushed. Although she had resolved to care for him for a lifetime and they were officially together. She had never been in a romantic relationship before and lacked experience. Each time she assisted him, her head spun and her heart raced. Wang Shikong, watching her flustered figure, found it amusing yet secretly steeled his resolve. Closing his eyes, he entered the endless continent once more, reappearing in the holy sanctuary of light. Wang Shikong continued to practice the divine light technique. He bore no resentment towards being trapped in the holy sanctuary on the first day. In the endless continent, ascending in levels was the least of his concerns. Not to mention, the 3 skills he had acquired could already establish him as a formidable warrior and a top-tier priest. Without learning any additional skills for a year, he could still remain ahead. After practicing until midnight and feeling fatigued, he decided to take a break. Although he had gained the method of cultivation, rest was still essential. Pushing himself too hard could lead to mental exhaustion, which would hinder his combat abilities and proficiency in spellcasting. Wang Shikong maintained a disciplined regimen, resting for 8 hours each day. Ding! Congratulations! Your proficiency in the divine light technique has reached perfection. 3 days later, Wang Shikong finally perfected the divine light technique. He then turned to practice the healing light technique, which proved to be slightly more challenging. Yet in less than 4 days, he also achieved mastery in it. Lastly, he tackled the even more difficult divine inspiration skill. Ding! Congratulations! Your proficiency in divine inspiration has reached perfection. On the 14th day, the notification resonated through him, and Wang Shikong breathed a sigh of relief. After over 10 consecutive days of immersion in practice, he had finally succeeded. Buzz! The Book of Divine Words in his hand radiated a brilliant glow, enveloping him completely. You have successfully passed the trial of the God of Light Element and received a portion of the God of Light Element's legacy. Your mental strength has increased by 40. You have gained a recognition of the Divine Word Legacy Book, which is now bound to your soul. When the Divine Word Book is opened, your casting speed for Light Element spells will increase by 50. Congratulations, O Divine Son, on acquiring the illustrious legacy of the God of Light. As a series of notifications echoed, an elderly priest appeared before him, kneeling on one knee, staff in hand, and implored, "Please, O Divine Son, let the radiance of the God of Light shine upon the endless continent. A new main quest has commenced, the radiance of the God of Light. As the Divine Son of Light, it is your solemn duty to restore the brilliance of the God of Light. You must wield divine light, purify heretics, and elevate your own or your established team's or guild's prestige to 10 million. Upon completion, you may unlock the second legacy of the Holy Temple of Light." Wang Shikong, upon hearing this string of messages, felt a flicker of determination as he gazed at the kneeling priest and nodded. "I shall ensure that the world witnesses the divine light once more." The elder believed in the Divine Son. Having passed the trial, this temple would belong to him, and the elder's lingering spirit would serve the great God of Light. The priest rose, bowed to him, and dissipated into light. "You have obtained the spatial treasure, the Holy Temple of Light." Holy Temple of Light, epic, a spatial artifact, enhancing the power of light element spells by 50. It can transform into rings, jewelry, and other storage items, capable of storing living beings, and is soulbound. Another notification chimed, causing Wang Shikong to exhibit a look of surprise. With a mere thought, the scene before him vanished, and he found himself once more in the Forsaken Mine. An epic-grade storage artifact, enhancing the power of light element spells by 50, capable of storing living beings. Wang Shikong's excitement was palpable. Such effects and attributes were indeed formidable. The equipment levels on the Endless Continent range from ordinary, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, epic, legend, to mythical. Epic items had eluded him for 5 years in his previous life. The finest he had ever obtained was a dark gold artifact. Moreover, The reward of an additional 40 mental strength was nothing short of astonishing, equivalent to an elevation of 8 levels in mental capacity. Wang Shikong's gaze flickered. He understood the rarity of such an additional boost to mental strength. When one first opens the Divine Palace, those with greater mental strength will expand their Divine Palace, enhancing their combat power significantly after the first transition. This is akin to the foundation-building stages in cultivation novels, which are categorized into ordinary, earth-level, heaven-level foundation building, and so forth. The deeper the foundation laid in the early stages, the stronger one becomes in the future. Achieving levels 8 or 9 in combat is entirely plausible. Currently, despite only being at level 2, his real combat prowess. He glanced once more at the book titled Divine Word. Divine Word. The legacy book of the god of light element, now soul-bound. Possessing this book grants you the additional skill of Truth Spell. The divine does not favor those who lie. Truth Spell. You possess the ability to discern the veracity of another's words. The Truth Spell is still a passive skill, a capability that can only be learned by those who have reached the transcendent realm in the 4th transition. Wang Shikong was quite pleased with this skill. The intricacies of the human heart can be enigmatic. At times, the harm wrought by a lie can be more terrifying than the divine techniques of the malevolent god. Possessing a constantly activated truth spell enables him to discern deceit from honesty. This time, the rewards were abundant. Half a month had elapsed, and the affluent had gathered sufficient currency. Their black iron weapons were now ready to be traded. Upon returning to the Blue Star, Wang Shikong placed the black iron weapons within the Holy Temple of Light. At this moment, the Holy Temple appeared as an ordinary ring upon his finger, entirely concealing its status as an epic treasure. He summoned 2 skeletons to carry him toward the cave entrance. Once outside, he stirred the sweltering air and made his way directly to Qingtian Town, with a plethora of tasks awaiting his attention. As he traversed the landscape in his wheelchair, he observed that the surroundings were no longer as desolate as when he had first arrived. Along the way, he encountered various individuals riding bicycles, shared electric scooters, and even some racing by on motorcycles, infusing this fantastical realm with a touch of science fiction. This made his presence in the wheelchair less conspicuous. However, the technology of the endless continent surpassed that of Blue Star. The continent's history could be traced back 100,000 years, having endured 5 resplendent epochs. Communications, teleportation arrays, elemental airships, spatial storage rings, and projection formations showcased a dazzling array of elemental technologies. After selling his equipment, he first set out to acquire a communicator, subsequently establishing a small team. He had not forgotten the follow-up tasks pertaining to the divine legacy of light, which involved enhancing his reputation. Elevating one's reputation was an arduous endeavor. In his view, achieving 10 million reputation points would take no less than 3 years on the Endless Continent. Moreover, this reputation was not personal. It pertained to guild reputation. Wang Shikong had little time to establish a guild himself, especially since his beloved would be founding a powerful one. Thus, he aimed to form a small team, primarily for the sake of reputation and also for various dungeons and quests, as many of these required a team effort. After contemplating for over an hour, he returned to Qingtian Town. Compared to before, the town was now bustling with fellow townsfolk. They wielded an array of weapons, kitchen knives, sickles, baseball bats, or even mere steel rods. Those equipped with proper weapons were exceedingly rare. The weapon shop in Qingtian Town offered both ordinary and black iron weapons for sale. Yet ordinary weapons started at 500 currency, while black iron weapons commanded a staggering price of 10,000 currency. Given the meager drop rates on the Endless Continent, even a daily yield of 20 currency was considered fortunate. As Wang Shikong navigated the thoroughfare, he arrived at a bustling intersection, where he drew forth 4 guardian long swords and positioned them before him. He then placed a wooden board, inscribed with intricate carvings. Beside him, black iron long swords for sale at a 5 discount. Currency only. Chapter 11. The Divine Squad is formed. Instant kill of 5. Setting up a stall is exceedingly casual in the various towns of the Endless Continent, as long as it does not obstruct the roads. Even if one were to sell weapons at a low price right outside a weapon shop, the shopkeeper would not shoo them away. In fact, during the early stages of the game, the indigenous weapon shops continually faced shortages of equipment. The drop rates in the endless continent are notably low, yet some affluent individuals willingly exchange substantial amounts of real-world currency for a single game coin. For instance, the wealthy in Dacia might purchase several luxury cars, each costing millions, or spend tens of thousands on a piece of clothing. Gifts such as handbags for their girlfriends can reach into the hundreds of thousands, while maintaining a mistress for a year might cost over $1 million. Engaging the services of a female escort could easily set one back several thousand. Therefore, is it exorbitant to acquire game coins at high prices to procure weapons that enable them to progress more swiftly along the path of the extraordinary? Not at all. Suddenly, what is this? Selling black iron weapons? A weapon shop offering a 5% discount for black iron long swords? I currently don't even possess a single ordinary weapon. And here you are, selling 4 black iron weapons outright? Sir, where did you procure these weapons? Could you possibly share that information with me? Yes, you. I will be most grateful. Within less than a minute of Wang Shikong setting up his stall, he instantly attracted gasps of astonishment from the crowd around him. A heavily made-up woman, revealing ample cleavage, crouched down to inquire. Wang Shikong glanced around, entirely disregarding them, as he focused on the divine book in his hands. He could channel his spirit into the book to practice and enhance his skill proficiency. Is he not only a cripple, but also deaf and mute? The woman, perceiving Wang Shikong's indifference, couldn't help but raise her voice. Brother, would real-world currency suffice? I can offer one. 1 million directly via bank transfer. A genuine buyer made an offer, yet Wang Shikong remained unresponsive. What use does real-world currency hold for him? No. On the contrary, his wife's family is not lacking in wealth. Over a year later, the real-world currency system would collapse entirely, with all transactions occurring in game coins. Seeing that Wang Shikong was unyielding, several onlookers could only gaze enviously before reluctantly departing. As for robbery, within the city, the consequences for murder, theft, and assault are exceedingly severe. A light punishment may result in death, while a heavier one could land you in prison. A few years behind bars could ruin you. Brother, I want 2 black iron long swords. Within minutes, several youths dressed in garments that clearly spoke of distinction approached. Each wielded proper weapons, and 2 even carried exquisite shields and staffs. Clearly not a Blue Star origin. Wang Shikong lifted his gaze towards them. Sure. If we purchase 2, could you offer a 10% discount just to foster a friendship? The young man in the center smiled at him. I am Zhang Zihao, heir to the Qingyun Group, and the founder of the Qingyun Guild. Not a chance. Wang Shikong flatly refused. Not even if you were a beast. Zhang Zihao's expression stiffened as he retrieved game coins from his spatial ring and handed them over. 500 game coins, right? Here is 19,000. All right. Wang Shikong accepted and counted the currency before handing him 2 black iron long swords. Brother, where did you acquire these black iron weapons? Which guild do you belong to? On the right side of Zhang Zihui, a young man took hold of a long knife and inquired with a glimmer in his eyes. Is it true that you slay monsters? Indeed, Wang Shikong replied. You? Slay monsters? A few individuals surveyed him, seated in a wheelchair, their faces etched with disbelief. My friend, would you be interested in joining our Qingyun Guild? Zhang Zihui extended the invitation. Wang Shikong shook his head, extracting 2 black iron long knives and placing them aside. His gaze fell upon the tome of divine discourse, disregarding them thereafter. Zhang Zihui, observing Wang Shikong's indifference, furrowed his brow in surprise as he noticed the emergence of 2 additional black iron swords. More black iron weapons? Someone murmured. News of black iron weapons being sold at a bargain spread swiftly through Tianqing town, and soon, many affluent individuals arrived. A discount of May 5th seemed modest, saving merely 500 yuan coins, but when considering the price differential for purchasing yuan coins, it was quite significant. Before long, the weapons were snatched up. Brother, do you still have black iron long knives? A middle-aged man approached Wang Shikong as he was packing up. I'm sold out, Wang Shikong responded, shaking his head. I arrived too late. The middle-aged man's expression turned regretful as he added, Brother, are you open to selling yuan coins? I'm afraid not. Wang Shikong replied succinctly. Very well, let us exchange contact information. Should you decide to sell yuan coins or weapons in the future, you can reach out to me. The man produced a communicator and offered it to him. I haven't purchased one yet, Wang Shikong remarked. The communicator required a purchase, priced at 500 yuan coins. I have an unopened one. Consider it a gift to foster friendship, the middle-aged man stated, momentarily taken aback before generously extending the communicator towards him. Wang Shikong, surprised, responded, I can pay you for it. No need. It's merely 500 yuan coins. Let us consider this an act of friendship. The man shook his head, extending his hand with a smile. You can call me Lao Hu from now on. Wang Shikong raised an eyebrow and shook his hand. Let us exchange contact information then. Upon activating the communicator, Wang Shikong renamed the contact to Shikong. You have added Hu Xianfeng as a friend. As they exchanged contacts, Wang Shikong's gaze sharpened upon seeing the name. Lao Hu Xianfeng, the esteemed president of the Tianhu Guild, one of the top 10 super guilds in Daxia. He adjusted his glasses, his expression a mixture of astonishment and intrigue. He had not anticipated that they resided in the same small town. Given Hu Xianfeng's work ethic and ambition, it was no wonder he had established the formidable Tianhu Guild. Until we meet again, farewell. Remember to contact me if you acquire any weapons or equipment. Nodding to Hu Xianfeng as he departed, Wang Shikong glanced at the over 140,000 yuan coins in his possession and made his way directly to the Cultivator Service Hall in Tianqing Town. The hall offered numerous services, including the establishment of teams and guilds. Wang Shikong paid 1,000 yuan coins to apply for the formation of a team. After contemplating the team's name, he decided to name it simply Divine Discourse. Congratulations on founding the Divine Discourse team. Current team level, Ordinary. Elevating the team level will grant additional aura enhancements. Team levels, Ordinary, Elite, Silver, Gold, Monarch, Legendary. Sir, please take your team badges, the attendant said, handing him 10 emblems. A team can consist of a maximum of 10 members. After forming his team, Wang Shikong pondered the second opportunity presented by Tianqing Town, but decided to focus on upgrading first. He resolved to enhance his strength. Those at higher levels should be around 4 or 5. He now needed to elevate his own level. Are you aware of the decaying manor dungeon that has appeared before the Forgotten Graveyard? A training dungeon? What is a training dungeon? The Heavenly Dao training dungeon is said to allow one to slay monsters without the risk of permanent death. A true blessing for those of us seeking to level up. However, it seems that one can only enter 3 times a day, and rewards are granted for clearing it. Though no team has completed it yet. What? You want to die? Then let us hurry. As he walked along, a sudden gasp echoed nearby. The decaying manor dungeon? Upon hearing this, Wang Shikong's eyes glimmered. Has it opened at this time? The Heavenly Dao dungeon is considered a benefit to them, as it offers opportunities to hone combat skills while gaining experience in Yuanli. Most importantly, Wang Shikong recalled that completing the dungeon for the first time grants additional rewards in mental and physical strength. He immediately resolved to secure the first completion of this decaying manor dungeon. In his previous life, when he was paralyzed, such opportunities felt distant, which is why he had forgotten the timing of the dungeon's appearance. Now aware of this chance to enhance his foundation, he would not let it slip away. Moreover, achieving the first completion would also elevate the team's prestige. He took out his communicator and promptly sent a message to Hu Xianfeng. Old Hu, the decaying manor dungeon is open. Bring 3 more people, and I'll lead you to secure the first completion. For a 5-person dungeon, he needed 4 companions and was fortunate to call upon the resourceful Hu Xianfeng. Are you confident, Shikong? Old Hu quickly replied. Yes. He responded with assurance. Good. I'm currently at the decaying manor dungeon. Just come directly. I'll arrive in about 40 minutes. After reading the message, Wang Shikong replied briefly and set off towards the outskirts of the town. As he exited the town, he felt an ominous presence. Wealth stirs the heart. Remaining calm, Wang Shikong deliberately slowed his pace, cruising leisurely ahead. 5 minutes later, a gust of wind rushed from behind. A long knife pressed against his neck. Just a useless waste. We've been cautious for 5 minutes, thinking you might possess some skills, came a sneering voice. Immediately, for figures who had been following him, faces alight with excitement and malice, closed in. The 5 young men were none other than Zhang Zihao and his companions, who had initially approached Wang Shikong under the guise of friendship to negotiate a discount for the Guardian Long Knife. "So, you want us to befriend you in this manner? Huh?" Zhang Zihao stepped forward, mockery etched across his face. "A paralyzed waste? I'm curious how you've acquired so many black iron weapons. If you wish to avoid a painful demise, you'd better tell us." Brother Hao, first retrieve his spatial ring. This fellow possesses over 100,000 coins, a sum worth more than 10 million. A young man, filled with excitement and greed, approached Wang Shikong. The black iron long knife was already poised at his neck, and he was nothing more than a paralyzed waste. In their eyes, Wang Shikong was merely a piece of meat on the chopping block, his soul in dire need of purification. As they arrived, Wang Shikong calmly opened the divine tome and slowly began to speak. Before him, a sphere of light swiftly coalesced into the form of an arrow, which, unbeknownst to the young man behind him, pierced his neck. The youth's eyes widened, caught in a state of bewilderment, as the adrenaline surged, momentarily dulling his pain, and he instinctively covered his neck in terror. However, Zhang Zihao and his 3 companions could only watch in shock as the arrow penetrated the young man's neck, causing instant death, disbelief etched on their faces. What is happening? Yet, in the next moment, they beheld a series of radiant swords forming before the so-called waste with astonishing speed. Utilizing basic elemental manipulation, Wang Shikong, with his adeptness, required no incantation. Even shape-shifting was effortless. Coupled with a 50 increase in casting speed from the Divine Tome's light element, 4 swords of light materialized in just over a second. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The blades launched forth. "Damn it, run!" Zhang Zihao shouted, his face a mask of horror and disbelief. Yet, Wang Shikong had already anticipated their positions. 4 corpses fell in succession. The Holy Temple of Light's enhancement of light elemental spells by 50, combined with Wang Shikong's near-level 10 attributes, made it all too easy to eliminate them. Chapter 12. God spoke. I love humanity in a villa located in the Su province of the Great Xia. A phantom figure solidified as Zhang Zihao, his face a canvas of fury and disbelief, exclaimed loudly. His eyes were wide with astonishment, utterly unable to comprehend the situation. Although he was not a practitioner of the arcane arts, he had gleaned from online sources that casting spells typically required a minimum of 4 seconds. Yet, that individual had unleashed their abilities instantaneously. Cursed be it, all my equipment and weapons have vanished, purchased at great expense. Zhang Zihao's heart ached with loss. The spoils were not insignificant. 5 black iron weapons, 3 pieces of black iron armor, a pair of black iron boots, and 5 spatial rings. Outside Qing Tian Town, Wang Shikong beamed at the weapons and gear stripped from the skeletons. With meticulous care, he performed the cleansing and sanitization rites, driven by a hint of obsessive cleanliness. Before collecting all the equipment, upon opening the spatial rings, he was pleasantly surprised to discover 20,000 coins and 5 communication devices. A windfall indeed, perfectly suited for sale to the Vanguard Tiger. Wang Shikong's spirits soared as he hastened toward the direction of the corrupted manor dungeon. This dungeon was exceedingly challenging, fraught with vengeful spirits and wild ghosts that nearly terrorized him. The fire hares were equally repugnant. 20 level 4 fire hares charging at him was simply overwhelming, especially considering he was only at level 4 himself. Seeking a party with ordinary weaponry, he posted a request, a team of 5, all level 4. I am a student from a prestigious university, adept at casting spells swiftly, in search of a formidable team to delve into the dungeon. The location of the dungeon was conspicuously marked, attracting at least tens of thousands of eager adventurers. As he approached, a cacophony of voices filled the air. Seated in a wheelchair and guided by the locator on his communication device, Wang Shikong made his way towards Lao Hu's position. It wasn't too long before he spotted Lao Hu's figure amidst the throng. Beside him stood several others, including a tall, short-haired woman wielding a long sword, her demeanor exuding confidence. She was clad in basic black iron gear, while the others were similarly equipped, constituting a truly elite team by current standards. Lao Hu, Wang Shikong called out as he drew near. His gaze briefly fell upon the tall woman, if his eyes did not deceive him. She was the daughter of the vanguard tiger, the renowned queen of thunder, Yao, celebrated among women across the Blue Star, her prowess, prestige, and reputation far eclipsing that of the snowstorm queen, Ning Qingya. "Brother Shirkong, you've arrived." Lao Hu greeted him with a smile. "I have procured several pieces of dungeon information from various competent teams. You are a mage, correct?" The others surrounding Lao Hu turned their attention toward him, momentarily taken aback upon realizing Wang Shirkong was in a wheelchair. "Wait a moment, are you disabled?" A young man queried abruptly before Wang Shirkong could respond. Wang Shirkong nodded calmly in acknowledgement. "Lao Hu, you asked me to make room for a position, and it turns out to be for this cripple in a wheelchair." The young man's eyes widened as he confronted Lao Hu. "Indeed," Uncle Hu came to response. Another youth spoke up. "This dungeon is exceedingly challenging. There are only 3 attempts allowed each day. What can he, with his feeble magic skills, possibly achieve? The essence of magic lies in positioning and evasion. Can one in a wheelchair truly engage in magic? Is there a level of difficulty in this dungeon suitable for the elderly or infirm? If such a level exists, perhaps even a wheelchair-bound individual could manage to enter." A group of youths nearby, searching for a team, couldn't help but turn and mockingly laugh at their conversation. Wang Shirkong furrowed his brow upon hearing them. Lao Hu's expression instantly soured as he turned to the youth. "Along, we had already agreed upon this. What are you causing a ruckus for? If a normal person had taken my place, I wouldn't have said a word." Along, his face also contorted in discomfort, pointed at Wang Shirkong. "But he's just a worthless cripple with paralyzed legs." "Enough." Lao Hu's face flushed with embarrassment as he rebuked him sharply, then turned to Wang Shirkong with an apologetic expression. "Brother, I'm sorry, Wang Shirkong, flipping through the scriptures, gently shook his head. "It's quite all right. The scriptures say, 'I love humanity. Should they mock me, I shall heal their hearts, cleanse their essence, and purify their flesh.'" At first, Lao Hu felt a slight relief upon hearing these words. However, as he continued to listen, an unsettling sensation grew within him as he noticed light elements gathering before Wang Shirkong. What the hell? Is he casting a spell? Along was momentarily stunned, sensing an inexplicable anxiety wash over him. When he saw the gathering light elements, his gaze sharpened, and he brandished his staff. "What the hell are you doing?" Wang Shirkong calmly regarded him. "Light healing spell." The spell descended upon Along in an instant, leaving him no time to react. Radiance enveloped him, wisps of white smoke billowing from his body as he emitted a tortured scream that sent chills through everyone nearby. Crash! The scream lasted but a second before he collapsed. "What the hell? How dare you ambush Along? I'll kill you." A youth beside Along, witnessing this scene, turned pale and immediately drew his long knife. Wang Shirkong looked at him. "The scriptures say, 'Never mind, the deity wishes to refrain from unnecessary dialogue.'" A bright arrow of light coalesced and launched toward the youth. The young man, taken aback, attempted to evade. Yet, even without the foresight of time, Wang Shirkong could easily predict the movements of a novice. The blade struck him, causing him to tremble, his eyes widening in shock. Crash! He fell to the ground without even emitting a scream. Wang Shirkong nodded calmly, then turned to Lao Hu, whose forehead was slick with cold sweat and whose eyes were filled with vigilance and astonishment. "I apologize, Lao Hu. Your friend needed to be punished. I couldn't hold back. Would you like to seek revenge for him?" Needed to be punished? Couldn't hold back? Would you like to seek revenge? How could he not understand such words? He was acutely aware of the prowess of these 2 teammates. They were well-equipped and formidable, undoubtedly among the elite in their tier of magic and physical cultivation. Yet, now they'd been instantaneously vanquished by 2 spells. The terrifying damage and the speed of casting spells shattered his understanding. Revenge? The brothers of time and space were merely jesting. You possess such extraordinary prowess. Lao Hu, with a hint of bitterness, hastily shook his head. This was indeed my fault. To insult the strong is a lesson they rightfully deserve. Once again, I extend my sincerest apologies. Wang Shirkong nodded. In the infinite continent, for the weak to insult the strong is to court death. Sensing that he spoke the truth, Wang Shikong continued with an invitation. Do you wish to join me in a dungeon raid? Of course. Lao Hu's eyes brightened. I have several brothers who can join us at any time. Wang Shikong nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze sweeping over Lao Hu's companions. The young men and women nearby stared blankly at this sudden turn of events. Upon noticing his gaze, their expressions shifted drastically. Big brother, we sincerely apologize. We repent and seek redemption. Chapter 13. Astonishing speed of casting magic. God loves the world, and so does Wang Shikong. He is not a man consumed by bloodlust. He spared the young couple and presented four insignias of the Divine Speech Squad to Old Hu, indicating that they would temporarily join his team. Certainly, Old Hu replied, accepting the insignias with a nod. Allow me to introduce my daughter. This is Yao Yi, and these two are my brothers from Tianqing Town, Tianqing and Jingshan. Greetings. Wang Shikong acknowledged them with a nod. Hello, esteemed one. The two young men responded, slightly taken aback by his presence. Yao Yi regarded him with curiosity, her mind brimming with questions, yet she refrained from prying. Prepare to enter, Wang Shikong instructed as they approached the entrance to the instance. Welcome to the Corrupted Manor Trial Instance, Divine Speech Squad. Please select difficulty, normal, hard, nightmare. Nightmare, Wang Shikong declared without hesitation. What an astonishing display of power from that figure in the wheelchair. How could he cast spells instantaneously? It was utterly absurd. My own proficiency requires a full 6 seconds to complete a spell, and what was that first skill he unleashed? Terrifying. Could sitting down somehow expedite the casting speed? As the teleportation array activated, faint gasps of astonishment reached Wang Shikong's ears. In the next moment, they found themselves before a dilapidated and decaying entrance. The dim sky loomed overhead. A bright moon hung at an angle, and the entrance, with its broken doors, revealed a courtyard aglow with ominous flames, exuding a chilling atmosphere. Nightmare level? Upon hearing the announcement, the group's breath caught in their throats. Old Hu's expression shifted, and he glanced at Wang Shikong, hesitatingly asking, Do you have confidence, Shikong? It should be fine, Wang Shikong replied, though it was his first venture into the Corrupted Manor instance, and he lacked absolute certainty. However, in his previous life, he had studied strategies regarding the Corrupted Manor. Given that Old Hu and the others possessed formidable strength, they should manage adequately. According to our intel, even the hard difficulty of the Corrupted Manor features black iron level bosses, so the Nightmare level would undoubtedly be more challenging. Yao Yi turned to him, her curiosity piqued. Although our strength is not insignificant, we struggle to overcome even the normal difficulty. If we are to succeed, it may require your intervention, esteemed one. Please, do not call me esteemed one, Wang Shikong said, disliking the title, as his gaze focused ahead. Prepare for battle, and from here on, follow my commands. Very well. We shall refer to you as Captain. Yao Yi nodded in agreement. Yao Yi, you lead the way. Old Hu instructed his daughter, addressing Wang Shikong as captain as well. Upon hearing their designation, Wang Shikong paused momentarily. It felt satisfying to be called captain by the founders of the Super Guild and top-tier experts in the future. No need for that. He shook his head as skeletal summoning arrays appeared on both sides. Two skeletons emerged, lifting the wheelchair. Beneath the radiant moonlight, the sight of the skeletons, the wheelchair, the youth, and the pristine book appeared somewhat eerie. Frontline fighters, move forward, Wang Shikong commanded, clutching the Divine Speech book, directing Old Hu and the others. Understood. Old Hu cast a curious glance at the two skeletons and couldn't help but exclaim, so impressive. Captain, may I ask you a question? How is it that you can cast spells without chanting incantations? Yao Yi inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. It is a matter of proficiency. If you elevate your skill to a transcendent level, chanting becomes unnecessary, Wang Shikong replied, revealing no secrets in his response. Proficiency? I practice the manipulation of the lightning element for 4 hours daily in the skill training room at Tianqing Town, and I have only just achieved perfection. You have reached a transcendent level, Captain? Yao Yi expressed his astonishment. Is there a shortcut? The Infinite Continent had been linked to Blue Star for half a month, and much information had become public. For instance, training with an element that one has a high affinity for facilitates a quicker increase in proficiency. Additionally, individuals with stronger learning abilities tend to enhance their skill proficiency more rapidly. Practicing skills in the training room yields better results. Although it costs a hefty sum of 100 gold coins for just 1 hour, a steep price indeed. Yao Yi believed his affinity for the lightning element was exceptionally high, and considering the amount of money he spent daily, he had only just reached perfection. The skill training room is indeed a shortcut, Wang Shikong remarked, but each person's talent and learning speed differ. The others exchanged wary glances, knowing that entering the manor would lead them to encounter the demonic servants. Old Hu spoke in a low voice, signaling Jingshan to keep watch on both sides. Wang Shikong's gaze remained fixed ahead, his eyes sharp and alert. Suddenly, a bright arrow shot towards Old Hu's right side as they stepped through the door. Thud! 400, a shadow materialized. Demonic Doorkeeper, Black Iron level 3 health, 500 physique, 35 mental power, 14 skills. 1. Shadow Stealth. 2. Claw Strike. Damn, it can even turn invisible. Is this what a nightmare level entails? Old Hu's expression shifted as he failed to see it. He retaliated, enveloping his black iron long knife in flames and struck. Thud! 100. The demonic doorkeeper fell instantly. Wang Shikong nodded slightly at Old Hu's reaction, acknowledging his prowess as a future top-tier powerhouse. At level 5, Old Hu's damage output was substantial. A mere doorkeeper of black iron rank posed a formidable challenge, significantly surpassing the ordinary difficulty level. Jingshan's face paled as he remarked, Nightmare Dungeon's basic monsters are all of black iron rank. Wang Shikong continued, though the stealth skill of the dark element is invisible to the naked eye, one can sense the surrounding wind elements and dark energy fluctuations with focus. Approaching the corpse of the demonic doorkeeper, he declared, from here on, all items and energy obtained will belong to me. The rewards for completing the dungeon will provide you with tremendous benefits. Agreed. Old Hu and the others had no objections. As long as Wang Shikong could lead them to clear the dungeon for the first time, they were content to let him take all the drops and energy. With their current strength, even ordinary dungeons posed a challenge. They pressed onward. Wang Shikong gestured for the group to continue their advance. Next, we are likely to encounter 3 corrupted gardeners, Lao Hu cautioned. Indeed, after progressing a mere 10 meters, 3 corrupted gardeners charged forth, each a level 3 black iron creature. 3 luminous arrows swiftly soared through the air. Lao Hu, along with Yao Yi and Jingshan, immediately unsheathed their blades to strike. The mage named Tian Cheng hardly had the chance to intervene before the 3 gardeners met their demise. Let us see what we have obtained. Wang Shikong remarked upon noticing the loot. Yao Yi, with his long strides, promptly approached to collect the spoils, returning to present them to him. 50 coins and a torch. Torch, when ignited, increases fire elemental spell damage by 5, burning for 10 minutes. Wang Shikong examined the torch, nodding as he accepted it. That's already 50 coins. The drops are indeed generous, Jingshan couldn't help but exclaim. With a captain like this, the nightmare-level dungeon seems somewhat manageable. The speed at which the captain casts spells and the damage dealt. One person can match the efforts of at least 10 of us, Tian Cheng marveled. He considered himself formidable, equipped with a black iron staff and robe. He believed that his fire spell could inflict over 100 points of damage on a level 3 black iron creature. Yet, the captain? A single luminous arrow nearly dealt thrice that damage. Most importantly, while it took him 4 seconds to cast a fire spell, the captain could unleash 5 or 6 luminous arrows in that time. The notion of one person equating to 10 was no exaggeration. It was utterly astonishing. Chapter 14. Wisdom and strength, let us press onward, for challenges lie ahead. Wang Shikong's expression remained tranquil, aware that there were over 300 corrupted creatures within the ruined manor instance, and they had only just begun. Woof, woof, woof. As they advanced, the sound of barking echoed, and 4 demonic hounds charged fiercely toward him. This time, I shall strike. Fa Xiaotian immediately commenced his incantation. Lao Hu and Yao Yi, both adept in physical cultivation, swiftly moved to confront the oncoming threat. Jingshan stood centrally, wielding a knife in one hand and a shield in the other, as the earth element coalesced upon the shield, clearly indicating a defensive strategy. Lao Hu imbued his long blade with the element of fire. while Yao Yi harnessed the power of lightning. The trio exhibited exceptional combat proficiency, evidently honed through rigorous training. Beside Wang Shikong, a barrage of light arrows surged forth. -350, -350. The level 4 corrupted hounds possessed slightly higher defenses, causing Wang Shikong's attacks to inflict diminished damage. Nonetheless, a single strike still managed to deplete more than half of their vitality. For light arrows were unleashed in just over 2 seconds. Unfazed, he continued to launch arrows, resembling a laser gun in action. Wang Shikong refrained from employing additional tactics, solely relying on the light element for his offensive maneuvers. This was due to 2 reasons. Firstly, he possessed the holy sanctuary of light and sacred tomes, granting him a 50 increase in both damage and casting speed for light element spells. Secondly, he was cautious not to reveal all his capabilities before others, particularly his elemental fusion techniques. It is paramount to never expose one's trump cards entirely. This principle would be universally acknowledged by cultivators years later. When your secrets are fully known, death draws near. Given the elemental interactions, exposing all your hidden strengths could enhance your opponent's chances of defeating you by 50%. Whoosh! Standing beside Wang Shikong, Fa Xiaotian sent a fireball soaring. Awkwardly landing on the demonic hound fell by Wang Shikong's second arrow. The ineffective damage left him scratching his head in embarrassment. Another 60 coins, along with 2 demonic fangs. With the 4 hounds dispatched, Yao Yi handed over the dropped items, his eyes glimmering with admiration. "Captain, your attack frequency is astonishing, utterly outrageous. Had I known, I would have chosen the path of magic as well." Wang Shikong shook his head. Both physical and magical paths have their merits. If you can refine your combat skills to the pinnacle, slaying foes of the same level will be effortless. Wang Shikong had witnessed top-tier physical cultivators who, even with minimal skills, could vanquish enemies unscathed through sheer technique. Some assassin-type physical cultivators were even more formidable, delivering lethal blows and vanishing in an instant. Techniques, you say? Yao Yi nodded, having recognized the significance of skill through their days of exploration and practice. The group continued onward, soon encountering 5 more hounds, which fell swiftly to Wang Shikong's formidable assaults. They also navigated through a combination of level 4 corrupted servants and hounds with ease. After dispatching dozens, they arrived at the end of the front courtyard, where the central courtyard awaited them. "Captain, trouble has begun in the courtyard. There roam vengeful spirits and a horde of fire rabbits. Particularly concerning are the fire rabbits. Any approach within 20 meters will result in an attack." Lao Hu remarked to Wang Shikong, "The vengeful spirits are level 6 mage-type monsters, while the fire rabbits are level 4, appearing in groups of 20. Engaging the vengeful spirits will inevitably attract the fire rabbits, with the former dealing damage from the rear, while the latter strikes from the front. Truly invincible. As far as we know, no one has yet managed to traverse the courtyard." Wang Shikong nodded slightly. He was well aware of the courtyard's dangers in his previous life. Ning Qingru had lamented this challenge for 5 or 6 days. Facing 20 level 4 fire rabbits alongside 6 level vengeful spirits, a 5-member team would have no chance unless all members reached levels 7 or 8 with skills and equipment sufficiently advanced. Even now, Wang Shikong would need to unleash his full power if he encountered them alone. Despite having Lao Hu and the others to support him, he would still have to employ some of his trump cards. However, someone later discovered a shortcut. "Let us proceed," Wang Shikong signaled, and the 3 physical cultivators stepped forward. Upon entering the estate's courtyard, they immediately spotted a vengeful spirit wandering not far away, with flames flickering inside the nearby houses, clearly indicating the presence of fire rabbits. Given the captain's firepower, dealing with the vengeful spirit shouldn't pose much of a challenge. But when combined with the fire rabbits, Jingshan focused on the spirit ahead, then glanced at the fire rabbits within the houses, his brows slightly furrowing. "Draw the vengeful spirit over here," Wang Shikong instructed. "Draw it over?" Lao Hu questioned, glancing at Jingshan with uncertainty. "It's a level 6 black iron vengeful spirit, a mage-type monster. It could take me down in 3 hits." Jingshan pursed his lips, cautiously moving to lure the spirit. As he approached within a certain range, the vengeful spirit immediately fixed its gaze on him. A beam of dark light shot forth, aimed directly at him. Jingshan quickly raised a shield enhanced with earth elemental power. Bang! The sound of impact echoed as he successfully blocked the spirit's attack. "Come over here," Jingshan taunted. Feeling emboldened, a chilling shriek escaped the vengeful spirit. "Ah, Captain, save me." In the next instant, panic-stricken, Jingshan stumbled backward, adrenaline surging through him as he rolled and scrambled toward his teammates. 230. Deep, bone-penetrating wounds appeared on his legs. Claws of death. The deadly claws that emerged from the ground inflicted instant injury upon him. Only by overcoming pain can one become strong, Wang Shikong remarked, observing his comrade's plight. The divine proclaims, "I love humanity, bestowing light to heal all beings," Wang Shikong chanted, light healing divine technique. Just as Jingshan had barely managed to crawl back, he heard the incantation and saw the light healing divine technique approaching him. His body trembled with fear. "Captain, even if I perform poorly, you can't just kill me." He exerted himself to evade. Wang Shikong. The technique enveloped him, instantly mending the wounds on his legs. What the heck, I'm healed. Feeling a delightful warmth enveloping him, Jingshan promptly rose to survey his surroundings, his face awash with embarrassment as he spoke. "You must hold back the vengeful spirits." Wang Shikong commanded them. Lao Hu and the others quickly regained their composure and rushed to assist. Wang Shikong retrieved a torch, ignited it, and summoned a stream of water from the depths of the earth, which vaporized in a mist beneath the burning flame. The continuous flow of water intensified the fog. Xianfeng, with a graceful wave of his arm, Wang Shikong directed the mist to envelop the nearest dwelling of the fire rabbits. Approaching the fog with the torch in hand, he consistently released the water to maintain its density. He instructed Tian Cheng. "Oh, understood, Captain," came the immediate response from Tian Cheng, who was finally feeling useful without questioning the rationale behind it. Wang Shikong glanced at the three individuals struggling against the vengeful spirits as arrows of light surged forth. Each luminous arrow instantaneously alleviated their burden, and with the level 6 black iron vengeful spirits possessing merely 1,000 health points, they were effortlessly dispatched without the fire rabbits to hinder their progress. "Bring over another," Wang Shikong commanded, observing the situation. "What? Why aren't the fire rabbits emerging?" Jingshan exclaimed in astonishment, soon noticing Tian Cheng nearby and asking, "Is this even possible?" "Less talking, move quickly," Lao Hu urged, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Soon, another vengeful spirit was drawn in, and they easily vanquished it. Wang Shikong absorbed the elemental energy and collected the fallen items, turning to the mage Tian Cheng. "Cease your actions, release the fire rabbits." "Understood, Captain." "You are truly impressive. The mist actually inhibits the fire rabbits from appearing." Tian Cheng now regarded Wang Shikong with admiration. "Water and fire are opposing elements. Fire detests water," Wang Shikong replied calmly. "With 20 fire rabbits, all of black iron grade, we shall rely on you, Captain," Lao Hu remarked, observing the oncoming fire rabbits with trepidation. "I'll leave it to you," Wang Shikong declared, remaining seated and making no move to intervene. "The divine has spoken. To my faithful followers, I shall bestow courage to charge into battle." Divine inspiration. This divine encouragement granted all allies within a 10-meter radius a 40 boost to their attack speed and defense, coupled with a 50 enhancement from the light element. Their strengths surged by an astonishing 60 in an instant, elevating Lao Hu, Yao Yi, and Jingshan as attributes from level 5 to approximately level 9. "By the heavens, my attributes have skyrocketed by 60%. Jingshan exclaimed in shock. Lao Hu and Yao Yi stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the sheer power of this skill. "Hurry, this consumes a lot of energy," Wang Shikong urged them. "All right." They immediately charged towards the fire rabbits. Even though the level 4 fire rabbits were of black iron grade, with their nearly level 10 attributes, they took down each rabbit with just 2 strikes. In under 10 seconds, all 20 fire rabbits lay slain, leaving behind not only elemental coins, but also a black iron dagger. Wang Shikong concluded the skill, noting the minimal consumption of less than 2 points of mental energy, and smiled faintly. An initial elemental affinity nearing 600 is truly extraordinary. In a moment of exhilaration, Jing Shan exclaimed, "I feel as if I have descended from the heavens." "Proceed swiftly. Let us clear the central court," Wang Shikong responded with calm determination. Indeed, the central court is on the brink of a breakthrough. The first passage is within reach. It is a delight to have a captain leading us. Tian Cheng and the others exclaimed, their faces alight with joy. Even Yao Yi could not hide his surprise, casting furtive glances toward the composed figure seated in the wheelchair. Chapter 15. The Godlike Command Ping. Your level has increased by 1, Spirit 5, Constitution 2. Upon breaking through the central courtyard, Wang Shikong's level ascended to 3. The energy essence dropped by the black iron creatures was exceptionally abundant, compounded by Wang Shikong's initially low level. As they prepared to enter the rear courtyard, which was likely the final stage of the dungeon, the anticipation was palpable. The challenges ahead would undoubtedly be more formidable, yet with the captain leading, they felt reassured. Eagerly, the group approached the entrance to the rear courtyard, where Wang Shikong gazed into the dim surroundings, his eyes flickering. The rear courtyard indeed marked the last trial of the dungeon, ominously referred to as the familial torment. This stage had tested the mettle of countless cultivators. As the 5 entered the estate's rear courtyard, they encountered no immediate threat. The structures on either side were engulfed in flames, creating a haunting ambience. Ahead, within a building whose doors and windows had been consumed by fire, 5 figures awaited them. At the center sat a decaying estate master, gripping a long spear. Alongside the specter of the estate mistress wielding a staff. Flanking them were 2 young men, one with a sword and shield, and another with a longsword, as well as a spectral woman clutching a staff. Clearly, this was the corrupt family of the estate's master. They were undoubtedly the primary antagonists of the dungeon. Yao observed the scene and remarked, that middle-aged figure appears to be a bronze creature. By the looks of it, they form a complete squad. Tian Cheng's gaze fixated on the scene, his expression betraying his anxiety. We'll have to rely entirely on the captain. Corrupt estate master, bronze level 6 health, 2000 constitution, 70 spirit, 25 skills, 1, sweep of thousands, 2, shadow lance, 3, charge, 4, earth armor. Equipment, shadow long spear, bronze, black scale armor, black iron. The remaining figures were less formidable, classified as black iron, yet the estate master as 2000 health, 70 constitution, and 4 skills alongside his bronze equipment posed a significant threat. Lao Hu pressed his lips together, turning to Wang Shikong. Captain, do you feel confident about this? As a physical cultivator, his level 5 constitution was merely 35. Even with Wang Shikong's recent skill enhancements, he would not reach 75. Moreover, the estate master could easily dispatch him with a single strike. Not just 5, Wang Shikong replied calmly, surveying the scene ahead. What? More than these 5 monsters? Lao Hu gasped, immediately scanning his surroundings. Are there others lurking in the shadows? Yao also sensed the tension, unable to suppress his curiosity. Did you notice the family portrait behind the estate masteress family? Wang Shikong inquired. Family portrait? The group turned their attention to the image. The figures within it mimicked the poses of the estate family. Yet, their gazes sharpened as they focused on the estate mistress's arms. She cradled an infant adorned with a jade pendant. Presently, no infant was visible. Where's the baby? No, it can't be. Another? Jing Shan exclaimed in shock. Is this dungeon truly so sinister? If another strikes while we are engaged in battle, we would be doomed. Tian Cheng's expression darkened. Wang Shikong closed his eyes slightly to sense the surroundings. However, due to the considerable distance, he could not detect the location of that obnoxious young son. Nevertheless, he was aware that the infant was a support-type magic practitioner. It would covertly heal and empower its family, capable of confining them, which was exceedingly repulsive. Most distressing was the fact that the infant was on par with the master of the estate. All the players presumed that the final confrontation in the dungeon would be a 5v5 battle, and such a notion was indeed ingrained in their minds. Yet, unbeknownst to them, an auxiliary presence lurked behind. They had to account for the 6th boss. Wang Shikong opened his eyes and addressed them. Let us engage in battle. I shall provide you with support. However, during the empowerment, I will be unable to fight, leaving you to contend with 5 bosses. even with my assistance. It may prove challenging. Jingshan could not help but ask, Captain, do you have any hidden cards? Wang Shikong glanced at him and replied, the 5 bosses ahead must be faced by you alone. This. Lao Hu hesitated for a moment before speaking. Very well, we shall handle it. Wang Shikong nodded. Lao Hu and the others immediately moved closer, and as they approached within 30 meters of the Master-S family, the latter abruptly opened their eyes. God said, Wang Shikong followed behind, proclaiming, divine inspiration. Divine light cascaded upon Lao Hu and his companions, dramatically enhancing their combat prowess, and the heavens began to chant, invaders, perish. The master of the estate, wielding a spear, rose and charged towards them, flanked by his 2 sons. Do not hold back, annihilate them. Suddenly, Lao Hu produced 2 scrolls. Without hesitation, he tore one open, and water enveloped their bodies, forming a protective layer of liquid armor. Flowing armor scroll, upon release. Flowing armor envelopes allies within a 5-meter radius, capable of absorbing 500 damage, lasting for 1 minute. He wasted no time on the other scroll. Wooden armor scroll, upon release. Wooden armor envelopes allies within a 5-meter radius, capable of absorbing 500 damage, lasting for 1 minute. The water element nurtures the wood element. Your armor can absorb 1,500 damage, lasting for 90 seconds. A series of notifications followed, and upon witnessing the final effect of the scrolls, Lao Hu was momentarily stunned. Wow, Uncle Hu, your scrolls are remarkably powerful. Jingshan exclaimed, his face alight with surprise. This is beyond my expectations. Lao Hu shouted with fervor. Scrolls? Truly, the Tiger Vanguard has procured such rare items. A look of astonishment flickered across Wang Shikong's face. Elemental scrolls are exceedingly precious. Even the most basic ones cost over 1,000 gold coins, with better ones easily surpassing 10,000, their prices consistently soaring. Yet, the efficacy of elemental scrolls is beyond doubt. A decent one can effortlessly sway the outcome of a battle in the early stages. Even in the later phases, tearing open an elemental-infused scroll for an instant effect remains a trump card for many. Indeed, elemental scrolls can serve as a hidden advantage. Wang Shikong mused, contemplating the arduous path to becoming an elemental craftsman himself. The elementalist does not learn through mere expenditure like the alchemist or blacksmith, as it is a concealed secondary profession with significant barriers to entry. In a previous life, few renowned elementalist artisans emerged, despite their modest skill levels. All supported by powerful guilds. Ning Xingya had once recruited an elementalist early on, investing considerable resources into their training, only for them to breach their contract and join a super guild, leaving her frustrated and aggrieved for a long time. The difficulty in becoming an elementalist is exceedingly high, which elevates their status far beyond that of blacksmiths and alchemists. A thought crossed his mind as he gazed ahead. Empowered by 2 scrolls, Lao Hu and his companions surged forward, attacking the estate owner's family with fervor. With multiple enhancements, Lao Hu and his allies matched the attributes of the estate owners, even surpassing the strength of the estate owner's wife. However, they still faced a gap in skills. Damage indicators flashed -150, -200, -140, affecting both allies and the estate owner's family. Fortunately, the Emu armor mitigated some of the damage. With their protection, they could exchange injuries, targeting the heart and head of the estate owner's family for additional damage. Wang Shikong observed the battle and commanded, attack. Kill! Yao, he shouted, her longsword slicing through the air as she struck the eldest son of the estate owner on the head. The electric charge inflicted additional damage on the zombie-like adversaries. A significant hit of -240 was recorded, but the Emu armor reduced the impact by a fifth. However, in the next moment, the estate owner unleashed a sweeping area attack against the trio, dealing -500 damage to each, further diminishing the Emu armor's effectiveness. Damn, it's too fierce. We can't withstand it. Jingshan exclaimed in fear, but before they could react, the estate owner's attacks surged once more. The estate owner's wife and daughter, positioned at the back, also launched their skills to strike. Yangwei, Duke, Wang Shikong commanded from his wheelchair. Jingshan raised a shield, while Lao Hu took cover behind him, and Tian Chung distracted the estate owner's wife and daughter. Upon hearing the command, Yao Yi and her companions acted without hesitation. Whoosh! An arrow narrowly zipped overhead, and a black flame struck Jing Shan's shield, compounded by a sword slash. Yao Yi executed a right-side roll, raising her long sword at a 45-degree angle for a slicing attack. Lao Hu leaped over Jing Shan's form, wielding his sword forward in a downward slash. Jing Shan charged leftward, colliding with the estate owner's second son to prevent his attack on Lao Hu. The trio succeeded, turning to behold the serene figure in the wheelchair. Paralyzed yet exuding an extraordinary calm, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. In the midst of battle, Yao Yi brandished his sword, using its force to deflect an attack aimed at his face, swiftly rolling to deliver a decisive strike upon his adversary's arm. Jing Shan, with alacrity, charged towards the lord of the manor, interrupting his spellcasting. Quickly, Wang Shikong commanded, his eyes glinting with determination. Both Lao Hu and Yao Yi possessed remarkable talents, while Jing Shan, though slightly inferior, was still competent enough to contribute effectively. After a relentless series of attacks, under Wang Shikong's directives, the lord and his two sons experienced a dramatic reduction in health, losing 3/4 of their vitality. Meanwhile, the ethereal wooden armor adorning Lao Hu and his companions remained intact, igniting a flicker of exhilaration upon their faces. Victory seemed imminent, and they shouted their triumph. However, in the next breath, Wang Shikong's gaze flickered with apprehension. At last, it has emerged, from behind the lord. A peculiar infant floated ominously in the air, its blood-red eyes radiating a sinister light, casting a shadow over the lord and his kin. The lord's youngest son, bronze level 6 health, 1000 constitution, 18 mental power, 80 skills. 1. Black blood baptism. 2. Fearful cry. 3. Entangling water serpent. 4. Sunflower water guardian. Equipment. Blood eye jade pendant. Bronze. By the heavens, there is indeed another boss, and it appears to be of bronze caliber. Lao Hu and his companions gasped in disbelief as they witnessed the lord's health rapidly regenerating. It's over. Their expressions shifted dramatically. Tian Chung, position yourself before me and absorb the incoming damage with your body, Wang Shikong ordered, his demeanor unwavering upon the emergence of the youngest son. Tian Chung hesitated momentarily, yet promptly complied, standing resolutely at the forefront. In the next instant, a water serpent surged toward him, causing his pupils to constrict as he instinctively lowered his head. Wang Shikong, sensing 2 additional attacks approaching from his right, interrupted his divine encouragement. Water, wood, fire, and earth shall converge. Earth shield. Waves of attacks collided against the earthen barrier, successfully repelled. However, Lao Hu and his comrades were not so fortunate. Chapter 16. The first encounter, the team shocks the world. What the hell? The captain has been attacked. Tiansheng, how could you fail to defend against that? Without the divine inspiration, Lao Hu and his companions were momentarily bewildered. However, the Zhu family did not grant them any respite and immediately charged toward them. In an instant, stripped of the divine encouragement and lacking the guidance of Wang Shikong, Lao Hu, Yao, and Jing Shan recognized the vast chasm between them and the Zhu family. In merely a second, their ethereal wooden armor shattered. 2 seconds later, their health was halved. 3 seconds, and they were dead. Indeed, it was that swift. Fortunately, as a trial dungeon of the heavenly Tao, death was not permanent. They would merely be transported outside the dungeon. Tianqing observed the sudden shift in circumstances with bewilderment, but there was no time for contemplation. As the attacks from a Zhu matriarch, her daughter, and youngest son descended upon him. Thus, within the entire team, only Wang Shikong remained. Gazing upon the current situation, he gently shook his head and uttered, "Well then, let the battle commence. Kill him." The Zhu family's crimson eyes locked onto him. Leaning back in his wheelchair, Wang Shikong smiled slightly, and the fusion of the 5 elements swiftly took form before him. Invoke the winds. A terrifying fireball surged forth, aimed directly at the youngest son. "Son, get out of the way." As the dreadful fireball hurtled toward the young boy, the Zhu patriarch's expression drastically changed, and he bellowed in fury. At a mental power level of 10, Wang Shikong's fusion of the 5 elements could annihilate a level 4 wolf in an instant. Now, with a mental power of 65, one could only imagine the magnitude of the damage. Of course, one must also consider the varying levels and defenses of different creatures. However, the Zhu family's youngest son evidently belonged to that category of low health and high magic defense. This strike would undoubtedly result in his demise. Seeing the terrifying attack approaching, the youngest son attempted to evade. Alas, under Wang Shikong's foresight, the fireball acted as a locking skill. Even if he cast a defensive spell, it would still result in instant death. 1000. The youngest son perished in an instant, and an item fell to the ground. Son, I will kill you. I will avenge my child. The patriarch roared, rushing toward him with the rest of his sons, daughters, and wife emitting feral howls. Time stopped. Without hesitation, as the Zhu family members charged into his mental power range, their bodies froze, and everything halted. A second later, a fireball engulfed them. The patriarch and his 2 sons, already below half health, could only watch in horror as the flames approached. Boom! Instant death. Wang Shikong turned his gaze toward the Zhu matriarch and daughter, gathering light and darkness to conclude the encounter. Damn it! Just as we were about to clear the dungeon, another boss emerges. At this moment, outside the corrupt mountain villa dungeon, Lao Hu and the others appeared, their expressions utterly mortified. Tiansheng, the captain instructed you to absorb the damage. How could you not manage that? Jing Shan directed a reproachful glance at the mage Tiansheng, unable to suppress his inquiry. I. Tiansheng stammered, his face equally mortified. Just a moment away, and unexpectedly, the captain has indeed guessed correctly. There is yet another boss, one of equal rank to the master. Yao cast a glance at Tiansheng, contemplating that this time would serve merely as an accumulation of experience. At the very least, if the captain were to lead us through the challenging levels, we would surely prevail with ease. The captain is exceptionally formidable. Reflecting on the battle just past and the experiences within the dungeon, her heart remained tumultuous. The astonishing tactics, keen insights, extraordinary wisdom, and the godlike command left her in awe. Such a person exists in this world. Old Who couldn't help but exclaim. Despite not achieving the first clear this time, despite having squandered 2 exceedingly precious elemental scrolls, and despite their lack of any tangible rewards, he bore no complaints. It was merely a matter of them holding back the team. Veep, congratulations on your squad achieving the first clear of the nightmare-level Corrupted Manor Dungeon. As a member of the first team to clear the Corrupted Manor Dungeon, you will receive the cumulative rewards for clearing the normal, hard, and nightmare dungeons. Stamina 8. Spirit 2. Veep, congratulations to the Divine Squad for achieving the first clear of the nightmare-level Corrupted Manor Dungeon, earning a prestige reward of 80,000. Yet, in the next moment, the sound of the Heavenly Tao's notification rang out, causing Old Who's pupils to constrict in shock. What the hell, the captain? Jing Shan also cried out in excitement, having received the same message. The gazes of the group met, all in disbelief. After their demise, the captain single-handedly eradicated the entire family of the manor's master? What kind of strength is this? The rewards we received equate to an elevation of more than a single level, and since our levels have not increased, this signifies Yao's face lit up with joy as she quickly realized the implications of this dungeon reward. In crude metaphor, it suggests that although we are all human, there exists a disparity, highlighting the gap between the ordinary and the prodigious. This is the essence of strength. What on earth is happening? My goodness. The Corrupted Manor Dungeon has been cleared first? At the Nightmare level? The Divine Squad? What manner of squad is this? So astonishing? It was simply unbelievable. We Haven T even cleared the mid-court of the normal dungeon, yet there exists a squad that has conquered the Nightmare level. At this moment, a clamor erupted around them, with everyone incredulously exclaiming in disbelief. Damn it, someone must have stormed the dungeon wielding a sniper rifle, submachine gun, and grenades. Perhaps it was some foreigner who broke the dungeon record. This is unfair, utterly unfair. Soon, cries of injustice began to arise. Simultaneously, it was not only in Tianxing town. The Corrupted Manor Dungeon, as a trial dungeon of the Heavenly Tao, would appear in every novice town. Within one such Corrupted Manor Dungeon, a team armed with a Gatling gun, Barrett, AK, and laden with high-explosive grenades, was equally dumbfounded upon hearing the announcement. The Divine Squad has actually achieved the first clear of the dungeon, and at the Nightmare level, this although we have reached level 7. Our approach to leveling up has been flawed. The vengeful spirit-type monsters can disregard firearm ammunition, and only elemental attacks can inflict damage upon them. Our skill proficiency is merely at the entry level, leaving us utterly helpless against the vengeful spirits. A captain, fully armed and in deep contemplation, realized at that moment the paramount significance of elemental skill utilization. Over the past fortnight, their reliance on firearms for slaying monsters and leveling up had indeed proven efficient. However, each individual had merely scratched the surface of elemental application, taking a full 20 seconds to cast a fireball. Faced with the vengeful spirits immune to gunfire, they found themselves utterly powerless. While weaponry provided a temporary advantage, it ultimately posed a grave concern for the future, a substantial detriment. Within the confines of the Corruption Manor dungeon, Wang Shikong beamed with delight upon hearing the celestial rewards. His spirit increased by 8, and his stamina by 2. Was this reward insignificant? Far from it. Such enhancements to one's foundational attributes were invaluable and exceedingly generous. In combat against adversaries of equal standing, even a slight disparity in mental acuity could decisively influence the outcome. Here, the concept of skill cooldowns was non-existent. A marginal increase in spirit allowed for the casting of additional spells. In comparison to the celestial rewards, the treasures unveiled by the manor's lord and his family were equally bountiful. Wang Shikong surveyed the items before him: bronze equipment, shadow lance, blood eye amulet, black iron equipment, black scale armor, emu staff, zircon shield special items, sunflower water guardian blueprint, heroic pavilion trial qualifications 5, skill books, black flame note. In the celestial training dungeon, it is not guaranteed that weapons wielded by monsters will drop. Chapter 17. Enormous gains: shadow spear, bronze damage 140, attack speed 10, durability 100. Skill: shadow thrust, delivers 2 consecutive thrusts to the target, inflicting damage equal to 5 times personal strength. Blood eye pendant, bronze damage 150, dark element affinity 10, durability 100. Skill: Blood Garb Guardian, conjures a defense equal to 5 times personal mental strength to absorb damage. Wang Shikong glanced at the attributes of the 2 bronze pieces of equipment. The bronze weapons from before the first transition undoubtedly belonged to the realm of minor artifacts before level 10, boasting exorbitant damage and retaining their excellence even thereafter. The Blood Eye Pendant was within his ability to utilize, and the additional damage it offered was not insignificant for him. Ignoring the black iron equipment, his gaze flickered towards the diagram of the Sunflower Water Guardian scroll. The value of this item far surpassed that of the bronze weaponry. Furthermore, there was the qualification for the Celestial Pavilion Trials, a quantity of 5. This could be farmed in the Corrupted Manor dungeon, making its rarity relatively low. Yet should one succeed in the trials, he recalled that this was the method employed by the Snowfall Empire to select its prodigies. Passing the trials would grant entrance into the Celestial Pavilion, along with ownership of a storefront within the city, which would start at a minimum of 2 million gold coins. And upon selling, it could be exchanged for real currency, exceeding a value of 200 million. This was merely one aspect. The second was that once recognized as a prodigy disciple by the Snowfall Empire, one would gain access to quests unattainable by ordinary individuals, enjoy a discount on teleportation services, among numerous other hidden advantages. Wang Shikong mused internally. With such lavish rewards at stake, it was only natural that the assessment's difficulty would be considerable, with a high mortality rate. However, the prodigy list was recognized as the pinnacle of warrior rankings. In his previous life, he had only joined the Celestial Pavilion in his 3rd year, at a time when it comprised merely 200 individuals. Observing this substantial windfall, Wang Shikong felt immense satisfaction and, with a flicker of thought, exited the dungeon. Captain! As Wang Shikong reappeared, Lao Hu and Yao Yi hurriedly surrounded him, eyes ablaze with intensity. Captain, you actually killed the Manor Lord's family. Jinshan could not contain his excitement. I managed to persuade them, Wang Shikong replied, looking at them. I have acquired all the elemental energies and equipment from the dungeon. Guiding you through the first clear is my obligation. He instructed them, Please hand me the squad emblem. Ah, Captain, may we join your squad and accompany you in the future? Jin Shan implored, reluctant to let go. You lack the qualifications, he replied calmly. Then turned to Lao Hu and Yao Yi. Joining my squad entails further requirements. What requirements? Captain, am I qualified? Yao Yi asked nervously, gazing at him. Wang Shikong chuckled at her words. The future Thunder Queen, Yao Yi, was indeed qualified. The founder of the Super Guild, Lao Hu, was also inherently qualified. Firstly, upon joining the Divine Command, one must not join or form other squads. Secondly, barring significant circumstances, squad missions will take precedence. Thirdly, as squad members, each year must contribute at least 100,000 in prestige to the squad. Wang Shikong articulated 3 conditions, ultimately stating, everything is for the Divine Speech Squad. Lao Hu, taken aback by this requirement, found it to be far less demanding than he had anticipated. The focus was on the squad itself, rather than the captain. As for gaining prestige through squad missions, that was the responsibility of the squad members. With a higher squad level, additional auras would enhance the strength of its members. Currently, the Divine Speech Squad's prestige had reached 80,000, and upon reaching 100,000, they would be eligible for promotion to an elite squad. All members of an elite squad would receive a 5 increase in attack power, with the benefits increasing alongside the squad's level. Brother Shikong, I am considering establishing a guild. Would you be interested? I will cover all the investment, having prepared several billion, and I am willing to offer you 50% of the guild shares. Lao Hu invited him. Wang Shikong shook his head, declining the opportunity to become a major shareholder in a guild that could potentially grow to millions. It was not that he was unwilling to join a guild. Rather, he felt needed elsewhere. Witnessing Wang Shikong remain unfazed by the prospect of billions, Lao Hu marveled at his composure, feeling an increasing sense of admiration for the captain. Captain, if I establish a guild, can I still join your squad? Lao Hu inquired. Of course. Wang Shikong nodded affirmatively. It won't affect your membership. What about my daughter? Can she join as well? Certainly. Wang Shikong replied without hesitation, then asked, Do you still accept equipment? Absolutely, Captain. I will take as much as you have, Lao Hu said, his eyes lighting up. 14 pieces of black iron gear and 1 piece of bronze, Wang Shikong stated as he presented them. Additionally, I will gift you 2 special items. Can you handle it? Wow, bronze gear? Yes, I want them all. Lao Hu exclaimed in astonishment, as it had yet to be reported that anyone had acquired bronze gear in the past half-month. The shadow spear of the Mountain Lord, Wang Shikong said, retrieving it and handing it to Yao Yi. It suits you well. Your tall stature is perfect for a spear. Taindro sipir, un machet Yao Yi, she exclaimed, her strong personality shining through as she admired the spear. This spear is magnificent, she said, her bright eyes sparkling as she turned to Wang Shikong. Captain, will I be suited for the spear in the future? Wang Shikong smiled and nodded, then addressed Lao Hu. A 5 discount based on market price is fine. Not a problem, Captain. I need to log off for a moment, for safety reasons. I have stored the currency I acquired at home. Lao Hu replied, slowly fading from view. Wang Shikong couldn't help but marvel at Lao Hu's wealth and willingness to invest, recognizing his keen insight in acquiring such a substantial amount of currency early on. The items he possessed were valued at over 200,000 currency. Soon, Lao Hu logged back in, and Wang Shikong sold him the equipment at a discounted price of 260,000 currency, also gifting him 2 qualification tokens for the Tianjiao Pavilion trials. Captain, with these weapons, our strength will significantly increase. If I summon a physical cultivator, should we continue with the dungeon? After the transaction, Lao Hu eagerly asked him. He is now seeking to recruit a group of skilled individuals to cultivate his own faction, and weapons are of paramount importance to him. Currently, the local equipment stores have been completely depleted of arms. I will take my leave now. Tomorrow, we shall proceed to the dungeon, and I shall claim half of the profits, he declared. Very well then, farewell, Captain, Oldu nodded. Yao waved him off, watching as Wang Shikong's figure gradually faded from view. Ah, my daughter, Old who gently patted his daughter's shoulder and cleared his throat. There are many outstanding young men in this world. They are not as lacking as you might imagine. There's no need to fixate on women. Many? Yao gazed at the shadowy spear in her hand, her eyes flickering. Thus far, I have only encountered one. Yet he is distinguished enough to inspire in me. Deep admiration. Chapter 18. A touch of shock for the Ning family dinner is ready. In the enchanting city of Shanghai, as Wang Shikong returned to reality, the gentle voice of Ning Qinya resonated. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, a graceful figure clad in a red dress entered his room. Wang Shikong replied softly. Ning Qinya expertly guided him downstairs, smiling as she said, "After dinner, I have some gifts for you." Gifts? Wang Shikong paused momentarily, a smile emerging on his face as a thought crossed his mind. "I assure you, you'll love them," Ning Qinya beamed. As they reached the dining table, the Ning family had grown accustomed to having a son-in-law who was paralyzed from the waist down. However, today, Ning Qingruo's demeanor was not as serene as in previous days. She pouted, glancing at him with discontent, as if he had taken away her favorite toy. Wang Shikong recognized the reason behind her unhappiness but feigned ignorance, focusing on his meal while listening to Ning Tianxiong and the others converse. The Ning family had begun to invest heavily in the Infinite Continent, having initiated the acquisition of yuan coins a few days prior. They were in the process of forming a union, known as the Splendid Guild, which would soon be established. "Shikong, come, see the gifts I prepared for you," Ning Qinya exclaimed after dinner, as everyone gathered in the living room for tea. She approached, carrying a series of items. "You are fortunate. These are things that ordinary people can only dream of. Very expensive," Ning Qingru remarked, unable to contain herself. "Less chatter." Ning Qinya shot her a glare and handed the first item to Wang Shikong. "This is the first one, a space ring. 120,000 yuan coins." 120,000, Ning Qingru muttered under her breath. "This is a communicator," Ning Qinya continued, ignoring her. 50,000. 50,000, Ning Qingru repeated, still in disbelief. "Essential items for the Infinite Continent," Ning Qinya explained. "Especially the communicator. Take some time to learn how to use it. We can add each other as friends, allowing us to stay in contact within the Infinite Continent." "I already possess both the communicator and the space ring," Wang Shikong said, shaking his head as he casually produced his communicator. Ning Qinya was taken aback, her expression one of astonishment. Even Ning Tianxiong and Ning Qingru were equally dumbfounded. While the communicator and space ring were fundamental items, over 95% of the population did not own them. This was due to their prices, 1,200 yuan coins for the space ring and 500 for the communicator. Currently, a fortunate individual could earn about 20 yuan coins in a day, and after half a month of saving, one might accumulate 300 to 400 yuan coins. Unless one engaged in the acquisition of yuan coins in reality, affording such items was nearly impossible. "Shikong, how impressive. Have you truly earned such a significant amount of yuan coins?" Ning Qinya expressed her surprise, tinged with delight. She had refrained from inquiring about Wang Shikong's endeavors in the Infinite Continent to avoid causing him discomfort. After all, being paralyzed rendered it exceedingly difficult to acquire yuan coins. "Not too bad," Wang Shikong smiled. He had amassed over 300,000 yuan coins, which translated to 30 million in cash in the real world. This is cash, not stocks or real estate assets. Despite the Ning family's hundreds of billions in assets, the liquid cash available is merely around 10 billion. Nowadays, selling stocks and other assets has become exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, witnessing his well-being in the endless continent brought a sense of relief to Ning Qinya, who then smiled while producing a black iron staff, a staff worth 150,000. "Do you possess such an item?" Ning Qingru, pouting, remarked with a tone of disbelief. "You don't have it, do you?" Wang Shikong glanced at her, and with a slight motion of his hand, summoned a guardian staff. "I do." Ning Qingruo's mouth formed a Na shape, her eyes wide with astonishment. "You managed to acquire this too? How impressive, Shikong, to have obtained a black iron staff on your own." Ning's mother also expressed her surprise, as everyone in the country was aware of the challenges in obtaining such a staff. Wealthy individuals often find it difficult to purchase one, even with money. Clearly, Wang Shikong lacked the financial means, which implied he had earned it through his own efforts in the Endless Continent. An impressive feat indeed. "Shikong, did you complete some high-level quest?" Ning Qinya was equally astonished and revealed another item. "Surely, you don't have this robe?" Wang Shikong nodded, retrieving the black iron robe dropped by Zhang Ziheo's companion. Did you rob a shop? Ning Qingru could no longer contain herself, her eyes wide as she stared at him. From her sister's bag, she produced another item. You must not have this, right? Accessory, black iron necklace. No, Wang Shikong shook his head. He indeed did not possess that. A cultivator's gear is generally fixed, and over-encumbering oneself can be counterproductive. A mage typically wears a hat, robe, staff, bracelet, necklace, jade pendant, boots, and pants, occasionally accompanied by a rare handheld book. I thought you had everything. Ning Qingru huffed. Her pride momentarily softened as she noticed Wang Shikong lacking a necklace. This one I don't have. Wang Shikong found her amusing. His sister-in-law was as irksome in the early stages as his father-in-law had been in his previous life. Well then, Shikong, you can have this. Ning Qingya smiled. I obtained this with great effort while completing a commission task. No, give it to your sister. Wang Shikong declined. Her eyes lit up at his words, revealing an expression of appreciation. Indeed, what use would a disabled person have for such items? No worries. Ning Qingya shook her head. I have something even better. Wang Shikong promptly interrupted her, revealing the blood-eye jade pendant. It radiated a glow, distinctly more refined than before, with its attributes manifesting. Just the word bronze alone was blinding to Ning Qingru. Bronze? Bronze? No way. Unsurprisingly, Ning Qingru leaped up, her face a mask of disbelief. A bronze weapon? Surely, my eyes are not deceiving me? Gulp. Ning Tianxiong swallowed hard, equally stunned. Thus far, there have been no reports of anyone acquiring bronze equipment. Furthermore, it is not available for sale within the town. According to their discussions with the locals, the price of bronze weapons exceeds 100,000 coins. This implies that a single bronze weapon costs in the millions, an amount that, while substantial, is not insignificant for individuals of their wealth. Have you managed to align yourself with a wealthy patron from the Endless Continent? Is there a benevolent disposition towards the elderly, the weak, and the ill in the Endless Continent? Bronze equipment? Ning Qingru leaned in closely, tilting her head as she gazed at Wang Shikong, bombarding him with a cascade of inquiries. Is it truly so difficult to obtain bronze weapons? Wang Shikong, beaming with a smile, posed a question that pierced her very soul. This, Shikong, what level are you at now? Ning Qingya, equally astonished, could not restrain her curiosity. Level 3, Wang Shikong replied candidly. I am already at level 5 and have yet to secure a single ordinary weapon. How is it that you possess so much equipment? Ning Qingru's gaze bore into him. While level 3 is quite extraordinary for someone with paralyzed legs, she could accept it, having reached level 5 herself. However, the sheer quantity of his equipment was beyond her comprehension. Is he cheating? I found them, Wang Shikong replied. He understood that, given her nature, not providing an answer would trouble her for several days. Yet, he relished in the discomfort of his sister-in-law. Regarding the protagonist's temporary withholding of opportunities and information from the female lead, an explanation will be provided later, and it will be entirely reasonable. Any inconsistencies will be addressed by the author. Chapter 19. If he is a wretch. You are all mayflies. Ning Qingya's temperament stood in stark contrast to that of Ning Qingru. She did not delve into how Wang Shikong had acquired such an abundance of equipment, including a surplus of bronze gear. Rather, she expressed genuine happiness for him, praising Shikong. You are truly remarkable. Her father-in-law, mirroring his youngest daughter's disposition, fidgeted with curiosity. Yet he could not bring himself to inquire about the son-in-law he had long regarded as a useless burden. To do so would be to admit that he was inferior to one who was paralyzed. Unbeknownst to him, however, he occasionally cast furtive glances at his disabled son-in-law, harboring an unacknowledged sense of wonder deep within. After a brief display of brilliance that left his sister-in-law and father-in-law reeling, Wang Shikong returned to his room in high spirits and immediately entered the Endless Continent. Once again, standing before the corrupted manor dungeon, it was still nighttime in the Endless Continent, yet the area was teeming with players. The corrupted manor was a commendable spot for leveling up, albeit with a restriction of only 3 entries per day, necessitating a team. Tomorrow, he could venture into 3 nightmare-level dungeons alongside the Tiger Vanguard and his comrades. At present, he intended to press further ahead, According to his recollections, he was approaching the chaotic burial grounds of the corrupted lands. By day, no monsters roamed there, but at night, skeletons, demonic crows, and zombies emerged. All were monsters of level 6 or higher, and without the eye of darkness. No one dared to level up in such a perilous place after dusk. He contemplated boosting his level before resting, and with the 3 dungeon runs scheduled for tomorrow, he believed he could elevate himself to level 4 and subsequently seek out the task of becoming a sketch artist. In his previous life, he had not become an elemental sketch artist, yet with his current high affinity for and control over elements, it would be a tremendous loss not to pursue this path. Moreover, Wang Shikong had discovered that within the Divine Tome, each skill page bore 2 images, representing the original sketches. This indicated that the skills inscribed within the divine text could be transformed into spell scrolls through the sketches. The crafting diagrams for elemental scrolls were notoriously rare, and for this reason alone, he felt compelled to become an elemental sketch artist. Embracing this role would undoubtedly amplify his strength in ways unimaginable. After 20 minutes, Wang Shikong arrived at a haunted burial ground shrouded in ghostly flames. The tilted gravestones, the blue, ghostly fire, the cries of crows, and the desolate winds created an eerie atmosphere. As he approached, a skeleton emerged from a grave, wielding a bone knife and advancing menacingly toward him. Skeleton soldier, level 6 health, 1000 physique, 37 spirit, 15 skill, 1 skeleton slash. Wang Shikong observed, noting the combination of light and darkness in the attack. 1000 before the newly risen skeleton could reach him. It was swiftly dispatched. With his spirit now at 73, Wang Shikong's power rivaled that of typical level 12 or 13 mages, bolstered by the blood, jade pendant, and the enhancement from his black iron staff and robe. The level 6 skeletons fell swiftly before him, each one annihilated as he pressed deeper into the shadows. Soon, 7th level skeletal warriors, 8th level zombies, and 9th level fire crows appeared in swarms, with 5 emerging at once. The power of light and darkness could not dispel them instantly, which posed a slight inconvenience. However, it was merely a nuisance. As the hordes of fire crows surged towards him, he employed a fusion technique to conjure a water curtain as a shield before himself, which the fire crows could not breach. Ding, your level has increased by 1, mental strength 5, constitution 2. Approaching midnight, after defeating nearly 200 monsters, he reached level 4. This pace exceeded his expectations. Simultaneously, he collected 522 currency units and 2 ordinary weapons. His mental strength was nearly depleted, prompting him to retire for the night. Back in reality, Wang Shikong fell into slumber. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, he re-entered the Endless Continent. Upon seeing a message from Old Hu, he made his way to the Corrupt Manor dungeon half an hour later. Captain, Wang Shikong has arrived. Old Hu and the others welcomed him immediately. I found a new brother, a body cultivator focused on defense. Greetings, Captain. You may call me unyielding as a mountain, said a robust man, standing at 6 feet 3 inches, who gazed at Wang Shikong with curiosity. Unyielding as a mountain? Wang Shikong pondered. His heart stirred. Was he the future unyielding Ming Wang, the most steadfast bulwark of the Tianyu Guild? He marveled at Old Hu's discernment and nodded. Let us proceed. I'll push you forward, Captain Yao Yi, adorned in a striking outfit and wielding a shadow spear, stated as he positioned himself behind Wang Shikong. No need, he replied, shaking his head. Nevertheless, Yao Yi smiled and disregarded him, propelling him onward. Upon entering the dungeon, classified as nightmare level, they quickly reached the backyard. Bolstered by their previous experience and the absence of a lagging mage, alongside the addition of unyielding as a mountain, who wielded a black iron shield. Now, focus and obey my commands, Wang Shikong instructed, his gaze steady. The team nodded gravely in acknowledgement. Although they lacked a hindrance, they also missed 2 defensive scrolls. However, Yao Yi's equipment had undergone a significant upgrade, enhancing their combat effectiveness. With a divine inspiration spell cast upon them, they charged forth. Unyielding as a mountain, having just joined, witnessed Wang Shikong's terrifying command over the battlefield. Holy light cascaded from his form onto the others. The figure seated in a wheelchair, gripping the divine tome. commanded their battle with calm authority, his eyes shimmering with golden dust. With the defensive skill Blood Garment Guardian provided by the Blood Eye Jade Pendant, he could withstand the ranged attacks from the manor's mistress and her daughter. However, the emergence of the young son introduced complications. After sacrificing Jing Shan and unyielding as a mountain, they successfully cleared the dungeon. They acquired 4 pieces of black iron equipment and a body cultivation skill book. Old Hu grinned widely at the looted gear. Although he was not in need of currency, the thrill of obtaining equipment through their own prowess was exhilarating. The distribution among Wang Shikong and the 4 others was equitable, with him receiving half of the gains. Restore it. Let us review it twice more this morning. Wang Shikong smiled as he spoke. In the subsequent 2 dungeons, the group found themselves more at ease. Captain, here are 70,000 coins. Old Hu continued to collect his equipment, glancing at the unmovable figure and inquired, "What do you think of this young man, unmoving as a mountain? Can he join our team? His strength is sufficient. However, Old Hu, I shall not recruit any of your associates." Wang Shikong shook his head in refusal. "If a task arises and you cannot partake, you may allow him to substitute." "Understood, Captain," Old Hu replied, slightly disappointed, fully aware that it was unrealistic for the team to consist solely of his acquaintances. Declining an invitation from Yao and Old Hu to level up together, Wang Shikong returned to Tianqing town, following his memories to a quaint courtyard. A wooden plaque hung on the entrance, inscribed with the characters for Academy. The door stood ajar, revealing an elderly man, clad in tattered garments, engrossed in writing. "I have come to seek knowledge," Yue Hong announced at the entrance. Curiously, a dozen onlookers scrutinized the scene, one of whom shouted out, unaware of the old man's purpose, yet eager to trigger a quest. The elderly figure lifted his gaze, his dead fish-like eyes briefly narrowing as he replied, "I cannot teach." The youth exclaimed. Wang Shikong observed the old man and recognized him as the one he sought. Approaching the door, he stated, "I have come to seek knowledge." The elderly man's lifeless eyes turned towards him, pausing momentarily, a flicker of brilliance passing through his gaze as he slowly rose, saying, "Very well, come inside." The young man, witnessing this exchange, widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "What? That paralyzed fellow can enter, but I cannot? A cripple can gain entry, yet I cannot?" The surrounding crowd was equally astonished at the sight of the figure in the wheelchair. The old man, hearing his words, let out a cold snort and swept his gaze over them, stating, "A cripple? If he is a cripple, then you're all mere mayflies." Chapter 20. The special treatment of geniuses. To be likened to a mayfly. Does that imply we are akin to tadpoles? On my word, this scene mirrors the fantastical realms I often envision, traversing a mystical world, participating in the selection of a celestial sect, and subsequently astonishing all with my unparalleled prowess. Yet, I find myself unexpectedly relegated to the role of an inconspicuous passerby. As the onlookers beheld Wang Shikong, seated in his wheelchair, entering the classroom, their expressions darkened in barely concealed discontent. Wang Shikong himself was taken aback. Was it truly this effortless? Casting a glance at the agitated crowd, he stepped inside, where an elderly man regarded him with a warm smile. "Come with me," he beckoned. "Very well, esteemed elder." Following closely behind, Wang Shikong entered a chamber furnished with tables and benches, where 3 individuals were engaged in some form of artistic endeavor. Upon his arrival, they turned to him, their faces reflecting surprise. "Please take this vacant seat," the elder instructed, gesturing toward an empty spot. "My surname is Tianyun. Henceforth, you may address me as Teacher Tianyun." "Greetings, Teacher Tianyun," Wang Shikong replied with utmost respect. It was essential to maintain reverence towards the indigenous people of this boundless continent, although they would not harm the arrivals. A poor attitude could jeopardize one's mission. Furthermore, cultivating a favorable relationship with these formidable natives could yield generous gifts of weapons, equipment, and skills. In a previous life, a certain individual had managed to ascend to the pinnacle of success by befriending a wealthy native woman. Splendid. Your talent is commendable, yet to become a draftsman, one must tread diligently, step by step. Teacher Tianyun expressed his satisfaction, proceeding to introduce the materials. Here are the foundational texts for draftsmen, along with the elemental brush, inkstone. And ink, the ink derived from elemental currency, is simply ground and diluted with water. This represents a basic elemental illustration. Draw it by harnessing the power of the elements. Once you can replicate it swiftly and accurately, you may advance to the next stage. However, should you fail to master this within 5 days, do not harbor illusions of becoming a draftsman. Understood, teacher, Wang Shikong acknowledged, nodding. Thus commenced the first step of his mission. His gaze fell upon an ordinary portrait, albeit embellished with elements that rendered it remarkably lifelike. The elemental brush was classified as ordinary elemental brush, a fundamental tool for draftsmen, devoid of any extraordinary attributes. The paper was labeled ordinary elemental carrier paper. The brush bore a striking resemblance to the calligraphy brushes of the great Xia. Why doesn't he practice drawing first before progressing to the second step? One of the 3 seated individuals, a young woman, could not restrain her curiosity. He is he, and you are you, Teacher Tianyun replied, casting a brief glance at the young woman with a hint of indifference. Wang Shikong was somewhat astonished. Had he inadvertently bypassed the first phase of the task? Was it due to his formidable affinity for the elements? Focus on your drawing. Come find me when you can complete this piece within 5 minutes, Teacher Tianyun instructed before exiting the room. Luck is on your side, my friend. Our teacher made us toil over ordinary sketches for 5 days, one of his peers remarked. As Teacher Tianyun departed, a loquacious young man gazed at him and introduced himself. I am Fei Yu. This beautiful lady is Fei Fei, and my other companion is Shanghai. I am Shikong. Wang Shikong nodded in acknowledgement, and then turned his attention to the basic guide for illustrators in front of him. Upon opening to the first page, he discovered a poem. From the ethereal quill, elements ignite, past grandeur blooms with radiant light. Divine brilliance forged through the ages, rekindling glory as time engages. Beneath the verse was an additional line. The divine senses the vast earth as the pen sketches the celestial expanse. Being an illustrator is indeed a costly profession, consuming 100 yuan a day for practice, which translates to a staggering 10,000 in reality. Far too exorbitant. A young man nearby, struck by this reality, took out some yuan coins, grinding ink while lamenting the expense. Wang Shikong glanced over, then turned to the second page of the book, which detailed the fundamental processes of ink grinding and illustration. He retrieved 10 yuan coins and began to crush the ink. Once everything was prepared, he grasped the quill and commenced his drawing. However, as soon as he set the quill to paper, he sensed something amiss. He lacked any foundational skills in drawing and had never studied the craft. With a flicker of inspiration, he brought the materials into the real world. Within the villa, he made his way directly to the study. Old Ning's study was spacious and elegantly decorated, with a Zeton wooden desk adorned with precious trinkets, and even a complete set of calligraphy and painting tools. Yet Wang Shikong knew that Old Ning had no genuine talent for writing or painting. It was merely for show. He took out his phone and searched for painting tutorials, immersing himself in serious study. The advantage of possessing a robust mental acuity was the accelerated learning capability, particularly in mastering the skill of painting. 3 hours later, Wang Shikong officially engaged with the elements. The yuan ink could stabilize and manifest the elements without dissipating. However, achieving precise embellishments of the 9 elements required extraordinary control. Even a slight miscalculation could lead to mistakes, rendering the task exceedingly challenging. Even Wang Shikong, despite his skills, found himself faltering with one misstep in every 10 strokes. To mitigate errors, he could activate precognition, allowing him to foresee the strokes as he painted. With a focused mind, he activated this ability, and everything accelerated remarkably. Within 20 minutes, he perfectly replicated his first painting, a smile gracing his face. Yet, to complete it within 5 minutes, I fear it may take several more days. Suddenly, Ning Tianxiong appeared at the study door, his curiosity piqued. "Where you up to?" he inquired. Wang Shikong looked up, replying, "Painting." "Painting?" Ning Tianxiong paused, regarding him with an odd expression. "With no skills to speak of? Dinner is ready. Come down to eat." "All right." Wang Shikong nodded, wheeling himself to the dining table, glancing around. "Where's Qingya?" "She is busy with guild matters." "You should eat first," Ning's mother replied. "Unlike you, who seems to have the leisure to paint," Ning Tianxiong muttered disdainfully. Ning's mother gave him a light reprimand, urging him to speak less. Wang Shikong disregarded his rebellious father-in-law, finishing his meal before returning to practice. The following day, after completing 3 dungeon runs with Lao Hu and the others, netting 50,000 yuan coins, he dedicated the remainder of his time to further honing his craft. On the 3rd day, after completing the nightmare-level dungeon of the Corrupted Manor, Wang Shikong's level rose to 5. Today, he believed he could finally finish his painting within 5 minutes. With this thought in mind, he entered the classroom and painted for 4 hours. Upon glancing at the time taken for his final piece, a smile crept across his face. 4 minutes and 38 seconds. Teacher, I have met your expectations, Wang Shikong said as he approached Teacher Tianyin. Oh, is it ready? Teacher Tianyin inquired, rising from his seat. Go on, demonstrate it. Wang Shikong nodded and returned to the classroom, completing the painting this time in just 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Very well, excellent work. Teacher Tianyin expressed his praise generously. Producing a drawing. This is the schematic for the fireball spell. If you can create one within 10 days, this schematic will be yours. Should you fail, I will reclaim it. Additionally, to draw the fireball, you must use a first-level elemental paper, which you will need to purchase yourself. Understood, teacher, Wang Shikong replied, nodding. The fireball spell? But, teacher, why is the schematic you provided merely for the basic fire spell? Wang Shikong questioned. Indeed, teacher, remarked Fei Yu and Fei Fei, who were nearby, stunned by teacher Tianyin's words. This treatment is clearly different. Do I need to explain myself to you? Teacher Tianyin shot them a withering glance and left without another word. This left Fei Yu and the others speechless. Bro, you're amazing. The fireball spell is several tiers above ours. Why is the old man so favorable towards you? Fei Yu could not help but ask Wang Shikong. I have no idea, Wang Shikong replied with a smile, shaking his head. The teacher is so biased. Is it because you learned faster than us that you receive such rewards? Fei Fei said enviously as she moved closer to Wang Shikong, eyeing the fireball schematic. By the way, handsome Shikong, I see you haven't joined a guild yet. Why not join our heretical guild? We possess unique skills and will receive strong support from the guild. In the future, the costs of creating scrolls will be reimbursed. Wang Shikong paused, shaking his head. Sorry, I will not join a guild. Really not joining? Fei Fei pressed. As painters, we also require levels. With your legs incapacitated, you cannot level up, but if you join our guild, there will be people to assist you. Fei Yu added. With your abilities, the guild will surely not treat you unfairly. Wang Shikong shook his head once more, firmly declining. I have no such intention. A look of regret appeared on Fei Yu's face, while Fei Fei frowned slightly. Chapter 21. Treasures of Heaven and Earth and Prophecies. Congratulations on mastering the explosive fireball spell. You have comprehended the essence of the explosive fireball spell, achieving a remarkable level of proficiency. Oh, while learning to inscribe the explosive fireball spell, I discovered that one could actually acquire skills, and the act of inscribing itself enhances the spell's proficiency. This is splendid. It's a time-efficient endeavor, as inscribing scrolls effectively serves as skill practice. However, the paper for first-level spells is somewhat costly, priced at 400 gold coins per sheet. And with the additional expenditure on ink, the total cost reaches around 500 gold coins. Moreover, success is not guaranteed. Failure results in the destruction of the paper. This is significantly more resource-intensive than forging or alchemy. Wang Shikong commenced his first spell inscription, only to fail on the initial attempt. Observing this, he understood why there were so few inscriptionists in his previous life. It is not a pursuit for the ordinary individual. It seems prudent to first practice on regular paper before attempting again, he mused. Casting a glance aside, he noticed that Fei Yu and the other two smiled at his failure while they diligently practiced on ordinary paper themselves. Wang Shikong collected his thoughts and momentarily returned to reality. He retreated to his study, where he practiced in solitude. After merely 4 or 5 attempts on ordinary paper, he paused, his gaze flickering. He had achieved a remarkable level of proficiency with the explosive fireball spell in his previous life, and such mastery greatly enhances the process of inscribing spell scrolls. According to the records in the Basic Inscriptionist Handbook, attaining a remarkable mastery level grants a 30 increase in success rate for scroll inscriptions. Wang Shikong activated his foresight, retrieved the first-level mana-conductive paper, and began to inscribe. Ding! Congratulations on successfully inscribing a standard explosive fireball scroll, officially becoming an apprentice inscriptionist. Explosive fireball scroll, standard upon inputting mana, it releases dealing 5 times your mental strength, vitality, and damage. Success! 5 minutes later, Wang Shikong beheld his first completed scroll, his face alight with astonishment. The scrolls are categorized into 3 tiers: inferior, standard, and exquisite. Higher tiers result in greater damage or duration. For instance, an exquisite scroll would deal damage equal to 6 times 1's mental strength vitality. Once mana is input, it can be utilized almost instantaneously, making it a treacherous surprise attack. However, the explosive fireball spell is rather mediocre. If only I could inscribe the divine inspiration skill, it would undoubtedly fetch a high price. Wang Shikong thought, his eyes glinting. The Tome of Divine Scriptures contains illustrations for inscriptions, prompting him to begin practicing on ordinary paper. Yet, he soon discovered that the inscription of both light and dark elements would clash during the process, resulting in chaos and instability. The required control was significantly more demanding, increasing the difficulty manifold compared to the singular explosive fireball scroll. He refrained from direct inscription and commenced practice instead. Ding! Congratulations on successfully inscribing a standard divine inspiration scroll. Your experience as an inscriptionist has greatly improved. Congratulations! You have advanced from an apprentice to a master artist. As a master artist, your success rate for crafting first-tier spell scrolls increases by 30. The Divine Inspiration Scroll, common upon inputting your mana. It releases a divine light that enhances allies within a 10-meter radius, granting them a 40 increase in attack, defense, and speed for a duration of 50 seconds. This effect is only applicable to beings below the first tier. Ding! Your proficiency in the Divine Inspiration skill has reached perfection. 4 days later, after Wang Shikong had exhausted 2 first-level carrying papers, he finally succeeded in crafting the Divine Inspiration Scroll. To his astonishment, not only had his skill reached perfection, but he had also ascended from apprentice to master artist. Wang Shikong beamed with delight. If this divine inspiration scroll were used by a team against monsters, such a significant enhancement within 50 seconds could effortlessly alter the tide of battle. Selling it for 100,000 coins would not be unreasonable, would it? Is 100,000 coins expensive? Indeed, it is quite costly. It could purchase a bronze weapon. However, the potential of this scroll in a team battle is beyond imagination. Take, for example, a small 5v5 skirmish. Once the scroll is activated, as long as the disparity in strength isn't too great, victory is assured. Winning means not only defeating the opponents, but also claiming all their equipment as your own. If the enemies are reasonably equipped, recovering costs would be effortless. Of course, for the wealthy, the primary motivations are vindication, morale, and prestige. Only the Divine Inspiration Scroll can command such a high price. Other scrolls, like the Explosive Fireball Scroll, barely fetch 2,000 coins at most, with a production cost of 500. If the success rate were lower, one would incur a loss, Wang Shikong mused. The prices of defensive and area effect spell scrolls have always remained exorbitantly high. They are not affordable for the average person and belong to the realm of luxury. Enough chatter. I have good news for you all. Teacher Tianyun appeared in the classroom at an unknown time, casting a keen glance at the scroll before Wang Shikong. Fei Yu and Fei Fei paused, their faces lighting up with anticipation. Teacher, what is the good news? To the right of the graveyard of chaos, numerous black iron fire crows have emerged. Hunt the black iron fire crows, collect their central tail feathers, and gather 100 ordinary fire crow feathers. Take them to the blacksmith in town and mention my name. He will craft a black iron drawing pen for you, enhancing your success rate by 5 when crafting. Teacher Tianyun explained, tossing them a piece of paper with the information. The location is approximately in this area. The group eagerly accepted the paper, their eyes sparkling. A task, indeed an exceptional one, with the reward being the black iron drawing pen. No, there is also information about the black iron monsters. The rewards are substantial. With this black iron drawing pen, I will have a 50 chance of crafting the fire scroll. Fei Fei exclaimed joyfully. I feel the same way, Fei Yu agreed. Wang Shikong listened, perplexed. So low, yet it's the fire scroll? It's pure loss. Moreover, the three of them had entered this place at least 5 days before him. Other classmates departed, leaving only Shikong behind. Teacher Tianyin suddenly spoke again, causing Fei Fei and the others to momentarily pause, casting envious and even jealous glances at Wang Shikong as they departed from the classroom. Teacher, Wang Shikong called out curiously as he watched them leave. In this location, a bronze fire crow is gestating and is likely to successfully hatch by tomorrow. After hunting it, you must pluck all its feathers for forging. Additionally, a Tianyin fruit will grow here, which can enhance your mental strength by 2 points when consumed. Teacher Tianyin informed him, handing him a piece of paper. Wang Shikong's eyes brightened. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures? He immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you, teacher. No need. Just be cautious when you go. There is a rift of deep evil in the abyss nearby. Do not approach it. Teacher Tianyin waved his hand dismissively. You may leave now. You are ready to embark on your journey and need not return. Wang Shikong hesitated briefly before saying, Thank you, teacher. Will we have a chance to meet again? If you can find me, then you may indeed see me. Teacher Tianyin replied with an enigmatic statement. Wang Shikong was momentarily taken aback and continued, Teacher, I have one last question to ask. Is there a way to reduce the cost of drawing scrolls? Reduce the cost? Hehe, if your proficiency is high. A single sheet of carrier paper can be cut into 4 pieces, Teacher Tianyin said with a smile, but this will significantly increase the difficulty. Wang Shikong nodded, bowed slightly, and after bidding farewell, he took his leave. Watching Wang Shikong's figure depart, Teacher Tianyin's eyelids drooped as he turned to the first page of the basic books for designers. Murmuring the lines of poetry, when the era of dark chaos begins, the prodigies that emerge will once again illuminate the brilliance of the designers. Is the fated one among them? The lines on the first page were, in fact, an ancient prophecy. Chapter 22. Want to kill me? Arriver. Wang Shikong profession. Elemental mage realm. Elemental refinement realm level. 5. 95-100 vitality. 210-300 physique. 17-20 mental power. 83 elemental affinity. Gold, 578. Wood, 589. Water, 588. Fire, 592. Earth, 580. Wind, 588. Thunder, 580. Light, 577. Darkness, 572. Space, 595. Time, max. Possessing the heart of element skills. 1. Basic elemental manipulation. Metal, transcendent. Fire, transcendent. Water, transcendent. Wood, transcendent. Earth, transcendent. Wind, transcendent. Lightning, transcendent. Light, transcendent. Darkness, transcendent. 2. Summon skeleton, perfected. 3. Shadow strike, transcendent. 4. Fiaboard explosion, transcend. 5. Skills from the divine book equipment. 1. Hourglass of time, origin. 2. Hall of light, epic. 3. Blood-eye pendant, bronze. 4. Guardian staff, black iron. 5. Black iron robe, black iron, secondary profession. Illustrator, flow guardian illustration, fireball explosion illustration. Emerging from the Illustrator Academy, Wang Shikong glanced at his attribute information. He was merely a sliver of experience away from leveling up to level 6, currently classified as underperforming. This setback stemmed from his recent inability to obtain black iron gear from the nightmarish dungeons, leading him to abandon the venture. Upon inspecting the currency in his possession, he found it to amount to a substantial 51,000, alongside a level 1 elemental carrier paper valued at 100,000. Next, he aimed to acquire the genius treasure that would augment his mental power by 2, obtain a bronze drawing pen, and swiftly ascend to level 10 to undertake the tasks at the Celestial Pavilion. After completing these quests, he planned to enter the city. Tianqing Town was too diminutive, and the opportunities he recalled from memory were limited. Wang Shikong contemplated the remnants of his past life, where his disability had dulled his recollections of Tianqing Town's opportunities, while he retained more vivid information about the coastal city of Kanghaicheng. Only upon reaching level 10 could he utilize the teleportation array to the city, at which point he would depart without hesitation. Looking at the time, Wang Shikong returned to reality. His fire departure had finally achieved the transcendent level. and his wind summoning had reached mastery. Just as he entered his study and began cutting a level 1 carrier paper into 4 card-sized pieces, he heard the proud voice of Ning Qingru from the next room. He chuckled, reflecting on how, after 20 days of connection between Blue Star and the Endless Continent, Ning Qingru's learning pace was commendable. Moreover, astute individuals had begun to discern the compatibility and antagonism among the elements, disseminating this knowledge online. Dividing a single sheet into 4, he mused that the skill of divine inspiration was exceedingly intricate and challenging, likely resulting in a low success rate. In contrast, the skills of light healing and divine light should yield higher success rates. He could not solely focus on illustrating divine inspiration, as the demand for such a skill would be limited. Instead, he resolved to create illustrations for light healing and divine light, both of which he had mastered, allowing him to practice while generating income and retaining personal utility. However, he discovered that cutting the paper into 4 pieces significantly halved his success rate. Previously, he had a success rate that was undeniably perfect, yet this method proved to save him nearly half the expense. The days swiftly passed, and the following morning, Wang Shikong set off towards the location designated by teacher Tianyan. As he just departed from Tianxing town, he sensed a gaze fixated upon him from behind. Was it Zhang Ziheo or someone else? He mused internally, but paid it no mind. Currently, those at a higher level were around levels 8 or 9. Although their level surpassed his, it was only marginally so. An hour later, Wang Shikong arrived at the desolate burial ground. Following the information provided by his teacher as he made his way to the right, he sought the area known as the Land of Heavenly Flames, using the temperature of the air as his guide. When he encountered a flock of fire ravens ahead, he refrained from attacking. Enveloped in flames, he utilized the refraction of light to create an illusion of invisibility, skillfully evading the onslaught of the ravenous birds. Before long, he arrived at a massive expanse of molten lava, which lay several hundred meters from a vast, unfathomable chasm. It was rumored that beneath this abyss was the sinful chasm, a place of exile and an unreachable underworld. Wang Shikong cast a glance at the chasm. Such fissures were numerous across the Endless Continent, and even in his past life. Little information was known about them. Those who ventured in often met their demise. Shifting his gaze, Wang Shikong noticed a small, 1-meter-tall, crimson tree standing before the lava, adorned with a single glowing red fruit. Heavenly Flame Fruit, a fruit born from the Heavenly Flame Tree, bearing 1 fruit every 10 years. Consuming it grants 2 to mental strength. 15 minutes until maturity. A fruit that bestows an increase of 2 in mental strength is undoubtedly a rare treasure. With 15 minutes until maturity, the timing was impeccable. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, a bronze fire raven would emerge from its shell before long. Wang Shikong focused on a fire raven egg several hundred meters away. The distance was too great for him to launch an attack. 15 minutes passed swiftly, and, as expected, the fire raven hatched first. Cawing excitedly, the creature spread its wings, which measured nearly 2 meters in span. Sensing Wang Shikong, its fierce gaze locked onto him. It charged forth, eager for a meal. Fire Raven, Bronze Level 9 Health, 2,600 Constitution, 88 Mental Strength, 39 Skills. 1. Summon Flock. 2. Fire Feather. 3. Flame Burst. 4. Flame Claw. Caw! The Fire Raven approached menacingly, and a smile crept across Wang Shikong's face. With the damage dealt by the Fire Raven, a single strike could potentially obliterate him. Yet it would not be afforded this opportunity. 5 Elements Fusion Technique. Call the Wind. When the Fire Raven was merely a dozen meters away, a terrifying fireball materialized, causing the approaching bird to halt abruptly, fear evident in its eyes. Boom! 2600. No more cawing? Wang Shikong smiled at the fire crow plummeting from the sky and approached its lifeless body, preparing to collect it. This untainted fire crow was indeed edible. Simple. He wore a relaxed expression as he strode directly toward the Tianyan fruit. However, upon reaching it and about to extend his hand, he suddenly halted. With a crisp sound, a jolt of pain coursed through his skin. Wang Shikong furrowed his brow and glanced back. Indeed, that old fellow had assigned a more advantageous task with far greater rewards. Oomph! That old man is truly biased. Familiar voices drew near. Feiyu and Feifei approached him, accompanied by a throng of no fewer than 200 individuals. To his dismay, they had infiltrated this area. Were it not for the fact that this was their territory, where his brothers were leveling up, their treasures might have been pilfered by this little thief. At the center of the crowd stood a middle-aged man wielding a black, iron-long knife. Among the youth and middle-aged men surrounding him, some held swords, staves, while others brandished firearms, including a sniper rifle. The gunfire that had erupted moments ago had come from the bald young man with the sniper. Wang Shikong regarded the sudden appearance of the crowd with a furrowed brow, his expression turning grave. The Heretical Guild? He recognized this guild, not because of Feiyu and Feifei, but due to its notoriety in his previous life as a first-rate guild, rivaling the Splendid Guild, which had previously clashed with it on numerous occasions. Rumors had circulated that the founders of the Heretical Guild were a group involved in electronic fraud who, equipped with firearms and wealth, had swiftly risen to prominence in the Endless Continent. Sometimes, the wicked do not receive retribution. Instead, they thrive. As Wang Shikong observed their firearms, he mentally calculated the odds. With over 200 individuals, coupled with their weaponry, his chances of victory were 0. He adjusted his glasses and fixed his gaze on Feiyu and Feifei. I am deeply grateful for this lesson you have imparted, reminding me never to underestimate my foes. Upon leaving the town, he had sensed someone trailing him, but had dismissed it. He had let his guard down. One must acknowledge and remember one's own mistakes. Feiyu and Feifei, taken aback by his sudden declaration, paused. Shikong, we extend to you an opportunity to join our family, Feiyu said, his gaze fixed on him. You have witnessed our strength. A youth laughed heartily, huh? It is already a privilege for a paralyzed waste like you to join our heretical guild. Wang Shikong regarded the approaching figures with an unchanging demeanor. To deploy such a multitude against a paralyzed individual, such as myself, truly reflects your esteem, he remarked. Shikong, you overestimate yourself. Had it not been for the troublesome fire crows along the way, do you think we would have mobilized so many? Feifei challenged him. You still have a chance to join the heretical guild. Indeed, the old man spoke true, she added with a sinister chuckle. Wang Shikong smiled calmly. Heretics deserve their demise. How foolish. I cannot fathom what facade you are attempting to present. However, the firearm in my possession is loaded with 7.62 ammunition. A young member of the heretical guild raised his weapon, aiming at his legs. It seems I need to teach you a lesson. Let me see whether your useless legs are tougher than my bullets. Huh. Wang Shikong observed with a cold smirk, his hand moving. Water of Gui, wood of Yi, fire of Li, earth of Wu, earth shield. Simultaneously, he produced a crafted scroll and activated it. Explosive fireball, divine light technique. Bang, bang. The gunshots rang out, precisely deflected by the earth shield. 2 spell scrolls soared toward him. It was blocked. It's a spell scroll. Be careful, Brother Bing. As bullets and spell scrolls flew simultaneously, Feiyu shouted a warning. Boom. However, they clearly underestimated the damage of the spell scrolls. With Wang Shikong's mental prowess comparable to a level 15 mage, the 2 scrolls struck the youth wielding an AK, instantaneously obliterating him. Damn it, Brother Bing. It must be that old man who provided him with high-level spell scrolls. Feiyu's expression changed drastically upon witnessing his companion's demise. Useless. The burly middle-aged leader, witnessing this, barked an order with confidence, pointing his long knife. Capture him alive. Capture me alive? Wang Shikong couldn't help but chuckle at the middle-aged man's words and hurled 3 divine light technique scrolls at him. Be careful. He has more spell scrolls. Watch out, boss. Feiyu and Feifei warned, their faces filled with jealousy and rage as they recognized the scrolls were not drawn by Wang Shikong himself. The burly leader's expression shifted slightly, quickly pulling a nearby subordinate to shield him. Dumb. That unfortunate subordinate was instantly slain, and the burly leader was swiftly purified, letting out a scream before his demise. Damn, the boss is dead. Such immense damage. Damn it, kill him. The more than 200 members of the heretical guild were astonished, their faces contorted with anger as they roared with murderous intent. Over 200 against a paralyzed waste? Their leader had been killed right before their eyes? How could they maintain their reputation in the heretical guild after this? You want to kill me? Wang Shikong sneered, waving his hand as a vine wrapped around the Tianyan fruit, swiftly drawing it into the holy sanctuary. His eyes glimmered with shifting sands as he quickly cast another earth shield. Bang! 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 Damn it, kill him! Tear him apart! As bullets flew toward him, the members of the heretical guild charged. Wang Shikong produced 2 more divine light technique and healing light spell scrolls, launching them at 2 armed members of the heretical guild. More? Damn it, quickly evade. The expressions of the 2 targeted individuals changed drastically as they attempted to dodge, but with Wang Shikong's foresight, how could they escape? Ah, damn it. With 2 more companions down, the eyes of the heretical guild members turned crimson with rage. Wang Shikong observed the earth shield before him, still holding for a few seconds. Mysterious wind. A gust of mysterious wind propelled him rapidly backward. He no longer possesses any spell scrolls. A mere wastrel. He ambushed and killed our leader, and still dares to flee? The crowd, their faces etched with fury and murderous intent, shouted in unison. Wang Shikong regarded them, feeling the ominous rift of the abyss behind him, calmly seated in his wheelchair, a mocking expression gracing his features. Do you wish to kill me? You lack the qualification. When I return, all heretics shall be purified. The wheelchair receded, plunging into the abyss of sin. Chapter 23. The Great Crow Master, with a sudden clatter, a wheelchair, accompanied by its occupant, plummeted from the edge of the cliff. Good heavens, is he truly leaping off the precipice? This is outrageous. The members of the approaching heretical guild were taken aback at this shocking sight. Both Fei Yu and Fei Fei tightened their expressions, hastening to the brink of the abyss of sin. They had orchestrated an attack with the chairman to seize the explosive fireball spell scroll and the higher task rewards bestowed upon them by the elder. Now, with his leap into the chasm, all was lost. Even the chairman and his associates had perished for this venture. The thought of the enraged chairman sent shivers down their spines. A mere fool had caused them such monumental losses. Boom! Boom! The rush of wind deafened him as Wang Shikong descended rapidly, struggling to catch his breath. Gazing below, he beheld an unfathomable abyss. Adjusting his falling posture, he surveyed the endless world of subterranean fissures with curiosity. Legends of the abyss of sin and the exiled lands were numerous, yet this clearly belonged to a high-level instance. Even 5 years hence, there would be no such instance quest. As he continued his descent, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour, it felt interminable. Wang Shikong remained remarkably calm. After all, revival awaited him in the plaza of Tianshang town, and he felt no trepidation. Perhaps he could glean insights into the abyss of sin, rendering his demise less futile. However, it seemed fortune did not favor him. An hour later, a jutting rock emerged below, and he was destined to meet his end upon it. Xianfeng, Xianfeng. Wang Shikong resolved to struggle. With a series of swift incantations, he managed to slow his descent. Though it merely mitigated his fall, it sufficed. Thud! Utilizing his precognitive abilities, he landed safely upon the protruding rock. Wang Shikong surveyed the abyss on either side, its depths unfathomable, and the stark, barren rock walls surrounding him. He produced a Tianyan fruit and took a bite. Congratulations on consuming a rare treasure. Mental power 2. His mental power increased to 85, and he observed his surroundings with intrigue. Below lay an infinite darkness, and above. How deep had he fallen in an hour? Unexpectedly, his first life after rebirth was to end here. He shook his head. Fortunately, all his belongings were secured within the holy temple of light, bound to his soul, ensuring they would not be lost. I smell something. I smell something. I smell something. Suddenly, an excited and sharp voice, akin to that of a duck, echoed from the depths of the endless abyss. Wang Shikong paused momentarily, peering down in curiosity. Though he saw nothing, the phrase "I smell something" continued to resonate, drawing nearer. Wang Shikong abandoned the notion of immediate suicide for revival and chose instead to observe quietly. Quack, quack, quack. I smell something. Even as I drag my decrepit soul, burdened by a hunched form and a shattered will, I still catch a whiff of your essence. Ha ha ha. In my line of sight, beneath me, a creature as black as a raven hurtles towards me. Its eyes blaze with a crimson intensity, uttering strange words. Fixated intently on Wang Shikong. With a whoosh, it soon parallels Wang Shikong, suspended in mid-air, its black wings unfurling to a mere 7 or 8 inches in span. Suddenly, it closes its eyes, tilting its head as if savoring a scent. Ah, yes, this is the aroma. It flutters its wings excitedly, gazing fervently at Wang Shikong. This is the scent, the reincarnation of the old pervert? No, it is the successor of the old pervert. Wang Shikong gazes at this animated black raven, perplexed. Brother Raven, call me the great and wicked lord of ravens. Just as it begins to speak, it is abruptly interrupted by the Raven Lord. Wang Shikong, the successor of the old pervert. Ha ha ha, the old pervert, you despicable old wretch. You actually have a successor now. The Raven Lord, in a fit of excitement bordering on madness, tilts its head back and cries out, I shall devour his soul. Oi, little brat, offer your soul to the great Lord of Ravens. In the next moment, the Raven Lord charges towards Wang Shikong with such swiftness that it leaves him astounded. Is this creature mad? This frenzied raven rushes at me to kill? The successor of the old pervert? Is it speaking of the one known as Jia? Do they have enmity? Damn! In that instant, Wang Shikong could not suppress the urge to curse. With a crash, he instinctively raises his hand to shield himself, but the raven's velocity is too formidable. Even as he anticipates the mad raven's actions, he finds himself unable to react in time. However, a thought flashes through his mind. Time stop. Everything within the range of his mental power halts. He seizes the Raven Lord, who has its beak poised against his forehead, and with a flick of his mind, he commands, enter. He casts the raven into the bright sanctuary. In the next moment, time resumes. The Raven Lord, having plunged into the bright sanctuary, finds itself momentarily bewildered, flapping its wings and gazing around in astonishment, its eyes vacant. The bright sanctuary? A spatial artifact? How did I come to be here? No. I sense the power of time. Little brat, how could you possibly wield the power of time? Impossible. Little brat, the great and wicked Lord of Ravens commands you. Release me, or I shall consume your soul. Do you understand, great heretic? You shall remain here, forever unable to escape. Wang Shikong, observing the incessantly screeching raven, coldly interrupts. A heretic? You dare proclaim the great Lord of Ravens a heretic? How dare you? He begins to hurl insults at the old pervert. Wang Shikong looks on, somewhat dumbfounded. This raven possesses an extraordinary intellect, with an abundance of profanity. Moreover, Wang Shikong found himself unable to discern the true nature of this crow, as the celestial order typically reveals information about wild creatures. Yet, this crow remained an enigma. If he were to recognize the god of light elements, it would indeed be astonishing. Wang Shikong pondered silently while observing the eloquent crow. Very well, little spirit, let us negotiate. Ultimately, upon realizing that no response was forthcoming, the crow began to alter its tone. Wang Shikong's gaze flickered. Unless you agree to sign a master-servant contract with me, you shall remain here indefinitely. What, little spirit? You dare to ask the illustrious crow master to enter into a master-servant contract with you? How audacious! Wang Shikong resolved to disregard it for the time being and return to reality, casting the crow from his thoughts. He entered his study, ground elemental coins into ink, and retrieved sheets of primary elemental force-bearing paper, diligently cutting them into 4 parts. Fortunately, due to his prudent habit of stockpiling supplies, he had procured 10,000 elemental coins worth of this paper, which should suffice to illustrate 400 instances of the divine healing technique and the divine light technique. For 100, would that be sufficient to eradicate the heretical guild? Seated in his study, he commenced his earnest endeavor of painting. Chapter 24, The Contract Crow, after dividing the first-level carrier force paper into 4 pieces, each the size of a card, the success rate stood at 50%. Should one possess a bronze-level drawing pen, this could enhance the likelihood by an additional 10%. Alas, Wang Shikong devoted an hour to his craft, managing to succeed once every 5 minutes, resulting in only 12 scrolls completed in that time, a rather sluggish pace. With nothing else to occupy his time in the abyss of sin, He viewed this as mere practice for his skills. As night fell, Wang Shikong glanced at the despondent crow before succumbing to slumber. "Good morning, crow. Have you made a decision?" On the following day, Wang Shikong greeted the crow once more. Young man, I am now merely a remnant of a once vibrant soul, with a decrepit body and a shattered will. Why must you torment me? Please, let me go." The crow spoke, its voice lacking its usual sharpness. "If you wish to kill me, signing the contract will serve as your punishment," Wang Shikong replied calmly. "If you refuse, you may remain here." "Bring me something to eat, young man," the crow implored, tilting its head. Wang Shikong chose to ignore it, spending the entire day in his study creating scrolls. When evening arrived, he glanced at the crow lying on the ground and bid it good night. "Good morning, crow. Have you thought it over?" The next morning, Wang Shikong continued his inquiry. "Great master of crows, I am willing to engage in an equal contract with you." The crow hastily responded upon hearing his voice. "A master-servant contract. You have no choice," Wang Shikong directly refused. While an equal contract would preclude harm to one another, the crow's nature suggested it would surely flee at the first opportunity. "Is that even possible? Young man, I am on the brink of starvation. At the very least, grant me some sustenance." The crow exclaimed. "Can such a being as yourself even feel hunger?" Wang Shikong asked, surprised. I am left with nothing but a decayed soul and a broken body. Naturally, I will hunger," the crow retorted in frustration. "Oh," Wang Shikong acknowledged, "sign the contract, and there will be food. Otherwise, you shall starve." Even when that old pervert knelt before me, seeking to sign a contract, I did not acquiesce. "You, little brat, you dare." Wang Shikong ground the remaining ink, sipped his tea, and resumed his work on the scrolls. "Good morning, crow. Prepare a lavish breakfast for the esteemed great master of crows, for I am about to sign the contract." Wang Shikong was momentarily taken aback by the crow's words, wondering if he had misheard. "Have you truly softened so soon? Is it genuine?" He saw confirmation. "The great master of crows would deceive you?" The crow replied coldly. Wang Shikong's eyes lit up as he wheeled himself into the dining room, instructing Aunt Song, who was busy cooking. "Aunt Song, please prepare an extra serving of breakfast for me." "Certainly, young master," Aunt Song responded promptly. Half an hour later, Wang Shikong carried the breakfast to the endless continent. Looking at the crow within the holy temple of light, he said, "Once you present your contract, I shall provide you with food." Unexpectedly, the illustrious crow master did not fall victim to the hands of the old pervert, but rather to the clutches of a younger one. A cruel twist of fate. The crow emitted a mournful cry, channeling its essence to inscribe a pact. The crow offers you its soul, binding a master-servant contract. Wang Shikong promptly embraced the crow's essence, a smile gracing his face. "Congratulations on contracting the crow. Crow, golden level 10 health, 10,00010, 000 constitution, 100 mental power, 120 innate talent, soul absorption skills, 1, soul tracking, 2, into the darkness, 3, eye of calamity, 4, dimensional abyss, 5, mastery of 9 elemental fundamentals transcended, status, soul decayed, body ruined, will annihilated, requiring 23 hours of sleep daily. Note, the immensely wicked crow, upon absorbing souls, will restore its condition." Upon perusing the crow's information, Wang Shikong was momentarily taken aback. A state of decayed soul, ruined body, and annihilated will yet still retaining golden status? Golden indeed, with an innate talent of soul absorption. Soul absorption, slay beings to harvest their souls, enhancing mental and physical prowess. As for skills, mastery of the 9 elemental fundamentals, the 4th skill, dimensional abyss, a spatial elemental ability. This malevolent crow is indeed remarkable. Wang Shikong marveled, soon donning a smile. Were it not for his possession of temporal power, had the crow charged forth to deliver him to the light sanctuary, he would have been utterly helpless. Breakfast. He suppressed his elation, summoning the crow and presenting it with the meal. "Caw, caw, caw." The crow glanced at him, perhaps perplexed by the oddity of the situation, emitting a strange cry as it directly set upon its meal with a forlorn demeanor. "Caw, caw, 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 caw." Truly, a creature of its era. "Caw, caw, caw." The esteemed master of crows had not savored such delectable sustenance in ages. Life in the exiled realm was no existence for a crow. Moments later, the crow suddenly called out again. "You're called Crow, correct?" Wang Shikong observed it. "From now on, I shall refer to you as Kindness, a little name for you." The crow, mid-meal, tilted its head in confusion. Kindness? You would have the great and wicked crow master called Kindness? How absurd! Wang Shikong chuckled softly, gazing skyward. "You must obey." Caw, caw, caw. The crow's beak clacked together, as if grinding its teeth. Yet, once the master-servant contract was established, resistance was futile. Hee hee. Wang Shikong smiled. "After you finish your meal, will you take me aloft? Can you manage that?" Caw, caw, caw. The crow looked upward. "Speak plainly." Wang Shikong patted its head. "Caw. I'll be exhausted." The crow replied resignedly. "As long as you can ascend, that suffices." Wang Shikong's eyes lit up. Although rare treasures like life resurrection could emerge on the endless continent, the best option was to avoid death altogether. Moreover, a single life resurrection could cost hundreds of thousands of coins, an exorbitant price indeed. Embrace kindness and elevate me. Do not clutch my garment or grasp the wheelchair. Ha ha ha. The great Raven Master has now become a slave. The raven called out, gripping the back of the wheelchair, soaring with Wang Shikong towards the abyss of wickedness. Within the span of an hour, they returned to solid ground. Although not at the precise location of their descent, it was not far off, and Wang Shikong made his way directly to Tianqing town. As for settling the score with the heretical guild, preparation is essential before reckoning. Given his current prowess, he still lacks certain means. While attacking, one cannot defend. Moreover, with his crippled legs, he is unable to evade enemy strikes. Even if he could dodge, in the face of 100 adversaries, evasion is futile. In the early stages, even a top-tier 5-member team would struggle against 100 foes, let alone when the heretical guild is armed with firearms. The potency of firearms in reality is akin to the fire attacks unleashed by a level 10 mage. To contend with the heretical guild, ample magical scrolls must be prepared. All fears stem from insufficient firepower. With enough scrolls, one could vanquish even 10,000. Chapter 25, Purifying Heresy. Cackling. The world seems to have become populated by an abundance of individuals. The essence of their souls is remarkably faint, scarcely enough to satiate one's appetite. Oh, are those two men sharing a kiss? The esteemed Lord of Crows appears to have been away from this realm for far too long, unable to keep pace with the evolving times. Wang Shikong returned to the town of Tianqing, where the crow perched upon his shoulder had been dozing throughout the journey. Upon arrival, it opened its eyes, its face alight with curiosity as it surveyed the surrounding populace, chattering incessantly. He proceeded directly to the blacksmith's shop, retrieving the feather of the fire crow. "Greetings. I am a student of Master Tianyun, and I would like to request the master to forge a drawing pen." Wang Shikong addressed a staff member upon his arrival. "Ah, you are a student of Senior Tianyun? Please, follow me." The attendant promptly led him to the back. "A drawing pen, is it? Please hand me the materials." Upon entering a forging chamber, a bare-chested blacksmith turned to him and spoke. "Certainly," Wang Shikong replied, presenting the feather of the fire crow. "Please wait a moment. It shall be ready shortly," the blacksmith said as he examined the feather. "What a poor quality feather." The crow cast a glance at the fire crow feather, offering its assessment. Its sudden utterance caught the blacksmith off guard, his gaze widening in astonishment. An extraordinary avian species, the blacksmith marveled, unable to see through its essence. How audacious for a mere blacksmith to speak of the great crow. With a swift motion, Wang Shikong patted its head, interrupting its discourse. His gaze fixed intently upon it. This provoked the crow's displeasure. Yet upon meeting his eyes, a profound unease coursed through it. It took 2 steps back, eyes wide. "My dear master, what are your intentions?" "Master, can its feathers be fashioned into a drawing pen?" Wang Shikong inquired of the blacksmith. "The quality of its feathers is too high for me to forge, but with a slight modification, it should achieve a golden level," the blacksmith replied. "Golden level?" Wang Shikong's eyes sparkled as he turned his gaze towards the crow. "I require one of your feathers." "Oh, you wish to pluck my feathers? How could there be such a wicked and perverse master in this world, where is the Animal Protection Association. Speak for me. Speak for me. The crow immediately shrieked, hastily taking flight into the distance. Come back. It is merely one feather, Wang Shikong commanded. Under the influence of the contract's power, the crow could only struggle as it flew back, its head tilted helplessly upward. Wang Shikong observed its predicament, somewhat exasperated. Shall I pluck it myself, or will you assist? With a feeble flutter of its wings, the crow surrendered a feather, its expression one of deep resentment. Wang Shikong received it with a smile, handing it to the blacksmith. Caw, caw, caw. Caw, caw, caw. The crow continued its incessant calls from the side. Wang Shikong patted its head, though he could not comprehend. He sensed it was undoubtedly cursing him. My young friend is indeed fortunate. I shall meld the feather of the bronze flame with this one. Observe. The burly man soon presented the forged drawing pen to him. The elemental drawing pen, goal for the creation of spell scrolls below the first tier. A 20 success rate and 20 drawing speed. For the first tier spell scroll creation, a 15 success rate. Wang Shikong received the item and was immediately captivated by its attributes. Spells below the first tier refer to skills prior to the first transition. A 20 success rate is quite substantial, especially with an additional 20 speed boost. Exiting the forge, Wang Shikong promptly returned to reality. Entering his study, he prepared for meticulous drawing. Master, let me out. The crow, cast into the holy temple of light, cried out. Wang Shikong summoned it forth, instructing, you may come out, but you must not harm anyone or cause any disturbances. Boy, where are we? The crow exclaimed, its eyes widening as it surveyed the surroundings. Paying it no heed, Wang Shikong diligently began to draw the divine light spell and the light healing spell. With the golden level drawing pen, he could stabilize the elements. What initially took 5 minutes to produce could now be accomplished in 4. Moreover, his success rate had soared to 70, 7 successes out of 10, an extraordinary feat. This remarkable achievement was primarily due to his formidable affinity for elements and his precognitive abilities. Without them, such prowess would be unattainable. In 1 hour, he drew 17 spell cards. Wang Shikong noted the time and nodded slightly. Within 2 days, he would exhaust the first-tier elemental paper in his possession. As time passed, spell cards were completed one after another. However, they could no longer be referred to as scrolls. Their palm-sized form rendered spell cards a more fitting description. Ding! Your divine light skill proficiency has reached perfection. Ding! Your light healing skill proficiency has reached perfection. With the completion of the final spell card, both of Wang Shikong's skills attained perfection. A total of 501 spell cards were created. Initially, he had anticipated producing around 400, but with the enhancement of the golden drawing pen, the count had reached 501. Aside from a few cards of the divine encouragement spell, the rest were comprised of divine light and light healing spells. This was more than sufficient. Wang Shikong smiled softly as he stored them away. Tomorrow, I shall purify the heretics. With a thought, he summoned the amiable spirit, who had been frolicking about, back to him, and he drifted into slumber. In the early morning, the sun illuminated the picturesque town of Tianqing. Wang Shikong sent a message to Old Hu, requesting assistance in locating the heretical guild, and he set off towards the town's outskirts in his wheelchair, with the amiable spirit resting on his shoulder. Captain, the members of the heretical guild are all leveling up in the abandoned valley. The entire valley has been seized by them. What do you intend to do about the heretical guild? Soon, he received a response from Old Hu to purify them. Captain, have the heretical guild provoked you? Their strength is considerable. They have around 300 members in Tianqing. If you plan to confront them, I can rally my brothers. Haha, Old Hu have recently established the Tianhu Guild, boasting over 3,000 members. We can easily handle them. No need, Wang Shikong replied, reminiscing about the location of the Lost Valley, and set off towards it. Meanwhile, not far from the Lost Valley, at the East Flow Lake Training Ground, Lao Hu and his subordinates were engaged in leveling up. It had been over 20 days since the connection between Blue Star and the Endless Continent, during which numerous guilds had been established. Among them, the most formidable guild in Tianqing town was undoubtedly the Tianhu Guild. Its president, Hu Xianfeng, known for his generous demeanor and abundant supply of black iron equipment, had garnered a substantial following. The advantages of being part of a powerful guild became evident. As their collective strength grew, they naturally occupied the more favorable training areas. Those who wished to join them for leveling, such aspirations were futile. In a world ruled by extraordinary power, the law of the jungle prevailed. Why does Captain Shirkong need information about the heretical guild? Asked Yao, tall and poised, brandishing a spear. Lao Hu furrowed his brow slightly. Replying, he mentioned purging the heretics, indicating a potential conflict with the heretical guild. A conflict with the heretical guild? Yao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. President, who is this captain you speak of? A young man beside him, wielding a staff, inquired curiously. A remarkably formidable individual, Lao Hu responded. Formidable? Is he more so than you and Sister Yao? The youth asked, astonished. Extremely formidable, Lao Hu affirmed. At this point, Jing Shan could not help but interject. The president once offered him a 50 stake to join the Tianhu Guild, but he declined. No way. Our Tianhu Guild is now a major guild across the entire Blue Star. The youth's face was filled with astonishment. Does he not recognize our president as prowess? Indeed, our president and vice president are already at level 10, ranking among the top 3 in Tianqing town. Another subordinate chimed in, equally amazed. Isn't that just an early lead? Enough, Jing Shan. Sent a brother to keep an eye on the heretical guild. Should anything arise, notify me immediately. Lao Hu interrupted the discussion. As the president of the foremost guild in Tianqing town, he could not afford to diminish his reputation by admitting inferiority to others. Furthermore, during the establishment of the guild, he refrained from leveraging the fame of the Shun Shua team to avoid any rift with the captain, and naturally, his subordinates were unaware that the captain he referenced was the leader of the Shun Shua team. Nevertheless, if the captain were in need of assistance, Lao would spare no effort to help. Chapter 26. 1 against 300. Alas, the once fruitful leveling spots have now been monopolized by various guilds. Is this not an act of oppression? What recourse do we have? The members of these guilds occupy the area, and even if they allow us to level up, how can we compete? Once we acquire decent weapons and armor, can we be assured they won't turn on us, seizing our equipment and riches? Particularly concerning is the heretical guild, which is rumored to have ties to the underworld in reality. The Forgotten Valley is no longer a viable option for us. Even a nearby East Flow Lake, a sanctuary for leveling, has been claimed by the Sky Tiger Guild. However, it is said that joining the Sky Tiger Guild comes with substantial benefits. As some individuals lamented their predicament, a young man in a wheelchair approached slowly. In his hands, he held a pristine white book, and a peculiar black crow perched upon his shoulder. This odd combination suggested he was not there for leveling. Indeed, it would be impossible for someone in his condition to engage in such activities. They cast a cursory glance at him and continued on their way. The newcomer was, of course, Wang Shirkong. His gaze was fixed on the entrance of the valley, where he could discern 2 young men armed with guns, smoking as they stood guard. Noticing the emblem of their guild on their shoulders, Wang Shirkong smiled faintly. At the entrance of the valley, 2 members of the heretical guild were engaged in casual conversation when one of them suddenly noticed Wang Shirkong's silhouette and paused. Whoa, Dongzi, look at that guy. Isn't he the one? One youth exclaimed, pointing. What guy? The other replied, puzzled. But upon seeing the figure approaching in the wheelchair, his eyes widened in shock. Damn, it's him. Our guild has been searching for him for 2 days. Let's take him out. Before they could raise their weapons, a beam of divine light, accompanied by a massive fireball, surged towards them. Is that a spell scroll? Quick dodge. The 2 men paled as they saw the spells hurtling towards them and scrambled to evade. Yet, evasion proved futile. Oi, are they trying to kill someone? Even a mosquito is meat. My soul, my soul. The crow sensed Wang Shirkong's lethal intentions and immediately opened its eyes, soaring towards the scene with excitement. Its speed was astonishing. Landing directly on the 2 corpses, its beak glinting ominously as it absorbed their souls, reveling in the act. Wang Shirkong approached calmly, inspecting their gear before claiming their spatial rings. Purify all those we encounter next, he instructed the crow. All of them? Purification. What an elegant term. No wonder the old pervert was fond of it, the crow replied, its face alight with enthusiasm. In that case, I shall be exceedingly benevolent. Wang Shirkong chuckled, his mind focusing as he summoned 2 skeletons to carry him into the rugged depths of the valley. In the distance, a young man observed the unfolding events, his gaze sharpening as he immediately dispatched a message. Simultaneously, upon the demise of the two, they rapidly informed a brother in reality, relaying the news without delay. "Boss, that paralyzed guy has come. Our two brothers at the valley entrance have been killed." What? Deep within the Forgotten Valley, the leader of the heretical guild, known as the Outlaw, was momentarily taken aback upon receiving a report from his subordinates, his face etched with disbelief. It was that wheelchair-bound individual who had come to confront them. His subordinates reiterated, equally astonished. They had not sought him out, yet he had audaciously come knocking at their door. That cripple? The outlaw's eyes gleamed with malice. How dare he come here when I haven't even hunted him down? Very well, I shall make it my mission to end his life. Leader, we must be cautious. That young man is undoubtedly armed with magical scrolls, a vigilant member. Flying Fish cautioned. Silence. Last time I was careless, but now that he dares to approach, I will have him torn apart. The outlaw declared viciously. Rally all our brothers. We will eliminate him. How dare a mere waste of space oppose the heretical guild? After we kill him, station someone at the resurrection point around the clock. The moment he steps out of town, we will strike him down. To dare provoke us, he shall learn the consequences of crossing the heretical guild. And let it be known to all the fate that awaits those who oppose us. The members of the guild declared ominously. To allow a paralyzed individual to come to their doorstep would be a disgrace they could not bear. Their reputation in the endless continent would be irrevocably tarnished. In an instant, nearly 300 members of the heretical guild surged towards the entrance, their presence menacing, exuding a palpable aura of death. Suddenly, an exhilarated cry echoed from above. Caw! Caw! A creature swooped down, circling in the air before swiftly departing. The members of the guild merely cast a fleeting glance, unimpressed. 300 heretics are on their way. The harbinger alighted upon Wang Shikong's shoulder, exclaiming with fervor, "Purify them. Let their souls return to the embrace of the great harbinger." Wang Shikong halted, gazing ahead, composed and awaiting the inevitable confrontation. Soon, the sight of the 300 members of the heretical guild came into view. "My Vort, Leader. It is that young man. He truly dares to come," one of the guild members exclaimed, incredulous at the sight of two skeletal figures supporting him. "Ha, boy, if you wish to survive in the endless continent, you should kneel and beg for forgiveness. Otherwise, I shall ensure you never dare leave the town," the outlaw sneered, his expression icy as he fixated on Wang Shikong. Wang Shikong opened the tome of divine narratives, casting a light elemental spell that augmented his casting speed by 50%. Speaking with an air of finality, he proclaimed, "The divine decrees that heretics must be purified." With that, a beam of radiant light surged toward the outlaw. "Kill him." The outlaw barked, his eyes narrowing at the incoming attack. Attempting a sneak attack? A nearby warrior, shield in hand, scoffed, immediately raising his shield and conjuring earth elements. Crash! -600. The shield bearer was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth, his face reflecting sheer shock. With a shield to defend, could one still strike a fatal blow? Bang! 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 Charge forth, eliminate him. Yet, no one heeded him. The heretics from the guild unleashed their firearms directly. A throng of body cultivators surged toward him, while the spellcasters began to chant their incantations. Wang Shikong observed as flames, earth, metal, and water converged before him, ultimately coalescing into a protective water curtain. With a flick of his wrist, he activated a Divine Light spell card. Divine Light spell scroll. Premium, infusing with elemental energy, grants a protective aura capable of absorbing damage equivalent to 11 times his mental strength. This Guardian-type Divine Light scroll surpassed the flowing Earth armor scroll that Old Who had previously produced. The distinction lay in one being singular while the other encompassed a wider area. Enveloped by the Divine Light, Wang Shikong radiated a sanctified brilliance, akin to a divine being traversing the mortal realm. With another gesture, he infused several offensive Divine Light cards with elemental energy, unleashing a tempestuous wind. A multitude of divine lights surged forth. "Oh, let the illustrious raven join in the honorable purification." The raven, exhilarated, unfurled its wings and vanished into the shadows. Cursed be this wretched fellow, possessing such an arsenal of spell scrolls. Spellcasters, swiftly employ your skills to counterattack. A high-ranking member of the Heretic Guild, witnessing the myriad beams of light, turned pale and commanded urgently. One by one, the mages unleashed their spells, such as the fire incantation, to meet the onslaught. The clash of magic indeed inflicted considerable wear on the divine light. However, even when severely diminished, the divine light spell, originally aimed at the mages, still resulted in the instantaneous demise of 15 spellcasters. Fools, eliminate him at once. The outlaws, witnessing the sudden loss of 15 comrades, were stricken with panic. Wang Shikong, with a flick of his hand, conjured yet another flurry of cards. Rat-a-tat-tat. Ahead, gunfire rained down, yet all fell upon the water, curtain, and divine light. Wang Shikong offered them a faint smile. Even if the water, curtain, and divine light were to be breached, he could promptly summon another layer of defense. For he was steadfast in his focus on protection. Unable to withstand, there exists the divine light guardian scroll, after all. Chapter 27, Annihilation, the shocking Tianhu Guild. How does he possess so many spell scrolls? Damn it. The creation of a single scroll by Fei Yu and his companions is not only costly, but also yields low damage. How comes they're so powerful? As Wang Shikong hurled out another dozen spell scrolls, it was no surprise that several more mages fell. A mage positioned at the rear couldn't suppress his voice, exclaiming this cannot possibly be his own crafted scrolls. It must be that old man who provided them. Fei Yu, witnessing the scene before him, echoed in disbelief. Crafting spell scrolls is exceedingly difficult. I only possess a diagram for a fireball scroll, and these scrolls are acquired. Fei Fei chimed in, acknowledging the significant challenge of crafting such scrolls. They were certain these scrolls were bestowed upon him by that biased elder. Charge! We must eliminate him. The outlaw's gaze turned icy. He had not anticipated that a paralyzed cripple could annihilate 30 of them in mere moments. What kind of absurdity is this? With his own strength and equipment, even defeating 5 opponents would be a challenge. Moreover, there were claims online of a single individual slaying 7. That was already astonishing. Yet here stood this man, seemingly overpowering 300 of them single-handedly. Are scroll creators truly this monstrous? No, that cannot be. His guild's 2 scroll creators pale in comparison to him. Suddenly, as he pondered, a sharp pain pierced his brow, and his pupils widened in terror. The harbinger declared, heretics must be purified. Cackling ominously, a voice echoed in his ears just before he perished, yet he never glimpsed the source of his assailant. The sudden collapse of the outlaw sent shockwaves through the crowd. How did the leader die? They murmured in astonishment. Boom! 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 However, Wang Shikong was not inclined to grant them time for contemplation. Spell cards flew from his hands as if they were of no cost. The immense damage obliterated any unshielded fighters in a single strike. Simultaneously, the harbinger, akin to a reaper from the shadows, eliminated foes with equal efficiency. What struck Wang Shikong as particularly terrifying was the harbinger's ability to meld into darkness. Wherever there was shadow, he could vanish, an embodiment of dread, a natural harbinger of death. How could he possess so many spell scrolls? This is akin to cheating. In less than 2 minutes, 70 to 80 of them had perished, and some, pale with fear, gasped in disbelief. The fighters flanked him from both sides. Quickly, commanded a high-ranking member of the heretical guild. Mages, unleash your spells and attack him. Even if he has scrolls for protection, our numbers can overwhelm him. At this moment, several fighters produced grenades and hurled them at Wang Shikong. Xianfeng, noticing the incoming grenades, Wang Shikong paused momentarily, a smile creeping onto his face. Before they could detonate, the grenades flew back. Boom, boom, boom. Their own comrades were instantly obliterated. Damn it, don't throw grenades. Damn it. His mastery of the Xianfeng spell is astounding. The members of the heretical guild were taken aback. This is bad. It seems a monster is attacking us from the shadows. At that moment, someone witnessed a companion being eerily slain beside them, a gaping wound appearing on their forehead, their face a mask of terror. But just then, as a multitude of spell scrolls descended, a chorus of screams erupted. companions were inexplicably killed, and with the onslaught of numerous spells scrolled from the front, swathes of allies fell. The chaos escalated, the scene becoming increasingly tumultuous. Some even entertained thoughts of retreat. Damn it, is he stuck in a bug? Can he use the spell scrolls infinitely? Someone shouted in fear and confusion. Stunned, Wang Shikong noticed their assault had slowed, controlling the skeletons to approach them. Responding to the man's outcry, they'll run out soon. How can you dare approach us if they're running out soon? The body cultivator's eyes widened, wanting to curse. However, glancing at the figure seated in the wheelchair, bearing a gentle smile that resembled a divine being illuminated by the light element, he ultimately refrained from voicing his anger. Flee. He turned abruptly. Damn it, run. It has already been confirmed online that once a person dies 10 times, they die completely. This means each individual possesses only 10 lives, each life immensely precious. Now, not only must he flee, but he also intends to withdraw from this foolish heretical guild altogether. Why provoke anyone, only to encounter such a terrifying anomaly? Yet in the next moment, his consciousness began to blur, his stiff arm lifting to touch his forehead, blood flowing freely. Damn it, run. Run. As half of the heretical guild's 300 members perished, someone finally could not contain their voice, yelling loudly. Indeed, 300 people facing one, and now choosing to flee. What reputation, what dignity, all had been shattered by that terrifying figure in the wheelchair. The seemingly endless spell scrolls offered no chance of retaliation. Thinking of escaping? Wang Shikong commanded. Kindness, kill the body cultivator trying to flee. Gagaga, heretics, I have wings. You cannot outrun me, the harbinger exclaimed excitedly. Death continued. Slaughter persisted. It was a one-sided massacre. Damn, President, is your squad leader really this formidable? One person against the heretical guild? With 300 members in the Lost Valley, isn't that akin to walking to their doom? Is your squad leader a body cultivator? If a body cultivator is adept at manipulating dark elements, they can become invisible in the shadows, executing precise assassinations. Haha, putting other matters aside, I've long been displeased with the heretical guild. Today, we shall obliterate them and demonstrate the prowess of our Tianhu guild to all cultivators in Tianqing town. At this moment, outside the Lost Valley, Old Hu led 500 elite members of the guild towards the scene. The members of the Tianhu guild were filled with astonishment and excitement. Old Hu wore a serious expression, his brow slightly furrowed. He understood that the captain seated in the wheelchair could not possibly kite or engage in one-on-one assassinations. One individual confronting an entire heretical guild? How could such a scenario be conceivable? Ahead lay 2 lifeless bodies. Yao's gaze shifted toward the corpses at the entrance, her expression tightening as she furrowed her brow. She quickened her pace and commanded the others. Hasten your steps. Quickly. The group accelerated, venturing deeper into the valley. Hurry, flee. Not long after entering, they encountered a man and a woman, both drenched in sweat. Racing towards them, upon recognizing the guild emblems on their shoulders, Yao brandished her spear, declaring, "Halt! Is this the Tianhu guild?" The fleeing duo was none other than Fei Yu and Fei Fei. Their expressions shifted as they spotted the members of Tianhu guild. Fei Yu slightly bowed and spoke. "Esteemed brothers and sisters of Tianhu guild, what brings you here? Where are you running from?" Old Hu scrutinized them with a chilling tone. We fear evident on Fei Fei's face. She stammered, "There's a lunatic inside. He is slaughtering our heretical guild members. We are fleeing. Is there someone inside, hunting your heretical guild members?" The members of Tianhu guild were taken aback. Old Hu's expression hardened, revealing his astonishment, detained them, and pressed forward. Understood, guild leader. For subordinates, immediately stepped forward. We have not provoked your Tianhu guild. Why must you detain us? Fei Yu's complexion paled as he hastily protested. Old Hu disregarded him, continuing onward. 10 seconds later, he abruptly halted. Likewise, the 500 elite members of Tianhu guild found themselves momentarily frozen. Chapter 28. Enormous gains the legacy of the Sword Immortal. A tome lost within the valley lay before the members of the Tianhu guild. Scattered across a radius of several hundred meters were numerous corpses, grotesquely disfigured as if ravaged by corrosion. The sight of these hundreds of lifeless bodies was a harrowing shock for the people of the Great Xia, who had long lived in an era of peace. Even though they had ventured to the endless continent, witnessing and even partaking in various battles, the sheer number of corpses still sent shivers down their spines, drawing sharp gasps from their lips. At the center of this grim tableau sat a young man in a wheelchair, lifted by two skeletal figures. The presence of skeletons, the young man in the wheelchair, and a black crow perched upon his shoulder created an atmosphere of eerie strangeness amidst the surrounding dead. As the two skeletons turned, the crowd beheld the young man's countenance, a strikingly handsome visage adorned with a gentle smile, enveloped in a pure white light, cradling a pristine book. Wang Shikong glanced at Lao Hu and the others, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he commanded the skeletons to bring him closer. Captain Shikong, as Xiao Yi approached, his face a mask of astonishment. "Let us settle our grievances," Wang Shikong stated. "You arrived just in time, Lao Hu. Shall we collect these items?" "Indeed, Captain. I shall take them all," Lao Hu replied, regaining his composure with a deep breath. Wang Shikong nodded, turning his gaze toward Fei Yu and Fei Fei nearby. "Brother Shikong, we shouldn't have harbored any ill intentions toward you. We are truly sorry. Please, spare us," Fei Fei pleaded, her eyes brimming with tears. "Very well," Wang Shikong replied with a slight nod, producing two spell cards in his hand. "Each of you may choose one. Brother, please don't jest with us. We genuinely recognize our mistakes. What will it take for you to let us go?" Fei Yu implored, his countenance reflecting desperation. "Two fates await you, one torturous, the other merciful," Wang Shikong remarked, observing him intently. Fei Yu, bewildered, felt his expression shift dramatically as he exclaimed, "Damn, you can't be serious, you need purification." With a flick of his wrist, Wang Shikong unleashed the light, healing spell upon him. A wretched scream escaped Fei Yu's lips as he swiftly collapsed, joining the ranks of the fallen. The other card radiated with divine light, enveloping Fei Fei and delivering a swift end. Gulp! The onlookers from the Tianhu Guild observed this scene in stunned silence, unable to suppress their gasps of disbelief. What manner of sorcery is this? A bewildered Yao Yi questioned, eyes wide with astonishment. "It is merely a spell scroll," Wang Shikong replied candidly, revealing no secrets. Lao Hu, having previously possessed spell scrolls, could only surmise the extent of their power. Yet, as he surveyed the 300 corpses surrounding them, a chill of dread coursed through him. How many spell scrolls would it take to achieve such devastation? He had founded the Tianhu Guild believing in the strength of numbers. Yet here they were, one individual decimating an entire guild. Now, he found himself wavering even in his resolve to establish a guild. Can individual strength truly stand against the multitude? Can one sweep away the invincible? "Captain, I had intended to bring my brothers to assist you, yet," Lao Hu spoke bitterly, "perhaps this is fortuitous. I can aid you in clearing the battlefield. Go and retrieve all the equipment and weapons from the spatial rings, but do not disturb the items within." "Understood." The elite members of the Tianhu Guild promptly responded, making their way towards the bodies, their gazes occasionally drifting towards that figure. "This is troublesome." Wang Shikong expressed his gratitude. Allowing him to handle the cleanup himself would likely take considerable time. Now, with Lao Hu directly collecting the equipment, it spared him a great deal of hassle. Moreover, he had used a total of 244 spell scrolls, which amounted to a cost nearing 50,000 coins. He would need to rely on the equipment and weapons from these corpses to recoup his losses. Is this truly the captain of the guild and vice-captain's team? One person slaying 300. Could this be too extraordinary? It seems he utilized spell scrolls. How could this individual possess such an abundance of them? Who knows? This captain is even quite formidable. The members of the Tianhu Guild quietly discussed among themselves as they gathered the equipment and spatial rings. "Captain, all the equipment and weapons have been retrieved. There are 25 pieces of black iron gear. The rest are merely common items. We did not inspect the contents of the spatial rings. They reported shortly thereafter. Please extract everything from the spatial items," Wang Shikong instructed. The elite members of the Tianhu Guild complied obediently. Yes. Gold coins, skill books, materials, directs, stockings. a plethora of miscellaneous items. Yet when a book fell, Wang Shirkong paused, his gaze sharpening. With a flick of his hand, the wood element coalesced into tendrils that entwined around it. Goodness, the wood element can be utilized in such a manner? How elegant! An elite mage from the Tianhu Guild exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Shirkong's attention fixed upon the book, his heart stirred. The years I spent as a sword immortal. He opened it. The book spanned several pages, its contents resembling a novel. The first page read, "On the day of my birth, the gates of heaven opened, and blinding rays of colorful sword light shot forth from the cosmos, piercing through the clouds and illuminating the firmament. Wherever the sword light reached, the winds and clouds calmed, fire and water coalesced, and for 1,000 miles, the spiritual swords resonated as the heavenly path celebrated my arrival, an unequivocal opening to a tale of triumph." Yet Wang Shirkong understood that this book contained the essence of a formidable sword immortal's legacy. In his previous life, the notorious Errant Guild maintained its position as a top-tier guild primarily due to the presence of a powerful sword immortal. This immortal, having acquired the legacy of swordsmanship through his identity as a mage, commanded 12 celestial swords, exuding immense power. He was revered as the one who shattered myriad laws, the sword immortal Chen Sheng. Wang Shirkong had once engaged in a battle of wits with him at his peak, managing only to suppress him without breaking through the defense formed by the 12 celestial swords. Who would have thought? Truly, who would have thought? Wang Shirkong was filled with immense joy as he tucked the book away. The emergence of this book prompted him to meticulously examine other items. After discovering no other rare treasures, he secured over 20,000 coins. The remainder was sold to Old, who at a discounted price of 95%, yielding a total of 300,000 coins. Indeed, the spoils of war proved to be exceedingly lucrative. Wang Shirkong had expended merely 50,000 coins, yet now reaped a profit of 320,000, netting over 270,000. Consequently, the number of coins in his possession surged to over 800,000. Furthermore, there was delightful news. The entire Forgotten Valley had become a solo training ground for Wang Shirkong. It teemed with level 7 to 12 monsters, perfectly suited for his rapid level advancement. He had truly struck gold. Chapter 29. The father-in-law gazes at himself useless, utterly useless. 300 men cannot defeat a single individual. All 300 have perished. The leader. That fellow is cheating. He possesses an innumerable amount of scrolls, and we are utterly powerless against him. Within the Resurrection Plaza of Tianqing Town, a group of members from the heretical guild stood despondently. The guild leader, a rogue, wore a mask of fury and disbelief. Twice he had met his demise, both times at the hands of a single adversary, and he had suffered a loss of 2 levels. What terrified him further was that this one individual had annihilated their entire heretical guild. If this were to be spoken of, no one would dare believe it. A single person slaying 300? Yet, the reality was indisputable. How could that damned fellow possess such a plethora of spell scrolls? Aren't those scrolls exceedingly rare? The rogue exclaimed in a hushed roar. No one could offer a response, not even the apprentices Feiyu and Fei. To them, it was evident that this was the result of that biased old man's favoritism. Damn it, I must first strengthen my power, and then seek vengeance. He inhaled deeply, his expression grim. Boss, I have no weapons left. I need to find one first, one of his subordinates lamented. Let us each focus on leveling up, the rogue said, casting a somber glance at his subordinates, who had lost all their equipment. This time, they had suffered a tremendous setback. It is worth noting that he had invested millions to amass such a following, and now it had all vanished in an instant. Caw, here I come, little kitty. Meanwhile, in the Forgotten Valley, the ravens swiftly approached from the front, pursued by 50 or 60 level 10 demonized cloud leopards, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty red. Immortale fusion technique. Mystic wind. Wang Shirkong had already secured a strategic position, and, observing the aggro-drawing raven, a smile crept across his face as he unleashed his skills. One spell followed another, swiftly bringing down the demonized cloud leopards. When some leopards attempted to assault him, the raven retaliated, effortlessly dispatching them. This marked the third wave of wild creatures he had faced. after declining the leveling invitation from Wan Juyao and the others. Wang Shikong had diligently leveled up in this spot. Ding! Your level has increased by 1, Spirit 5, Constitution 2. Having vanquished this group of demonized cloud leopards, his level rose to 6. The ascent was rapid, yet his spirit was depleting just as swiftly. He gathered the scattered coins and equipment, glancing at his dwindling spirit. Each elemental fusion technique consumed approximately 0.6 of his spirit, and with a total of 90, he could only cast it over 100 times. With the raven aiding in aggro management, his spirit quickly diminished. Perhaps this is for the best. I can spend the remaining time crafting spell scrolls, Wang Shikong mused, his form becoming ethereal as he returned to Blue Star. Having avenged his deep-seated grievances, he felt remarkably content. He entered his courtyard pavilion, boiled some water, brewed a pot of the esteemed tea of his father-in-law, and leisurely retrieved the book The Years I Spent as a Sword Immortal to read. In his previous life, the Sword Immortal Shung merely hinted that his legacy was acquired from a tome, the specifics of which Wang Shikong remained oblivious to. Thus, he could only peruse the book bit by bit, seeking clues. The crow, a soul in decay and a body in tatters, often perched upon his shoulder, its eyes half closed in slumber. This harmonious scene persisted for over an hour until a figure with a cigar appeared. Ah, the years I spent as a sword immortal? Ning Tianxiong's countenance darkened upon glimpsing the title of the book in Wang Shikong's hands, and he took note of the seemingly ordinary crow on his shoulder. A pet bird? Engaging in art, reading novels, and tending to a bird. Such pursuits seemed utterly devoid of scholarly merit. Was he truly preparing to languish as a useless scion of the Ning family? He had previously assumed that with so much equipment acquired, Wang Shikong possessed some capabilities. Now, however, he scoffed. While they toiled over matters concerning the guild, this fellow meandered through life with ease. A wave of frustration surged within him, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. As a father, he was well aware of his eldest daughter's temperament. It appeared that he would need to take a more active role in ensuring that this young man's legs healed. Once restored, his daughter would no longer feel guilty. He contemplated that once Wang Shikong was able to walk again, he could encourage his daughter to part ways with him. For now, out of sight, out of mind, he turned and retreated into the house. Wang Shikong noted that his father-in-law did not greet him, as the elder harbored 100 grievances against him. Shikong, it's time for dinner. Shortly thereafter, Ning Qingya approached, smiling as she beheld Wang Shikong in the pavilion. Dad mentioned you were reading. What book are you engrossed in? A novel, Wang Shikong replied, lifting the book to show her. Reading and painting are both quite commendable. Ning Qingya nodded approvingly. Painting? Wang Shikong raised an eyebrow, realizing that Ning Tianxiong, this old green tea, had informed his daughter, implicitly suggesting that he lacked ambition. Was the elder trying to instill disdain in his daughter for him? It's time to eat. Let me take you to the dining hall. Shikong, what level are you currently? Ning Qingya gently nudged him towards the restaurant, her face adorned with a smile. Once you reach level 10, you can head straight to Shanghai City. We can meet there, and I can assist you with leveling up. I'm just at level 6. I'll inform you when I reach Shanghai City. Wang Shikong nodded. Level 6 already? Shikong, you're leveling up so quickly. Impressive. Ning Qingya expressed mild surprise at his current level. Though she had reached level 9, given Wang Shikong's disability, attaining level 6 seemed quite remarkable to her. Wang Shikong smiled. You needn't worry about me. Focus on your own growth. I'm still contemplating living off your success in the future. Hee, rest assured, you shall indeed partake in that soft life. I am formidable now, Ning Qingya declared confidently, lifting her chin. Very well, he chuckled. After nearly a month of companionship, they had become good friends with a marriage certificate, their relationship having grown significantly closer. Have you seen the trending topic about daughters online? Within the restaurant, Ning Tianxiong observed 2 individuals entering with laughter and conversation, casting a glance at Wang Shikong, abruptly interrupting their discourse. Father, what trending news? Ning Qingya inquired with curiosity. Online, someone has revealed that there exists a lone artist who single-handedly annihilated an entire guild, showcasing terrifying prowess, Ning Tianxiong explained. Wang Shikong, overhearing this, was momentarily taken aback. Someone has disclosed this? Is it from the Qianhu Guild or another? One person has obliterated an entire guild? How many members did this guild have? This seems implausible. Ning Qingya expressed her disbelief. 300 individuals. One person against 300, and he vanquished them all. Ning Tianxiong remarked, astonished. Yet, I suspect this may be mere rumor. The notion of one person defeating 300 is utterly ridiculous. It likely serves as a promotional tactic for the artist profession. The artist? I am familiar with that profession, but becoming one is exceedingly challenging. It requires immense resources and considerable time investment, far surpassing the difficulty of becoming an alchemist or a blacksmith. Ning Qingya acknowledged with a slight nod. If indeed one possessed hundreds or thousands of spell scrolls, it would be feasible for a single individual to eradicate hundreds. The endless continent is teeming with hidden talents, Ning Tianxiong marveled. Setting aside the authenticity of this artist, the team that first conquered the Corruption Manor, the Corruption God Squad, must also be formidable. I only this morning managed to guide a group through the nightmare-level dungeon of the Corruption Manor. The strength of the Corruption God Squad achieving first clearance so early is beyond imagination. I truly wonder who they are. Currently, there are over 1,000 guilds established nationwide. Upon reaching Shanghai City, the pressure will be significantly greater, Ning Qingya reflected, nodding gravely. The true challenge has only just begun. Wang Shikong, overhearing his words, raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement gracing his features. Why discuss me? He chuckled softly, calmly listening without interjecting. Though he was aware of many strategies concerning the endless continent, he refrained from disclosing them to Ning Qingya, fearing it might alter the trajectory of the future. Upon reaching Shanghai City, Ning Qingya would encounter a significant opportunity, one that would lay the foundation for her future title as the Snow Queen. The initial development of the Jingxiui Guild was progressing smoothly, which is why he chose not to intervene, worried that even a slight nudge might cause Ning Qingya to miss her chance. Chapter 30, The Celestial Mission, Beep. Your level has increased by 1, mental strength by 5, and physique by 2. For the next 2 days, Wang Shikong diligently trained in the abandoned valley. By noon on the second day, he had achieved level 7. His rate of advancement was astonishing, far surpassing the expectations of an ordinary individual. Captain Shikong, are you interested in joining the Celestial Pavilion's mission? A message from Yao Yi suddenly appeared. Wang Shikong raised an eyebrow upon reading it. Were Yao Yi and her companions preparing to undertake the Celestial Pavilion's task? After a moment of contemplation, he replied, You go ahead. I need to wait a while longer. It seems this task cannot be undertaken in a group. Wang Shikong had limited knowledge of the early missions from the Celestial Pavilion. He only understood that participants would be transported to a battlefield to hunt down evil spirits. Understood. At that moment, Yao Yi, noticing Wang Shikong's repeated refusal, began to doubt her own allure. She gazed at her long, graceful legs and her well-proportioned figure, pondering, was there truly no attraction there? She couldn't help but pout, thinking, could it be that Captain Shikong's paralysis extends beyond just his legs? She too needed to embark on the Celestial Pavilion's mission soon. The rewards were simply too generous. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Shikong was lost in thought. Currently, many high-level cultivators had already reached level 10, and the Celestial Pavilion's task required participants to be at that level. It was likely that numerous individuals were already engaged in this mission. To avoid missing out on potential opportunities, he resolved to level up once more before pursuing the task. Observing his nearly depleted mental strength, Wang Shikong chose not to wait for a slow recovery. He closed his eyes and entered a state of meditation. Beep. Your level has increased by 1, mental strength by 5, and physique by 2. 2 mornings later, the voice of the heavenly Tao echoed, and a smile spread across Wang Shikong's face. Beep. Your mental strength has reached 100. The time hourglass skill has been unlocked. Prediction. Prediction. Under the influence of temporal power, one can simulate the trajectory and changes of a particular event. Currently, the prediction spans 6 days into the future, with a cooldown of 60 days. Suddenly, another notification arrived, leaving him utterly astonished. He quickly examined the attributes of the original equipment, the time hourglass. Indeed, there was now a prediction feature added after the foresight. The potential of this prediction ability Wang Shikong studied it closely, feeling a surge of awe. To simulate the trajectory of an event? Moreover, it encompassed a full 6 days of variables. How different would this be during the forthcoming guild wars? If he could predict the strategies and hidden cards of an opposing guild in advance, would that not render him invincible? The time hourglass was undeniably his ultimate trump card. He took a deep breath, his gaze flickering with excitement. First, he would undertake the Celestial Pavilion's mission. Gathering his focus, he set off towards Qingqing Town with a buoyant spirit. "I smell something," suddenly declared the Corvid, perched on his shoulder. Wang Shikong replied, "What?" "The scent of the heretical guild's leader is about 10 kilometers to our right," the Corvid continued. "The scent of the heretical guild's leader?" Wang Shikong raised an eyebrow and commanded, "Go and purify him." "Caw. No problem, my dear master." "Is the great raven not impressive?" the raven proudly proclaimed. Indeed. Wang Shikong praised him. "Hurry back. We have a task to undertake." "Caw. The raven called out and soared off at a terrifying speed to the right. The benevolent soul, tracking him, possessed a remarkable skill for vengeance, capable of detecting scent from 10 kilometers away. This fellow, so eager, must be intent on absorbing souls. As Wang Shikong observed the vanishing raven, he continued his journey towards Tianqing Town. I smell something. A few minutes later, at a leveling point, the outlaw was swiftly leading a few armed subordinates in slaying monsters for experience. After dying twice, he found himself slightly behind in levels. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing sound reached his ears. The outlaw paused, recognizing it all too well. Soon after, a raven appeared before them. Caw. How dare the feeble heretics provoke the great raven's perverse master? Prepare for my purification. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Caw. In the astonished gaze of the outlaw, the raven vanished in an instant. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his brow. Fear spread across his face. Was this raven the pet of that illustrator? How could such a pet be so terrifying? Instant annihilation. How does one even play against this? Damn it. I've died 3 times already. At that moment, the outlaw contemplated calling for help. From now on, whenever he encountered that illustrator named Shikong in a wheelchair, he would steer clear at all costs. A few minutes later, every member of the Heretic Guild received a message from their president, the outlaw. He was utterly terrified. Caw. All done. Here are the equipment and spatial ring. The raven landed on Wang Shikong's shoulder, boasting as he brought back the spoils. Excellent. Wang Shikong smiled. With the raven's strength, dispatching the current cultivators would be effortlessly simple. The raven's back-and-forth journey earned him 100,000 coins. Tell me what you wish to eat in the future, Wang Shikong remarked, and based on the information regarding the qualifications for the Tianjiao assessment, he arrived at the headquarters of the guards in Tianqing Town. Cultivator from another realm, do you wish to participate in the Tianjiao assessment now? A guard from Tianqing Town inquired. Affirmative, Wang Shikong nodded. Please follow me. The guard led him to a teleportation array and gestured for him to step on. As Wang Shikong positioned himself upon the array, it shimmered with light, and he found himself transported to a majestic location outside the gates. The surrounding ochre walls exuded an immensely heavy aura, yet the eerie darkness and blood-red light above created an oppressive atmosphere. Wang Shikong gazed into the distance, where a deep green forest stretched endlessly, its towering trees reaching heights of 100 meters. Cultivator from another realm, welcome to the front line of the Serpent Calamity battlefield. Guard post number 3. A soldier approached him and said, Follow me. I will introduce you to a squad. He handed over a merit badge, signifying that he had achieved a score of 100, which represented the completion of his assessment tasks. Wang Shikong reached out to accept it, nodding in acknowledgement. Thank you. No need for thanks. We are grateful to you and your fellow cultivators from another realm for fighting alongside us, the young soldier replied with a smile, promptly leading him into a courtyard. Welcome to Team 05 of the Qingxi Army, he announced as they entered. A robust young man approached Wang Shikong and extended his hand. I am Li Shanhux, the captain of Team 05, possessing strength equivalent to your level 15. Welcome aboard. Hello, Captain. You may call me Shikong. Wang Shikong responded as they shook hands. Haha, splendid. Li Shanhux assessed him briefly, nodding slightly. Your arrival coincides perfectly with our team's full complement. Allow me to introduce you to your teammates." Wang Shikong nodded and followed him further inside. "Everyone, come forth and welcome our new member," Li Shanhux called out as he entered. Soon, 8 individuals emerged. Among them, 4 were clearly natives, while the other 4 were one of their own. "What luck! A mute has just joined us, and now we have a cripple," remarked a young man upon seeing Wang Shikong, his brows furrowing in surprise. Li Shanhux cast a glance at the young man, Qingyun cultivator. "A significant portion of your merits will be allocated based on individual performance. However, we are a team, and I hope you all can unite and cooperate. The more evil creatures we slay, the greater the rewards and merits will be. In half an hour, we will venture into the Jimu forest to hunt the malevolent." "Understood, Captain," the young man named Qingyun replied solemnly, casting a displeased glance at Wang Shikong. Author S. Note, subsequent reader reminders. This celestial task has several layers. Please be patient as the story unfolds with thrilling developments. Once we enter the main city, the action will escalate dramatically. This book holds a 9.3 rating with 0.7 points deducted from the first 30 chapters. The divine has spoken. The divine abhors liars. The author has not lied. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Chapter 31. The faced reality of the Qingyun group in the resting quarters of Team 05 of the Qing Snake Army. Wang Shikong surveyed the 4 individuals surrounding him, 3 young men and 1 young woman. The woman was a mage, while the 3 young men were martial practitioners. Among them, 2 stood relatively close to her, while the third, a young man with slightly long hair obscuring his eyes, stood apart, cradling a long blade in his arms. The trio glanced at Wang Shikong, their brows furrowing slightly in disdain. Although this mission's merit rewards were based on individual performance, having a powerful ally would undoubtedly enhance their chances. Their dissatisfaction with this wheelchair-bound companion was palpable. Unperturbed, Wang Shikong recalled the greater discrimination he had faced in his previous life, and he took out a tome on divine storytelling, practicing his skill proficiency. "Let's depart," he announced. Before long, members of Team 03 of the Qing Snake Army approached. Their captain, Li Shanhui, instructed them. "We will first lead you to eliminate some serpent spawn to help you acclimate." "Understood, Captain," the group responded in unison. "Let's proceed." Li Shanhui waved them forward, and they followed behind. The Qing Snake Army's outpost was expansive, only slightly smaller than Tianqing town, with solid earthen structures that made it resemble a sand city nestled within a verdant forest. Wang Shikong had some recollection of the malevolent serpent deities, creatures that thrived in water, wood, and darkness, with the earth element providing a certain level of restraint against them. Exiting through the massive gates of the outpost, they were greeted by an endless expanse of forest. Under the eerie light of the sky's mysterious rifts, the entire woodland exuded a chilling atmosphere. "We are tasked with clearing the 10 to 15 level magic serpents. Male magic serpents excel in close combat, while female magic serpents are adept at venomous spell attacks. Both possess highly toxic fangs," Li Shanhui introduced as they ventured deeper into the forest. These serpents typically appear in groups, with at least 7 in a pack. "Captain, how much merit do we earn for hunting a single magic serpent?" Qingyun inquired. "If you possess the strength to slay one on your own, you will earn 1 merit." Li Shanhui replied. However, these magic serpents start at the black iron level, making solitary hunts exceedingly challenging. Black iron level? The group's expressions grew grave. The path ahead appeared treacherous. They were likely to face serpent attacks. "This time-space practitioner, are you prepared?" Li Shanhui asked, glancing at Wang Shikong. After walking for several minutes, the underbrush thickened, rendering the path nearly impassable. Wang Shikong shook his head, indicating his readiness. Suddenly, he felt someone grasping his wheelchair. Turning, he noticed the long-haired young man with a blade assisting him. Wang Shikong was momentarily taken aback, then smiled, saying, "Thank you, but it is not necessary. Summon skeletons." With a focused thought, he conjured 2 skeletons, who emerged to the astonishment of the onlookers, lifting the wheelchair on either side. "What impressive skill proficiency," Li Shanhui remarca, offering praise. "Very well, let us proceed with caution." The youth with slightly long hair nodded in acknowledgement and stepped aside. 2 brushes lay nearby, while the other 3 regarded the scene with astonishment. The group continued onward, and after a brief interval, Li Shanna's gaze sharpened as he swiftly lifted his head. Evade the attack. Wang Shikong followed his line of sight, noticing 7 or 8 2-meter-long magical serpents perched menacingly in the trees above. Their triangular heads bore an uncanny resemblance to human features, and they possessed ears absent in ordinary snakes. 3 of the serpents opened their gaping maws, unleashing a stream of venom directly toward them. One distinct jet of poison locked onto Wang Shikong. Divine Light technique. He invoked, immediately assuming a defensive stance. With the perfected level of the Divine Light technique and a 50 casting speed enhancement from the Divine Scripture, his spellcasting approach was nearly unparalleled. The divine radiance enveloped him. Sizzle. The venom splashed against the protective barrier before him. Thwarted. Engage. Li Shan bellowed. His 4 teammates, 2 adept in magic and 2 skilled in physical prowess, prepared for battle. One of the physical specialists wielded a shield, showcasing his defensive expertise, while the other brandished a bow. Li Shan himself grasped a formidable long knife. Among the mages, one specialized in support, while the other excelled in offense. This constituted a remarkably harmonious team composition. Their reflexes were swift as they advanced toward the magical serpents. The individuals participating in the elite task assessment possessed exceptional qualities, promptly following in support. Magical Serpent, Black Iron level 10 health, 1800 constitution, 78 mental power, 40 skills, 1. Death Bind, 2. Venom Bite, 3. Ambush. Wang Shikong glanced at the serpents, flipping through the pages of the Divine Scripture. Inspiration of the Gods. A halo of holy light enveloped all present, causing Li Shanna's team of 5, along with the youth with slightly long hair, to tremble in shock and turn towards him. Swift and decisive, Wang Shikong urged them. What a powerful support! Li Shan exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he leapt into action. With an astounding enhancement of 60 to attack, defense, and speed, the already formidable team of approximately level 15 struck the magical serpents with devastating effect. Even the youth with slightly long hair managed to inflict a 40 health reduction on one serpent with a single strike. Such a phenomenal augmentation spell was exhilarating. The members of Li Shanna's team were visibly invigorated, swiftly dispatching the 8 magical serpents in almost 2 seconds. Previously, encountering this number of serpents would have required their team a minimum of 2 to 3 minutes to overcome. What transpired? Were the magical serpents this feeble? Although shrouded in holy light, the 3 companions, who had not received the inspiration of the gods, were momentarily bewildered by the instantaneous conclusion of the battle. The speed at which the time and space cultivators exterminated the 8 serpents was largely attributable to Wang Shikong's contributions. Li Shan marveled at Wang Shikong and stated, therefore, you shall absorb 4 of the energy cores from the magical serpents. The remains will belong to us for collection. Understood, Wang Shikong nodded, directly absorbing the 4 fallen energy cores. This enigmatic serpent does not yield equipment, yet it can provide materials such as teeth for weapon crafting. 40%? What has he accomplished? The unengaged Qing Yun could not restrain his curiosity and inquired. The area amplification spell is an exceedingly potent supportive skill. Li Shanhu turned to them and replied, thus, in this instance of vanquishing the beast, he has acquired 40% of the labor. This, even with an area amplification spell, it seems implausible to directly attain such a share, one of the women interjected. Do not question my fairness. Li Shanhu gestured with his hand, urging them, continue onward. Brother, this amplification spell is truly remarkable. The supportive youth from Li Shanhu's team remarked while walking, giving Wang Shikong a thumbs up, filled with admiration and awe. Thank you. Wang Shikong replied with a smile. Why did we not receive the amplification earlier? Qing Yan asked, opening his mouth. Wang Shikong cast a glance at him. You think you're worthy? Chapter 32. The Wandering Swordsman and the Deceitful Scout in the Midst of Battle. The group faced a formidable assembly of 11-level magical serpents, their defenses and offensive capabilities significantly enhanced. As the 10-member squad ventured deeper, they swiftly encountered 8 more serpents, whose prowess and rank surpassed that of the previous group. Divine inspiration. Wang Shikong, seated at the rear, unleashed his skill. In an instant, the strength of the Li Mountain Tiger squad surged, and a youth with slightly long hair charged forth. Bolstered by such formidable support, even he, at level 10, could fell an 11-level black iron magical serpent. However, for Qing Yun and his 2 companions, their plight was unfortunate. Their skirmish concluded after merely 1 or 2 strikes. Captain, with this brother by our side, we can easily venture towards the Mud River. The young member of the Li Mountain Tiger Squad could not contain his excitement after effortlessly dispatching several serpents. Tomorrow, I shall submit a request to the Legion. Li Mountain Tiger nodded. For today, let us practice a bit. He glanced at Wang Shikong, even altering his address. Brother Shikong, your task as a prodigy seems quite effortless. Yet I recommend that you strive to accrue more merit. In the future, such merit can be exchanged for equipment and skills. Indeed, Wang Shikong acknowledged, aware that entering the Prodigy Pavilion would enable him to undertake merit tasks, which held significant importance in the Snowfall Empire. Not only could he exchange merit for equipment, but accumulating enough could also grant him noble titles within the Empire. Does your spell consume a great deal of energy? Li Mountain Tiger inquired further. If it can last over a minute, I know of a place teeming with magical serpents. Not a problem. Let us proceed, Wang Shikong affirmed. Excellent. Li Mountain Tiger responded with a hint of enthusiasm. Come, we shall head this way. Brother, could your enhancement spell also amplify our abilities? Qing Yun, unable to contain himself, interjected. To his astonishment, the task squad's captain was now seeking his input. Moreover, he had declared the task to be quite simple. This individual, sitting in a wheelchair, possessed such formidable strength. Why not bolster their capabilities with that powerful enhancement skill? Apologies, but my spell can only enhance my teammates, Wang Shikong replied coolly, casting a glance at Qing Yun and his companions. This statement darkened their expressions. What did that imply? Shikong, we are teammates now. Initially, we were in the wrong. Please show some magnanimity and let us complete the task together, the girl named Starlight urged him. Wang Shikong ignored her, choosing instead to focus on his book. A young man with slightly long hair, who had been referred to as Mute, approached him and handed him a note. My name is Tianya. Thank you. Upon reading the note and seeing the name Tianya, Wang Shikong raised an eyebrow. Tianya? The Tianya of the Wandering Swordsman? It was said that during the 5th month on the Endless Continent, he wielded a single blade to vanquish 100 elite members of a first-rate guild, causing a nationwide sensation. He possessed neither formidable equipment nor rare spells. Solely relying on his exceptional skills, he achieved remarkable feats, earning the admiration of countless martial artists who wield blades. He was revered online as the Wanderer Swordsman, the most formidable lone wolf. Numerous guilds extended invitations to him, offering substantial rewards. However, the rise of the Wanderer was akin to a meteor, dazzling for but a few months before vanishing from the sight of all. Subsequently, it was revealed that the Wanderer had taken a girlfriend who, in collusion with others, betrayed him in reality, robbing him of all his opportunities. This revelation stirred quite a sensation. The Wanderer, a mute, rarely spoke even when he could. He never anticipated encountering the Wanderer. Yet, considering the circumstances, it was only natural. Those who could undertake such tasks were no weaklings. Wang Shikong glanced at the slightly long-haired Wanderer, offering a faint smile and extending his fist. The Wanderer paused momentarily, then returned the gesture with a smile. Xing Guang, observing Wang Shikong's indifference towards her, huffed softly and ceased to speak. The group pressed on, soon encountering swarms of magical serpents. However, with the skilled divine encouragement, they easily dispatched them. Ultimately, even when faced with 10 level 15 magical serpents, they handled the situation with ease. As their mental and physical stamina dwindled, it was decided to return, with plans to continue the next morning. Lishan, who glanced at the time and spoke. The others nodded, acknowledging their fatigue. This task was not one to be completed in just a day or two. The following morning, Wang Shikong arrived at the team's resting quarters. Today, we will venture to a location with a higher concentration of magical serpents, which carries certain risks, Lishan, who informed the group. As long as we return safely, You will each earn a basic 10 merit points. No problem. We will follow the captain. Qin Yun and the others nodded in agreement. Wang Shikong had no objections. The group set out once more, this time entering the forest from a different direction than the previous afternoon. However, along the way, they encountered several cultivators. Some were comrades on tasks, while others were indigenous soldiers. Clearly, there was a defensive line ahead. After half an hour, they came upon a river cutting through the forest. The river stretched at least 100 meters wide, its murky waters obscuring what lay beneath. In front of the river, there was a temporary rest area marked by a towering watchtower. Li Shan, who approached one of the watchtowers and spoke to the soldiers within. Soon a scout, covered in a special substance, approached them. Captain Li, you should clear the right side for 5 kilometers, the scout advised. There are magical serpents crossing the river, and around the banks, there are likely hundreds of level 15 magical serpents. With your squad S strength, you can clear them if you proceed with caution. Thank you for your hard work, Captain, and Li Shan, who expressed his gratitude. Wang Shikong, seated in his wheelchair, felt a sudden intensity at the scout's words, his gaze sharpening with intrigue. What was happening? He wondered, casting a deep glance at the scout. Moments ago, his words were nothing but deceit. Possessing the divine gift of truth perception, Wang Shikong could discern whether anyone was lying. This scout was indeed fabricating falsehoods. Why would he resort to such treachery? Shouldn't a scout provide accurate intelligence? With a slight narrowing of his eyes, Wang Shikong contemplated. Let us proceed to eradicate the magical serpents over there, Li Shanhui suggested, stepping before Wang Shikong and presenting him with a vial of potion. Brother Shikong, it seems you will be burdened with labor soon. This is a vial of mental restoration potion. Thank you, Li, Wang Shikong replied, accepting the vial and examining it. Mental restoration potion restores 1 point of mental strength within 1 minute, lasting for 10 minutes. A total of 10 doses. Such restorative potions do not come cheaply, each costing over 100 currency units. Let us depart, Li smiled, gesturing for the group to follow. Seated in his wheelchair, Wang Shikong wore a pensive expression. He refrained from sharing the information about the scout's dishonesty with Li Shanhui. Even if he did, it is unlikely that Li would believe him. After all, one was a comrade, while the other was merely an outsider. Has this triggered a unique circumstance within the task? Wang Shikong mused inwardly. Chapter 33, Traps and the Highly Intelligent Serpent. Next, we shall confront a level 15 serpent. Our team will take the lead while you assist from the sidelines. As the group hastened towards their destination, Li Shanhua spoke. Our task today is to eliminate the over 100 serpents in this vicinity. Captain Li, is the reconnaissance information accurate? Wang Shikong inquired from his wheelchair, his gaze flickering with curiosity. In 80 of cases, it is quite accurate, though unexpected occurrences can arise. Li Shanhua replied. However, should we encounter any unforeseen circumstances, we are to retreat. We belong to a field combat team, and in exceptional situations, we may withdraw. If we return with special intelligence, we will also earn merit. Wang Shikong nodded, then asked again, will we face an ambush from the serpents given that there are 100 of them at our target location? Not likely. Serpents typically gather in groups of 2 generations, usually consisting of 7 to 12 individuals. Li Shanhua shook his head. He paused briefly before continuing. Of course, if there are highly intelligent serpents, they may assemble together. But those are primarily located on the front lines and unlikely to appear here. What level are these highly intelligent serpents? Asked Xingwang, curious. These intelligent serpents are all of silver rank or above. Our clear serpent army closely monitors such serpents, Li Shanhua explained. Their intelligence is comparable to ours. They're the elite of the evil legion. You must exercise caution when engaging with such malevolent beings in the future. Will we encounter them later? Qing Shan asked in astonishment. In the future, if you cultivators from other realms wish to establish a city-state here, you will inevitably have to confront them, Li Shanhua stated. Wang Shikong nodded slightly. The Endless Continent links with Blue Star. Essentially, the heavenly Tao of the Endless Continent has permitted the people of Blue Star entry to thwart the invasion of extraterritorial demons, granting them extraordinary powers to aid in resisting the malevolence. Moreover, if the guild intends to establish a city, it can only be done at the Void Rifts. Once a city is founded, it will inevitably face incursions from the demon legions. However, this does not imply that the heavenly Tao of the endless continent is deceiving them. There are both crises and opportunities present. Establishing a city in such locations carries substantial advantages. A well-positioned city serves as a training ground for cultivators, a sacred place for leveling up. Hunting demons can also yield treasures. Tianya dropped down. Suddenly, Wang Shikong's gaze sharpened as he cautioned. Huh? Tianya was momentarily startled but obediently dropped to the ground. Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, dozens of venomous projectiles hurtled towards them. The divine light technique enveloped Wang Shikong's identity, yet when the venom struck before him, it swiftly corroded it. This compelled him to produce a divine light scroll. This is bad. We are ambushed. How is that possible? Captain Li and the others exclaimed, immediately preparing to defend themselves. From one side, agonized screams erupted as Xingguang was struck by a stream of venom, meeting an instant demise. Though Qin Yun and another young man, despite being physically adept, managed to withstand a single attack, they succumbed to the second, meeting their demise. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In quick succession, a multitude of demonic serpents materialized on either side, numbering in the hundreds. How could this be? There are high-level intelligent demonic serpents. Li Shanhua's face contorted with despair upon witnessing the sudden appearance of these serpents. This task is truly treacherous, and not only tests strength, but also fortune. Wang Shikong gazed at the encircling serpents, murmuring to himself, 100 level, 15 black iron serpents. And lurking within may be a silver-tier intelligent serpent. This force surpasses the entirety of the heretical guild by several magnitudes. However, Wang Shikong surveyed Li Shanhua's entire team. In the initial ambush, all 5 of them had successfully resisted. Li Shanhua's group was indeed stronger than the typical black iron monsters of their level. Divine inspiration. Wang Shikong calmly spoke, unleashing a buffing skill, while his hand moved, conjuring 3 cards that flew towards the surrounding serpents. Simultaneously, this was also divine inspiration, albeit tailored against the heretics. The spell scroll could not attain the 50 boost from the Holy Temple of Light, yet its effects, diminishing the attack, defense, and speed of the nearby serpents by 40, were still formidable. Break formation and slay them. Wang Shikong declared calmly. A spell scroll? A debuffing type? The members of Li Shanhua's team were taken aback as they observed the state of the surrounding serpents. Kill. Without hesitation, Li Shanhua's group charged forth. Tianya, filled with unspoken gratitude, cast a thankful glance at Wang Shikong before joining the fray. Kindness, do not slumber. Locate and eliminate the mastermind serpent behind this, if you please. Wang Shikong summoned the slumbering corvid from within the Holy Temple of Light. Caw, caw, caw. Disturbing the great corvid's sweet dreams. The corvid groggily opened its eyes, its gaze fixating on a repugnant sin ahead. Great corvid, I shall purify you. Wang Shikong could only shake his head at the somewhat oblivious corvid. Nevertheless, its willingness to charge forth suggested it would manage. After all, it was of golden tier, even with a level disparity. Despite being besieged by hundreds of serpents, the tide of battle transformed instantaneously. Li Shanhua's team received a 60 boost, while the serpents faced a 40 debuff. This exchange created a disparity of double. It was akin to a level 20 facing a level 10. Each of the 5 members of Li Shanhua's team effortlessly dispatched their foes, with area skills allowing them to slay 3 or 4 serpents with a single blow. Even Tianya managed to fell a serpent with merely 3 strikes. It was not merely their strength. Rather, Wang Shikong's amplification and suppression were extraordinarily potent. The divine arts of the deity are indeed formidable, Wang Shikong mused, compelled to acknowledge the might of the God of Light. No wonder he is the sovereign of the entire Third Era. Damnable crow, I shall slay you, Serpent King. A cacophony of raucous laughter erupted as a mere pest dared to bark at the esteemed Lord of Crows. In the distance, the sounds of battle and banter resonated, accompanied by the thunderous crash of a colossal tree being felled. Wang Shikong caught a glimpse of a serpent-like creature, 3 meters in length, with a human visage, furiously launching an assault against the Lord of Crows. Moments later, the tumult subsided, yielding an eerie calm. How audacious to bark at your illustrious Lord of Crows. A wretched soul like you isn't worth my appetite, the Lord of Crows declared, as the skirmish reached a swift conclusion, and it triumphantly soared over to Wang Shikong. Time for a brief respite. It flapped its wings and remarked. Wang Shikong smiled and nodded in approval. The surrounding conflict continued to rage on, with the serpentine foes swiftly dispatched. As the effects of the divine drum's inspiration scroll waned, all remaining serpents fell. The brief yet intense surge of energy left Li Shanhua and his companions slightly breathless, but upon witnessing the multitude of serpent corpses, their expressions transformed to one of exhilaration mixed with trepidation. Li Shanhua and his four comrades turned their gazes towards Wang Shikong, who sat in a wheelchair. Bowing deeply in reverence, "We are eternally grateful for your timely rescue, young Master Shikong." This time, their address had shifted once more. Wang Shikong nodded, unceremoniously absorbing the ambient energy, which propelled his level upward. He eventually approached the lifeless form of the serpent with a human head, an entity of silver-tier malevolence. Had he not intervened, this abomination could have easily decimated Li Shanhua's team. Wang Shikong then addressed Li Shanhua and his companions. "Just now, that scout was deceiving us." "What?" The faces of Li Shanhua and his companions paled at this revelation. Chapter 34. Deduction and mastery of the situation. Is it conceivable that the scouts have deceived us? A young warrior from the Lishan Tiger Squad, brandishing a shield, exclaimed in disbelief. Their expressions shifted dramatically. As longtime comrades, they were reluctant to accept this harsh reality, and the notion felt utterly implausible. Even when they had just encountered an ambush, they had merely attributed it to happenstance. However, the gravity of the statement came from their savior, coupled with the formidable abilities he had just demonstrated, which compelled them to entertain doubts. "Do not question my words. I am 100% certain," Wang Shikong asserted, gazing at them. "That scout is a traitor." The Lishan Tiger's countenance darkened considerably. "So, the Dark Squad has actually allied with the Dark Forces, becoming their adherents?" He inhaled deeply and expressed his gratitude to Wang Shikong. "Thank you for your warning, young Master Shikong. We shall report this matter immediately. Your intervention has saved our 5 lives, and you shall be duly awarded 500 merit points. Additionally, we will collect the corpses of these demon snakes and reward you with corresponding merit based on their value." Wang Shikong nodded, absorbing the essence of the high-intelligence demon snakes. "Let us hasten our preparations and return at once. The presence of a traitor among the scouts signifies grave trouble ahead." Lishan Tiger urged his team with a serious tone. Wang Shikong's gaze intensified, reflecting deep contemplation. The presence of a traitor within the scouts of a military unit posed a significant threat. It is well known that scouts serve as the eyes of the army, with many strategic movements relying heavily on the information they provide. Moreover, was there only one scout who was a follower of the Dark Forces? Or could there be more? He pondered deeply. Deduction. Regarding the treachery of the Snake Disaster Battlefield's Scout Corps. Deduction period, 6 days. With a focused thought, Wang Shikong activated his newly unlocked temporal ability to conduct a time deduction of the incident. His eyes glimmered with golden light as the sands of time flowed rapidly through his pupils, presenting the forthcoming 6 days before him. Scenes unfolded. The Demon Snake Corps ambush. Countless fallen soldiers, the collapse of the 0-3 Guardian outpost, and the flames of war engulfing the entire 0-3 Guardian site. As the Demon Snake Corps surrounded the Clear Snake Army's defensive stronghold, all of this flashed before him like a rapidly played film. Wang Shikong blinked, scrutinizing a specific moment in time. "Young Master Shikong, we must hasten our return to report this matter to the Guardian General, so that he may investigate the truth thoroughly," Lishan Tiger urged as they finished collecting the Demon Snake corpses. Wang Shikong regarded him, his eyes flickering with intensity. "Contact our comrades from other squads. Reach out to as many as possible, but do not disclose any information." Lishan Tiger's expression shifted. "Are you suggesting that our other teammates might also be?" He spoke hastily, pulling out a communicator to send a mass message. The result left him unnerved. He had messaged over 20 comrades, yet received responses from only 2. Even though some comrades might be engaged in fierce combat with the Serpent of Magic at this very moment. The fact that only 2 out of more than 20 have responded is quite unsettling. Wang Shikong continued to inquire. Have any of the comrades who went out yesterday failed to return? Indeed, there are times when we have night missions, but all teammates are required to report their safety. If Li Shanhud's pupils slightly constricted, their team, the Clear Serpent Legion, might have had night missions, but they would always report their status. If something were to happen to the comrades last night, the higher-ups of the Clear Serpent Legion would inevitably be aware of it by this morning and would take action. If there has been no report or response, then only one possibility remains. Someone has concealed this matter. To be able to hide such an event, the individual must hold a significant position within their ranks at the 03 guard post. The higher echelons of the guard may also include followers of dark forces. Li Shanhud's expression darkened considerably. It would be impossible to keep the extensive casualties of soldiers from the 03 guard post under wraps for long. Wang Shikong gazed at him, stating, "Thus, the Serpent of Magic will undoubtedly take further action. What that further action entails is certainly an assault on the 03 guard post. I will discreetly inform the defense general to seek assistance from the Empire," Li Shanhud said, maintaining a serious demeanor. "That would be futile. I suspect the teleportation array has been sabotaged," Wang Shikong asserted with conviction, casting his gaze towards the void above. "The Serpent of Magic will launch their offensive today. What should we do now?" Li Shanhud momentarily felt lost. "We must report this to prepare the general. Otherwise, if the enemy has an insider, they might launch a surprise attack. Given our current weakened state, the consequences would be unimaginable. Do not panic. We must contact a trustworthy individual to discreetly return us to the city, to avoid alarming the enemy," Wang Shikong advised. "Young Master Shikong, do you have a plan?" Li Shanhud asked in astonishment. Immediately nodding, "I will contact them right away." Wang Shikong sat quietly, acutely aware of the dire situation at the 03 guard post. As time progressed, it seemed inevitable that the Serpent of Magic would seize and obliterate the area. However, there remained a glimmer of hope. This sliver of hope resided within him. Defense General, Father." Within half an hour, a figure hurried over, prompting Li Shanhud and others to exclaim, "Defense General?" Wang Shikong looked on as a middle-aged man approached. While the title of Defense General did not carry great weight in the Snowfall Empire, he was nonetheless the highest-ranking officer at the guard post. "Shanhud, I have checked your report, and indeed, many soldiers are uncontactable. General Li, a sorcerer wielding a staff," remarked with a solemn expression, his gaze fixed on Wang Shikong. "You must be the young brother from the Shikong family. Thank you for rescuing Shanhud and the others." "It was my duty," Wang Shikong replied, shaking his head. "General Li, I need to understand the current troop strength and trump cards of the guard post. Young brother Shikong, do you truly have a solution?" Li Shanhu had evidently conveyed all matters to his father, General Li, who fixed his gaze upon him and inquired about the imminent defeat. "Let me attempt to unravel the situation," Wang Shikong replied with a faint smile. "The impending defeat?" General Li narrowed his eyes and nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let's deliberate together." His trust in Wang Shikong was far from complete. After all, a loss would spell doom for the lives of the countless soldiers stationed at the guard post, not to mention the severe repercussions for the front lines. Wang Shikong chuckled softly. "That was sufficient. I shall escort you back to the guard post," General Li instructed them. With a flick of his staff, a gust of wind enveloped them, and he produced a scroll to conceal their presence. After more than half an hour, the group quietly arrived at the central garrison of the guard post. "General Li," a voice called out as 10 middle-aged men approached, their expressions grim. "We have investigated the situation you mentioned, and it is indeed dire. The teleportation array has been sabotaged, and it will take a day to repair. Furthermore, I suspect that the protective formations within our city may also be compromised." "Damn it," one of the commanders of the scout team exclaimed. "They must have been corrupted by the dark forces. We need to eliminate them immediately and prepare for defense." As they entered the garrison, the gravity of their findings weighed heavily upon them. Wang Shikong reviewed the information regarding the guard post and glanced at the higher-ups, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Observing General Li's growing list of confirmed bad news, his expression darkened, filled with murderous intent. We must eradicate these treacherous traitors, he declared. General, we must act immediately, one of the burly men insisted. It is too late, Wang Shikong replied coolly, his voice devoid of urgency. Chapter 35. Under the command of the young master of time and space. Is it too late? Wang Shikong's words drew the attention of everyone within the estate. It was this young master of time and space who discerned the current situation and saved the Mountain Tiger Group. General Li introduced him to the other generals. Glancing at Wang Shikong, is it too late? Do you have a plan, young brother? The soldiers guarding them numbered 10,000, yet in the past 2 days, at least 1,000 or 2,000 had perished. Wang Shikong gazed at them, then spoke slowly. Moreover, the enemy has severed our means of rescue, which means we are likely to face an assault from at least 4 to 5 times their numbers. Even if we eliminate the traitors now, it will not alter the overall situation. His words darkened the expressions of General Li and his companions. The Demon Serpent Legion had clearly come well prepared, with internal support. Once the enemy launched their attack, the forces they dispatched would undoubtedly outnumber them several times over. Young Master of Time and Space, please speak your mind. We place our trust in you, Li Shanhua interjected. Since the enemy has made all necessary preparations, we can only use their own tactics against them. Wang Shikong smiled broadly. Then, we shall lead the snakes into the trap. Use their own tactics against them. Lead the snakes into the trap. General Li looked at him with confusion. To triumph over the strong with the weak, one must not only employ unexpected strategies, but also seize the advantageous timing and terrain, as well as the support of the people. Wang Shikong's gaze sparkled. We shall set a trap and wait for the arrival of the Demon Serpent Legion. He turned to several middle-aged men with scholarly airs beside him. You are element formation masters, are you not? If you properly set up the formation traps, would you be able to withstand an enemy force that exceeds us by 5-fold? Young brother, we are all peak experts of the Divine Palace realm, and Qian Shi is even at the second transition of the Divine Ability realm. If the enemy falls into our formation, we can handle 20 of the same level without issue. One of the element formation masters replied confidently. Wang Shikong nodded, understanding the capabilities of the element formation masters. The establishment of cities heavily relied on their formations. Once enemies entered the realm of the element formation masters, indeed, facing 20 of the same level would not be a problem. However, element formation masters had significant drawbacks. Setting up a formation could take 1 or 2 hours, while those for large towns could require days or even half a month. Additionally, 2 more limitations existed. The enemy must enter the formation, and it could not sustain too strong an external attack. Very well, we shall proceed to lay down layered formation traps in front of the teleportation array, Wang Shikong declared. Setting formation traps at the teleportation array, General Li and the others looked at him in confusion. Currently, it is not the enemy who is in the dark while we are in the light, but rather, we find ourselves in the shadows. Wang Shikong adjusted his glasses and smiled. We will set up the elemental formations at the teleportation array. Once the war begins, we will immediately spread the word that the formation masters possess treasures capable of restoring the formations in 20 minutes. Reinforcements will arrive in due time. We must hold out for those 20 minutes. Li Shanhua, upon hearing his words, narrowed his gaze. If that is the case, the traitors will undoubtedly inform the Serpent Demon Legion, and they will inevitably rush to breach the city, heading towards the teleportation array. We cannot allow the entire Serpent Demon Legion to infiltrate the city. The pressure on the formations we have arranged would be insurmountable. Even if the Serpent Demon Legion pays a price, we would still face defeat. Thus, we must take a calculated risk and leave a weakness at the side gate, allowing the stronger members of the Serpent Demon Legion to enter. Wang Shikong spoke calmly. When the strong members of the Serpent Demon Legion rush into the teleportation array, we will encircle and eliminate them. Once all their strong members are dead, victory in this war will be ours. The crowd hesitated slightly upon hearing this. Is this not too dangerous? What if the strong members of the Serpent Demon Legion do not head for the teleportation array, but instead enter the city to slaughter our soldiers? That would spell our doom. Ha! That is precisely why it is a calculated risk. Wang Shikong looked at them. We must control the timing of their intrusion, ideally restricting it to just 5 minutes. thereby ensuring a 90% probability that the Serpent Demon Legion will charge towards the teleportation array. As he spoke, confidence radiated from him. Trust me, the success rate exceeds 90%. Well, we currently have no better alternatives. General Li cast his gaze over the crowd. Let us proceed according to the plan devised by our young brother Shirkong. No problem. A middle-aged man nodded. Then let us set the trap and eliminate these beasts. At this moment, there are surely traitors watching around the teleportation array, so you must find a convincing reason to disperse them, and then immediately begin setting up the traps. Wang Shirkong looked at them and reminded, we may only have 5 hours left. 5 hours? Though somewhat urgent, we can still set up several killing formations. Several formation masters nodded in agreement. Prepare immediately. This operation must remain known only to us. To prevent any mishaps, do not disclose it to anyone. General Li addressed the crowd. Understood. The group responded promptly and set out to act. Young Master Shirkong, your strategy of luring the serpent into the trap is truly ingenious. Utilizing the traitors to draw them in, Li Shanhua exclaimed in admiration as he gazed at Wang Shirkong. Once we encircle the strong members of the Serpent Demon Legion, victory will be ours. General Li also revealed a faint smile. They're traitors? Then let us exploit them. It is indeed a brilliant strategy. Tianya, standing nearby, looked at him with admiration, giving a thumbs up. Observing their praise, Wang Shirkong concealed his smile and leaned back in his wheelchair. This tactic is destined for failure. What? His statement left Li Shanhua and General Li momentarily stunned, staring at him in disbelief. Wang Shirkong gazed at General Li. Among the 10, just now, the middle-aged man wielding the fiery red blade is a mole. Therefore, according to our plan, we are bound to lose. The man with the fiery red blade? Old Hua. General Li's expression shifted dramatically as he fixed his gaze upon Wang Shirkong. This is impossible. Old Hua would never betray the Snowfall Empire, nor would he turn against the human race of the Endless Continent. Are you certain? Wang Shirkong gazed at him. Dare you guarantee the lives of the thousands of soldiers on guard? General Li's expression darkened as he looked at him. How do you know he is a traitor? The divine despises those who lie. Wang Shirkong regarded the sacred tome in his hands and replied nonchalantly, I share that sentiment. Deceit is not always manifested through words. Upon his arrival, Wang Shirkong had noticed the disingenuous expression of this middle-aged man. Yet, he cannot be certain. The moment he exclaimed, it is, Wang Shirkong became convinced he was lying. To utter falsehoods in such matters, what else could one be but a traitor? Most crucially, at this moment of deliberation, Wang Shirkong could foresee the unfolding events of the next 6 days. The outcome remained unchanged. Someone had leaked this information. If you know he's a traitor, why not expose him? Why devise this scheme? Li Shanhua looked at him, puzzled. A plot within a plot within a plot. Wang Shirkong's gaze was icy. When there is a mole among these 10, they will undoubtedly transmit the news of our discovery. Even if we eliminate them, the Demon Serpent Legion would already be aware of their exposure, and other traitors might sense it too, leading to suspicion. Thus, it is better to turn the tables. A plot within a plot within a plot. A circle within a circle within a circle. Let the Demon Serpent Legion believe they understand everything. But that belief is merely an illusion. I still find it hard to believe that Lao Hua is the mole, General Li sighed. Then listen to my command. Wang Shirkong asserted firmly. Find an excuse to call back everyone except for that Lao Hua, and devise a new plan. Of course, if you still trust him, I shall not impose. General Li's expression shifted, and he looked at him earnestly. I apologize, young Master Shirkong. It was my indecisiveness. Without you, we would have been doomed. Now, I place my trust in you. Please lead us. Chapter 36. The great battle commences. Time passed slowly in Wang Shirkong's eyes, each second ticking away. Everything before him unfolded as he envisioned. Seated at the desk within the garrison, Wang Shirkong diligently inscribed spell scrolls. The forces of his 03 Guard began to converge, as several array mages, under his command, commenced a reconfiguration of the formations. Report. Numerous magical serpents have appeared, seemingly organized in their approach. Report. General, we have detected high-level intelligent magical serpents leading a legion of serpents towards us. The hours swiftly elapsed, and anxious soldiers approached to relay the news. As the serpent army approached, General Li inhaled deeply, turning to Wang Shikong beside him. "Young Master Shikong, it is about to begin." "Indeed," Wang Shikong replied, raising his head. "Time is of the essence. I have only managed to inscribe 70 spell scrolls. Young Master, these scrolls can withstand the forces of 10,000. We of the 03 Guard are most fortunate to encounter you. Regardless of the outcome, you shall be deemed a hero among us, and I shall report your merits to the Empire." At this moment, General Li held profound respect for him. Just hours earlier, he had been astounded to witness Wang Shikong inscribing the scroll of divine inspiration. As a garrison general of the Snowfall Empire, albeit of the lowest rank, he commanded thousands of soldiers and had gleaned considerable experience. The divine inspiration scroll, at the elemental refining stage, was virtually invincible. Such a significant amplification effect was rare throughout the entire Snowfall Empire, with each scroll valued no less than a piece of bronze equipment. Observing Wang Shikong's speed and success rate, he immediately recognized him as a true master inscriber. A powerful inscriber held more prestige than he as a general. "These scrolls are not for immediate use. Let us proceed to the city gate," Wang Shikong stated calmly. "Very well," General Li replied, though with a hint of confusion. He refrained from inquiring further as the group swiftly made their way to the city gate. Tianya quietly approached from behind Wang Shikong's wheelchair, gently pushing him forward. Upon reaching the walls above the city gate, they found themselves amidst a gathering of 8,000 to 9,000 soldiers, all fully armed and with serious expressions fixed upon the horizon. Mages and archers occupied the wall's summit, while the remaining warriors stood at the main and side gates to thwart any incoming enemy assault. Historically, defenders have always held a significant advantage over attackers, and this held true even in this extraordinary realm. However, this advantage hinged on the proper functioning of the city's protective array. Now, with the 03 Guard's protective array malfunctioning, their defensive advantage was diminished by 90%. Look at the multitude of magical serpents. There are at least 60,000. And observe, over 100 high-intelligence magical serpents, along with many advanced serpents of the second transformation. Cursed be it, why was the Serpent Legion only detected now? Their power outmatches ours by 5 or 6 times. What is there to fear? Our garrison possesses the protective array for every beast that approaches. We shall slay them in kind. Ahead, an immense legion of serpentine demons materialized in the line of sight. The soldiers, upon witnessing this sight, solemnly voiced their concerns. Tianya guided Wang Shikong to the central point atop the city wall. General Li stood to one side, while a number of commanders, their faces etched with gravity, hastened to join him. "General, the sudden appearance of so many serpents is clearly abnormal. The scouts should have detected this," remarked one uninformed commander, his expression darkening as he beheld the demonic army. "There are traitors among the scouts," General Li stated grimly. "What? Traitors? By the heavens! Is there truly someone who would ally with the malevolent?" The commander, filled with shock and indignation, exclaimed, "General, this legion of serpents boasts numerous formidable beings. We require reinforcements. The city's protective formation has been breached, and the teleportation array has also been destroyed." General Li turned to them. "Thus, we must rely solely on ourselves. How could the protective formation and teleportation array be compromised? This is dire. This serpentine legion comes prepared, and we have traitors within our ranks?" Some astute commanders quickly deduced, their faces reflecting shock as they gazed towards the dense mass of serpents, their expressions grave. The strength of this force surpassed theirs by at least 5 or 6 times. Without the protective formation and support, they stood no chance of victory. "Fear not. Hold for 20 minutes. If we can endure that long, the teleportation array will be repaired, and reinforcements will arrive immediately," General Li reassured them, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Laohua. "The teleportation array can be repaired in 20 minutes? With our strength, we can certainly withstand for that duration." The commanders felt a surge of resolve upon hearing this. They believed they could hold out for 20 minutes, leveraging their current geographical advantage. "Indeed, 20 minutes," General Li replied with a cold smirk. Those traitors could never have anticipated that we possessed the means to repair the teleportation array. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Insignificant humans, are you prepared to meet your demise? A haughty voice echoed from the front, accompanied by the sound of serpents flicking their tongues. Hundreds of highly intelligent serpent demons, their bodies coiling with malice, advanced, with 50 to 60,000 serpents trailing behind them. The sheer number of these serpents was utterly terrifying. Beasts, you wretched fiends! How dare you invade our stronghold? Prepare to perish. General Li fixed his gaze upon them, his voice icy as he commanded. Ha! My children, breach the city walls and devour every foolish soul within. The leading serpent cackled ominously. With a command, the legion surged forward. The serpentine army understood tactics well. The female serpents unleashed spells from a distance, their venom corroding the city gates, while the male serpents, cloaked in dark scales, formed a formidable defense. The higher-ranking serpents unleashed a barrage of attacks and enhancements without hesitation. Kill! General Li waved his hand vigorously, shouting, kill! Kill! The resounding command of Chi Tian echoed through the air as the cultivators began to chant their spells, while the archers unleashed a barrage of arrows towards the horde of demonic serpents. The battle was on the precipice of eruption. From his elevated vantage point, Wang Shikong observed in silence. Absent the protection of a city defense formation, even the advantage of terrain would only allow them to endure for half an hour against the overwhelming numbers. After 30 minutes, the gates would inevitably succumb. In the ensuing melee, the disparity in numbers would become glaringly apparent. This scenario held true only if the higher-tier demonic serpents refrained from unleashing their full fury. Should they launch a concerted assault, the city would fall within 20 minutes. Of course, such an onslaught would come at a significant cost to them. Beneath, several intelligent serpents remained unmoved, their cold gazes fixated on the unfolding conflict. Even witnessing the demise of their brethren did not stir their indifference. The initial phase of war was a test of attrition and defense. Minutes slipped away, and thousands of demonic serpents lay lifeless at the city walls. The leading intelligent serpent sneered with disdain. The internal traitors we have cultivated over the past decade far exceed your imaginings. Prepare to meet your doom. With a smile, he turned to another intelligent serpent. Let us commence our grand feast. A grand feast? Ha ha ha! At last, it is our turn to strike. Today, I shall indulge myself thoroughly. These foolish beings still believe they can ambush us. Soon, we shall consume them all. Kill, kill, kill. My children, slay them all. The assembly of intelligent serpents surged into action, fueled by bloodlust and exhilaration, as they charged toward side gate. Simultaneously, all the serpents fell into a frenzied state under their command. The flames of war intensified. Wang Shikong, witnessing the swarm of intelligent serpents rushing towards the side gate, could not help but smile. Here they come. Chapter 37. Unparalleled Schemes and Prophetic Insight. Boom. Boom. The thunderous echoes of magic resounded as massive cracks began to appear in the city gates. General, a multitude of intelligent magic serpents are surging towards the side gate, requesting reinforcements. On the city walls, the soldiers witnessed the advanced intelligent serpents springing into action, racing towards the side gate, their expressions shifting dramatically. Old Fire, take your men to hold them back, commanded General Li, his gaze flashing towards Old Fire. Understood, General Li. Leave it to me, Old Fire replied instantly, brandishing his fiery long knife as he led his men toward the side gate, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Ahead, the intelligent serpents gazed at his approach to obstruct them, their faces revealing sinister smiles. Boom! Boom! Old Fire charged headlong into battle, clashing with the leading serpent in a flurry of strikes, only to be sent hurtling backward. General Li, we cannot withstand this. Requesting support, Old Fire shouted fervently. Boom! The side gate was breached, and hundreds of intelligent serpents flooded in, particularly a few formidable ones that rushed forward. Stop them. Do not let them reach the teleportation array. Old Fire continued to bellow. Yet, an odd expression crossed his face. This is bad. The high-level intelligent serpents are upon us. Do not let them breach the teleportation array. Some unaware officers and soldiers, their faces pale, shouted in unison. Hiss, hiss, hiss. How amusing, truly amusing, the leading serpent commander observed. A mocking grin spreading across his face as he laughed maniacally. Kill them all. The throng of intelligent serpents swayed their elongated tails, radiating a dark, menacing flame, completely disregarding the teleportation array and instead turning their fury towards the city walls. Once inside, they found themselves in a realm unchallenged. Without the city's defenses, every human before them appeared as mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Wang Shikong, seated in his wheelchair, watched the unfolding chaos with a faint smile, slowly uttering 4 words: invite the serpents into the trap. General Li surveyed the dire situation, inhaling deeply as the staff in his hand gleamed with light, preparing to chant a spell. We shall fight to the end, buying time for the repairing mages. Old Fire was still playing his part, commanding his subordinates loudly. Each soldier wore a resolute expression, ready to fight valiantly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Yet, in the next moment, they beheld the onrushing intelligent serpents suddenly enveloped by beams of light. Pillars representing elemental formations rose up. Boom! Simultaneously, golden blades descended upon Old Fire. He had never anticipated an attack from behind, nor that would be launched by General Li himself. His body was instantly pierced, yet due to his robust physique, he did not perish. He merely turned in disbelief, gazing back in shock. Old Fire, I truly did not anticipate that you would betray us, the people of the Endless Continent. General Li, with a heart full of sorrow, gazed intently at him and spoke. You. Old Fire's eyes widened, brimming with incredulity. Did you truly believe that your identity as a traitor would remain undiscovered? Tinya turned the air conditioning dial slightly, casting a mocking glance at Wang Shikong. Old Fire, stiffly lifting his head, looked towards the high-intelligence magic serpents shrouded by the formation, his expression shifting dramatically, filled with despair and fury. The teleportation array was never set with traps. The traps are here. I never believed you would betray us. With a heavy sigh, General Li's gaze turned frigid as he raised his staff. Since you have allied yourself with serpents, then let this group of magic serpents accompany you to your grave. I cannot comprehend how I was discovered. Old Fire's eyes reddened, unwilling to accept the reality before him. You need not know. General Liagjalat Shai. A spell struck him, instantly slaying him. It appears that Master Shikong was indeed correct. Old Fire has betrayed us. Thanks to Master Shikong, we would have faced annihilation otherwise. Master Shikong's strategies are unparalleled, his foresight uncanny. From a shadowy corner, several elemental formation masters, who had been concealed, emerged, their faces filled with astonishment as they beheld the scene. The surrounding unaware commanders gazed in shock at the unfolding events. Enough of the chatter. Let's first slay this group of intelligent magic serpents. Wang Shikong's eyes glinted like gold as he proclaimed, in 4 minutes and 12 seconds, the city gates will be breached. Yes, the elemental formation masters responded, simultaneously releasing each magic serpent within the formation, allowing General Li and the others to strike. The magic serpents within the formation were subjected to its attacks. Those specifically released for this purpose were swiftly slaughtered by General Li and his comrades, despite the Magic Serpent Legion having a numerical advantage of 6-1. This exemplifies the essence of the battlefield: timing, terrain, and unity. Victorious against the stronger foe. Hiss, hiss, hiss. We have fallen into a trap. Cursed humans, break this formation. At that moment, within the elemental formation, the Magic Serpent leader's expression changed drastically as it witnessed the elemental transformations around it. With its power, it could have sensed the formation had it been vigilant in advance. However, this miscalculation stemmed from its overconfidence. The entire Magic Serpent Legion believed they held all information regarding the 0-3 Guardian territory. The 0-3 Guardian territory was within their grasp. Little did they know, everything lay within Wang Shikong's strategy. It is no wonder they were careless. They failed to anticipate a significant variable. Kill. Slay this group of high-intelligence magic serpents. Annihilate these beasts. Within the city walls, the commanders were invigorated, each one roaring with murderous intent. It was akin to catching turtles in a jar. although many generals remained oblivious to the unfolding events. The commanders and leaders of the serpent demons found themselves ensnared and swiftly dispatched. The scales of war had tilted in their favor. Should they eliminate this cadre of cunning serpent demons, the remainder could be effortlessly slaughtered, given their superior combat prowess. Wang Shikong surveyed the current situation, slowly leaning back in his wheelchair, and nodded slightly. The first battle had reached its conclusion, with fewer than 10,000 facing 60,000 foes. However, this was merely the beginning. Greater challenges loomed ahead. Chapter 38. A resounding victory. The soldiers fervently cried the name of the time and space prince. We have been ambushed. Those humans have deceived us. Release us, or our army of demon serpents shall trample your land and annihilate you all. The war rages on. Within the elemental array, the highly intelligent demon serpents were being slaughtered one after another. The leading serpent, shrouded in a protective barrier, gazed helplessly at the unfolding chaos. Its triangular eyes filled with dread. It had completely lost the initial vigor once possessed. The siege led by General Li continued relentlessly, their firepower unwavering. They aimed to slay all the highly intelligent demon serpents before the city gates fell. Otherwise, should the serpents breach the defenses, they would destroy the elemental array. Perish. In just over 3 fleeting minutes, General Li and his comrades witnessed the slaughter of hundreds of highly intelligent demon serpents, with only a mere handful remaining. Their faces alight with exhilaration. I shall command the thunder. With my right hand wielding the judgment lightning, I strike down the malevolent. I will harness the storm. With my left hand guiding the boundless wind blade, I shall annihilate the fiends. Boundless wind and thunder slash. As General Li chanted his incantation, the combined spell of wind and thunder took form, slicing toward the liberated serpent leader. The terrifying force of wind and thunder caused the serpent leader's pupils to constrict, revealing its horror. With a mighty blow, its colossal head was severed, and General Li tightened his grip on his staff. Indeed, a flawless combination spell. Wang Shikong remarked with a smile from the side. General Li, upon hearing the praise, felt a touch of peculiarity, yet looking at the calm figure seated in the wheelchair, who seemed to command everything, he experienced a nostalgic sensation akin to receiving commendation from a mentor in his youth. Thank you for your kind words. Prince of Time and Space, General Li replied, taking a pill from his pocket and consuming it before resuming his assault. The city gates are about to fall. At that moment, Wang Shikong spoke up. Tianya's gaze immediately turned toward him. Boom! 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 In the next instant, the city gates swung wide open, and throngs of demon serpents surged in with reckless abandon. However, the battle within was nearly concluded. The defending commanders now had the opportunity to act. Their eyes were locked onto the comparatively feeble serpents, their murderous intent palpable. Kill, Gale, and Inferno Slash. A commander unleashed a combination spell, wielding a long knife, enveloped by fierce winds and flames, sweeping across a span of several meters. Within that range, all the demon serpents perished in an instant. The highly intelligent demon serpents have been eradicated. Now, let us slaughter these wretched serpent spawn, ha ha ha. The commanders roared with uncontainable excitement, their ranks of first and second transformations charging toward the lower-tier demon serpents, finding the slaughter effortlessly simple. The victory was assured. Tianya observed the current situation, his visage filled with astonishment. He gazed at the figure before him, seated in the wheelchair, with profound admiration. He, a mere mute, could level up normally on the endless continent, while this individual, paralyzed from the waist down, remained confined to a wheelchair. In such circumstances, the strategies and strength he displayed commanded deep respect. Leaving the city, let us eradicate all beasts, as several commanders, accompanied by numerous warriors, charged forth. The war neared its conclusion. 10 minutes later, the final serpent was vanquished. Ha ha ha, we have triumphed. The jubilant cheers of the soldiers resonated throughout the grounds of the 0-3 guard city. Generally, we have emerged victorious, slaying over 60,000 foes with fewer than 10,000 of our own. A throng of commanders excitedly approached General Li, exclaiming with fervor, A smile graced General Li's face as he cast a glance at Wang Shikong beside him. With a sweeping gesture, he ascended the city wall. All soldiers, let us celebrate this grand victory for our 03 Guard. Cheers erupted as the soldiers raised their weapons in excitement. Today's invasion by the Serpent Legion was facilitated by the presence of numerous traitors within our reconnaissance unit, a betrayal orchestrated by the fire leader. It was young Master Shikong who uncovered the traitors and orchestrated our resounding victory. Let us toast to Master Shikong. To Master Shikong. To Master Shikong. The soldiers were momentarily taken aback, shocked to learn of the betrayal within their ranks, including that of the fire leader. They felt immense gratitude towards the unfamiliar Master Shikong and erupted in cheers, fully aware of the perilous nature of this battle. A single misstep could have led to their utter ruin. At that moment, among the nearby participants of the mission, the Blue Star cultivators were also astonished by the cheers, though they did not dwell on it. However, in a secluded corner, a tall woman wielding a spear trembled slightly, raising her head to gaze at the city wall. Upon recognizing the familiar wheelchair above, disbelief washed over her face. The voice of Chi Tian echoed through the sky as Wang Shikong looked down with a faint smile. He turned his gaze towards the elemental formation mages. How many communication signals have been detected? Master Shikong, we have detected several. We must immediately cleanse the traitors, replied the most powerful elemental mage respectfully. We will soon set up a formation to examine all soldiers. Very well. Continue to block communication signals. Once we have purged the traitors, ensure that the soldiers do not disseminate any information. Wang Shikong instructed with a nod. Master Shikong, now that we have stabilized the situation, do we still need to exercise such caution? General Li inquired curiously. We may have stabilized our position here, but Wang Shikong responded. Does the Serpent Legion intend to assault only our 03 Guard? Even if they were to seize our stronghold, what purpose would it serve but to create chaos? General Li's expression shifted, regarding him gravely. Are you suggesting that only by breaching and occupying the 01, 02, and 03 guard posts, and then launching a flanking assault on the Serpent Legion city, would it hold significance? Wang Shikong's eyes gleamed as he spoke. Upon hearing the news, General Li's expression shifted dramatically, and the surrounding commanders tightened their grips on their weapons. Young Master Time and Space, are you suggesting that the Serpent Legion has launched a comprehensive assault against us? Has there been an incident at the Guardian Fortress as well? You may inquire further. It is possible that even the main city of the Clear Serpent Legion is in turmoil. Wang Shikong surveyed them, his voice grave as he proclaimed. The great battle has only just begun. The faces of General Li and his companions were etched with profound seriousness, and he promptly commanded, quickly secure the battlefield and identify all traitors. Yes, the atmosphere became instantly oppressive. The commanders recognized the gravity of the situation, and the earlier relaxed demeanor following the battle was swiftly replaced with tension. Although the soldiers were oblivious to the specifics, they hastened their movements. Wang Shikong gently closed his eyes, his fingers tapping lightly on his wheelchair as he contemplated his strategy. Captain of Time and Space. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned to see the elegant and long-legged Yao Yi, who appeared equally surprised. What a coincidence, he remarked. I never anticipated that the victory in this war would be under your command, Captain of Time and Space. Yao Yi approached, astonished as she observed him. Accompanying her were 4 others, also on a mission. They scrutinized Wang Shikong, their faces reflecting disbelief. The individual who had garnered cheers from the commanders was, in fact, one their own. This revelation left them bewildered. They had come to fulfill a task, merely playing minor roles on the battlefield, while the person before them was the very commander who had led them to victory, receiving adulation from the entire assembly of commanders. How could the disparity between individuals be so astonishing? Chapter 39. The Imminent Crisis and the Dialogue with the Grand General of the Qing Snake Army. How has the mission progressed? Wang Shikong inquired with a faint smile, marveling at Yao Yi. After this battle, the mission can be considered accomplished. However, it appears we have encountered an unusual circumstance. The teleportation array has been destroyed, and we cannot return for the time being, Yao Yi replied. Let us continue to accumulate merits. They will prove invaluable to us. Wang Shikong nodded in agreement. May I ask, how did you ascend to the position of commander? A young man behind Yao, he could no longer contain his curiosity. You must have garnered quite a number of merits this time, correct? Wang Shikong glanced at him, nodded slightly, but chose not to respond. Young Master Shikong, the winds are quite strong here. Let us return to the garrison residence. A commander approached him, stating, General Li will soon manage the situation here. Very well. Wang Shikong nodded and turned to Yao Yi. Yao Yi, you may accompany me. Your companions are welcome as well. Upon hearing this, Yao Yi's expression brightened. Thank you. Captain Shikong. She gestured to the young man and woman beside her. You two come along. Understood, Sister Yao Yi. The pair wore expressions of excitement, expressing their gratitude to Wang Shikong. Thank you, Captain Shikong. It was evident that accompanying one whom even the local generals revered as young Master Shikong would yield significant advantages for them. Wang Shikong acknowledged them with a nod. As for Yao Yi, he was inclined to assist her, as it was a simple matter. I will handle it. Yao Yi skillfully took over the task from Tianya, pushing the wheelchair from behind. Tianya smiled at her and made way. The group hurried towards the garrison residence. Young Master Shikong, please enjoy this exquisite tea that General Li has cherished for a long time, a commander said as they entered the residence, presenting a cup of tea. Our general instructed that you should have a taste. Thank you. Wang Shikong expressed his gratitude. Yao Yi and her companions gazed at him with envy, fully aware of the special treatment he received. Minutes later, General Li and his team rushed in, having concluded their urgent matters. At this moment, they bore no joy of victory from the recent battle. Upon deactivating the shield, they immediately received a series of messages, one after another, from Guard Posts 01 and 02, as well as from the Qing Snake Army's main city. While they were under attack, Guard Posts 01 and 02 had also faced incursions, which had now been breached, resulting in numerous casualties among the soldiers. A few survivors fled towards their position from the main city of the Qing Snake Army. The teleportation array had been disrupted and rendered inoperative. As they reported this situation back to the city, the high-ranking officials of the Qing Snake Army were left astonished. They had not anticipated that Guard Post 03 would successfully withstand the onslaught of the demon snake and emerge victorious. Young Master Shikong, as you predicted, we now find ourselves facing a grave predicament within the Qing Snake Army, General Li remarked, his expression heavy with concern. Proceed to the command center, Wang Shikong replied, unfazed. General Li nodded, leading the commanders to the garrison command center, which served as their headquarters. Tianya and Yao Yi had yet to arrive when Wang Shikong made his entrance. His gaze fixated on the war sand table set in the center. It depicted a simulation of the entire region. The intent of the Demon Serpent Legion was to breach 1 to 3 fortified positions, subsequently coordinating an assault on the main city of the Qing Snake Legion from the flanks, thereby diverting the main forces of the Qing Snake Legion. Observing this, Wang Shikong stated, in light of the diverted combat forces, launching a frontal assault would grant them an undeniable advantage. Indeed, at present, they had disrupted the teleportation arrays on the other side of the city with demonic artifacts, and in the coming days, a thunderous strike was inevitable. General Li interjecta, furtarmura. It is likely that upon learning of our stronghold at the 3rd fortified position, the Demon Serpent Legion at the 1st and 2nd positions will unite to attack us. Advancing straight to our main city, General Wu was preparing to dispatch soldiers to support us. We must not falter at the 3rd fortified position and must halt the Demon Serpent Legion here. Wang Shikong shook his head. Such an approach plays directly into the hands of the Demon Serpent Legion. General Li's expression turned bitter. It is evident to all, yet we find ourselves powerless. There may be as many as 100,000 demon serpents approaching from the 1st and 2nd positions. We must withstand them, or else allowing them to flank us would lead to greater complications. The Qing Snake Legion is now trapped in a dilemma. The Demon Serpent Legion is openly aggressive. If you send reinforcements, they will immediately attack the main city. If you do not send support, they will still manage to converge on the main city from the flanks. We are caught between a rock and a hard place. Thus, the only viable strategy Wang Shikong narrowed his eyes as he addressed them, was to hold back the 100,000 demon serpents here. Hold back. The members of Li Shanhua gasped in disbelief. Less than 10,000 to restrain 100,000? A tenfold disparity in forces? This is young Master Shikong. With our strength, one officer could not contain himself. Not entirely impossible, Wang Shikong interjected, cutting him off. Young Master Shikong, do you have a plan? Li Shanhua and the others felt a tremor of anticipation. There is no perfect solution. War ultimately hinges on strength and strategy, Wang Shikong replied calmly. When strength is lacking, we must rely on strategy. Upon hearing this, Li Shanhua and the others felt a spark of hope. Their trust in this individual was absolute, and their admiration for his brilliance was profound. Young Master Shikong, from now on, all soldiers of the 3rd fortified position shall heed your command. As long as we can withstand the Demon Serpent Legion, we shall harbor no grievances, even if it costs us our lives, General Li stated firmly. General Wu wishes to speak with you to express his gratitude. If you have a plan, do share it with General Wu. Very well. I also wish to converse with the main city of the Qing Snake Legion. Wang Shikong nodded slightly. General Li acknowledged him and produced a communicator. Buzz. Soon a tall, white-haired elder materialized before them. General Wu. We pay our respects to General Wu. The crowd immediately bowed respectfully to General Wu. He waved his hand, his gaze settling on Wang Shikong, exclaiming, "So this is the young master of time and space. Truly, a hero emerges in youth." General Wu, you are overly modest. Wang Shikong subtly acknowledged him, his eyes meeting Wu's as he inquired, General Wu, can I place my trust in you? Taken aback for a moment. General Wu then chuckled heartily, young master of time and space, I, of Wu Wei City, am loyal to the Snowfall Empire and to the human race of the Endless Continent. You may rest assured. I believe you, Wang Shikong replied, nodding. He was not lying. It seemed that the young master of time and space had indeed encountered great fortune. Observing him, General Wu sensed that he was being tested and felt a mix of astonishment and shame as he confessed, there are indeed serious issues within our Clear Snake Legion. This time, it is our fault. The situation is dire. Young master of time and space, please come to the main city of the Clear Snake Legion. Once you arrive, I shall express my gratitude properly. The problem was indeed grave, potentially leading to the fall of the entire main city of the Clear Snake Legion. Wang Shikong replied, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. However, within crisis lies opportunity. General Wu, I have a plan. Chapter 40, The Shocking Act of the Burning Camp at the Abyssal Pass. A massive war city stands at the precipice. The kilometer-wide, bottomless abyss of sin bestows a natural advantage upon this stronghold. This city serves as the main stronghold of the Clear Serpent Legion and is one of the crucial front lines of the Snowfall Empire against the Void Serpent catastrophe. To the north of the main city lies the battlefield, while the towering mountains to the east form a natural barrier. To the west stretches the vast abyss of sin for hundreds of kilometers. The 01, 02, and 03 guard posts are situated several hundred kilometers to the west, established to prevent the Demon Serpent Legion from crossing the abyssal rift to assault the main city of the Clear Serpent Legion. At this moment, within the residence of the Grand General of the Clear Serpent Legion, 7 or 8 armored figures exuding a formidable aura sit, their faces marked with astonishment. The principal figure is a tall, white-haired elder. Indeed, the strategy of that time-space young master is flawless, perhaps even overly idealistic, but is the difficulty not excessively high? Remarked a young officer, fanning himself gently, his brow furrowed. Just moments ago, they had overheard the conversation between the Grand General and the young man. The audacity of the plan left them in awe, yet the core issue remains. Can it be successfully executed? The scheme devised by the time-space young master is perfect, yet its greatest flaw lies in the necessity for the commanders of the 03 guard post to single-handedly confront the 100,000 troops of the Demon Serpent Legion. A tenfold disparity in strength, especially with their current lack of significant advantage, is beyond their imagination. A tenfold difference in personnel can only be achieved by a true military deity. Another elder also expressed disbelief. There are no better alternatives left. General Wu raised his brow slightly, his eyes sparkling with determination. As that young brother stated, once the 100,000 demon serpent legion descends from the west, we will need to dispatch at least 50 to 60,000 soldiers to hold the line. This would account for nearly 1/3 of our strength, and without it, we cannot withstand the invasion of the demon serpent legion. This is a deadlock. However, if he can indeed lead the commanders of the 03 guard post to restrain the demon serpent legion, then we may have the opportunity to strike unexpectedly. His gaze shifted to the assembly. If none of you possess a better plan, then let us place our trust in him. The group fell into a thoughtful silence, tacitly accepting the plan. Let us hope that young brother can bring us a miracle, General Wu finally spoke. In their eyes, it seemed miraculous for the forces of the 03 guard post to confront the 100,000 troops of the Demon Serpent Legion. Within the 03 guard post's headquarters, the commanding officers felt an immense pressure. They were about to face an enemy 10 times their number, perhaps even more. Should they fail, they would all meet their demise. We must prepare to withstand the might of the Demon Serpent Army. I will immediately dispatch soldiers to repair the city gates, one officer declared as he rose, and set traps as well. We shall arrange a few more formations so that when those beasts arrive, we can catch them off guard. A formation master also stood up. There is no need for reinforcement or further arrangements. Wang Shikong leaned back in his wheelchair, gently shaking his head. No fortification of the city gates can withstand the onslaught of 100,000 demon serpents. Young Master Shikong, do you have any strategies? General Li inquired earnestly, eager for guidance. The demon serpent army, having endured a fierce battle, would require at least 6 hours to regroup before reaching us, which means they would arrive around 10 o'clock at night. Under the cover of darkness, he chuckled. Wang Shikong revealed a faint smile. What you need to do next is to welcome the soldiers who have escaped from guard posts 01 and 02, ensuring that none among them are traitors, and then erect a monument for the fallen warriors. Erect a monument? The crowd was somewhat perplexed by his words. Next, listen to my instructions one by one. Wang Shikong did not elaborate further, as a complete plan was already forming in his mind. Whatever you say, young Master Shikong, we shall follow, General Li stated, refraining from asking any more questions. The soldiers nodded in agreement. Time passed slowly. The warriors who had just endured a battle rested for several hours, restoring their vigor. Report to the general. Over 1,000 soldiers from guard posts 01 and 02 have arrived. 5 hours later, the night had fully descended, with the bright moon hanging high, casting its glow, while the eerie light from the rift in the void reflected down below. Under this mingling of light, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the land. A soldier approached to report. Young Master Shikong, will you be going? General Li looked at him upon hearing the report. Wang Shikong nodded. Yes. The group immediately made their way to an open area outside, where they beheld the soldiers fleeing from the other 2 guard posts. Guisher, it is a relief to see you unharmed. General Li greeted some of the officers, noting the weary and even injured soldiers among them. General Yuan and all the others fell in battle. We are merely clinging to life. One of the leading officers spoke with deep shame. As long as we live, we have the chance for revenge. General Li comforted, patting him on the shoulder. It's all the fault of those damn traitors. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have been breached, an officer exclaimed indignantly. Guisher, have you confirmed that there are no traitors among you? General Li asked for reassurance. We have already checked. General Li, rest assured, if any errors were to occur at this point, I would gladly take my own life in atonement, Guisher replied earnestly. Watching their conversation and confirming there were no issues, Wang Shikong then inquired, among you, how many element formation masters are present? Guisher turned to look and respectfully replied, this must be young Master Shikong. All the element formation masters from our 2 guard posts have survived. Oh, excellent. Wang Shikong smiled. The role of the element formation masters would be significant in his forthcoming plan. It can be said that the potential to vanquish the 100,000-strong serpent army primarily hinges on the prowess of the elemental array mages. Young Master Time and Space, we currently possess a modicum of magical energy that we can immediately channel into the formation. As he spoke, Master Gui's face bore a fierce expression. The serpent army will arrive in an hour. This time, we shall engage them in a fight to the death, avenging our fallen brothers. You all should rest well. Now is not the time for your exertion. Wang Shirkong shook his head at him, directing his gaze toward General Li. The time is nearly upon us. Let us commence the operation. Very well. General Li nodded and bellowed to those around him. Ignite the flames. Yes. Set the fires. A chorus of voices responded, and soon, to the astonished eyes of Master Gui and the newly arrived soldiers, the entire 03 Guardian base was engulfed in flames. This. Master Gui observed the rising inferno, his face reflecting disbelief. Are we burning down the entire Guardian base? It took the Empire considerable effort to construct it. Were we not relying on the advantageous position of the Guardian base to withstand the Serpent army? General Li looked at him and smiled faintly. Master Gui, one must sacrifice to gain. Just watch what unfolds next. Chapter 41. Intricately interlinked strategies under the veil of night. A conflagration illuminated the sky with a crimson hue. The crackling sounds of flames echoed throughout the darkened expanse. The three-eyed creature proved to be utterly inept, not only failing to breach the defenses of the 03 stronghold, but also meeting its demise here. That individual, so full of self-importance, could not have anticipated such a downfall. Within the shadowy confines of the forest, a formidable legion of serpentine demons advanced swiftly towards the 03 stronghold. Suddenly, approximately 200 highly intelligent serpents took notice of the situation ahead, their cold eyes glimmering with intrigue. The 03 stronghold was engulfed in flames. It seemed that the three-eyed creature was not entirely ineffectual. Although it could not conquer this place, it had certainly inflicted substantial damage. Even if the humans managed to slay the three-eyed creature, they must be left with only a mere remnant of their forces. Let us proceed to investigate. If any humans remain, we shall devour them all. If not, we shall make haste to the human army's main city. The dense ranks of serpentine demons drew closer to the 03 stronghold, surveying the ravaged walls and the remnants of battle before entering the ruins. How detestable these flames are! A leading female serpent, measuring over 4 meters in length, slithered into the stronghold, displeased by the surrounding inferno. The human casualties numbered 8,000. There should only be 1,000 or 2,000 left. Suddenly, one of the intelligent serpents glanced at a nearby stone monument and smiled. To honor the souls of our 8,000 brethren, we shall avenge you. The female serpent hissed sharply, her elongated form swaying slightly as a dark whip lashed out towards a monument. Crash! The monument shattered into debris, and its swaying form gradually spoke. Soon, you wretched humans shall join them in their eternal rest. Advance onward. Our objective is the annihilation of the main city ahead. The Serpentine army continued its march. Whoosh! Bang! Suddenly, not long after their advance, a volley of arrows and spells rained down upon them from a concealed position. An ambush? The sudden assault caught the complacent Serpentine Legion off guard, seeking death. However, their reflexes were swift, particularly among the leading 200 intelligent serpents, who immediately conjured defensive spells. Boom! The initial onslaught resulted in the loss of only 100 or 200 lesser serpents. Ignorant humans, you are courting your own extinction. One of the 2 chief serpents, devoid of emotion, fixated its gaze on the right flank. Attack! Attack! Avenge our fallen brethren. To the right, over 1,000 soldiers, their faces twisted with hatred, glared at the Serpentine horde and unleashed another wave of assault. A barrage of ranged attacks surged towards them. Yet at this moment, the Serpentine army had also reacted, countering with dark flames, venom, and the spells of serpent espite. A pack of foolish humans. Obliterate them all. A cold-eyed, intelligent serpent bellowed, its body undulating as it charged forward. Fall back, engage in guerrilla tactics, and move to the next location. As the Serpentine marauders approached, the valiant soldiers immediately roared in unison and decisively retreated. Fleeing are we? Hiss, my children, let us annihilate them. The cunning serpents swiftly pursued, with a formidable army of serpents closely trailing behind. Notably, the male serpents outpaced their female counterparts by several fold. For one was physically adept, while the other leaned towards magical prowess. As the Serpent Legion pursued at full speed, the female serpents lagged significantly behind. The astute serpents paid no heed. To them, the remaining humans in the 0-3 defensive zone numbered merely a couple of thousand. The serpent army was hot on their heels. Yet the fervent assurance rang out. Those beasts cannot catch us. There is no need for concern. Once our reinforcements arrive, they shall meet their demise. Ahead, the soldiers taunted loudly as they fled. Hiss, devour them. These feeble humans shall serve as the midnight feast for our serpent king. The intelligent serpents, upon hearing these words, narrowed their cold, gleaming eyes and surged forward with renewed speed. However, within mere moments, the distance between the female serpents and the main body of the army had widened to 2,000 meters. The crackling of flames reverberated loudly, and this considerable gap rendered the soldiers oblivious to the unfolding situation ahead. The smoke from the flames obscured their view of the advancing army. Meanwhile, within a room engulfed by flames a few hundred meters away, Wang Shikong, General Li, and Gue Shi, along with their companions, found themselves secure. A water curtain enveloped them in a protective barrier. General Li and Gue Shi, witnessing the approaching female serpents entering their attack range, were filled with exhilaration and anticipation. Swift and decisive, Wang Shikong commanded calmly as the female serpent horde entered the designated area. Kill! General Li joyously issued the command. In the next moment, nearly 5,000 physically adept warriors, concealed within the burning structures, surged forth into the ranks of the female serpents. Cloaked in a radiant aura, the squad leaders cast spell scrolls that enveloped the clustered female serpents. The Divine Encouragement spell scroll amplified the strength of the 0-3 defenders by 40%, while simultaneously reducing the capabilities of the ensnared serpents by the same margin. Such a stark disparity effectively negated the numerical advantage of the serpents. Furthermore, the defensive capabilities and health of the female serpents were inferior to those of their male counterparts. In close combat, the physically adept warriors held an undeniable advantage. Under these conditions, 5,000 warriors easily contended against over 40,000 female serpents, particularly since the serpents in the rear lacked the formidable intelligence of their wiser brethren. Hiss! Hiss! The serpents, caught off guard by the sudden assault, revealed a flicker of fear in their cold, unyielding eyes. They flicked their tongues and emitted sounds in a desperate plea for aid, but the crackling flames drowned out their cries. The slaughter commenced in an instant. The soldiers remained silent, yet each swing of their swords was executed with utmost vigor, for they understood the value of time. They aimed to eradicate the 40,000 female serpent demons before the cunning serpent could react. One strike at a time, they diminished the ranks of the serpent demons who, in a frenzy, began to flee in terror. Within a nearby chamber, Master Gue and the remaining defenders of the 0102 outpost were profoundly shaken by the scene of this relentless slaughter. The plan involved setting ablaze the entire outpost and placing a commemorative monument at the entrance to lower the vigilance of the Serpent Army. Harnessing the speed of adept cultivators to attack the Serpent Legion, they lured them into pursuit, ensuring that the slower female serpents would lag behind. The raging flames obscured the serpent's perception, allowing our soldiers to ambush from the charred remnants of the surrounding structures and underground. Ultimately, the cacophony of fire and the shroud of smoke concealed both the sounds and sights of the advancing serpent horde and the retreating female serpents, enabling us to engage in merciless slaughter, each element interlinked, creating a meticulously crafted strategy. Master Gay murmured in admiration as he gazed at the figure of Wang Shikong seated in a wheelchair, inhaling deeply. No wonder the 03 outpost could withstand the Serpent Army. The strategies devised by young Master Shikong are truly commendable. I am in awe and offer my deepest respect. The annihilation of these 40,000 serpents would serve as retribution for our fallen comrades, and for that, we are grateful to young Master Shikong. The other commanders from the 01 and 02 outposts also expressed their heartfelt appreciation and bowed in reverence. Wang Shikong calmly nodded in acknowledgement, adjusting his glasses, and remarked, "It would be prudent to extend your gratitude after we have dealt with the remaining 60,000 serpents." Chapter 42. The Furious Army of Serpents. The shock high command of the clear serpents. Damn those humans. How can they flee so swiftly? Like fleas, They dare to engage us in guerrilla warfare? At the edge of the fortress, a cadre of intelligent serpents decimated the elemental formations ahead, their gazes fixed on the vanishing figures of their soldiers. Their expressions cold and foreboding. Ha! Humans have a saying, a monk may run, but the temple remains. One of the intelligent serpents remarked icily, once we breach their main city, where can they escape? In 2 days, it shall be their day of reckoning. The intelligent serpents brimmed with confidence. Their lord of serpents had meticulously planned this endeavor for over a decade. This time, they were thoroughly prepared. The clear serpent legion would undoubtedly be annihilated. Hold on. Young ones, we must proceed. We must reach our destination in 2 days, declared one of the 2 leading figures. The serpents nodded in agreement, awaiting further instructions. However, as time elapsed, the absence of the female serpents began to stir unease among the 200 intelligent serpents, a sense of foreboding rising within them. As serpents, their acute sense of smell was formidable. The female serpents could not have fallen behind for long, yet they had not arrived. What is happening? Why haven't they come? One serpent turned to inquire. In the distance, flames had engulfed the entire defensive zone, smoke and fire creating a hellish panorama. Let's investigate. The 2 leading serpents could no longer remain still. They swayed their bodies and swiftly moved toward the rear. Before they reached their prior position, a thick scent of blood assaulted their senses, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. They hastened their pace. Soon, a scene that would sear their vision unfolded before them. Corpses lay strewn about, the bodies of their fallen comrades littering the ground. Over 40,000 female serpents, all perished. Hissus, what is the meaning of this? Damn those humans. I shall have my vengeance. The leading serpent's heart was torn asunder. Its eyes glowed crimson as it surveyed the surrounding devastation. The loss of over 40,000 female serpents was an unfathomable blow to them. If their superiors were to learn of this, they would surely be met with severe consequences. We have been ensnared. Those humans lured us away intentionally. A female serpent inhaled deeply, her expression shifting. There are far more humans here than merely a few thousand. This is a trap. What a disaster. Having lost so many, how shall we report this to our superiors? A serpent, visibly shaken, voiced his fears. If we cannot atone for our failures, we dared not envision the repercussions that awaited them. They had dispatched 100,000 troops, only to see over 40,000 of their kin slaughtered by a mere few thousand humans. Over 40,000. They have lost nearly half of their strength in an instant. This loss is exceedingly grave. The Serpent Kings shall not forgive them. Cunning humans, I shall make them pay tenfold. Let us proceed. As long as we remain, we can still accomplish our mission. Hiss! The leading serpent demon, with a grim expression, commanded, now, Shi-Ching and Shi-San, go ahead and scout the situation. Shi-Yuan, Jiu-Yin, Jiu-Ming, and Jiu-Xing, you'll guard the flanks. We cannot afford to be careless any longer. We must at least engage the 5,000 troops of the Qingxi Legion. If we can breach the human stronghold, the loss of our subordinates will be inconsequential. Another serpent leader calmly issued commands, and they became vigilant. One by one, the intelligent serpents prepared to scout their surroundings. Yes, they responded in unison. Over 40,000 serpent demons have been slain. We have decimated nearly half of their forces in one fell swoop. Ha! That was exhilarating. With the spell scrolls from the time and space prints, I struck down one after another. I personally dispatched 10 serpent demons. The thrill was indeed extraordinary. The strategy of the time and space prince was nothing short of brilliant. Who could have imagined that our mere 1,000 guardians would dare to ambush 100,000 serpent demons, and yet succeed? It was primarily due to the flawless tactics devised by the time and space prince. Meanwhile, at a concealed location outside the Guardian City, the assembled Guardians were celebrating with faces brimming with excitement. In that recent battle, with 0 casualties, they had slain over 40,000 enemies. Such an achievement would reverberate throughout the entire Shilua Empire. At the center of the gathering, Wang Shikong sat by the campfire, his expression calm as he had already foreseen this perfect outcome. However, the surrounding generals were flushed with exhilaration. This victory had greatly boosted their morale and invigorated their spirits. Buzz, in the forefront, the projection of an elder appeared. The figure of General Wu materialized, his gaze ablaze with intensity. Just moments ago, upon receiving the news, he had been utterly astonished. In merely a few short hours, the leaders of the 03 Guardian City had eradicated over 40,000 serpent demons. Upon learning the complete truth, he could not help but marvel once more at the strategy and talent of the Time and Space Prince. General Wu. We pay our respects to General Wu. The gathered soldiers reverently bowed. Excellent work. Well done. General Wu exclaimed, slapping his thigh with excitement as he turned to Wang Shikong. The Time and Space Prince is truly unmatched in talent and insight. You flatter me, General, Wang Shikong replied modestly. Ah, the Time and Space Prince is too humble. General Wu shook his head. To annihilate over 40,000 enemies in just a few hours is truly commendable. Only the weak, mere female serpent demons, Wang Shikong smiled. There remain around 60,000 serpent demons, along with the formidable intelligent serpent demons. General Wu nodded slightly. The serpents of darkness will surely be exceedingly cautious from now on. I wonder if young Master Time has devised a strategy? Confronting them directly should suffice, Wang Shikong remarked, his gaze flickering momentarily. What? A direct confrontation? General Wu was momentarily taken aback. Provided we make the necessary preparations and coordinate with my elemental mages here, we can withstand them, Wang Shikong replied, lifting his chin to meet General Wu's gaze. As long as there are no issues on your end, I am confident in our success. Hearing the calm, yet unwavering assurance in his words, General Wu's eyes sparkled with determination. Rest assured, young Master Time. I can assure you that we will not encounter any problems here. That is reassuring. Wang Shikong nodded, filled with confidence in victory, yet wary of unpredictable allies. The situation with his teammates remained beyond his control. Chapter 43. The Brush and Ink. A solemn confrontation with the Serpent Legion. Prepare for action immediately. Remember, we must not err in any detail. The Time and Space Prince has alleviated much of our burden. We cannot afford any mistakes here. Should our plan succeed, this may be our opportune moment to deliver a significant blow to the Serpent Legion. Within the General's mansion of the Clear Serpent Legion's main city, General Wu ended the call and turned to his subordinates, issuing his commands with gravitas. Rest assured, General Wu, our Third Corps is prepared to uphold the military orders. There will be no issues, one of the commanders assured him promptly. The Time and Space Prince is indeed formidable. I find myself curious. A middle-aged man, holding a feathered fan, gazed with suspicion, pondering how to confront a vigilant force of 60,000 serpent soldiers without our deceptive reinforcements. I too am intrigued. The powerful figures within the Serpent Legion have not perished. Unless all the intelligent serpents are ensnared by the formation, there appears to be no hope of victory. Another commander reflected, equally perplexed. Who could have anticipated that he could command merely a few thousand troops and slay over 40,000 from a 100,000-strong serpent army? General Wu's gaze flickered slightly. This is already a miracle. Now, we can only await another. Time and Space Prince, what should be our next move? Not far from the guards, the generals looked toward the figure in the wheelchair, awaiting his guidance. Having executed 2 battles and devised 2 plans, they had eradicated 100,000 serpents, leading the generals to place unwavering trust and support in him. Let the soldiers rest first. Wang Shikong unfurled a detailed map, pointing to a specific location. We must reach here before the Serpent Legion does. General Li regarded the indicated spot and nodded. Yes, my prince. The soldiers, having just endured a fierce battle, were utterly exhausted. They quickly settled down to recuperate. The Serpent Legion could not remain in motion indefinitely and would also require rest. Thus, Wang Shikong was unhurried. After a night of rest in reality, he returned the next morning, checking the time. Let us set forth. Yes, the soldiers, now restored to their peak condition, immediately began their journey. I shall push the Time and Space Prince. I am a mage adept in earth elements. A commander eagerly took over the task, smiling as he steadied the wheelchair. I shall ensure a smooth ride. Very well, Wang Shikong nodded, aware of his own limited speed. This commander, skilled in earth elements, had reached the second transition, With his mastery over the earth, the path beneath the wheelchair remained even, with thousands swiftly advancing. They arrived at their destination around 4 in the afternoon. "Time and space, Prince. We have arrived," generally announced as he surveyed the surroundings. Wang Shikong nodded, feeling an inexplicable familiarity as he gazed upon the abyss of Sin Fisher nearby. Here, the final confrontation with the Serpent Legion would unfold. He glanced at the soil beneath his feet and commanded, "Let all the cultivators dig a trap measuring 1,000 meters in length, 6 meters in depth, and 8 meters in width. The elemental array master shall establish a lethal formation here, capable of confronting 200 intelligent magical serpents." The soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, unable to suppress their inquiries. "Young Master, time and space. According to our calculations, the serpent army will arrive here in no more than half an hour. To complete such a monumental task, we would require at least 10 hours. For these 10 hours, I shall hold back the serpent army." Wang Shikong replied with a faint smile. "Prepare a writing desk for me, and if possible, some tea, to be set 500 meters ahead." The generals were taken aback by the audacity of one individual facing the serpent horde, yet they trusted young Master Time and Space implicitly. The desk and exquisite tea were soon arranged, accompanied by some delicacies. Seated comfortably, Wang Shikong nodded slightly, surveyed the surroundings, and remarked, "The scenery is rather pleasant." He produced a currency coin and an inkstone, began grinding ink, and meticulously cut the drawing paper into 4 pieces, crafting spell scrolls in that open wilderness. 500 meters behind him, the soldiers, filled with uncertainty, commenced digging the pit. They contemplated the feasibility of young Master Time and Space's strategy to withstand the serpent army, questioning if the serpents would grant them sufficient time to prepare. "Once we are ready, will they charge recklessly into our trap?" One soldier voiced his doubt. "Let us not concern ourselves with such matters. We should act with unwavering resolve and trust young Master Time and Space," replied a brawny soldier beside him. In a short span of half an hour, several intelligent magical serpents acting as scouts emerged in the distance. Simultaneously, 3 of them noticed Wang Shikong leisurely painting and sipping tea in the open field, their expressions transforming from astonishment to heightened vigilance. "What is happening? A human is painting here?" One serpent astonishedly observed, its surprise morphing into acute suspicion. "Something is amiss. Given the recent ambush we suffered, I sense a trickery ahead." Snake Qing communicated to its companions. "You two keep watch. I will report to our leader." With that, it swiftly slithered back to the serpent army. "Leader, have you discovered anything unusual?" Snake Qing inquired upon reaching the forefront. "Yes, we have encountered a peculiar young man ahead. He is painting and drinking tea right in our path." "Most bizarre," Snake Qing responded promptly. "I suspect there is deception afoot." "Tea and painting? Just one person?" The serpent leader's gaze sharpened. "Indeed, just one person," Snake Qing affirmed with a nod. "It has been over a day since we breached the defensive line." Another female serpent leader, Snake Exant, interjected, licking her lips and raising her slender brows with glimmering eyes. "There should be movements from the human stronghold as well. I will inquire with the king to see if there is any information." As she spoke, she retrieved a communicator to send a message. The audacity of one individual painting and drinking tea in such a manner undoubtedly concealed the plot. The male serpent leader gazed at her, serpent matriarch. "It is likely an ambush." She nodded in agreement. "Yet we must await news from the king. Halt the march and wait for further information," commanded the male serpent leader. With a hissing sound, the 60,000 serpents instantly came to a standstill. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. The recently wounded Serpent Legion suspected that the unfolding scene ahead was indeed suspicious. Meanwhile, less than 2,000 meters away, the generals became aware of the Serpent Army's arrival. However, upon witnessing their abrupt halt, they stood in astonishment. They recalled the strategies spoken of by the Time-Space Prince and their General Wu, gazing at the elegant figure, who was painting and writing 500 meters away, with admiration. They then fervently resumed their excavation of traps, brimming with confidence for the impending battle. Wang Shikong also sensed the presence of the Serpent Legion. He smiled gently and sipped his tea. Everything was well within his control. Chapter 44. the final battle, the invasion of the Million Serpent Legion. In a picturesque wilderness, an unusual scene unfolded. A young man sat at a table, akin to a painter engaged in the art of sketching, leisurely sipping tea, seamlessly blending with nature. A few hundred meters behind him, soldiers fervently dug trenches, their spirits high. Over 1,000 meters ahead, a dense cluster of serpentine creatures lay coiled, led by vigilant serpent-headed entities scanning the horizon, awaiting news. Time passed in this eerie atmosphere. Second by second, buzz. After 2 hours, a phantom appeared before the assembly of intelligent serpents. My lord, my lord. The wise serpents immediately bowed in reverence upon sighting it. The messages from the serpent matriarch and serpent fury have reached me. From what I have gathered, the Third Legion of the Clear Serpent Army has departed from their main city and is highly likely en route to your location. The apparition was that of a middle-aged serpent, crowned and speaking in a cold tone. The Third Legion, the leaders, Serpent Matriarch and Serpent Fury, exchanged glances, their expressions sharpening. Surely, the Third Legion has arrived before us. Oh, the middle-aged serpent's eyes flickered. Are you certain? Certain. Serpent Fury cast a glance ahead and nodded decisively. These humans are exceedingly cunning. They wish to lure us into a trap. Very well. If the Third Legion is indeed in your vicinity, hold them at bay. The middle-aged serpent flicked its tongue, a glimmer of excitement crossing its face. We shall soon launch a surprise assault on their main city and breach their stronghold. Yes, my lord. We will engage the Third Legion here, Serpent Matriarch replied. After our grand victory in this battle, you shall be duly rewarded. Contact me immediately if you receive any information. With that, the apparition dissipated. I suspected treachery. Thankfully, we consulted with the king, otherwise, we would have fallen into their ambush. One intelligent serpent remarked as the king's figure vanished. The Third Legion of the Clear Serpent Army boasts 50,000 warriors. Their strength formidable. If the defenders encounter a crisis, the Clear Serpent Army will undoubtedly take action. Serpent Matriarch's countenance darkened. With our current strength, it will be exceedingly challenging to contend with them. We need not engage directly. Serpent Fury's eyes gleamed with cunning. We merely need to hold the Third Legion at bay. Once the king captures the main city, we can then surround and annihilate the Third Legion. Then let us rest and prepare. Once this day passes, it will mark their doom. Hiss. Do these humans still wish to bait us? Foolish mortals. The assembly of intelligent serpents cast disdainful glances towards the figure absorbed in painting, their eyes cold and contemptuous. Notify the other serpent kings. Confirm that the Third Legion has gone to reinforce the defenders. Report to the divine envoy and prepare for battle. Meanwhile, several dozen kilometers away from the towering war citadel, the sky appeared to have been rent asunder by a terrifying creature, revealing a vast chasm. Beneath this rift, a throng of magical serpents congregated. Within an opulent serpent's nest, a mature king serpent coiled majestically in a deep pit, surrounded by a dozen female magical serpents entwined around it. At this moment, it raised its formidable body high, exuding an air of excitement and ferocity. Yes, one of the serpents responded immediately. Soon, as the mature king serpent arrived at the military camp, other king serpents hastily approached. Is your information credible, your majesty? A female king serpent inquired upon seeing the mature king serpent. There is a 90% probability, the mature king serpent affirmed, casting its gaze over them. You must have received the news that the Third Legion has departed from their main city, correct? We have indeed received it. The divine messenger is already aware and will soon arrive to lead us in breaching the human stronghold. One of the king's serpents exclaimed with fervor. After decades of stalemate with humanity, we shall finally have our revenge today. Years of plotting will bear fruit, and we shall seize more territory. One day, we will devour the entirety of the Snowfall Empire. Let us welcome the divine messenger. The assembly of king's serpents was alight with exhilaration, swaying their bodies as they made their way to a grand altar in the rear. At the center of the immense altar stood a grotesque statue of a serpent god with 5 heads. The king's serpents bowed before the sinister statue, offering their blood and magical energy. Boom! From the rift above, blood-red lightning began to flicker, and a 6-meter-tall serpent god, possessing a human head and serpent body with arms, emerged. Its arms stretched 2 meters long, wielding a 3-meter-sized serpent-headed staff, emanating an eerie and terrifying aura. Surrounding it were countless magical serpents, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. However, within that ominous blood-red lightning, numerous magical serpents were struck down, their corpses cascading like raindrops towards the ground. The air was filled with hissing sounds of terror and excitement. As the serpent god descended slowly, only about 200,000 magical serpents remained from the throng that had gathered. "We greet you, divine messenger." The assembly of king serpents bowed in reverence before the deity. "This divine messenger has brought some underlings. This time, we are sworn to breach the human stronghold." The serpent god surveyed them with authority, declaring, "Rest assured, divine messenger. The human legion has dwindled by a quarter of its strength, and their reinforcements have been severed," a king serpent flattered. "Under your leadership, and with the 20,000 magical serpents you have brought, we shall surely succeed." "Hisgood." The serpent god flicked its half-meter-long tongue, its body swaying as it gazed toward the direction of the human citadel. "This divine messenger needs to restore magical energy. We shall attack in 6 hours." "Yes, divine messenger." 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye, as the moon hung high, casting an eerie glow from the chasm that continued to illuminate the land. The legion of 1,000,000 serpents advanced with remarkable speed. At the heart of this vast multitude, 15 regal serpents surrounded the divine envoy of the serpent god. With golden, triangular eyes fixed forward, it appeared capable of piercing through the void itself. The army of demonic serpents had invaded, preparing for battle. A full hour later, as the ominous legion of 1,000,000 serpents arrived before the stronghold of the Qing Snake Legion, scouts swiftly took notice, igniting signal fires and sounding the horns. A chill ran through the hearts of all soldiers within the stronghold as they ascended the battlements in an orderly manner. General Wu and his fellow commanders quickly soared to the ramparts, their gazes locked on the 1,000,000-strong serpent army, their expressions darkening. 1,000,000 serpents? This is 20,000 more than we had reported. This legion has likely spent over a decade preparing for this moment. Their arrival must have incurred substantial losses. "It seems they intend to utterly breach our fortress," remarked a middle-aged commander, wielding a feather fan with icy resolve. The soldiers' eyes were fixed upon the regal serpents and the serpent god's envoy, their faces filled with murderous intent. "These beasts from beyond dare to invade our stronghold. Kill!" bellowed a towering commander, raising his twin thunderhammers to clash together with a resounding crash. Crackling, a bolt of lightning surged across the distance, aimed directly at the regal serpents and the divine envoy. "Hiss! Today marks the end for you humans," a regal serpent hissed, swaying its elongated tail as a phantom of a demonic serpent surged forward. Boom! The sound of an explosion erupted, and war ignited instantaneously. "Children, charge!" one of the regal serpents roared. In an instant, countless demonic serpents lunged toward the colossal city. Among them were over 1,000 intelligent serpents, radiating a terrifying aura. Such a colossal army of serpents, even a single spell unleashed in unison could bring about cataclysmic destruction. "Activate the formation. Fire, arrows, mysterious winds, thunder, annihilate," commanded General Wu from the ramparts, his gaze as cold as ice. Instantly, a barrage of attacks cascaded toward the oncoming horde. The Qing Snake Legion, numbering 150,000, occupied the advantageous terrain atop the walls. Boom! Boom! The collision of spells unleashed tremendous energy, temporarily stalling the frenzied advance of the serpents. However, this time, the serpent army was fully prepared, ready to fight to the death. They charged fearlessly. The sight of 1,000,000 serpents surging forward was utterly terrifying. This scene left General Wu and his men on the walls in a state of alarm. Chapter 45. The Battle of the Gods. Everything is within grasp. Slay, slay, slay. The luminous moon upon the sea, the tide-calling spell. I extol the brilliance, O endless element of light. Purify the malevolent entities from beyond the realms. Grand purification technique. A terrifying conflict erupts, as the cultivators atop the city walls unleash spells in a frenzy upon the foes below. The protective formation radiates a resplendent and profound luminescence, safeguarding the front lines. Below, 1,000,000 serpent demons fall by the hundreds every second. Yet the towering king serpents and divine envoys remain unfazed. They care not for the demise of countless intelligent serpent demons, as long as they can breach the city before them. The loss of half or even more of their minions is deemed worthwhile. Their triangular eyes coldly observe all that transpires. On the walls, General Wu and his esteemed commanders refrain from engaging, fully aware that the moment they must intervene will signify a battle of life and death. Soldier against soldier, general against general. The conflict rages on, and, as time passes, cold sweat beads upon the foreheads of the 150,000 soldiers atop the walls. Their physical and mental stamina rapidly depletes, rendering them incapable of wielding formidable magical power. Consuming restorative potions is imperative. They must not allow the enemy to breach their defenses. General Wu, with a frigid gaze, issues his command. Divine Envoy, given the current circumstances, the loss of over 200,000 serpent demons should suffice to breach their outer city. Before the city, a king serpent observes the unfolding situation with a broad smile. Excellent. The serpent god, as Envoy, licks his lips, his emotionless eyes surveying the chaos of battle. General, our soldiers' magical energy is waning. I recommend retreating to the inner city, one officer suggests. General, our 3rd Legion is needed to reinforce the defenses. We are short-handed, and the formation is on the brink of collapse. We request to withdraw. Soon, a number of commanders, their faces drawn and grave, report to General Wu with heavy hearts. Very well. Prepare to retreat to the inner city. Activate the formation between the inner and outer cities to halt the serpent demon's advance, granting our soldiers time to recuperate. General Wu, expressionless, surveys the scene before him and speaks resolutely. Understood. The 4th Legion is to withdraw into the inner city. The 2nd Legion shall follow, and the 1st Legion will serve as the rear guard. The elemental formation mages prepare to activate the city as defenses, should the serpent demons breach. They are to be vanquished with great ferocity. As orders are issued, the expressions of the soldiers turn grave and somber as they retreat. As seasoned warriors, they comprehend the dire nature of their predicament. The outer city has fallen. They have only managed to slay over 200,000, yet still face more than 700,000 adversaries. Relying on the defenses and formations of the inner city remains a formidable challenge. If granted time to recover, they might stand a chance, but the 3rd Legion must address the issues at the guard post. We have lost a quarter of our brethren. Had the guard post remained secure, we could have resisted 1,000,000 serpent demons. One soldier, filled with defiance, grits his teeth and laments. We have, after all, lost 50,000 brothers. Yet there is no recourse. If the Western Serpent Legion does not intervene, the absence of walls on the western flank leaves us vulnerable to attacks from both sides, compounding our troubles. Silence. Do not utter words that sap our morale. We shall surely triumph in this battle. The soldiers, retreating, shouted in unison. Break the city. Let this king breach the walls. Before the outer city walls, the king snakes beheld the Qing Snake Legion abandon the outer fortifications, their eyes alight with fervor, and they immediately commanded their forces. Hiss! Hiss! Countless demonic serpents launched a relentless assault upon the protective array of the outer city, shattering the gates and surging inward. As they crawled inside, they were met with a devastating elemental formation. Nevertheless, countless serpents pressed forward, with new waves replacing those that fell. The elemental array was swiftly dismantled. Behind them, the serpent god's envoy led the king snakes, their forms swaying elegantly as they entered the city. With intense focus, they gaze at the inner city just a step away, their heads held high. Children, slay. From this day forth, this land shall belong to our demonic serpents. The expanse of 1,000 kilometers ahead shall also be our dominion. Kill. With the king snake's command, the demonic serpent army charged fearlessly forward. It is our time to strike. He. The The enemy is stronger than us. Merely restraining them will suffice. They shall not dare to enter the inner city. Slay, and give them a surprise, haha. On the walls of the inner city, General Wu and his comrades methodically adjusted their armor and tightened their grips on their weapons. In that moment, they felt no trepidation. Instead, excitement sparkled in their eyes. The young lord's strategy had succeeded. Boom! In the next instant, General Wu sprang into action. They hovered in the air, unleashing powerful spells directed at the serpent god's envoy and the king snakes. Hiss, the final struggles of humanity. Seeing this, the serpent god's envoy waved his staff, conjuring two massive dark serpents in the sky. Clouds gathered, winds rose, the sun and moon turned erratic, calling forth rain and wind. I praise nature, merging with its essence. Great elements, lend me your strength. The middle-aged figure wielding a feathered fan stirred the winds and clouds, emanating immense natural power, and bellowed. Celestial burial technique of the rushing stars. A terrifying assault, infused with four elemental forces, surged toward the king snakes. With a thrust of his spear, General Wu proclaimed, "Unmatched in might, the enemy lies before me. 10,000 spears." Holding his spear, he pointed into the void, and a multitude of spears coalesced before him, exuding an unstoppable force as they charged toward the king snakes and the serpent god's envoy. Come fort, AKSSS. The king snakes also levitated into the air. The pinnacle of battle erupted instantaneously. Hiss, break through the inner city. Below, the cunning demonic serpents observed the confrontation between the king snake and the human warriors, and they roared in unison. Over 700,000 demonic serpents surged forward. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, on either side, hidden elemental arrays dissipated in an instant. In the next moment, 25,000 warriors appeared on each flank. As their arrows and spells dissipated in the instant of the elemental formation's dissolution, they surged forth to assail the legion of magic serpents. The sudden onslaught caught the advancing serpent army utterly off guard. Under the relentless barrage, at least 40 to 50,000 serpents were slain. Yet, this was merely the commencement. 5,000 seemed a trifling number before the imposing 70,000-strong serpent horde. However, it is crucial to recognize that, bolstered by geographical advantages and the elemental formation, the force that these 5,000 could unleash was magnified several-fold, especially under the element of surprise. The entire expanse between the outer and inner city was laced with various elemental formations. The king's serpents and the serpent god as emissaries were well aware of the myriad traps laid therein, yet they remained undeterred, prepared to sacrifice the lives of their serpentine kin to carve a path forward. Little did they anticipate that hidden within this locale were 5,000 elite warriors at their zenith. This fierce battle had raged for an hour, and it was not just the human warriors whose magical energies were waning. The serpent army, too, was significantly drained, with many of its members already fatigued. This resulted in the 5,000 warriors striking like a terrifying dagger into the heart of the serpent horde. "Brothers, slay!" roared the warriors of the Third Legion, their spirits ablaze with murderous intent as they charged ahead. All magic practitioners fortified the defenders of the Third Legion with protective spells. From within the inner city, a soldier privy to the strategy commanded with fervor, "Yes. Are those the brothers of the Third Legion? Were they not dispatched to deal with the serpent army at the guarding post? By the heavens, with the Third Legion's brothers here, let us press on, ha-ha." The soldiers in the inner city were invigorated by the sudden emergence of their comrades from the Third Legion, with an additional 5,000 brothers. They would gain precious moments to regroup. In an instant, the offensive of the serpent army was thwarted by this unexpected assault. In a mere minute, nearly 100,000 serpents had fallen. Ha ha ha! Let us withstand this horde of beasts and gradually wear them down. In the skies above, General Wu observed the scene below, his face alight with exhilaration. What in the world is happening? Wasn't the Third Legion supposed to be at the guarding post? The serpent god's emissary and the king's serpents were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the 5,000 human warriors. Their strategy hinged on executing a swift assault to breach the city. If they could not achieve this promptly and were drawn into a war of attrition, the Clear Serpent Legion, fortified by the city's defenses, could systematically exhaust them. Yuan Wang, Did you not claim that the third legion was at the guarding post? A furious king serpent demanded of Yuan Wang. It is indeed there. The report from the guarding post confirms that the third legion is stationed with them. Yuan Wang's expression reflected shock and fear. This predicament was far too grave for him. Should they fail today, he would bear the brunt of the responsibility. Cursed be it. The snake matron and the snake fiend claimed the third guarding army was with them. How can this be? Useless. The serpent god, as emissary, shot him a glance filled with lethal intent. The meticulous planning of our Lord Serpent God has been jeopardized by your incompetence. The atmosphere was heavy with foreboding as it furiously wielded its staff, launching an assault against the upper echelons of the Qing Snake Legion, confident in its ability to vanquish, even slay, the human leaders. It hesitated to charge directly into the inner city. For once ensnared within the elemental formation, even it would face the peril of demise. Only by allowing the army to surge forward could victory be achieved. Currently, the onslaught of the forces was being thwarted. Ha ha ha! Soldiers, heed my command. Let's wear them down slowly, roared General Wu, his face alight with exhilaration. In that moment, he felt immense gratitude. Had the time-space prince not intervened to hold back the 100,000-strong serpent army on their flank, the Qing Snake Legion would surely have been annihilated today. Meanwhile, over 100 kilometers to the west of the Qing Snake Legion, the 6,000-strong serpent army was regrouping when a sudden message reached the wise serpents among them. As they read the news, bewilderment washed over them, their faces gradually contorting into expressions of terror. The third human legion had appeared on the front lines? They had ambushed our forces? How could this be? The third legion was not supposed to be here. Then ahead. We have been duped. We have been deceived. Cursed be it, ah! In the next moment, the wise serpents erupted into chaos, their bodies trembling, eyes glowing crimson. The message from Lord Serpent had revealed their grave blunder. They could feel the wrath and murderous intent radiating from their leader. The consequences of their oversight leading to the failure of this war were unimaginable. Fear, dread, fury, madness. These despicable humans have tricked us. I shall slay them, tear them apart, shred them to pieces. In a frenzy, the wise serpents lost all rationality, their blood-red gazes fixated on the desolate expanse ahead. Their eyes locked onto the figure illuminated by the moonlight, calmly sipping tea and perusing a book, an aura of lethal intent emanating from it. All of this chaos was instigated by these vile humans. Kill them, eradicate them, leave not a single one alive, screamed the leaders, Snake Matriarch and Snake Fiend, as they charged forth, their followers in swift pursuit. Ahead, King Timespace sensed the uprising of the serpent army and smiled faintly, retracting his desk into the radiant sanctuary and gently closing his book. The ground beneath him shifted under the control of his disciples, propelling his wheelchair backward with haste. As he raised his gaze to the frenzied serpents, King Timespace lifted his teacup, offering them a gentle salute with a smile. Subsequently, he elegantly poured the tea onto the ground. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. The final battle was about to commence. An update of 6,000 words. Is there anyone reading? Are there any noteworthy figures among you? Chapter 46. Creating Miracles. The army of serpentine demons approaches. Brothers, flee swiftly. The foolish serpentine demons are upon us. We stand no chance. In the wilderness, to the left of the abyssal rift, as General Li and his comrades witnessed the sudden uprising of the serpentine army, there was no trace of fear on their faces. Rather, a flicker of fervor ignited within them. Nevertheless, they shouted in anger and astonishment, "Kill! Kill! Do not let them escape! I shall swallow these despicable humans whole." Ahead, a multitude of wise serpents, upon hearing their cries, felt their murderous intent cloud their judgment and charged forth frantically. With the absence of the third legion of the clear serpent army, they possessed an undeniable advantage in strength. In a mere instant, 200 wise serpents traversed the distance of over 2,000 meters. Buzz, buzz. Yet, just as they surged forward, columns of light erupted from the ground, enveloping the 200 wise serpents. The elemental formation, long prepared, was activated. These vile humans think they can hinder us with their elemental formation? The wise serpents, upon seeing the formation, exhibited no signs of panic, even anticipating it. They writhed their bodies and recklessly hurled themselves toward the formation. Boom! Boom! Relying solely on the elemental formation would not suffice to encircle these beasts, but with our assistance, it would indeed be possible. As anticipated by the master of time and space, should we fail to eradicate this group, we would be unworthy of his grace. The figures of General Li and his comrades returned, now appearing within the elemental formation, their eyes cold and fixed upon the wise serpents, revealing expressions of astonishment. They had not expected these wise serpents to charge directly into their midst. This further deepened their admiration for the master of time and space. Indeed, his foresight was uncanny. The wise serpents clearly did not foresee that General Li and his companions intended to confront them within the formation. With the formation's support, they could indeed engage in battle. They squinted slightly, showing no fear. Let's strike. Soon, our brethren outside will assist in dismantling their formation. Attack! The serpents swayed their tails ferociously. Hey, outside? We have been here for over 10 hours. Do you truly believe we have done nothing? A commander mocked the serpents. What have you done? Suddenly, an ominous premonition gripped the hearts of the wise serpents. Ever since they set foot in the Guardian Zone 03, they had felt an invisible pair of eyes watching them, as if unseen hand were toying with them. Every move they made was under the watchful surveillance and manipulation of the adversary. Meanwhile, outside, at the behest of the wise serpents, the lesser serpents frantically followed behind. However, upon reaching a certain point, the ground suddenly gave way. In an instant, thousands of serpents plunged into a pit 6 meters deep and 8 meters wide. This width, under their full strength, was one they could leap across. 6 meters deep, they sought to escape from within, and the challenge was not insurmountable. The serpentine fiends at the rear, witnessing their comrades plummet into the pit, did not falter. Coiling their bodies, they leaped with great force, attempting to surge forward. However, at that moment, the vigilant defenders, well prepared, charged forth, ready to engage. Summon the winds. Do not allow them to leap over. They exclaimed, laughter echoing in the air. Foolish creatures. Without the guidance of their cunning leaders, these beasts are easy prey. A barrage of spells surged toward the leaping serpents, rendering them unable to evade mid-air, and they plummeted into the abyss. Those serpents yearning to escape now faced the crushing weight of their fallen brethren. Unleash the scrolls. Strike, commanded the squad leaders, casting their scrolls into the depths. Under the influence of the divine inspiration scroll, the serpent's power diminished by 40%, while the soldiers received a corresponding enhancement. All magic practitioners, with reckless abandon, hurled their spells into the pit, allowing even the simplest incantations to slay a serpent. Area of effect spells wreaked havoc, claiming numerous lives in a single cast. The serpents that had descended into the chasm began to perish at an alarming rate. Hiss, hiss. On the opposite bank, the serpents writhed in confusion, flicking their tongues. Some attempting to leap once more, only to be struck down and slain. All were male serpents, predominantly melee fighters, revealing a monumental flaw. An 8-meter-wide pit now loomed before them like an insurmountable chasm. Their limited intellect prevented them from circumventing the 1,000-meter trap to launch an attack. Captain of time and space. You're truly magnificent. In the rear, Yao and his comrades gazed in awe at the unfolding battle, reverently observing the figure in the wheelchair before them. The series of battles and strategies orchestrated by this individual left them in utter admiration and, deep within, a sense of reverence. This was a genuine war, a brutal clash, a real-life struggle for existence. The immobile figure before them seemed divine, repeatedly showcasing miraculous feats. Wang Shikong, hearing their words, smiled as he surveyed the current situation. When the Third Legion arrived on the battlefield of the main city, it dealt a fatal blow to the serpent horde. Indeed, losing their reason inevitably led to folly. He quietly watched as the male serpents, skilled in close combat, rushed to support their leader, only to be swiftly dispatched. This allowed even ordinary soldiers to free their hands to confront these cunning serpents. The outcome was now assured. As time passed, with the male serpents nearly eradicated, thousands of soldiers turned their attention to the 200 intelligent serpents. Under the blanket of spells, the 200 intelligent serpents met their doom in despair and fury. Even in their final moments, they could not comprehend how their 100,000-strong army had been vanquished by a mere 10,000 human soldiers. Throughout the entire conflict, not a single human soldier had perished. Gazing upon the corpses of the 200 intelligent serpents, the generals and their commanders panted lightly, their breath heavy with exertion. At this very moment, their faces were alight with exhilaration and a hint of disbelief. "We have triumphed. Ha ha! We have emerged victorious. Our mere 10,000 soldiers have vanquished the formidable army of 100,000 serpent fiends. Adding to this our previous slayings of 50 to 60,000. We have indeed annihilated a staggering 150 to 160,000 serpent fiends, an overwhelming triumph against an adversary several times our size. A resounding victory. A resounding victory." After the war, the soldiers roared with excitement. General Lee, feeling the adrenaline surge, raised his staff and proclaimed loudly, "Soldiers, heed my command." A chorus of over 10,000 soldiers joyfully responded, "We kneel in gratitude to the young master of time and space." Yes, with a rustle, a multitude of commanders approached the young master Wang Shikong, kneeling on one knee. The thousands of soldiers followed suit, their gazes fervent and filled with gratitude as they looked upon the figure in the wheelchair. In these past few days, all the soldiers understood that had it not been for this individual before them, just days ago, their defenses at 03 had been breached, and they would have met their demise. This act of kneeling was a gesture of life-saving gratitude. Simultaneously, it was an acknowledgement of the leadership that had guided them to a remarkable victory against the extraterrestrial demonic forces. "Thank you, young master of time and space. Thank you, young master of time and space." The thunderous cheers echoed, and Wang Shikong regarded General Li and the others with a gentle smile. "It is my fortune to fight alongside you all." Chapter 47. The 200,000 Qing Shi army welcomes the time-space prince within the main city of the Qing Shi army. The fierce battle continues, albeit with less ferocity than at its inception. The arrival of the 3rd Legion has afforded the remaining soldiers a moment of respite, allowing the Qing Shi army to withstand the relentless onslaught of the Demon Snake army. 200,000 valiant warriors, leveraging the advantageous terrain, have managed to hold back the more than 600,000-strong Demon Snake army at the gates of the inner city, resulting in a stalemate. The once formidable number of the Demon Snake army has dwindled significantly. Exhaustion has set in for both the soldiers of the Qing Shi army and the innumerable demon snakes after prolonged combat. Above the battlefield, the countenance of the serpent god's envoy and the 15 royal serpents is one of utter dismay. In this precarious situation, they have already tasted defeat. Failing to breach the city walls in one decisive surge would render their years of plotting and preparation utterly futile. Imbeciles, utterly incompetent, seethed the serpent god's envoy, unable to contain the fury boiling within. With a swift motion, he brandished his serpent staff, summoning a 10-meter-long dark demon snake that lunged towards the hapless Yin Wang. "No, my lord, please don't!" Yin Wang cried in terror and despair. The demon snake, relentless in its pursuit, consumed him without mercy. The surrounding royal serpents quivered with apprehension but remained silent. The consequences of this war, as failure, must fall upon someone. Wuwei City, you have been fortunate this time. But mark my words, our demon snake army shall return with a vengeance. The serpent god's envoy fixated his icy gaze upon General Wu, commanding retreat. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A multitude of demon snakes began to withdraw. A pack of vile beasts. One day, we, the human race, shall eradicate you completely, General Wu responded, relieved and laughing as he observed their retreat. This battle marked a resounding victory for the Qing Shi army. For at least the next decade, the Demon Snake army would pose little threat to them. We were fortunate for the timely arrival of the brothers from the 3rd Legion. Otherwise, we would have surely faltered. Everything unfolded under our general's adept command, and this victory will grant us a long-awaited peace. How did the brothers from the 3rd Legion conceal themselves within the inner city? Was the situation at the guard post resolved? As the soldiers witnessed the withdrawal of the demon snake army, smiles broke out across their weary faces. They felt joy, yet numerous questions lingered in their hearts. General Wu, you are truly remarkable. We owe our success to you, the officers exclaimed, showering him with praise. Hearing their accolades and the chatter of the surrounding soldiers, General Wu felt a flush of modesty. This victory is not solely mine, he replied, shaking his head gently. His gaze swept over the soldiers and the retreating demon snake army, his expression reflective. If it were not for that time-space prince, our Qingxi army would no longer exist. This declaration was made without a hint of jest. Once the city falls, they will confront the entire Serpent Legion in close combat. Out of 200,000 soldiers, how many will survive? Even he will meet his demise here. General Wu, good news. Reports from our guard troops indicate that under the strategy and command of the esteemed Time and Space Prince, they have annihilated the last 60,000 of the Serpent Legion. At this moment, a soldier beside him, his face alight with excitement, exclaimed while gazing at the communicator. You must see the message. Xiao Li and the others should have sent you an update. What? General Wu's gaze sharpened as he quickly retrieved the communicator, his eyes widening in disbelief. They actually wiped out 60,000 of the Serpent Legion in the unfavorable wilderness? Indeed, the strategy orchestrated by that Time and Space Prince is nothing short of extraordinary. Had it not been for him at the outset, the entire 03 Guard would have been obliterated. He not only rescued tens of thousands of soldiers from the 03 Guard, but also led them to destroy 15 to 16,000 of the Serpent Legion. This Time and Space Prince is truly the savior of our Clear Serpent Legion, remarked several high-ranking officers of the Clear Serpent Legion with expressions of awe and gratitude. They understood the perilous nature of this battle and recognized the source of their current victory. General Wu took a deep breath. I shall report this matter to the Empress. The guard will need to rest after their fierce battle and will arrive here tomorrow. Ensure the soldiers clean the battlefield before they take their respite. Understood, General. The soldiers responded cheerfully. With the battle concluded, an air of relief enveloped everyone. As evening descended, Wang Shikong returned to reality to rest. The following dawn, as the sun broke the horizon, a commander adept in earth elemental manipulation pushed Wang Shikong's wheelchair at the forefront. Surrounding them, a multitude of soldiers from the guard marched forward, their faces aglow after a night of recuperation, heading towards the main city of the Clear Serpent Legion. With less than 100 kilometers to traverse, they would arrive by noon given their stamina. As the colossal city came into view, the generals momentarily paused, gazing ahead in astonishment. At this very moment, before the entrance of the main city of the Clear Serpent Legion, an orderly assembly of soldiers stood densely packed. The 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Legions of the Clear Serpent Legion had all gathered. At the forefront, the Grand General of the Clear Serpent Legion, the commanding officers of the 4 legions, and 2 chief strategists were all present, their gazes converging upon them. Prince of Time and Space, our Grand General leads the soldiers of the Clear Serpent Legion in welcoming you. After a few seconds of astonishment, Commander Li and his comrades smiled in response. It was no surprise to them that the Grand General and the entire Legion were there to greet him, for the Time and Space Prince deserved such honor. Wang Shikong smiled back, acknowledging that this remarkable mission had officially come to a close. Now, it was time for the rewards. This is truly unimaginable. The formidable Legion ahead is here to welcome your captain, Sister Yao Yi. A girl beside Yao Yi gazed at the scene ahead, utterly astounded. His speech faltered slightly, his heart racing as he cast a glance towards the figure seated in the wheelchair, his face alight with admiration and fondness. We welcome the Son of Time and Space. We welcome the Son of Time and Space. As the guards approached the front of the Qingxi Legion, General Wu and his comrades stepped forward, while the 200,000 soldiers bowed in unison to pay their respects. This morning, all the warriors had come to understand the truth. The impending victory in this battle hinged entirely upon the presence of the figure in the wheelchair. Thus, at this moment, their hearts brimmed with gratitude and reverence. Their voices of welcome resounded through the heavens and the earth. As General Wu and his fellow generals reached the forefront before Wang Shikong, They too paused and bowed deeply. Wang Shikong was momentarily taken aback to see the high-ranking officials and formidable warriors of the Snowfall Empire showing such deference. "General Wu, you are too kind," he replied with a smile. "This scene is beyond my humble capacity to bear. It is you, the son of time and space, who truly deserves it." General Wu straightened, his expression grave as he responded, "Our Qingxi Legion stands here today entirely due to your support, son of time and space." Chapter 48. The First-Class Earl and the Terrifying Reward. Amidst the grand reception of the 200,000 troops from the Qing Snake Legion, Wang Shikong, accompanied by General Wu and his esteemed officers, entered the general's mansion. Sitting on the left side of the principal seat, Wang Shikong smiled as he savored a sip of tea offered by General Wu. "You have consumed the heavenly absolute red dust tea. Your health has increased by 150, and your affinity for water elements has risen by 5. What an exquisite tea!" The notification from the heavenly Tao momentarily stunned Wang Shikong, compelling him to utter a heartfelt remark. Such extraordinary treasures that enhance attributes are indeed exceedingly rare. The health boost provided by this tea was astonishing, far surpassing the quality of even his father-in-law's renowned brews. No tea for Blue Star could compare. "I'm glad you enjoy it. I have some more. I shall have someone prepare it for you shortly," General Wu said with a smile. "Such a precious gift," Wang Shikong replied, shaking his head. "Aha! It is merely a small token of my appreciation," General Wu chuckled. "This tea is sourced from the Imperial Garden, and officials of the rank of Earl and above receive it as a reward from the Empress each year. I have already reported your merits to Her Majesty. Once the teleportation array is repaired, her rewards will be conveyed to you immediately." "Oh, then I shall graciously accept it." Wang Shikong raised an eyebrow, filled with anticipation for the forthcoming rewards. "Please, do not stand on ceremony with us, young Master Shikong. The Empress inquires about your future plans. Which main city do you intend to develop next?" General Wu inquired. "Songhai City," Wang Shikong replied, surprised that the Empress had shown interest. "Songhai City is indeed a splendid choice," a middle-aged gentleman holding a feather fan remarked with a smile. "Its culinary delights and seafood are renowned throughout the empire. I possess knowledge of many hidden treasures there, which I would be delighted to share with you later. Moreover, Advisor Feng hails from Songhai City, so should you require assistance there, you may refer to him." General Wu added, chuckling, "The Feng family of Songhai holds considerable prestige. As the saying goes, no wind rises without a wave." Advisor Feng smiled modestly, a hint of pride in his expression, before humbly stating, "Should you need anything, young Master Shikong, do not hesitate to seek me out. However, with your future renown, it seems you may not require my assistance, haha." Although the battlefield of the Qing Snake Legion was not the most critical front for the Snowfall Empire, it remained of utmost significance to the nation. The recent maneuvers and incursions of the Demon Snake Army had sent shockwaves through both court and commonality. Moreover, a cultivator from another realm had led thousands of valiant guards to vanquish 16,000 of the Demon Snake Army, devising strategies that ultimately saved the entire Qing Snake Legion. It could be said that he had achieved an extraordinary feat in the days to come. The warriors of the Snowfall Empire would extend their utmost respect to him. Who would dare to challenge him? Regardless of the willingness of the Qing Snake Legion's soldiers, warriors from other legions would undoubtedly come to his aid. This is the prestige earned through strength, the respect won through valor. Wang Shikong smiled at their conversation, engaging in amicable discourse. Cultivating good relations with the natives of the Endless Continent brings benefits that are self-evident. After all, having acquaintances not only allows one to avoid numerous detours, but also to reap greater benefits. Wang Shikong held deep respect for these warriors, who guarded the borders of the Void Rift, protecting the Empire and safeguarding the human race. The group engaged in lively conversation for an extended period, and in the afternoon, General Wu led him on a tour of the entire main city of the Qingxi Legion. "Young Master Shikong, the teleportation array has been repaired, and additionally, there's an edict from the Empress." 2 days later, as the newly restored teleportation array came to life, General Wu and his companions arrived with a woman. Upon hearing this, Wang Shikong turned to look. "By the will of heaven, the Empress decrees," in the face of the invasion by the demon serpent army. Young Master Shirkong has rendered outstanding service in rescuing the Qingxi Legion. By the decision of the Empress and the Cabinet, I bestow upon young Master Shirkong the title of First-Class Earl. The rewards include a mansion in Shanghai City, a spiritual garden, 10 shops, several servants, and 5 life revivals. Furthermore, he is granted the title of Lord of the Qingxi. Young Master Shirkong, please accept the decree. After reading the edict, the woman in golden armor, aware of his mobility challenges, approached with a smile and handed it to him. Alongside the decree, she presented the badge of nobility, the title insignia, and a spatial ring containing proof of the mansion and shops. Thank you for the Empress's generous rewards, Wang Shirkong responded, astonished by the array of honors. The title, especially that of first-class earl, was a significant elevation. In the Shuilua Empire, the ranks of nobility included duke, marquis, earl, viscount, and baron, each subdivided into 3 tiers. The first-class earl, being the highest rank, was a position of immense prestige among the grand aristocracy of the Shuilua Empire. In his previous life, the highest title he had achieved was merely a third-class earl, awarded for leading a guild of millions to fend off the onslaught of the evil demon legion. And that honor belonged to an official of the daxia. Wang Shirkong's gaze fell upon the badge of the first-class earl. First-class earl badge entitles the bearer to the privileges of a first-class earl in the empire, such as tax exemption for 10 years, free passage on the teleportation array, the ability to fly within the main city, and more. A quick glance revealed that the benefits of being a first-class earl were no fewer than a dozen. Not to mention, the mere tax exemption for a decade represented a considerable boon, especially since shops in the main city were subject to taxation. Title of Lord of the Qingxi. Holders of this title are respected by all soldiers of the Shuo Empire and may mobilize up to 10,000 soldiers of rank 3 and below, once per year, without causing harm to the populace of the Endless Continent or engaging in forbidden actions. Gazing at this extraordinary title, his eyes sparkled. This was akin to wielding military power. Although it could only be used once a year and could only summon soldiers of a maximum of rank 3, it rendered him virtually invincible at present. Additionally, the mansion, spiritual garden, 10 shops, servants, and the invaluable 5 life revivals collectively represented an incalculable worth. Congratulations to young Master Shirkong on your promotion to first-class earl. General Wu and his companions beamed, offering their heartfelt congratulations. Wang Shirkong smiled in response. Ding! You have completed the celestial task and ascended to the pinnacle of the celestial pavilion, earning a remarkable reputation of 4 million. Descendant. Wang Shirkong profession. Mage realm. Elemental refinement level. 9, 24-100 vitality. 500-650 constitution. 24-30 mental power. 105-105 elemental affinity. Gold, 578. Wood, 589. Water, 593. Fire, 592. Earth, 580. Wind, 588. Thunder, 580. Light, 577. Darkness, 572. Space, 595. Time, max. Possesses the heart of element skills. 1. Fundamental elemental manipulation. Metal, transcendent. Fire, transcendent. Water, transcendent. Wood, transcendent. Earth, transcendent. Wind, transcendent. Lightning, transcendent. Light, transcendent. Darkness, transcendent. 2. Summon skeleton, perfected. 3. Shadow ambush, transcendent. 4. Explosive fireball, transcendent. 5. Skills from the Divine Codex equipment. 1. Hourglass of time, origin. 2. Sanctuary of light, epic. 3. Blood Eye amulet, bronze. 4. Guardian staff, black iron. 5. Black iron robe, black iron, secondary profession. Illustrator, flowing guardian illustration, explosive fireball illustration. Noble rank, first-class earl reputation, vermilion with the bounteous rewards bestowed by the Empress arriving. A prompt from the heavenly Tao also chimed in. The celestial task is officially completed. He cast a glance at his attributes. With a mental power at level 9 reaching 105, it equates to that of others at level 19. Chapter 49. Inestimable rewards. General Wu and Advisor Feng bid farewell to everyone. Count Shirkong, we shall visit you in Shanghai City for a drink next time. After exchanging pleasantries with General Wu and the others, Wang Shikong took his leave. Now, he was headed to Shanghai City to inspect his residence, as well as the shops and rewards that awaited him. This, too, constituted a significant portion of the rewards. As Captain Shikong approached the teleportation array, Yao, Yi, and others greeted him, evidently waiting for his arrival. "Thank you, Shikong. This time, thanks to you, we have garnered considerable merit and even acquired a shop." A young man beside Yao Yi spoke with palpable excitement, unable to contain his curiosity. "Surely your merit must be greater, right? The rewards are indeed substantial." Wang Shikong replied with a smile and a nod. The merits from the Tianjiao Pavilion's missions, aside from granting access to the pavilion itself, comprised primarily of merit and shops. However, Wang Shikong did not receive any merit rewards, for in the face of nobility, merit paled in comparison. His gains this time were unimaginable to others, even leaving him astonished. "Thank you, Captain Shikong," Yao Yi said, his eyes gleaming as they remained fixed on him. "Which main city do you plan to visit next?" "Shanghai City," Wang Shikong responded. "Shanghai City, you say? I shall ask my father to relocate the Tianhu Guild there," Yao Yi immediately suggested. "In that case, we could be in the same main city." Wang Shikong paused momentarily before shaking his head. "No need. My family intends to establish a guild in Shanghai City, so the Tianhu Guild should not come there." In his previous life, the Tianhu Guild resided in Huyue Cliff City, and should they return there, it would undoubtedly develop into a super guild. Wang Shikong had no intention of allowing them to come to Shanghai. Furthermore, arriving in Shanghai would inevitably place them in competition with the Jinxiu Guild. A single main city could accommodate only one super guild. "Well, all right," Yao Yi nodded with a hint of disappointment, glancing between Wang Shikong and himself with a sigh in his heart. Wang Shikong smiled. "If anything arises, do reach out." "Absolutely," Yao Yi nodded. "When I have free time, I will come to play with Captain Shikong." "Good," Wang Shikong replied. On the side, Tianya observed their conversation conclude and produced a piece of paper, presenting it to Wang Shikong. Written upon it were the words he had prepared. "Thank you for your assistance these past days. Should you require anything in the future, and if you do not mind, feel free to call upon me. I shall do my utmost." Wang Shikong read the note, his gaze shifting to Tianya as he extended an invitation. "Tianya, I have formed a small team. Would you be interested in joining us and following me in the future?" Tianya hesitated momentarily, a glimmer of excitement crossing his face, and quickly wrote, "Is that possible?" "Of course. You possess remarkable talent and will undoubtedly grow strong in the future." Wang Shikong affirmed with a nod. Tianya's exceptional aptitude was beyond measure. Should he join the Divine Discourse team and follow Wang Shikong, it would certainly bolster his own strength. Tianya could not help but smile, quickly bowing in gratitude. There was no need for self-deprecation. Aphasia is quite easily treatable. Wang Shikong observed him, extending his palm. "Henceforth, we shall be friends." Tianya stared at him in astonishment, hastily wiping his hands before extending them in return, nodding earnestly. "Let us go to Shanghai City," Wang Shikong said with a smile. Tianya's rise was not merely a stroke of luck, but rather stemmed from his innate combat prowess and mastery over elemental forces. Therefore, Wang Shikong directly led him to Shanghai City. In Shanghai City, he was aware of a remarkable opportunity regarding a swordsman. Perhaps, with his guidance, Tianya would become even more formidable and brilliant than in his previous life. His destiny would be rewritten by his own hand. Tianya nodded, waved goodbye to Yao, and pushed Wang Shikong into the teleportation array, selecting Shanghai City as their destination. Generally, one must reach level 10 to access the main city. However, it was said that this was merely a guideline. Wang Shikong was anything but ordinary. As the scenery shifted, their figures emerged in a vast square. Unlike Tianjin town, the skies over Shanghai City were an exquisite azure, as clear as a pristine mirror. The surrounding architecture was magnificently grand, constructed from colossal white and blue stones, exuding an air of majesty. Pillars inscribed with elemental formations soared into the heavens, while the wind blew, carrying the salty scent of the sea. Shanghai City bordered one of the 5 great oceans of the endless continent. Its expanse was thrice that of the magic capital of Blue Star, divided into 4 regions: east, west, south, and north, each with its own city gate. However, the most prosperous commercial district was located in the central area. Wang Shikong gazed at the information regarding his estate and shops, a smile gracing his face. His residence lay within the absolute center, with 10 shops, 2 in each of the 4 regions, all situated along the busiest thoroughfares. The geographical positions of the shops awarded by the heroic task varied significantly, and such disparities could lead to vast differences in pricing. Wang Shikong's 10 shops were unequivocally prime properties, and based on his estimations, the value of the 4 regions amounted to at least 3 million coins. As for the core area, it commenced at 5 million. The total worth of his shops exceeded 20 million coins. Converted to Blue Star currency, this represented a staggering sum of over 2 billion. Inadvertently, his assets surpassed those of his wife's family, not accounting for the value of his estate and the spirit garden. Wang Shikong examined the details of his residence. Goodness! A first-rate count's estate, complete with its own teleportation array? He was somewhat taken aback and promptly instructed Tianya to step into the adjacent teleportation array. In the next moment, they found themselves before an imposing and grand estate. 2 majestic water Qilin statues, each standing 3 meters tall, flanked the azure gate, exuding a lifelike presence and grandeur. The plaque above the door read, "Residence of the Clear Serpent Lord." 4 armored guards stood sentinel on either side. "My Lord Count! My Lord Count!" they exclaimed as Tianya hastily pushed Wang Shikong forward, their gazes sharpening as they immediately recognized him. Under the astonished gaze of Tianya, they swiftly approached. "You've worked hard." Wang Shikong smiled at them. "It is our honor to serve you, my lord. Your reputation has already resounded throughout the empire," a young guard respectfully stated, lowering his head as he spoke. As his words fell, the grand door of the estate swung open, and an elderly man, beaming with joy, hurried out. "My lord, I am your steward. You may call me Old Lei," he said, approaching with a face full of reverence. "Very well, Old Lei. Please take me to see the estate." Wang Shikong nodded in acknowledgement. Half an hour later, after completing a tour, Wang Shikong sat before a 2-acre spiritual garden, gazing at the spiritual trees and flowers. Lost in thought, Sinking Wood Fruit Tree 5, Clear Spirit Fruit Tree 5, Gathering Spirit Flower 15, Heavenly Fragrance Flower 10, 9-Star Grass 30. The 2 types of spiritual trees bore 10 fruits each, producing every 5 years. Sinking Wood Fruit. Consuming it increases wood element affinity by 3. Physique by 2. Clear Spirit Fruit. Consuming it increases water element affinity by 3. Mental Strength by 2. Such extraordinary treasures that enhance mental strength and elemental affinity were laid out so extravagantly within the spiritual garden. Although each person could consume only 1, the rest could be sold, starting at 15,000 yuan each. While the elemental flowers and grasses could not bear fruit, they could gather elemental energy. To put it simply, the elemental power they amassed here allowed for mental and physical restoration comparable to a high-level training room. In the Endless Continent, the most basic training room costs 100 yuan per hour, the intermediate level 1,000, and the advanced level 10,000. The advanced level, when converted to real currency, amounts to a staggering 1 million yuan per hour, such is its incredibility. Of course, the effects are also formidable. Additionally, this noble estate spans 15 acres, covering over 10,000 square meters. This was also the reason it took him half an hour to explore. Fortunately, there were dozens of servants within the estate. Otherwise, managing it would be exceedingly cumbersome. This harvest exceeded his expectations. Even in his previous life, all his assets did not amount to a third of this. Wang Shikong reflected, prompting Old Lei to pick 4 fruits, giving 2 to Tianya, and keeping 2 for himself. "You have consumed the spiritual fruit. Mental strength 2, physique 2, wood element affinity 3, water element affinity 3. Tianya received the fruits, gazing at them in a daze before smiling and consuming 1 as well. However, as he glanced at the figure beside him, his resolve grew even stronger. "The taste is delightful," Wang Shikong remarked, then surveyed the entire estate, chuckling. "The estate is rather spacious. Gratitude to the esteemed donors. Yuan Ingqi's elder, and the clever Xiao Ling for their generous contributions. I am profoundly grateful. Special thanks to the beloved author Ruo Bai for their encouragement. Much appreciated. Thanks to XT, the unrivaled world, and all the distinguished contributors from Tianguan Yuan. Thank you. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the literary enthusiasts who have perused this work, and I wish you all a joyous new year. Although this book has garnered but a modest readership, with daily earnings merely in the tens, the author is seasoned and reliable. To the aficionados who appreciate this endeavor, your generous support would be warmly welcomed. Happy New Year! Chapter 50. Your sole task, no longer singular, my lord. Here lies your establishment on the bustling Huan High Street in the city center. Just ahead is the Hall of Monk Services, surrounded by weapon shops and elixir stores. In the heart of Shanghai City, Old Lei guided Wang Shikong to his two shops, gesturing to the surroundings as he elaborated. This area represents an unequivocal commercial hub. Each of the two shops spans 3 floors, with each floor encompassing 200 square meters. Should the two be merged, it would afford a spacious 400 square meters per level, ample room indeed. Such a prestigious commercial space is typically reserved for the foremost guilds, often not attainable until 2 or 3 years hence. My lord, what do you intend to do with the shops? Old Lei inquired. We shall merge the two and establish an auction house. Standing by the 3rd floor window, Wang Shikong surveyed the vicinity, already possessing a clear vision for the shop's purpose. Indeed, an auction house. Currently, he held numerous valuable items, including spirit fruits, spirit tea, and an endless supply of spell scrolls he could produce. Moreover, he had received 5 life-reviving potions as a reward from the Empress, which could be sold as well. Such rare commodities would only fetch a high price through competitive bidding at an auction house. Furthermore, Wang Shikong was well aware of the lucrative nature of auction houses. In his previous life, the auction houses of those elite guilds generated monthly revenues in the hundreds of millions of coins. Even with a modest 5% commission, they could yield profits of 10 million coins a month. An auction house does not merely encompass on-site bidding. It also incorporates online auction models akin to e-commerce platforms, the profitability of which is evident. Nearly all major guilds are involved in auction operations. By laying the groundwork in advance, with the items at his disposal, he had a genuine chance to establish the foremost auction house in the realm. An auction house, you say? Old Lei nodded. My lord, I can arrange for modifications to the internal layout and procure professional management personnel. Excellent. Let us rent out the other shops to cover the daily expenses of the estate and the auction house. Wang Shikong nodded in agreement. Old Lei, serving as the steward of the estate and a loyal servant bestowed by the Empress, was someone he could trust implicitly. Moreover, as the steward of the Count's residence, his capabilities and connections were commendable. Very well, my lord, Old Lei promptly responded. Currently, the monthly expenses of the Count's household amount to approximately 100,000 coins. Wang Shikong gazed out at the bustling street, teeming with curious Blue Star inhabitants. In just over a month, more than 70% of the populace had reached level 10. He contemplated for a moment before turning to Tianya. Come, I shall take you to a place where fortune awaits. Tianya, slightly taken aback, nodded in agreement. Wang Shikong vividly recalled the extraordinary opportunity involving the sword cultivator in Shanghai City. In his previous life, the individual who encountered this chance failed to complete the task, ultimately acquiring only 2 skills related to swordsmanship. According to their account, the task entailed following students from Shanghai Academy into a training ground. Should one possess strength and talent, there lay a prospect of receiving the highest level sword cultivator's inheritance. In the Endless Continent, the classifications of inheritance are broadly divided into 4 levels: ordinary, rare, top tier, and legendary. Naturally, additional tiers may also be appended. That is the malevolent legacy of the God of Light, left unfulfilled by any. The acquisition of a legacy opportunity by an individual does not guarantee the attainment of the entire inheritance. For instance, one person may triumph in a rare inheritance opportunity, receiving all rewards, while another may secure only a portion of a top-tier inheritance opportunity, possibly resulting in the latter's gains being inferior to the former's. Opportunity is one aspect. The ability to seize it is another. Some opportunities encompass 4 categories: ordinary, rare, top tier, and legendary, and the final inheritance received corresponds to one's personal strength and talent. In his previous life, Wang Shikong entered a legendary opportunity and acquired spatial magic. Yet he understood that he had merely grasped a fragment of the rewards due to insufficient strength and talent, preventing him from obtaining the complete inheritance. With these thoughts in mind, Wang Shikong and his companions soon arrived at the grand entrance of Shanghai University, their gaze drawn to a room on the right. Labeled as the reception of Shanghai University, Wang Shikong donned his first-class Earl medal and gestured towards the room, prompting Tinya to push him inside. "Who are you?" a middle-aged man inquired upon their entrance, his expression shifting suddenly as he approached them with a bow, exclaiming, "Are you the esteemed Lord Qingxi? Greetings. My apologies for the intrusion." Wang Shikong nodded in acknowledgement. "No intrusion at all." The middle-aged man quickly shook his head, speaking respectfully. "It is our honor to receive the presence of Lord Qingxi. May I inquire what brings you here? Should I notify the principal?" "There's no need," Wang Shikong replied with a smile. "I have heard that Shanghai University is hosting a trial for sword cultivators. Might there still be available slots? My friend here possesses considerable talent in swordsmanship." "Ah, you refer to the Wudao Cliff trial?" The middle-aged man glanced at Tianya and nodded. "The slots have been determined. But since you, Lord Qingxi, have spoken, there will certainly be no issue." "Thank you," Wang Shikong expressed his gratitude. Tianya, witnessing this exchange, felt bewildered. Were they truly able to directly request an opportunity, and the other party acquiesced without hesitation? Was this the privilege and benefit of being an earl? Recovering from his astonishment, he promptly bowed in gratitude to the middle-aged man. "Senior Dao, I have completed my task." A young man entered, casting a curious glance at Wang Shikong and Tianya before addressing the middle-aged man. "Please hold on." The middle-aged man gestured to him. "This is my friend Tianya, who suffers from aphasia and cannot speak. I ask for your understanding, Mr. Dao." Wang Shikong raised an eyebrow at the young man and continued, "It's quite all right." The middle-aged man quickly added, "The trial task will commence in 2 days. If this young brother Tianya possesses sufficient talent, he stands a chance at obtaining a top-tier inheritance. The inheritance trial at Wudao Cliff opens once every decade. Simply have the young brother come here in 2 days." "Very well. Thank you for your assistance." Wang Shikong nodded in agreement. From a nearby position, the young man who had just entered listened to their conversation, opened his mouth, and could not help but exclaim, "Senior Dao, did you not mention that my task was the only one?" The middle-aged man gazed at him and said softly, "It is no longer unique." The young man was immediately taken aback. "Wait, Senior Dao, is this even possible?" "Wang Defa, I told myself before undertaking this task that it was an exclusive mission, and now I am being informed otherwise." He scrutinized Wang Shikong and Tianya, his expression growing increasingly grim, and continued, "One is mute, the other is lame. Do you perhaps have a mode that shows compassion for the disabled?" Upon hearing his words, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow, his displeasure evident. He looked at him suddenly and declared, "I regret to inform you that you have failed your mission. As cultivators of blade, we must first cultivate our hearts before honing our swords. Never look down upon anyone. Remember this lesson. It is part of your reward. You may leave now." With that, he casually handed him a skill book as a token of completion for the task. The young man opened his mouth to speak. "Is this truly a test? Indeed a test? Goodness gracious." Chapter 51. The inheritance of legendary heroes. We, the sword cultivators, must first cultivate our hearts before honing our blades. Did I truly err just now? The young man emerged from the chamber, his expression shifting as he muttered to himself. He looked skyward, tears unshed, lamenting the lost opportunity. Alas! With a faint chuckle, the middle-aged man observed the youth's departure and turned to smile at Wang Shikong and the others, his gaze drifting towards Tianya. "My young brother, remember my words. Cultivating the heart before the blade is paramount if one seeks to attain formidable inheritance. That youth, alas, has limited potential." Tianya listened intently, nodding in acknowledgement. Wang Shikong found recent events somewhat amusing. Nonetheless, he recognized the discerning eye of this swordmaster. The youth had indeed squandered a tremendous opportunity. The chance at Wudao Cliff is of a nature that, if one is unworthy, it is scarcely more than a trivial prospect. Yet, for the strong, it represents a pinnacle of opportunity, entirely reliant on the individual. Wang Shikong had great faith in Tianya's capabilities. Next, it would be my turn for opportunity. After exchanging pleasantries with the middle-aged man, Wang Shikong and his companions took their leave. Seated in his wheelchair, his mind swirled with myriad thoughts. The opportunities in Shanghai City were abundant. Sword cultivation legacies, treasures, exotic flames, and the mythical fish of the ocean, among others. However, the one that resonated most vividly in his memory was a legendary-level inheritance, that of a heroic figure. As he contemplated this legendary hero, his gaze glimmered with determination. Allowing Tianya to act independently, he ventured alone into the library of Shanghai City. The library, open to the public, boasted millions of tomes chronicling the records from the first to the fifth era of the Endless Continent. It housed both official histories and folktales biographies, and accounts of the extraordinary. The sheer volume was enough to consume a lifetime of reading. Guided by his recollections, Wang Shikong made his way to the section dedicated to the musical records of the Fourth Era. Indeed, music. In his previous life, an elderly music enthusiast had discovered this powerful opportunity within a book, though he ultimately reaped no benefits from the inheritance. When he shared the news, it caused quite a stir and even trended on social media. Capitalizing on the momentum, the musician released a song inspired by it. Following his memories, Wang Shikong soon located the tome titled The Imperial Zither Music Collection. He withdrew the book and procured a map of Shanghai City before settling into a seat. Unlike The Years I Was a Sword Immortal, which he had read several times without significant discovery, perhaps due to insufficient mental acuity, the Imperial Zither Music Collection contained a hidden opportunity within its musical scores. Flipping to the first page, he scanned the text before him. Bound by frail form, unyielding spirit, shadows obscure the path, yet do not confine. Glimmers on strings condense into fighting spirit. The grand resonance within the zither transforms into a flowing essence. Starry eyes harbor wisdom in pursuit of melody. Slender bones conceal strength to command the musical vessel. A single piece stirs the heavens, leaving an indelible legacy in the annals of history. This poem serves as an homage to the legendary hero, the Imperial Zither. Wang Shikong continued to turn the pages, his gaze soon resting upon the musical score on the 13th page. He compared it with a map of the coastal area of the ocean city, confirming his suspicions without a doubt. When the guqin resonates with melodies in this location, legendary heroes shall beckon you into their realm. Wang Shikong scrutinized the information within the tome, his eyes shimmering with excitement. His profound interest in this inheritance stemmed from the illustrious reputation of the Empire's guqin, renowned beyond measure. As one of the harbingers of the Third Era's end, he was recorded in history as the most formidable support spellcaster, a legendary figure who wielded musical instruments as a path to power. Together with 17 legendary heroes, he overthrew the tyrannical reign of the God of Light, heralding the dawn of the Fourth Era. In this Fourth Era, a period of unparalleled brilliance, a multitude of heroes who would etch their names into history were born. Wang Shikong recalled that in his previous life, someone abroad had obtained the pinnacle of heroic inheritance, effortlessly besting thousands with their immense power. Yet among heroes, the most radiant and formidable remained those 18. What captivated Wang Shikong even more was a particular spell associated with the Guqin Emperor, which earned him the title of the foremost support in historical records. The spell, Resurrection. Indeed, Resurrection, an unequivocal divine skill. As he contemplated the inheritance information, a smile graced Wang Shikong's face. The legacy of the legendary heroes. He pondered whether he could acquire it. Should he attain the resurrection spell, he would be invincible. However, the Guqin Emperor was a musician who wielded strings to manipulate elemental forces, transforming them into melodic incantations. In essence, it was a unique method of casting spells, classified as a rare profession. To claim this inheritance, he would need at least a basic understanding of the guqin and some knowledge of music. This was tantamount to wielding the guqin as his weapon. He mused over this concept. To utilize the guqin as a weapon, if he were to cast ordinary elemental spells, he would need to pluck the strings to summon the elements. Should he lack the skill to play, continuously unleashing attacks would produce an unbearable cacophony. Thus, he resolved to acquire a guqin. Exiting the library, Wang Shikong sought out a musical instrument shop, where he purchased a standard guqin. Unlike the 7-string guqin of the Great Xia, this one from the Endless Continent boasted 9 strings. Having such an instrument before him as a weapon seemed rather ostentatious. Wang Shikong chuckled as he placed the guqin on his wheelchair. Nevertheless, without any spells related to the guqin, it was not yet a viable weapon. After acquiring a basic guqin learning guide, Wang Shikong returned to reality. In the courtyard, he brewed some tea and picked up the guqin book. The musicians of the Endless Continent manipulated elemental forces through the strings, producing a myriad of harmonious sounds. Ordinary musical scores lack any offensive capabilities, existing purely as music. The foundational book contained simple scores, and he reached out to play a few notes. Cacophony? Who is creating such a ruckus? The crow, perched on his shoulder, startled awake, blinked its eyes and exclaimed, Wang Shikong, oh, my esteemed master, it is indeed you. The crow, upon noticing, flapped its wings and grinned, its countenance brimming with derision. Even a magical wild chicken strumming would resonate more melodiously than your playing. With a thud, Wang Shikong tapped its head. Can you show me? Caw, caw, caw. The crow, with a flourish of its wings, circled gracefully in the air before alighting on the guqin, its claws deftly plucking the strings. A cascade of melodious notes ensued, leaving Wang Shikong momentarily spellbound. As the crow continued to strum, it twirled elegantly, its head held high as it cast a glance at Wang Shikong, its expression a blend of 3 parts mockery, 3 parts disdain, 3 parts triumph, and 1 part pride. You truly possess this skill? Wang Shikong gazed at it in astonishment. Caw, caw, caw. The crow, brimming with self-satisfaction, proclaimed, what can the great Lord Crow not do? Allow me to impart my knowledge to you. As it flapped its wings, musical notes began to coalesce from elemental energy. Wang Shikong, taken aback, realized that this was not merely a melody, but an intricate spell composition, a remarkably potent one at that. Caw, caw, caw. The guqin's musical spell, a phantasm-breaking enchantment. What do you think? The crow exclaimed with unparalleled pride. Impressive. Wang Shikong pursed his lips. I had no inkling that beneath your benevolent exterior lies a cultured avian. He glanced at the musical notes nearby, promptly recording them. The guqin spell composition, these musical notes, were akin to a skill tome. By following the symbols inscribed, one could unleash spells. However, such spell compositions are typically considered secret recipes and are seldom shared, making them exceedingly rare. Moreover, who among ordinary people would wield a guqin as a weapon? As for that imperial guqin master, historical records recount that he hailed from a cursed lineage, having lost his legs in childhood. He eschewed martial pursuits, instead embracing music and the guqin. In his youth, he devoted himself to the instrument, and in his later years, he transcended through it, intertwining elemental forces within the notes, ultimately becoming a legendary hero renowned throughout the ages. Yes, that legendary hero was born with a disability. Wang Shikong mused silently, hoping that this hero's legacy would embody compassion for those with disabilities. He yearned fervently to acquire this resurrection spell. Chapter 52, The Raven Versus. The father-in-law's younger sister, Ding Dong. Ding Dong. The ethereal sound of the guqin resonated throughout the courtyard. Wang Shikong's musical talent was modest. However, the guqin music of the Endless Continent diverged significantly from that of the Great Xia. The musical scale of Great Xia consists of gong, shang, ju, ji, yu, while that of the Endless Continent comprises sun, zhen, qian, yi, kan, li, kuan. These 7 scales correspond to the elemental forces of wind, thunder, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each string of the guqin invokes a different element, facilitating various interactions among them, thereby producing distinct musical sounds. The fundamental combinations yield 21 unique tones. In theory, with profound mastery over the elements, one could achieve up to 40 combinations, Yet this remains a mere theoretical possibility, as even the most skilled of Guqin masters cannot achieve half of that. In essence, a formidable musician must possess an exceptional command of the elements, coupled with extraordinary talent, and must master the interplay of elemental interactions to the fullest. After playing for a while, Wang Shikong gained a deeper understanding of the profession of a musician in the Endless Continent. To become an accomplished Guqin master, one must rely on innate talent and the adept manipulation of elemental forces. It is worth noting that in a fantastical realm, there are no purely recreational occupations. He played the benevolent score, Breaking Illusion, discovering its unique attributes. Breaking Illusion, musical score upon performance. It reveals the true world, dispelling the illusions created by elemental forces. As the performance continues, the range of dispelling expands, with the specific effect contingent upon the performer's mental strength. This piece offers substantial resistance against illusionary elemental formations, which are a predominant type of array that confuses enemies through the power of elemental forces. Previously, the elemental mages of the Qing Snake Legion employed such illusionary formations to counter the wise magical serpents, making them indispensable. Furthermore, after reaching the third transition, spellcasters manifest domains that often include numerous illusionary spells. As Wang Shikong immersed himself in the Guqin, outside the villa, Ning Tianxiong and Ning Qingru emerged. Their brows furrowed as they traced the sound, especially Ning Tianxiong, who felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort upon seeing his useless son-in-law playing the Guqin in the courtyard yet again. Not long ago, he had been painting, and now he was indulging in music? Was he going to start singing and dancing when his leg healed? What on earth had his daughter endured? Unable to contain himself any longer, he approached with a sardonic tone. Son-in-law, you truly live a charmed life, amusing yourself with birds, painting, and playing the Guqin. How delightful it must be. Wang Shikong was momentarily interrupted by his voice, glancing over with a slight sip of tea, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it is quite pleasant. You. Ning Tianxiong was momentarily taken aback by Wang Shikong's demeanor, losing his composure as he glared at him. One may be physically impaired, but one's ambition must not fade. Extraordinary power lies before you, yet you pursue such trivial pursuits, playing the Guqin, painting, and amusing yourself with a mere bird. What kind of stature is that? Gah, what an utter fool. Before Wang Shikong could respond, the raven perched on his shoulder, having heard the insult, opened its eyes and fixed its gaze upon Ning Tianxiong, uttering a single word. Ning Tianxiong's jaw dropped slightly in shock. What in the world? Oh my! Can this bird actually talk? Is it a parrot? Ning Qingru exclaimed in astonishment. You little fool. The crower glared at her, expanding its range of attack. Ning Qingru, taken aback, froze with her mouth slightly agape, then jumped up in anger. You scoundrel bird. You deserve a good thrashing. Wang Shikong, is this all you're doing? It's truly a reflection of the owner's character. Her face puffed with indignation. I'm telling my sister, you've gone too far. Oi, little fool, you're as silly as a cute little thing. The crower, hearing her insults, took flight and circled above her head, taunting, little fool, little silly, ah. You scoundrel bird, I'll boil you for soup. Ning Qingru, furious, brandished her wand and aimed at it. Little fool, can't hit me, can't hit me. Ha ha ha. The crower flew swiftly above her, its beak glistening. Wang Shikong, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but twitch his lips. He had experienced the creature's sharp tongue, capable of spewing words for 2 hours while requiring 23 hours of sleep per day. You. Ning Tianxiong trembled with rage at the sight. The more refined one was, the more they suffered at the hands of the crower. Wow, sister, come quickly and see this scoundrel's bird. Ning Qingru, unable to reach the crower, broke down in frustration and yelled toward the house. Inside the villa, Ning Qingya heard the commotion and immediately stepped out. Oi, my dear, beautiful and gracious mistress, a hug. The crower flapped its wings and flew over to perch on her shoulder, greeting her enthusiastically. This took Ning Qingya by surprise, and she couldn't resist reaching out to stroke it. What? You scoundrel. Sister, you didn't see it. This rascal insulted me and our father, calling us fools. Ning Qingru, bewildered by the crower's sudden change of demeanor, immediately reported. It must be that scoundrel S doing. He spends all day either painting, raising birds, or playing the piano, and now he lets his bird insult us. Boo-hoo. You often speak ill of the magnificent crower behind its back. Don't think I haven't heard. The crower declared from Ning Qingya's shoulder, pointing a wing at her. Also reporting, my most beautiful mistress, I assure you. They spoke first. Ning Qingru was dumbfounded to see the creature accusing others. Had it truly heard them speaking ill of its owner? Ning Tianxiong beside her pursed his lips, swallowing back the carefully organized tea talk, clearly feeling guilty. It claims to be kind. Wang Shikong, wheeling himself closer, chuckled. Its tongue is a bit foul. The great crower never insults good people. The crower raised its head and spoke, indeed. Upon hearing this, Ning Qingru and Ning Tianxiong immediately glared at it. All right. You claim to be kind, do you? Ning Qingya observed it with curiosity. They were not unfamiliar with the raven, yet most of the time it had been asleep. Now, witnessing its intelligence was indeed astonishing. I named it. Wang Shikong responded on its behalf, directing his gaze towards the raven. Less chatter. Caw. The raven emitted a series of calls, nudging Ning Qingya gently with its head. Enchanted by its cuteness, Ning Qingya extended her palm, and the raven promptly hopped onto her hand. This creature, no larger than a palm, radiated brilliance, its eyes and beak sparkling like diamonds, exuding both charm and elegance. Its potential for mischief was formidable. Wang Shikong shook his head at the sight of this creature. However, his spirits were lifted by the sight of his irate father-in-law and sister-in-law. How delightful! A truly charming little green tea raven. Ning Qingya could not help but exclaim, then turned to her father. Dad, don't hold a grudge against the little bird. Moreover, I have wonderful news to share. I have just acquired a significant opportunity and am preparing to enter a dungeon. The topic shifted, and Ning Tianxiong's eyes brightened. Really? Have you completed your previous task? Yes, it was a subsequent task, Ning Qingya nodded. Wow, sister, that's incredible. Ning Qingru, nearby, exclaimed in delight. Indeed, Ning Tianxiong sighed, his face alight with excitement. If you can obtain a powerful opportunity, it will be easier for us to establish ourselves in the vast sea. The competition in the guild has been fierce lately. I may need some time for this task, Ning Qingya replied with a smile. However, I cannot guarantee how much opportunity one will obtain. Qingya, your talent surpasses mine by far, and you are much stronger than many experts in the guild, Ning Tianxiong said, ruffling his daughter's hair, his face filled with pride and contentment. Just believe in yourself. You are the best. Dad, you should praise me too, Ning Qingru said, shaking Ning Tianxiong's hand. My little girl is quite impressive as well, he chuckled, looking at his two darling daughters. Caw. The raven squawked piercingly nearby. You little rascal, Ning Qingru remarked, sensing the raven's tone was less than flattering, puffing out her cheeks and glaring at it. Acquiring an opportunity? Wang Shikong observed, his gaze flickering slightly. After his wife secured a major opportunity, it was time for him to make his move. Let us go. It's time for dinner, Ning Qingya said with a smile, ushering Wang Shikong into the house. Watching his daughter's figure, Ning Tianxiong's brow slowly furrowed. His daughter was becoming increasingly accomplished, but that wretched bird, what a foul mouth it had. Chapter 53. The Divine is Invisible. My Lord Count, this tome pertains to the legendary hero, Elder Di Qin, as well as to the art of Guqin music. After dining and engaging in conversation with Ning Qingya, Wang Shikong returned to the Endless Continent and promptly summoned Old Lei to the library, requesting assistance in retrieving dozens of books. While the library's tomes were not permitted to leave, his noble title as a count rendered such restrictions moot. Very well, I shall be away for several days, Wang Shikong declared as he received the books. He instructed Old Lei, please issue a task to find 2 individuals proficient in Blue Star self-media promotion, with a reward of 1,000 currency. Inform me via communication once the auction house arrangements are settled. Understood, my Lord Count. Old Lei nodded in affirmation. With a collection of books in hand, Wang Shikong ventured outside. With Old Lei's assistance, many burdens were alleviated, particularly concerning the auction house. Nevertheless, he still needed to recruit 2 trustworthy allies to promote the auction and its items within Blue Star. Meanwhile, Wang Shikong aimed to enhance his own abilities before journeying to the legacy of Di Qin. Lost in contemplation, he arrived at the teleportation array and set forth towards the eastern coast of the Songhai. The east gate of Songhai City lay a mere 5 kilometers from the ocean, and with the emergence of foreign demons and rifts in the void, half of the endless continent seas had succumbed to the influence of these malevolent forces. The eastern waters of Songhai City had suffered severe pollution. A formidable wall, spanning over 100 kilometers, had been erected along the shoreline to prevent sudden incursions by the demonic legions. This location also served as an excellent ground for cultivators to advance their skills. Stepping through a gate in the wall, Wang Shikong gazed out at the murky, tainted waters. Corrupted seabirds soared in the distance, while grotesque sea monsters emerged from the depths. Numerous cultivators congregated here, engaged in slaying these abominations. Drawing upon his memory, Wang Shikong navigated toward the right, traveling along the coast for over 50 kilometers over the course of 2 hours, until his eyes fell upon Lian Island. This island extended several kilometers into the sea, adorned with lush greenery. This was the very place that had been heavily contested by numerous guilds in his previous life, renowned as a premier leveling ground. Upon entering Lian Island, he discovered wild creatures ranging from levels 18 to 30. Monsters above level 20 were considered to have undergone their first transformation, boasting formidable strength. Presently, even the highest level beings barely reached level 14, thus deterring other cultivators from encroaching upon this territory. Before him lay the formidable knife tortoise demon, its heavy shell and razor-sharp head resembling a deadly blade. With limbs equally lethal, knife tortoise demon, common level 18 health, 2800 constitution, 100 magic, 40 skills. 1. Sand helmet guardian. 2. Leaping blade strike. 3. Spinning tortoise charge. 4. Wu penetration. Despite its relatively slow speed, which made it easy to kite, the knife tortoise demon was favored by many cultivators for its high defense. Kind-hearted one, awaken from your slumber and get to work, Wang Shikong urged the sleeping crow. Bring over 10 knife tortoise demons. Quack, quack, quack. The crow stirred from its drowsiness, responding with a bleary call. Time to work, crow. Soon, 10 blade turtle monsters were drawn in. The fusion of elemental spells swiftly targeted them, annihilating one with each incantation. In less than 30 seconds, all 10 were dispatched with remarkable ease, bordering on the absurd. Subsequently, the crow continued to lure more monsters, while Wang Shikong sat back, patiently awaiting his next quarry. Ding, your level has increased by 1, mental power 5, physique 2. After slaying over 100 blade turtle monsters, he finally reached level 10. Suddenly, the divine tome in his hand radiated a brilliant light. Wang Shikong paused, his gaze drawn to the book, and with astonishment, he flipped it open. Upon reaching the 4th page, he raised an eyebrow. The divine tome had unlocked a new page. However, what astonished him was that the 4th page was entirely different from the previous 3. The divine words proclaimed, "Under my gaze, you shall receive courage." He spoke the words aloud, and beneath the text appeared a pattern of dual eyes. The twin pupils shone with a resplendent glow, as if truly embedded within the book. Their layered brilliance intertwined with threads of dark light, exuding an indescribable aura of power. As their gazes met, a beam of light surged directly into his own eyes. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the Divine Eye Technique. Divine Eye Technique. Under your gaze, one of your allies' attributes will increase by 1% per second, while simultaneously reducing your own mental power by 0.5 per second. Divine Eye Technique. The divine cannot be seen nor blasphemed. When you gaze upon heretics, their attributes will decrease by 1% per second, and when they meet your gaze, their attributes will diminish by 2% per second. Using this technique will reduce your own mental power by 0.5 per second. Note, the consumption increases for those of higher realms. This is actually a bloodline-type spell, and it is a technique of the eyes. Wang Shikong was filled with delight upon discovering the Divine Eye Technique. It is a rare and special type of bloodline spell, not acquired through study, but unlocked by absorbing special potions, or unique bloodlines. The advantage of bloodline spells is that their acquisition grants one a mastery akin to that of a divine being. However, in his previous life, Wang Shikong had only heard of such spells, with their wielders being 1 in a million. Should I now express my gratitude to the Elder God of Light? Wang Shikong mused that perhaps it was time to abandon the moniker of GGG God, as he gazed at the thick tome in his hands, which contained at least 20 more spells, sufficient for his needs until the third transition. With his limited mental power, he felt elated and retrieved a book on the Guqin, placing it on his wheelchair as he savored the sea breeze while reading. For the next 5 days, he remained on Lian Island, slaying monsters twice daily, each session lasting less than half an hour, expending all his mental power. The remainder of his time was spent sipping tea, reading, and practicing the Guqin. His approach was a harmonious blend of leveling up and musical practice, maximizing the use of his time. Ding, your level has increased by 1, mental power 5, physique 2. The voice of the heavenly Tao resonated, and Wang Shikong smiled as he saw his level rise to 12 in just a few short days. While nearly 30 books had also been thoroughly perused, tomorrow he would embark on the task of inheriting the imperial zither. Wang Shikong glanced at the time and returned to reality for some rest. The following morning, he set out in his wheelchair towards his destination. Upon arriving at the designated area, he placed the ancient zither on his lap and began to play. The melodious strains of the zither resonated not merely with technical prowess, but with an exquisite mastery over the elements. As he played, enchanting music filled the air. Suddenly, with the harmonious notes weaving through time, a teleportation array gradually materialized beneath him. In the next moment, the scenery before him transformed. Is there someone else here? A voice of surprise echoed, and Wang Shikong too displayed a look of astonishment. The sacred site of the imperial zither's inheritance harbored others? Figures emerged within a courtyard, and as Wang Shikong scanned his surroundings, he noted 6 individuals, 4 women and 2 men. His gaze sharpened when it fell upon one of the women. She was a vision of grace, her skin as fair as snow, and her exquisite features captivating. The silver-hued, form-fitting armor she wore accentuated her mature allure, emanating an irresistible charm. Wang Shikong regarded her, his eyes glimmering with recognition. To his surprise, she too had ventured into this realm. The woman before him was none other than the illustrious Hua Yidai Wu, the Empress of Divine Radiance, renowned in later times. In his previous life, she was the only woman honored with the title of Empress, not solely for her unparalleled beauty and extraordinary prowess, but also for being the sole female president of a super guild. Her status was exalted, rendering her a goddess to countless men. Wang Shikong had crossed paths with her before, albeit under unfavorable circumstances. From the outset, the Divine Radiance Guild she established had consistently overshadowed the Splendid Guild, leading to numerous conflicts between the two factions. Each time, the Splendid Guild faced utter defeat. The Green Tea father-in-law had been slain by her twice, and his sister-in-law met her end at the hands of the Divine Radiance Guild's formidable members. In the early days, many of the Divine Radiance Guild's members mocked the Splendid Guild, branding it a guild of incompetence. The Divine Radiance Guild had ascended to prominence, stepping over the myriad guilds of Songhai City to join the ranks of the elite. Shall I eliminate him, President? Chapter 54. The Legacy of the Emperor's Zither. Unrivaled Skills. President, should we eliminate him? A young man's voice suddenly resonated through the courtyard, bringing Wang Shikong back to his senses as he slightly narrowed his eyes. We are not indiscriminate killers, Hua Yi remarked, shaking her head, her curiosity evident as she scrutinized Wang Shikong. Are you also here to undertake a task? Task. Wang Shikong raised an eyebrow at her words, intrigued to learn that there was indeed a mission related to the Emperor's zither. Suppressing the murderous intent within him, he nodded. A legacy task? Hua Yi continued to inquire, her gaze fixed on him. Wang Shikong reciprocated her gaze, suddenly breaking into a smile as he shook his head. No, the truth of history? Hua Yi pressed on. Wang Shikong couldn't help but marvel at her sharpness. Such a woman, capable of establishing a super guild, was indeed perceptive. When she mentioned the legacy task, she was lying, testing him. However, the phrase "the truth of history" was genuine. But what could this truth entail? I discovered information regarding this matter in an ancient tome, he replied, sidestepping her question. Tasks concerning legendary heroes are not easily accomplished. He did not delve deeper into his response. Since we have both come here, it seems we are destined to collaborate on this task together. Very well. Wang Shikong nodded, then turned his gaze to the surroundings. What is the task for the first stage? To craft a zither. Only by creating a qualified instrument can one pass through the energy gate ahead, a woman on one side answered, gesturing toward the front. Wang Shikong looked ahead and indeed saw an elemental gate radiating a blue light. His gaze shifted to the side, where 6 individuals had an ancient zither placed before each of them, indicating they had been there for some time. Hello, handsome. I am Hua Yi, the president of the Divine Color Guild. She introduced herself, her eyes sparkling as she regarded him. May I know your name? Greetings, President Hua Yi. Wang Shikong nodded. I am Shikong. Hello, Shikong. Have you gleaned any clues from that book? Hua Yi smiled and inquired. We have crafted dozens of zither, yet none have succeeded. Wang Shikong glanced at their zither and surveyed the surroundings. They were encircled by materials arranged in a circular fashion. The body of the zither was made of fixed wood, but the strings comprised various materials: metal, silk, beast tendons, special plastics, and over 20 other types. None of your creations have succeeded? Wang Shikong asked them. Indeed, we have tested each material one by one. A girl nearby confirmed with a nod. There are a total of 25 types of string materials. The probability of randomly combining them is even lower than winning the lottery, making it utterly impractical to try them all. Hua Yi furrowed her beautifully shaped brows. There must be an unknown pattern at play. Do the strings possess elemental differences? Wang Shikong pondered aloud. None. These strings do not contain elemental power, Hua Yi replied. Shaking her head, Wang Shikong nodded slightly, embodying the essence of a legendary hero's legacy. Without discerning the patterns in selecting the strings of the guqin, the prospect of completing the assessment was virtually non-existent. He maneuvered his wheelchair, meticulously inspecting each string. The only discernible difference lay in the materials. No other issues were apparent. The courtyard spanned roughly 200 square meters, devoid of any other items. After surveying the area, he approached the energy portal and gently touched it. A prompt emerged. A qualified guqin must be crafted to traverse. This was problematic. The individual in the wheelchair seemed perplexed. Initially, the youth who had suggested eliminating him could not suppress his frown. President, we have been here for an entire day. This is an utter waste of time. Have you made any progress in the real world? Not yet, Hua Yi replied, shaking her head in disappointment upon observing Wang Shikong's demeanor. Qian represents the west. Yi the east, Qin the north, Li the south, and Ku in the center. Wang Shikong turned to them, surveying the arrangement of the guqin strings with a contemplative expression, and began to speak slowly. Sun represents the northeast and Zhen the southwest. What? The group was momentarily taken aback by his seemingly nonsensical words. Wang Shikong glanced at them with an air of indifference. Do you not comprehend the musical scales of the endless continent? Musical scales? They were momentarily stunned. Qin signifies metal in the 5 elements. Yi represents wood, Qin denotes water. Hua Yi murmured, casting a surprised glance at him, her expression brightening with realization. Are you suggesting that the positions corresponding to the 5 elements and the directions of wind and thunder correspond to the placement of the strings? Indeed, Wang Shikong affirmed. Acknowledging her insight, Hua Yi was undeniably an exceptionally astute woman. A foolish woman could never ascend to the position of a super guild leader. Shen Guan, proceed to craft the guqin. Hua Yi promptly instructed a young man. How do I craft it? The youth named Chen Quan responded in utter bewilderment. Simply select the strings that correspond to the positions of the 5 elements. Hua Yi explained before shaking her head. Allow me to handle it. President, let me do it. Shen Quan interjecta eagerly. Yet soon, he appeared confused again. But how do we differentiate between the southeast and northwest? The buildings in the endless continent are oriented north to south. Hua Yi remarked. You will discern it from the direction of the buildings ahead. President, you are truly remarkable. You remember even the minutest details. Several young women chimed in. their faces adorned with admiration and respect. Our president is naturally impressive, far surpassing those formidable men. Indeed, it was astonishing. For the first time working alongside this enchanting empress, Wang Shikong recognized her prowess. This is merely a small cleverness. I owe it all to your guidance. Hua, he said as she swiftly gathered the strings, turning to Wang Shikong with a smile. Your intellect commands my admiration. Upon hearing her words, Wang Shikong could not help but concede her eloquence and high emotional intelligence. Coupled with her captivating demeanor, it was evident that her success was no mere coincidence. I encountered this in a book, and the process may not necessarily yield success. Wang Shikong's gaze flickered momentarily as he responded, You are indeed fortunate. It turns out he acquired the method for crafting the guqin from literature. How astute. The two young men nearby observed the president extolling the virtues of the man in the wheelchair, their expressions tinged with envy and jealousy as they murmured to one another. Enough chatter. Let us craft the guqin and make one for Shikong as well, commanded Huai. Understood, President. The two promptly assented and proceeded. Wang Shikong sat quietly to the side, watching intently, and soon 7 guqins were skillfully completed. Let's give it a try, Huai said, handing one to Wang Shikong as she led the way. Upon reaching the energy gate, Huai stepped forward with determination. Buzz! She stepped through with confidence. It truly works. How wonderful. Thank you, handsome Shikong. A chorus of delighted exclamations erupted from the girls as they eagerly ventured inside. Wang Shikong smiled faintly, pleased that his conjectures had proven accurate, validating the days he had spent diligently studying. He followed closely behind, passing through the energy gate. Shikong, do you possess any knowledge regarding the information for the second challenge? Could you share some insights with us? Once inside, Huai paused, her delicate brows arched, and her expectant almond-shaped eyes fixed on him as she inquired, I could offer you 100,000 coins as a token of gratitude. Would that suffice? Observing her demeanor, Wang Shikong was certain that no man could refuse such a plea. He found himself equally unable to resist. Affecting a hesitant demeanor, he replied, Huai, you must be aware that this place is the domain of the legendary hero, the Emperor Qin, correct? In truth, I am not a cripple. I intentionally broke my legs to sit in this wheelchair before entering here. Tonight marks the 3rd update, nearing 8,000 words, approaching the 4th update. Consider this 3rd installment a New Year's gift for the readers of this book. I extend my gratitude to all the generous patrons. Thank you for your unwavering support. The humble author also requests a free token of appreciation for the love of writing. Kindness, bring forth the red envelopes, ha ha ha. Chapter 55. The divine dislikes liars, yet enjoys a little deception, brother. Are you not a cripple? Did you deliberately break your own legs? As Wang Shikong uttered these words, the 6 companions, donned in floral garments, stared at him in astonishment, and one young man could not restrain his exclamation. Prior to embarking on this quest, they had gathered detailed knowledge about the legendary hero, Di Qin, who was born into a cursed family, paralyzed from the waist down, and confined to a wheelchair throughout his childhood. In his later years, he rose to prominence, emerging as the continent's most formidable support figure, collaborating with 16 others to vanquish the dominion of the ancient gods, thereby ascending to the ranks of legendary heroes. His secret realm offers preferential treatment to those who are disabled. Wang Shikong nodded slightly, feeling a surge of inspiration from the God of Light. The divine disdains deceit. Yet the God of Light's beguiling legacy is rife with falsehoods, suggesting that God enjoys a little fibbing. If blame is to be assigned, let it be directed at the God of Light. Is this the information you gleaned from that tome? Huai inwit toi. Those who share in my afflictions. If they possess great ambition, I shall surely bestow upon them exceptional favor. Wang Shikong recited in archaic prose, before continuing, as for the specifics, I am uncertain. President, there does exist a possibility, for this is indeed the secret realm of a legendary hero. A young man named Chen Quan spoke up, a legendary hero. Once among the continent's mightiest, undoubtedly his task is no trifling matter. However, to intentionally break one's leg seems excessively cruel and painfully drastic, does it not? This is the real world. Inflicting such an injury upon oneself entails unimaginable suffering. We still lack clarity on the particulars. There is no need for you to cripple yourselves and resort to wheelchairs, Wang Shikong kindly advised them. Regardless, I am grateful for your insights, Shikong. Hua Yi expressed her appreciation, producing a sum of 100,000 coins and offering it to him. This is your reward for the information you have provided us. Thank you, Wang Shikong replied. I shall not refuse such generosity. You have earned it. Hua Yi smiled, her gaze sweeping forward. Shikong, do you have any knowledge regarding the assessment for the second stage? Wang Shikong's gaze followed hers. Ahead lay a picturesque garden, adorned with exotic trees unique to the endless continent, such as the fire element tree, blue smoke flower tree, and cloud blossom branch. Aside from the trees, there was naught of particular significance. From this vantage point, one could discern the garden's terminus 1,000 meters away, leading to another entrance. Naturally, Wang Shikong possessed no further information, and he shook his head. I do not know. Hua Yi observed him and nodded. Then let us proceed directly. With her words, the group ventured forth into the garden. Buzz! As they had scarcely traversed 5 or 6 meters, the scene before them abruptly transformed. Wang Shikong halted, gazing ahead in bewilderment. Just a moment ago, he had been amidst the garden. Now, it felt as though he were ensconced within a surreal realm. The 6 companions had vanished from sight. 7 paths emerged before him, each only about 4 meters long, distinguished by different hues, representing the elemental colors of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning. A mace? He raised an eyebrow. Ding-ling-dong, before he could ponder further. The soothing sound of the guqin resonated through the air. What could this be? A look of astonishment crossed his face. After a moment of hesitation, he chose a path at random. Yet, 3 seconds later, upon reaching the end of the road ahead, he found himself bizarrely returned to his original position. What is this? Returning to the starting point should signify that the path he took was incorrect. With only 7 paths ahead, does that imply he must try each one? No, it cannot possibly be that simple. Wang Shikong's gaze flickered slightly. He remained undisturbed by this sudden transformation, contemplating quietly. Do the 7 elemental paths represent 7 musical scales? Does the sound of the guqin require him to choose the elemental path according to the corresponding musical scale? Listening intently to the music, he promptly selected a path to validate his hypothesis. However, he soon found himself back at the starting point again, frowning in dismay. How could he be mistaken? Was he meant to use the guqin he crafted to learn and play the music that resonated? Wang Shikong continued to ponder, sitting quietly as he listened. The music never repeated, necessitating continuous notation for learning. Perhaps he should attempt to break the illusion through music. Holding the guqin he had fashioned, Wang Shikong began to play the score transmitted by the crow. Dingling, as the melody of the illusion-breaking tune filled the air, ripples spread through the surrounding space. Wang Shikong's eyes brightened, and soon, the scenery around him transformed, and he found himself once again in the garden. Ah, kindness has indeed wrought great results. A smile graced Wang Shikong's face as he surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of Hua, Yi, and the others, clearly indicating they too had entered the illusion. Surely, they would not be trapped, for that would be utterly disappointing. His gaze flickered slightly as he continued onward. Buzz! With each 2-meter stride, the scenery shifted once more, and the illusory maze re-emerged. Another one within merely 2 meters? Truly a test fit for legendary heroes. Wang Shikong observed the 7 paths that had materialized anew ahead. Sighing inwardly, he refrained from using the illusion-breaking melody again, opting instead to record the music that resonated, attempting to enter the corresponding path through his performance. The result, however, was still a failure. Sitting there, he felt a slight headache. There must be some pattern that eluded him, but where could it be? After contemplating for over half an hour without clarity, Wang Shikong decided to abandon his thoughts and played the illusion-breaking melody once more. The surrounding illusions dissipated, and he returned to the garden. As he continued forward, a figure appeared behind him, drenched in sweat. Wang Shikong turned to Si Chen Quan, eyes wide in surprise. You made it out? He exclaimed. Damn it, I'm exhausted. Chen Quan grumbled, equally astonished to see Wang Shikong. You too? How did you manage to escape? I don't know, Wang Shikong replied, shaking his head and concealing the truth. How did you come out? You mean you have no idea how you got out? Chen Quan was somewhat skeptical of his words. I emerged from the experience in a rush, utterly exhausted. Emerged in a rush? Wang Shikong exclaimed, taken aback. Is there no pattern? What pattern? My friend, do you know something? Chen Quan gazed at him, unable to restrain his curiosity as he leaned closer. Wow. However, he had barely taken a few steps before his figure gradually vanished. Wang Shikong. If Chen Quan had indeed rushed out, he must have encountered a pattern, and the likelihood of this pattern was not negligible. So what could this pattern be? Wang Shikong's gaze swept around, and all he saw were trees, and more trees. Trees? His eyes narrowed slightly as he scrutinized the surrounding foliage. 7 types of trees, each embodying one of 7 elements. This was undoubtedly no coincidence. Wang Shikong observed the trees to his left and right. None were parallel. All were interwoven. This signified that each tree had a sequential order. Moreover, trees of various elemental attributes were also mixed together. He watched intently, committing the elemental properties of each tree to memory. As his wheelchair moved forward, the scenery around him began to shift. Wang Shikong's eyes flickered as he recalled the elemental attributes of the trees, arriving at the path corresponding to those elements. When the musical scales aligned with the elemental properties of the trees, he immediately stepped forward. Buzz! Indeed, he successfully traversed the first path, and ahead lay 7 more paths. He approached the position corresponding to the second tree, waiting for the music cue to enter. Confirm elemental attributes of the trees arrive at the corresponding elemental path match with the musical scale enter. This was the pattern. Chapter 56. Wang Shikong, finally tricked. Upon discovering a pattern, everything became rather straightforward. After traversing 14 forks in the road, Wang Shikong found himself back in the garden. There was no need to break the illusion. He simply walked out. A smile graced his face as he advanced gradually through this realm of time and space. Wow, has he progressed so far? How did he manage that? As he moved over 50 meters, voices suddenly arose from behind him. Wang Shikong, taken aback by the sounds, turned his wheelchair to face the group that had emerged, inquiring with curiosity, "Why are you all out here?" "We were released, but according to the hints, as soon as we take a step, we will re-enter the labyrinth," replied Huai, his gaze flickering. Wang Shikong nodded slightly at his words. The secret realm of legendary heroes was not a mere deadlock like the inheritance of the God of Light. Clearly, exiting the illusionary maze was a mechanism within this secret realm, providing testers the opportunity to discern patterns. "How did you advance so far?" Huai asked, intrigued. "I found the pattern," Wang Shikong responded with a smile. "You found the pattern?" A girl looked at him in astonishment. "What pattern? That's incredible. Brother, did you read something in a book and not share it with us?" A young man couldn't help but interject. "I discovered the pattern myself." Wang Shikong shook his head and explained, "To navigate the maze, you must first remember the trees ahead of you. The trees here possess elemental attributes, and the 7 elemental paths correspond to 7 strings of a zither. By identifying the elemental properties of the trees and determining the correct elemental path, you can enter the path at the moment the corresponding musical scale is heard in the illusionary maze, thus allowing passage." "Is that so?" A girl gazed at him with admiration mixed with surprise. "You're amazing. To have found the pattern in such a short time is truly remarkable." Wang Shikong humbly replied, "I was merely fortunate. You can use this method to progress. I shall return for lunch. See you all in the afternoon." With that, he waved goodbye to the group, his figure gradually fading away. Wang Shikong's sudden log-out left Huai and the others momentarily stunned. "President, is what he said true?" A young man asked, unable to contain his curiosity as he watched Wang Shikong depart. "He had no reason to deceive us." Huai shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding trees, which sparkled with intrigue. "President, I saw that guy when I exited Midway. He must have obtained information from that book. Otherwise, he couldn't have discovered the pattern so quickly," Chen Quan remarked. "This pattern is so intricate, it's impossible to uncover it in such a brief time. What book is he reading? How could it contain information about the secret realm of legendary heroes?" Even the powerful remnant soul that assigned us the task is unaware of the internal circumstances. A girl's eyes sparkled as she continued. Maybe when he returns, I should try to charm him. Qian, you little flirt, are you trying to win him over because of his handsome looks? A girl teased her. How could that be? Fie. I am merely sacrificing myself for our mission, and you ungrateful girl dare to speak ill of me. Qian pouted and turned to Huai, saying, President, look at her. Enough of this nonsense. Qian, if you truly fancy him, go after him. This time-space is quite clever, and he possesses striking features as well. Huai spoke, hesitating for a moment before adding, I will prepare 6 wheelchairs when I return to reality, so be ready. Are we really going to cripple ourselves? This is too painful, isn't it? Qian's face turned pale as she spoke. Huai remained silent. From her observations, she could tell that this time-space was concealing certain information from them, although they could not demand to know what it was. One undeniable fact remained. That time-space truly had its legs rendered useless, confined to a wheelchair. Thus, there must be a purpose behind it. Perhaps within this challenge, he had gained some special privileges. This secret realm of Diqin might indeed have a mode that caters to the disabled. What is this? Half an hour later, when Wang Shikong returned from his lunch, he immediately spotted 6 figures ahead. Seeing them seated in wheelchairs, he couldn't help but raise his head with a smirk. A meme flashed in his mind, finally falling into the trap, although he had anticipated this outcome, knowing full well that based on his performance, the Empress Huai would undoubtedly end up wheelchair-bound. Witnessing it firsthand still made him want to laugh. Truly, cleverness can lead to one's own folly. In his previous life, many members of the Divine Color Guild had mocked him as a paralyzed waste of space. Am I infected again? Brother Shikong, you're back? Qian sensed the commotion behind her and turned around, sweetly exclaiming, Brother Shikong, you are amazing. We advanced effortlessly based on your hints. Thank you. No need to thank me. Wang Shikong suppressed his smile and replied, So you all are in wheelchairs as well? It's really unnecessary. Woo, the president made us do this. Breaking our legs is just too painful, Qian said, her face filled with distress. Wang Shikong pursed his lips. To become a strong individual, one must endure the pain that others cannot bear. Huai turned to Qian and smiled at Wang Shikong, saying, Let's move forward swiftly. All right. Wang Shikong nodded. His spirits lifted as he began to advance. Once they discerned the pattern, their pace quickened significantly. However, after more than an hour, they halted just 100 meters from the entrance. There are no more trees around? How shall we navigate the next 100 meters? Chen Quan looked around in confusion, his gaze shifting to the president and Wang Shikong. Indeed, in the final stretch of 100 meters, the trees had vanished. At this moment, Wang Shikong also displayed a contemplative expression. As he approached the final 100 meters, the trees abruptly vanished. What could be the reason for this? He raised an eyebrow, suddenly struck by a notion, and turned to gaze back at the remaining trees. He retrieved the guqin and positioned it before him. The last 100 meters might very well be an opportunity to amalgamate all the elemental trees and perform a melody of his own creation, he surmised. Huai, upon hearing this, contemplated for a moment and nodded slightly, acknowledging the high probability of his theory. I shall give it a try, Chen Quan declared, lifting his brow, and promptly set his wheelchair in motion towards the front. Before long, his figure vanished from sight. Yet within 10 minutes, he reappeared, his face alight with excitement. Indeed, the time-space brother is remarkable, Chen Quan exclaimed joyfully, turning around with a broad grin and gesturing towards the guqin resting on his wheelchair. I must say, being seated in a wheelchair is quite convenient for playing the guqin. Wang Shikong, upon hearing his final remark, displayed a peculiar expression. Indeed, the capacity for imagination can be quite formidable. He adjusted his glasses, his gaze falling upon the Empress Huai, seated in her wheelchair, wearing a Dragon King smile. It's nearly time. A heartfelt thanks to the esteemed Fengxin Extinguisher 9527 for the generous updates. Your support is deeply appreciated. My gratitude extends to the ever-inspiring Ben Xiao Zero for the love-infused inspiration capsule. Thank you. Additionally, I am profoundly grateful to all the other friends who have offered their support. The author is immensely thankful. Chapter 57. The terrifying altar. As they approached the third level, an air of trepidation filled the atmosphere. What challenges awaited them in this third level? The first two levels had proven exceedingly difficult, yet they were fortunate to have the enigmatic time-space hero by their side. Indeed, his prowess was remarkable. 7 figures in wheelchairs arrived at the entrance of the third level, while 3 chattering girls conversed animatedly as they walked. Wang Shikong trailed behind, a subtle smile gracing his lips. They passed through an archway, when suddenly, a startled cry echoed through the air. Wang Shikong turned, astonishment etched on his face. What is this? How could there be so many skeletal remains here? The sight startled me. How could there be so many corpses? The once beautiful courtyard lay in ruins, with fallen trees, shattered stones, and a dark red ground, as if stained by blood, littered with no fewer than several thousand skeletal remains. Wang Shikong furrowed his brow, scrutinizing his surroundings intently. Look, there are inscriptions on the ground. Chun Quan pointed to the earth before them. The others turned their gaze to see, 3 meters ahead, words etched into the soil. All who enter shall die. D. The script twisted in dark red, as if inscribed by a desperate soul in anguish. Nearby, a corpse lay sprawled. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Wang Shikong's mind. The first 2 levels adhered to the conventional style of secret realms. Yet this third level bore an unsettling deviation. This place is somewhat eerie. Let us proceed with caution, Huai cautioned as she surveyed the area, glancing at Wang Shikong. Do you have any knowledge of this level? I do not, Wang Shikong replied, shaking his head. Let us explore carefully. Very well, Huai nodded. Wang Shikong advanced slowly in his wheelchair, the skeletal remains beneath him having endured the passage of countless years. The weapons he carried, including his ancient guqin, were in a state of decay. The garments of the remains had rotted to mere outlines of their former selves. He observed several rooms, some of which stood ajar. Entering the nearest room, he found it filled with a multitude of uniform garments, remarkably preserved by some method. The white attire bore intricate elemental formations that Wang Shikong could not decipher. Exiting the room, he continued onward. At the heart of the courtyard lay a tarnished water pool, utterly shattered, with the water long since evaporated and evident signs of destruction surrounding it. As he ventured closer, the skeletal remains increased in number. Wang Shikong paused before a relatively intact skeleton, noting the resemblance of its clothing to that of the white garments within the room. He pondered, his gaze drawn to the legs of the corpse. Both legs were fractured, as if they had been violently broken. Did the individual render themselves incapacitated? Wang Shikong contemplated deeply, his eyes flickering as he continued to examine the other corpses. Soon, he discerned a troubling pattern. The skeletons adorned in the white garments all bore broken legs, while most of the others remained unscathed. What could this mean? President, this must be the study of the Emperor's Qin. His journal should be within. At that moment, a voice from a nearby girl broke the silence. The study? The diary? Wang Shikong lifted his gaze. Their mission was to locate the diary of the Emperor's Q, to uncover the so-called truth of history. Before them stood a structure that seemed somewhat disjointed from its surroundings. The entire edifice resembled a square metallic house, oddly positioned in that place. The bronze-colored metal door towered 3 meters high and spanned 5 meters wide. Devoid of a doorknob, its surface intricately engraved with complex elemental formations. One prominent line conspicuously connected to the ground. Wang Shikong's eyes fell upon the earth beneath. A circular formation, approximately 20 meters in diameter, lay directly in front of the metal door, with the main line intertwining with the elemental diagram. Let me see if I can open this door, he mused. Chun Quan and another young man, named Hu Lang, promptly wheeled themselves closer, both being physically adept, and exerted all their strength against the door. With a hum, the door remained steadfast, unyielding despite their efforts. It won't budge. This door likely requires a special method to open, Chun Quan remarked, shaking his head in resignation. Look at the patterns on this door. Their SA principal line connecting to a unique design below, Hu Lang pointed out. To open the door, should we not begin with this special pattern? All eyes converged on the design before the door, which bore semblance to a summoning-type elemental formation. Wang Shikong observed, inwardly contemplating. He approached cautiously. On this peculiar design, numerous remnants of bones lay scattered, at least 100 in number. "Let's clear away the bones," he suggested, glancing at Wang Shikong. "Agreed." Wang Shikong nodded, and with a flick of his wrist, a vine materialized in his hand, elongating and entwining the corpses. With a gentle tug, he pulled them closer. Brother Shikong, your mastery of elements is remarkable," Hu Lang exclaimed, astonished by his display. "It's nothing," Wang Shikong humbly replied, narrowing his eyes at the corpses. Among the remains, 90 had shattered legs, clad in white garments reminiscent of those worn within the room. Furthermore, he discerned many bones littered about. Indeed, bones, not merely skeletal remains. He observed with intrigue that these were severed limbs. They had been cleaved by sharp instruments. Their feet and leg bones truncated. Why were the legs and thighs severed? To one side, Hua Yi also regarded Wang Shikong with mild astonishment. Seated in her wheelchair, she produced a sword and approached the scattered remains. With a graceful sweep of her delicate hand, the wind element coalesced, propelling the corpses aside. The decayed bones were scattered, and some fragile skulls and limbs detached entirely. Wang Shikong glanced over, recognizing that Hua Yi had yet to attain her destined fortune. The future Empress Hua Yi, known as the dancing butterfly of Hua Yi, wielded silk ribbons, an epic weapon of great renown. As the remains were cleared away, the design began to emerge. What is this? As the numerous corpses on the right were cleared away, a stone platform and pedestal were revealed. Wang Shikong's gaze sharpened, and he hurried over. "Wow, President, come quickly. It seems there are spell skills related to the Guqin here," Qian exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the pedestal and platform. The group gathered around, and indeed, inscribed on the platform was an application of the fire element in Guqin technique, as well as a musical score for a Guqin spell called Yanhua. At last, there was a reward. This fire technique involved producing a basic fire spell through the performance on the Guqin. A girl observed and spoke, moreover. "Look at this. When using the Guqin to perform the fire spell, the initial proficiency requires 35 seconds to cast the first fire spell, but only 22 seconds for the second, 18 seconds for the third, 15 seconds for the fourth, and 13 seconds for the fifth. Impressive. The initial proficiency fire spell typically requires a 25-second incantation for normal spellcasters. However, with the Guqin, aside from the first fire spell needing 35 seconds, the time for the second spell can be reduced to just 22 seconds, and as the music continues, the casting time can keep diminishing. This is indeed formidable. Of course, a Guqin master has a significant drawback. They cannot move, remaining as a static artillery platform. Fire spell? Then, Wang Shikong's gaze shifted towards the surrounding edges, focusing on the untouched corpses, and he rushed over. With a swift motion, the corpses were cleared away, revealing several stone pedestals and platforms, 5 in total, corresponding to the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each bore the foundational elemental applications of Guqin techniques and a spell score. Wang Shikong glanced around before moving to clear the area behind the wood element, revealing the stone pedestals for wind and thunder as well. Observing the surrounding withered bones, Wang Shikong noted that there were no severed limbs or broken legs among the corpses, only complete skeletal remains. His mind raced, sweeping the area. At that moment, the circular pattern, measuring 20 meters in diameter, was fully cleared. Standing before the entire design, Wang Shikong recalled the cleared bones, and suddenly a term flashed in his mind. Altar? Altar? Altar. He inhaled sharply. This was undoubtedly not a legitimate site of legendary hero inheritance. Chapter 58. Floral Garments. Does time and space favor me? How enchanting I am! Having been somewhat misled, I initially believed this place to be the legendary realm of heroic inheritance, as stated by an individual in my previous life. However, as I surveyed the peculiar surroundings, I cannot help but furrow my brow. This enigmatic area before me was likely an altar that with a staggering 79% probability was malevolent in nature. Thus, it seemed highly probable that this was not, in fact, a site of inheritance. My knowledge of this place had been gleaned from dubious sources. It was the six of us who received our mission through legitimate channels. I pondered silently. What is the truth of history? In my past life, no one in the Divine Arts Guild was a musician, indicating that they had not completed this task. Is this an elemental magic array? What does it signify? Must we each sit before a stone platform and perform the spells inscribed upon it to unlock the door? Hu Lang mused aloud, surveying the surroundings. It must be so, but could it be that simple? What are the corpses scattered around? Chun Quan and several girls expressed their bewilderment, also examining the entire altar. Upon hearing their words, I narrowed my eyes slightly and spoke. To vie for the title of heir, the weak shall surely meet their demise. My sudden utterance of classical Chinese left everyone astounded. Brother Time and Space, have you stumbled upon some revelation? Qian Qian approached me, her face adorned with a sweet smile as she inquired, do share with us. We shall be good friends henceforth. In truth, I am not here for the mission, I replied sincerely. I acquired information regarding the legendary hero's secret realm of the Emperor Zither from a tome. This statement was indeed the truth. The book contained scant details. Its contents were exceedingly vague, and I had merely recalled certain phrases upon witnessing the scene before me. I continued to vie for the title of heir. The weak shall surely meet their demise. Does this imply that the inheritance of the Emperor Zither is present here? Many cultivators once knew of this place, and the weak perished? Floral Garments speculated based on my words. Is there truly an inheritance here? Chun Quan inquired, his excitement palpable. The inheritance of the legendary hero? Uncertain. I shook my head. Regardless, our mission remains to enter the Emperor's study and seek out his diary. Hu Lang gazed fervently at the study's door, exclaiming, a legendary hero's study cannot possibly contain merely a diary. Surely, there are other artifacts. Then what are we waiting for? Let us immediately study the spell compositions and open the door. A girl exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. With 7 stone benches and 7 attributes, we are perfectly matched with 7 individuals. Floral Garments nodded slightly, suggesting each of us should select one. It would be prudent for everyone to choose a spell composition with a higher affinity for their elemental attributes, as this would facilitate quicker cultivation. Wang Shikong spoke, gazing at the lightning elemental stone platform not far ahead. My affinity for the lightning attribute is 98. I choose lightning. Wow. With an affinity of 98 for the lightning element. You're truly remarkable, Brother Shikong. Qian Qian exclaimed. I have an affinity of 85 for the water element, which is my highest. I shall choose the wind element. Huai stated directly. As she approached the wind elemental stone platform, a hint of confusion crossed her face as she glanced at Wang Shikong. Why are the wind and lightning stone platforms not connected to this elemental array? Indeed, the entire circular altar had the elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth situated within it, while only the wind and lightning stone platforms were positioned outside. It seems that the 5 elements can harmonize, leaving wind and lightning on the periphery, Wang Shikong remarked, his gaze flickering slightly. Huai nodded slightly, finding his explanation quite reasonable without further contemplation. We should first master the fundamental application of the Guqin's elemental techniques before advancing to the spell Guqin scores. She speculated. That seems likely. Wang Shikong responded in agreement. Then, let us hasten our learning. Ah, there are stone seats here. It feels more convenient to not tire our legs. Wang Shikong remained silent, lowering his gaze to the template for the application of the Guqin's lightning element. Ding! Congratulations on learning the basic application template for the Guqin's lightning element. In less than 10 minutes, the voice of the heavenly Tao sounded, and following the prescribed method, Wang Shikong began to play. Ding dong ding, as the music resonated. Huai looked over in astonishment. Crackle. After 35 seconds, lightning began to coalesce around Wang Shikong. Ding. Congratulations to the cultivator for mastering the basic application of the Guqin's lightning element, achieving entry-level proficiency. Has he mastered it so quickly? The crowd gazed at him in disbelief. Wow, Brother Shikong, you are truly extraordinary. Qian Qian remarked, her eyes sparkling with admiration. I haven't even grasped 1/10 of it. Wang Shikong smiled. If one calms the mind and earnestly engages, manipulating elemental power through the Guqin, although more challenging than standard elemental applications, ultimately leads to the same conclusion. I will continue to strive. Qianqian nodded vigorously. Beside her, Huai immediately focused, determined to practice without yielding. However, even so, it took her 50 minutes to produce the Xianfeng melody. This compelled her to glance at Wang Shikong, feeling that his speed of mastery was simply astonishing. Could it be that he had encountered this before? That was the only conclusion she could draw. Ding! Congratulations on learning the spell Guqin score, Thunderwood Melody. The day passed swiftly, and on the following day, Wang Shikong mastered the spell Guqin score, Thunderwood Melody, a lightning attribute spell, surprisingly of the auxiliary recovery type. Wang Shikong observed, his gaze flickering slightly, and a suspicion arose within him. He immediately began to play, and, as the music filled the air, arcs of lightning continuously emerged around him, enveloping a vast area. Ding! Congratulations to the cultivator for mastering the Guqin's Thunderwood Melody, achieving intra-level proficiency. The proficiency of the musical art of the zither is at the introductory level. Upon playing, the arc of spring thunder falls upon allies within a 20-meter radius, granting them a recovery boost of 100 and an increase in speed of 10. Could it be that you have mastered the zither technique? One exclaimed, drawing the attention of all present. Chen Quan's eyes widened in disbelief as he continued. I feel it will take me at least 3 more days to grasp the zither technique before me. I am in a similar predicament. Qianqian nodded in agreement, gazing at him with profound admiration. Brother Shikong, you are truly remarkable. I practiced through the night, Wang Shikong replied modestly, though in truth, he found the technique rather simple. He felt a bit speechless upon hearing Chen Quan claim it would take him 3 days to master it. Perhaps you possess a unique talent for the zither, Huai remarked, somewhat impressed, estimating that it would take her at least a day more to comprehend it. Wang Shikong smiled, feeling somewhat helpless. This group was certainly holding him back. Huai, practice, and I shall assist you, he suggested after a moment's thought. Huh? How will you assist? Huai inquired, puzzled. There exists compatibility and repulsion among the elements. Wind and thunder aid one another, Wang Shikong explained. By using the Guqin to summon the thunder elements, I can envelop your surroundings, enabling you to enhance your skills rapidly, akin to the effects of a spell training chamber. Is that so? Huai's brows raised in intrigue. Then give it a try. As Wang Shikong began to play, Huai commenced her practice as well. Before long, a radiant smile illuminated her face, and her eyes sparkled as she looked at Wang Shikong. Indeed, this can increase my speed by at least 3-fold. Wang Shikong nodded, smiling. I shall assist you. Continue. Thank you. Huai expressed her gratitude with a nod. It was not until noon, during Wang Shikong's meal, that they paused. Oh no, my romantic endeavors have ended before they even began. As soon as Wang Shikong's figure vanished, Qianqian exaggeratedly proclaimed, this handsome Shikong must have developed feelings for our president after helping her all morning. Do not speak nonsense, Huai shot her a glare. I am not speaking nonsense. Why does he not help me, Qianqian weakly retorted. Ignoring her, Huai's thoughts became muddled. Why did he not assist Qianqian? After all, she was quite enthusiastic when speaking to him. Reflecting on how Shikong had aided her for an entire morning and his appearance as he played the zither, her heart fluttered, and she felt a swell of pride. Her allure was indeed considerable. However, prioritizing her career, she resolved to set aside thoughts of romance. Chapter 59. 5 Deaths and the Unveiling of Huai's Talent around 4 in the afternoon. Huai smiled upon receiving a prompt from the heavens and turned to Wang Shikong with gratitude, saying, Thank you, Shikong. No need for thanks, Wang Shikong replied, shaking his head. He glanced at Chen Quan and the others before continuing, Huai, I have a rapid learning ability. Perhaps I could also learn to utilize the method of elemental fusion to assist them. Wouldn't that be too exhausting for you? Huai asked, her eyes shimmering as she regarded him. It became evident to her that Shikong had developed feelings for her, eager to showcase his abilities in front of her subordinates. Not all. Wang Shikong shook his head and gazed at the foolish 5 teammates. If I leave them to practice on their own, it will likely take them 3 days. Additionally, he had only mastered the foundational application of the thunder element in the art of the Guqin. He needed to grasp the other 6 elements as well. Then I shall join you. Huai smiled and suggested, it will be quicker that way. All right. Wang Shikong nodded. There truly was a disparity among individuals, and Quan called out to him, Shikong, please assist me first. Certainly. Wang Shikong nodded in response. The metal generates water. I must first master the foundational application of the metal element in Guqin. Soon after, having grasped the foundational application of the metal element, he approached Quan. Shikong, your learning ability is remarkable, truly exceptional, Quan remarked, casting a glance at their president. She whispered, do you have feelings for our president? I must inform you. She is single, and the number of suitors is countless. However, there are few as outstanding and handsome as you. Wang Shikong was taken aback by her words. Our president is so beautiful. It's only natural for you to admire her. Seeing his stunned expression, Quan assumed she had exposed him and laughed, saying, I can assist you in the future. Wang Shikong was speechless, suddenly finding the situation amusing. Let me help you first. Hee, you help me, and I'll help you. Quan replied with a playful demeanor. With his assistance, the learning speed of Quan, Chun Quan, and the others improved significantly. Nevertheless, it was only the following afternoon that they fully mastered the skills. Now, shall we play together and infuse energy into this elemental formation to open the door? Quan asked eagerly. That seems to be the case, Huai nodded in agreement, glancing at Wang Shikong. His performance over the past few days, whether in intelligence or learning ability, had truly impressed her. Do you all know the etiquette of playing the Guqin? Wang Shikong suddenly inquired, observing them. His question left the group perplexed. Noticing their ignorance, Wang Shikong smiled. It is good that you do not know. Before playing the Guqin, one must observe certain etiquettes. One must sit upright. One must maintain composure. One's feet must be aligned. One should not listen indiscriminately. One's gaze must not stray. One's hands must be clean. One's fingers must be firm. One must understand the tuning, and one must conclude the piece properly. Wang Shikong spoke with eloquence. In this moment, time-space brother, your words are rather perplexing. Chun Quan gazed at him in confusion, urging him to speak plainly. Have you noticed the nearby building? It contains a complete set of garments, and I surmise that we must dress appropriately before we perform. Wang Time-Space pointed towards the attire within the house, and then at the empty water pool, suggesting that it might serve as a place for us to cleanse our hands. Change into the garments and wash our hands? Qian raised her elegantly arched brows in surprise. That is indeed a possibility. Those clothes must not have been placed there without reason. Brother Time-Space, you are exceedingly astute. Huai could not help but cast another admiring glance at Wang Time-Space, appreciating his vast knowledge and meticulous nature. Among the men she had encountered, he was the first to exhibit such exceptional qualities. Having an admirer such as him affirmed her own worth. How delightful! At that moment, Chun Quan and the others could not help but admire his keen observation. Then let's change our clothes, they declared, promptly making their way to the garments and donning the white attire. Wang Time-Space joined them. I have bottled water in my spatial ring. Come, let us wash our hands. Hu Lang suddenly produced several bottles of mineral water, addressing the group. Wang Time-Space accepted a bottle and rinsed his hands. Subsequently, they all took their positions and looked towards Wang Time-Space, inquiring, is there anything else we should be mindful of? Desire must align with ancient principles. Seek moderation within desire. Light desires should not be frivolous, and heavy desires should not be coarse. Controlled desires possess authority, while unrestrained desires flow naturally. Energetic desires should be unperceived, while indulgent desires remain effortless. Gradual desires should persist, while urgent desires should remain undisturbed. Wang Time-Space licked his lips and began to recite, observing the bewildered expressions on Chun Quan and the others. Focus and sincerity. With sincere hearts? Absolutely, they responded eagerly. Let us commence the performance. Wang Time-Space promptly instructed. The group nodded in compliance, harmoniously beginning to play. Due to their merely entry-level proficiency, the prelude lasted 35 seconds. After 35 seconds, the 7 elemental spells of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder suddenly manifested. Simultaneously, Chun Quan, and the others, who were playing the five elements, felt their garments tighten as the elemental formations woven into the fabric activated. Boom! In the next moment, the spells of the five elements involuntarily began to intertwine, hovering above and spinning continuously. Radiant colors flickered brilliantly, resembling an exquisitely dazzling, grinding wheel. As the wheel rotated, powerful life force surged forth, creating blossoms in the void, teeming with vitality. Wang time-space and Hua Yi's wind and thunder elemental powers cascaded down, merging into the spectacle. The addition of wind and thunder intensified the resplendent colors. Meanwhile, the garments worn by Chun Quan and the others began to emit their own brilliance. As the magnificent grinding wheel above transformed in a flowing light that gradually descended into their bodies, it entered through their crowns, coursing through their forms, and flowed towards the altar beneath them. Goodness, my stamina is depleting so rapidly, Chun Quan suddenly exclaimed, his complexion paling. In this moment, not only he, but also the other five individuals turned pale, their mental and physical strength diminishing at an alarming rate. Below, the altar resembled a parched river receiving the life-giving waters from upstream, rapidly brimming and radiating its own brilliance. Wang Shikong exhibited no signs of concern. He observed the condition of Chun Quan and the others, precisely as he had anticipated. Beside him, Hua Yi felt no sense of foreboding. She gazed at the activated formation, her expression filled with anticipation. Suddenly, as the altar below was completely illuminated, it resembled a colossal whale awakening, opening its mouth to instantly drain the surrounding energy. Thud! 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 The five of Chun Quan collapsed to the ground. Indeed, Wang Shikong ceased his playing, observing the altar that appeared to be conjuring some creature, and slowly spoke. What is happening? Qian Qian and the others? The sudden collapse of her subordinates left Hua Yi in shock as she turned to Wang Shikong. Shikong, what is going on? Do not worry. Wang Shikong adjusted his glasses and smiled at her. They have returned to the resurrection point. Resurrection point? Hua Yi opened her mouth, her face a mixture of astonishment and confusion as she looked at Wang Shikong. Why? This altar requires a sacrifice of life to activate. Wang Shikong stated matter-of-factly. An altar? Requires a sacrifice? At that moment, Hua Yi's body stiffened, gazing at the smiling Wang Shikong, feeling a profound sense of strangeness. Various thoughts flashed through her mind. Her eyes ignited with fury as she glared at him. Shikong, what have you concealed from me? Ah! Wang Shikong looked at her, who appeared as if abandoned, and silently regarded her. No, Hua Yi, are we really that familiar? Perhaps you're being a bit narcissistic? You all are merely pawns, he declared, extending his arms as two skeletons emerged to assist him into a wheelchair. With a divine tome appearing in his hands, Wang Shikong offered her a polite smile. Today's update comes early. This time, it's nearly 8,000 words, akin to adding 2 chapters. Designing the copy has been quite a headache. The author is nearly losing their hair, as it's exceedingly challenging to write. The upcoming revelations will clarify previous mysteries, ensuring everything makes sense and is captivating. Heartfelt thanks to all the generous benefactors. The author expresses deep gratitude. Furthermore, given the substantial updates, may I request a bit of love to fuel the creation? Please show some affection for the Empress Hua Yi. Contributions from wealthy patrons would be even more appreciated. Chapter 60, A Matter of Convenience Narcissism? When Hua Yi heard Wang Shikong's words, her light brown pupils seemed to ignite with flames. She clenched her silver teeth, her exquisite features flushed with anger. A blushing maiden may not necessarily be experiencing the stirrings of affection. It could also be the warmth of rage. This scene was one she had never anticipated. Reflecting on the past few days, he had appeared like a gallant gentleman, guiding them to this place and assisting them in swiftly mastering the art of music. She had thought he had developed feelings for her. The reality, however, was starkly different. Hua Yi took a deep breath, striving to suppress the fury within her. Her gaze icy as she fixed it upon him. So, all you have done these past days was merely a ruse, designed to gain her trust? You sought to exploit us, knowing we had received this task. Wang Shikong, leaning casually against his wheelchair, replied with a smile. I did not expect to find you here either. As for any ulterior motives, you are overthinking it. It was merely a matter of convenience. Convenience? Huai nearly faltered at his words, yet she discerned an underlying message, staring at him intently. Do we have a grievance? Perhaps, Wang Shikong replied nonchalantly. Though the competition between guilds is a matter of survival of the fittest, over time, it inevitably breeds some animosity. Even now, the rivalry between the Brocade Guild and the Divine Color Guild has commenced. Which guild do you belong to in Shanghai City? Huai immediately surmised, lowering her gaze to her incapacitated legs. Moreover, does this secret realm truly offer no preferential treatment for those who have been rendered legless? As she spoke, she fixed her stare upon him. Your legs are already crippled. Astute observation. No wonder you are the president of the Divine Color Guild. Wang Shikong complimented her, glancing at the altar, still radiating a strange light. I will ensure your demise is somewhat dignified. Do you have any further questions? I shall answer as best I can. Ah, how very chivalrous. Huai scoffed, a sword materializing in her hand, thrust into the ground. The elemental wind supported her form as she gestured, a pill discreetly finding its way into her mouth. She seated herself back in the wheelchair, the fury dissipating from her face, returning to her regal demeanor. How much do you know about this secret realm? She inquired, casting a glance at the altar exuding an eerie aura. Wang Shikong, noticing her subtle actions, chuckled lightly. My understanding of this secret realm is no greater than yours. Then, are you implying that the information you provided from the tome is entirely fabricated? Huai questioned, her expression devoid of emotion. You expedited our mastery of the spells out of fear that we might uncover the truth? Was it a deliberate ploy to have Qian and the others don those white ceremonial garments? I assisted you in mastering the spells swiftly to prevent you from wasting time. Wang Shikong answered candidly. As for fearing your discovery of any clues, there is no need. You are rather foolish, and many traces have already been obliterated by you. The bones upon the altar reveal more than you realize. The skeletal remains within the altar are adorned in white sacrificial garments, each exhibiting the marks of shattered legs. However, the bones located at the site of wind and thunder bear no such evidence. This indicates that the remains seated upon the golden, wood, water, fire, earth, and stone thrones are, in fact, offerings themselves compelled into this fate. Concerning the scattered broken bones around these thrones, Wang Shikong speculates that this altar does not necessarily require 7 individuals for activation. With fewer participants, an increase in proficiency with the zither technique could also suffice to activate the altar. Nevertheless, sacrifices are still required, specifically one's own flesh and blood. When Wang Shikong discerned this grim reality, Hua Yi and her companions were brutally clearing the bones, destroying all traces of evidence. Our folly lies in our excessive trust in you, a despicable wretch. Hua Yi tightened her grip on the blade in her hand. You shamelessly gained our trust, fabricating deceptive tomes to manipulate us into crippling ourselves. We are to blame for our naivety. Now, you are a practitioner of the law, while I am a practitioner of the body. In my current state, I am no match for you. One must admit, your calculations are indeed astute. Wang Shikong shook his head slightly and regarded her with a hint of mockery. I previously stated that I would allow you to die with dignity. How long will it be until your legs recover? Huai's expression shifted, her gaze fixated on him. She had not anticipated that her subtle movements would be detected, nor did she foresee his audacious confidence in awaiting her recovery. A law practitioner, paralyzed and confined to a wheelchair, daring to engage her in a one-on-one battle? What audacity! With a fierce glare, Hua Yi awaited the restoration of her legs. A heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere. Wang Shikong sat there leisurely, unperturbed. Within a minute, Hua Yi gradually rose, her long sword pointed sharply at him. I shall make you pay for your arrogance. Ladies first, Wang Shikong gestured with a smile. Go to hell, you cursed scoundrel. Hua Yi gritted her teeth, her sword enveloped in an ethereal wind, her body darting forward with such swiftness that it seemed to create an illusion. With a fierce shout, she declared, Shadow Wine Xian Slash. Buzz. Upon witnessing her attack, Wang Shikong held the divine tome with a slight smile, enveloping himself in a divine light technique. Boom, boom, boom. A series of slashes landed before Wang Shikong, all repelled by the divine light. Simultaneously, numerous radiant swords began to materialize around him, launching themselves toward her. Upon realizing her most formidable technique was effortlessly thwarted, Hua Yi's expression drastically changed as she sensed the oncoming luminous swords, a feeling of suffocation washing over her. The speed of his spellcasting was astonishingly rapid. She had never encountered anyone capable of such swiftness. Even the mightiest spellcasters within her guild paled in comparison. Clash! Puffed! Puffed! She raised her sword to defend, activating the defensive sword technique within her silver blade. Yet, after merely fending off 2 of the radiant swords, her defenses crumbled, leaving her utterly astonished. 3 gleaming swords pierced her body, almost delivering a fatal blow. What tremendous damage! What sorcery is this? Hua Yi gasped in pain, her face a portrait of shock as she gazed at him. You are quite formidable yourself, Wang Shikong acknowledged, noting her ability to withstand 5 of his ordinary strikes. It is worth mentioning that his mental prowess was exceedingly high. Do you have anything else to say? He inquired, as another radiant sword of light materialized before him. Hua Yi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her stunning visage fixed upon him. Indeed, she took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and enunciated each word with fervor. Damn you! Wang Shikong, taken aback, merely shook his head in disbelief, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Allow me to impart one final piece of information. The books do indeed exist. In the library of Shanghai City, specifically in the 4th Epic's Historical Archives, Shelf 4, Level 3, Column 2, the first volume of A Brief History of Heroes, page 13 holds the answers you seek. With that, the radiant sword descended, delivering the final strike. Chapter 61. How dare you compare yourself to me, the Emperor of the Qin? Huh, that scoundrel. On the top floor of a building in Kyoto, Hua Yi's face, adorned in floral attire, was etched with frost, her delicate hands unable to restrain themselves from pounding the table. Her rapid breaths echoed like drums in her heart, causing her chest to rise and fall like the undulating white waves of the sea, slightly tempestuous. With a scowling visage, she focused her mind, and the surrounding scenery vanished, swiftly reappearing at the resurrection point. Ah, President, have you also been slain? As Hua Yi materialized at the resurrection point in Shanghai City, a voice reached her ears. Qian Xian and her 4 companions, who had recently revived, had not yet departed and immediately surrounded her upon her arrival. Hua Yi regarded them, her expression solemn, and nodded slightly. Where is Brother Time and Space? Is he unharmed? Qian Xian inquired with concern. President, what exactly transpired? How do we suddenly meet our demise? Time and Space is nothing but a scoundrel. Upon hearing Qian Qian's affectionate address, Hua Yi could not help but speak candidly. We were all ensnared by him. That elemental formation was a sacrificial altar. He intentionally used you all as offerings. From the beginning to the end, he has been manipulating us, deceiving us. What? This? He has been deceiving us? The expressions of the group changed dramatically upon hearing this revelation. The individual they had regarded as commendable, Time and Space, had been toying with them all along? President, what about the incident where he crippled our legs? Everything was deliberately orchestrated by him. He himself is disabled. Shen Quan interjecta, but was abruptly silenced by Hua Yi's icy response. Damn it, that beast. Chen Quan's eyes widened in fury. I almost cried when he crippled my legs. We must eliminate him for playing us like this. Who would have thought that such a handsome figure could harbor such a dark heart? That despicable scoundrel. I shall slay him with 1,000 cuts. All my gear and weapons have been lost. Qian Xian and the others erupted in outrage, hurling curses. Let this be a lesson learned. We must be more vigilant in the future, Hua Yi remarked, her gaze fixed upon them, a hint of resignation in her tone. The image of Time and Space flashed through her mind as she clenched her fists. This grievance must be avenged. Vowing silently, she strode purposefully toward the teleportation array. President, where are you going? Qian Xian and the others hastily followed, questioning her. To seek an answer, Hua replied, as they exchanged puzzled glances. The six of them soon arrived at the library of Shanghai City. Under the guidance of the staff, Hua approached the fourth era's historical literature bookshelf. Her gaze fell upon the third shelf, second column, where she picked up a book titled A Brief History of Heroes. She slowly turned to the 13th page, her eyes flickering over the text. When her gaze landed on the words, she froze completely, her expression shifting instantaneously. A sudden pain gripped her heart. Clutching the book tightly, she was consumed by an unprecedented fury. In the cabinet of apocryphal texts from the Fourth Era, on the first book, A Brief History of Heroes, page 13 reads, "You are a complete fool. Ha ha ha, idiot." Indeed, this line epitomizes the essence of such wild histories, for they are genuinely untamed. Having insulted him, that despicable scoundrel chose to mock me in this manner, rendering me akin to a simpleton. In this moment, Hua felt a slight breach of her defenses. Just moments ago, she had advised Qian and others that one learns wisdom through adversity. Yet, the timeline had evidently anticipated her curiosity, ensuring she would peruse this very book. Cursed be this wretch. I vow to stand against you in the future. Oh, huh. Meanwhile, within the secret realm of the legendary hero Emperor Qin, Wang Shikong was quite pleased with the spoils he had collected from Hua and her comrades. As the future president of a super guild, Hua donned a full set of bronze armor, wielding a weapon of silver quality. Such a silver artifact currently holds a value of no less than 1 million. Chun Quan and the others were similarly clad in bronze. A substantial fortune had been made. Surely, Hua would seek out that book in the library. He envisioned the expression of the illustrious empress of the future upon discovering this text, and a smile crept upon his lips. This book would become quite renowned in later times. In Shanghai City, many cultivators would insult others by suggesting they read A Brief History of Heroes, with page 13 serving as a personal introduction. This jest endured for quite some time. At that moment, Wang Shikong felt a sudden awareness and turned his gaze towards the altar, which still emanated an eerie glow. Buzz! In the next instant, a wheelchair appeared abruptly at the center of the altar, and from it, a figure began to materialize, coalescing from the ankles upwards. The crow, who had been sleeping on Wang Shikong's shoulder, opened its eyes in astonishment. Wang Shikong's gaze flickered towards the elderly man seated in the wheelchair. Clad in a pristine white garment, his face bore deep and shallow wrinkles, and his silver hair was neatly arranged, highlighting his vigorous spirit. His deep-set eyes, glimmering with a detached gaze, exuded an air of indifference towards the mortal realm. The old man glanced at his own arms, a smile playing upon his lips, and with an air of superiority, he turned his attention to Wang Shikong, inquiring, "Young one, what year is it now? You are the legendary hero Emperor Qin?" Wang Shikong did not immediately respond. His curiosity piqued as he studied the elder. "Knowing my name, why do you not bow?" Emperor Qin raised an eyebrow, his gaze authoritative. "I'm asking you a question." Buzz. As he spoke, a deep voice resonated, an inexplicable pressure enveloping Wang Shikong. Wang Shikong regarded him, narrowing his eyes slightly. "Let me see you bow to me while seated in that wheelchair. Such an ant-like existence truly lacks reverence." Emperor Qin paused, then coldly declared, "In light of your summoning of me, I shall pardon your insolence, feeble cultivator. Do you desire to inherit the legacy of this hero? What must I do?" Wang Shikong inquired of him. "Offer 100 lives, and I shall allow you to follow me. If you can procure a sufficient quantity of rare treasures linked to life, I will take you as my disciple," proclaimed Qin. "The apprentice of a legendary hero. You will be revered by thousands." Standing tall at the pinnacle of the continent, he continued. A soft chuckle escaped Wang Shikong as he gazed at him. "So formidable? Can one truly do as they please? With power, status, and women, if you desire it," Qin replied, observing him with a calm demeanor. "May I obtain your resurrection spell?" Wang Shikong inquired further. "Ha ha! If you possess such talent, it is indeed possible." Qin laughed heartily, a fleeting look of disdain flickering in his eyes. "That sounds quite promising." Wang Shikong nodded slightly. Qin glanced at the 5 corpses surrounding them and squinted slightly. "Next time, procure more formidable cultivators for sacrifice. These 5 are far too weak. Additionally, bring 10 beautiful maidens. Wang Shikong paused at his words, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Historical records depict Di Qin as an aspiring legendary hero. However, it seems that history is indeed written by the victors. You, Di Qin, are certainly not a commendable individual. Di Qin's voice darkened upon hearing this. His gaze momentarily clouded with a fierce, murderous intent. After a few seconds, the malice in his eyes dissipated, and he regarded Wang Shikong with a mocking expression. You sacrifice 5 and slay 1, yet you dare to call me a villain? You and I are the same ilk. Of the same ilk? A scoundrel like you dares to be compared to me? Wang Shikong retorted coldly, his eyes fixated on Di Qin, the depths of his pupils revealing flickering shadows of darkness. Chapter 62. Wang Shikong's kindness versus the legendary hero Di Qin, an altar that demanded a sacrifice of life. With an air of superiority and a fleeting glimpse of cruelty in his eyes, he commanded the sacrifice of 100 lives, requiring 10 beauties to follow him and an abundance of rare treasures to even be considered as his disciple. The vast courtyard was littered with numerous skeletal remains, not only of the sacrificed but also of the sacrificers. All perished. At the entrance loomed a grotesque, blood-red inscription. All who enter shall die. D. Coupled with Hawaii and their mission, the truth of history. All of these elements illuminated Wang Shikong's understanding that the legendary hero Di Qin was a pervert, a heretic. Heretics require purification. Divine eye. The divine is invisible and should not be desecrated. As you gaze upon Di Qin, his attributes diminish by 1% every second. If he meets your gaze, this rate doubles, while your mental strength declines by 3% per second. Am I even worthy to be compared to you? Upon hearing these words, Di Qin erupted into maniacal laughter, as if he had heard the greatest joke in existence. The laughter abruptly ceased, and with both hands gripping the arms of his wheelchair, a wave of brutal energy surged from within him, reminiscent of a tyrant seated upon a throne. Capricious in his emotions. You insignificant insect, I have granted you ample opportunities. Since you fail to cherish them, indulge in the exquisite joys of this world. His gaze fixed on Wang Shikong. He gestured into the void, conjuring an ancient zither formed from concentrated attributes before him, and continued with a chilling glare. I wonder how many seconds you, this insect, can endure? Soon you shall crawl beneath me, licking my feet in desperate supplication. Ding dong. Buzz. The music erupted instantaneously as the invisible powers of the 5 elemental forces coalesced in the void, launching an assault towards Wang Shikong. Di Qin, epic level 15 health. Constitution. Mental strength. Skills. Equipment. Heavenly throne, epic, status. Revived through an evil altar, possessing the attributes of the sacrificed, confined within the altar's vicinity. Note, upon acquiring more sacrificial items, Di Qin can truly resurrect and emerge from the secret realm, even if he had not fully revived and remained at level 15. Di Qin still wielded combat prowess on par with epic-level opponents, boasting epic-grade equipment and initiating combat with a fusion of 5 elemental zither techniques. Such exaggerated attributes, formidable gear, and the direct fusion of 5 elemental spells rendered him invincible prior to his first transformation. Even an army of 100,000 cultivators may not suffice to vanquish him. Shall I crawl before you to lick your feet? However, as Wang Shikong listened to Di Qin's taunts and observed his impending attack, he felt the divine laughter of the god of light resonating in this moment. Fixing his gaze upon Di Qin, he could not help but smile. His divine, eye shimmering. The divine declares that all who oppose me are my enemies. Those who show disrespect are heretics. Heretics must be purified. He produced a series of spell scrolls, unfurling them with determination. Let there be light, proclaimed the divine. Buzz. The divine light enveloped him, forming layers of defense. Beneath the sacred light, he appeared utterly divine. Suddenly, a protective spell shattered like fragile foam, dissipating in an instant. Following this, a second spell met the same fate. Yet, Wang Shikong remained unfazed, his gaze fixed with a serene smile upon Di Qin. as one spell after another unfolded. He possessed an abundance of spell scrolls, having crafted several hundred during his idle moments in the main city of the Qingxi Legion just days prior. Even if 3 were destroyed in a mere second, he could endure for a minute. However, at that moment, the melody played by Di Qin became disordered. His eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on Wang Shikong's figure, an instinctual terror surfacing in his pupils. "You are the old pervert of the God of Light. You've been resurrected? No, this cannot be. You cannot come back to life," he shouted in a panic, sensing his attributes diminishing at a rate of 2 per second. His pupils dilated further in realization. The eye of the scornful god. The eye of the scornful god. The eye of the scornful god? Wang Shikong raised an eyebrow. Caw, caw, caw. The crow perched on his shoulder could not suppress a cheerful sound. When it comes to perversion, none can surpass the old pervert. Though the young pervert has yet to mature, he is not. Before it could finish, a hand smacked its beak. Caw! The crow protested with displeasure. Kindly, after absorbing his soul, can I acquire his memories? Wang Shikong inquired. Caw! Memories are difficult to digest. Complex information would taint the pure heart of the great crow. The crow replied. Then proceed, eliminate him, consume his soul, and obtain his memories, Wang Shikong commanded. You are not the old pervert. You are not him. You have inherited his legacy. Di Qin's furious voice echoed, devoid of the former arrogance. Wang Shikong's gaze remained calm as he observed him. 10 seconds had elapsed. His mental energy had depleted by 30, yet Di Qin's attributes had also diminished by 20. With a wave, he cast a divine encouragement upon the crow, while another scroll flew toward Di Qin. Unmatured heir of the God of Light, perish. Di Qin quickly regained his composure, his gaze turning frenzied. Ding dong. He struck the void, causing his divine encouragement to collapse instantly. A cascade of ancient melodies erupted, unleashing a torrent of attacks directed at Wang Shikong. Caw, caw, caw. Old man, your adversary is the great Lord Crow. The crow bellowed, flapping its wings, as terrifying dark elements coalesced into a vortex before them. It exclaimed with excitement. Welcome to the realm of the crow. Buzz. In the next moment, the space shifted, enveloping them in a world of dark decay. A blood moon hung in the sky, radiating a crimson glow, with gray scarecrows dotting the blackened earth. Each scarecrow bore a pitch-black raven, their blood-red eyes fixated upon Di Qin. Disaster favors you. Ominous shadows shroud you. The crow-like being soared ahead, its crimson eyes ablaze, as a sea of blood surged within its gaze, endless remnants of bones cascading. The eye of calamity. A low hum resonated through the air as the blood moon in the sky resembled a pair of round eyes, opening its dreadful compound gaze upon the imperial Qin. The wicked eye awakened, thick blood flowed forth, transforming into curses, plagues, maladies, and decay, streaming towards the imperial Qin. Caw, caw, caw. Prepare to embrace the purification from the great crow lord. The creature laughed, launching an attack of unspeakable terror. In the rear, Wang Shikong beheld the true power of the crow for the first time, his heart quaking with astonishment. This horrifying and suffocating spell, had it not been for the crow's insistence on approaching to siphon his soul, and had he not possessed the power of time, alongside the treasures of the Holy Light Pavilion, he would have stood no chance against it, let alone subdue it. Yet, can such evil darkness and decay truly be called purification? Chapter 63, The Epic Wheelchair Who? What manner being are you? At this moment, the legendary hero Di Qin, once a titan standing at the pinnacle of the continent, was filled with astonishment and fury. A grand entity who heralded the Fourth Era. Only 17 individuals at that time could rival his prowess. Now, even with a mere fragment of a sacrificial revival, his realm was drastically diminished. Yet, his mastery over the art of the zither rendered him unparalleled among his peers. Initially confronted by the perverse inheritor of the God of Light, he was then met by a terrifying crow. Caw, caw, caw. The crow exclaimed, You do not recognize the illustrious Lord Crow? Then return to the embrace of your lord. Caw. An aura of dread enveloped the space, augmenting the crow's already formidable presence. The piercing gaze of the divine diminished Di Qin's attributes, reducing them by 1% each second, even without direct confrontation with Wang Shikong. The Eye of Calamity similarly crippled his attacks, corroding his very being and inflicting grievous harm upon him. Di Qin, feeling the onslaught from all directions, contorted his face in rage and ferocity. "I am the legendary hero Di Qin, my legacy immortal, transcending all." Ding dong. The sound of the ancient zither continued to resonate, striving to ward off disaster and disdain. Yet, its efficacy was minuscule. Crash, crash, crash. The crows upon the gray scarecrow stirred, flapping their wings. Buzz, buzz. They defied the confines of space. Instantly appearing before Di Qin. Puff, puff, puff. The beaks of the crows pierced Di Qin's skin, and as he perceived the attacks to be feeble, torrents of blood erupted from within him. Terror gripped him instantly. His vitality began to wane at an alarming rate. I. He opened his mouth, yearning to utter his unwillingness. Yet, those 4 words remained unspoken. Unwillingness? Faced with the perverse god of light and an overwhelmingly fearsome crow. What room was there for such sentiments? He could only lament his misfortune at encountering 2 aberrations. Perhaps it would have been better had he not been revived. Puff. In the next moment, a sharp pain pierced his forehead, and his soul consciousness began to dissipate. "Oh, a bountiful soul," cawed the crow, gleefully exclaiming as it absorbed Di Qin's essence. This soul would greatly enhance its own recovery. Wang Shikong observed with a slight smile as the legendary hero Di Qin was effortlessly vanquished, his focus shifting to the residual primordial energy in the wheelchair, making his way towards them. As the dimensional space faded, the surroundings returned to normal. "Do not forget to absorb his memories," Wang Shikong reminded the ravenous crow. "Ugh, such a hassle," the crow replied with reluctance. "How long will it take?" Wang Shikong inquired. "At least a dozen hours," the crow calculated. Wang Shikong furrowed his brow. A dozen hours for the crow could translate to several days. "First, extract the useful elements." "Caw!" The crow nodded begrudgingly. Wang Shikong approached Di Qin's lifeless body and began to absorb the primordial energy. The sound of the heavenly Tao's prompt resonated, causing Wang Shikong to momentarily freeze. An immediate elevation of 3 levels? Was this not too outrageous? However, considering that the Imperial Qin was an epic entity of level 15, he soon comprehended. His gaze flickered towards the wheelchair. Heavenly wheelchair, epic health 500, Qin technique power 30, mental recovery 100, affinity for wind, thunder, and 5 elemental forces 50 each. Skill 1, heavenly harmony, allows the body to recover to its peak state for 2 hours each day, enabling the experience of heavenly harmony. Skill 2, heavenly shield. Upon activation, it forms a protective barrier that withstands damage equal to 20 times one's mental strength, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Skill 3, swift motion. Infusing mental strength can enhance the wheelchair's speed. Note, the mind can control the direction of the wheelchair. What was this? Wang Shikong gazed at the attributes of the wheelchair, his expression one of astonishment. Was it intended for him to remain seated in it indefinitely? He opened his mouth in disbelief. The attributes were simply preposterous. A 5-fold increase in health, a 30 enhancement in Qin technique power, and an affinity boost of 50 for each of the 7 elemental attributes. The defense offered by the heavenly shield was nothing short of invincible. With the swift motion skill, even the swiftest assassin would find themselves outpaced should they race against him while seated in this wheelchair. As for heavenly harmony, he recalled that the Imperial Qin had tasked him with finding 10 beauties. This skill, to put it simply, meant that after sitting in it, he could restore his body to its peak condition for 2 hours each day, allowing his legs to regain the ability to walk. Just this singular wheelchair was already a monumental gain. Wang Shikong's face lit up with excitement. He promptly performed a thorough cleansing and sterilization of the wheelchair, ensuring its cleanliness before taking a seat. Externally, the wheelchair appeared similar to a standard one, merely featuring an additional space to accommodate the ancient Qin. Otherwise, it did not seem particularly extravagant. Yet, upon sitting, he found it to be exceptionally comfortable enveloped by a light elemental force that shielded him from the elements, maintaining an ideal temperature throughout. With a thought, he examined his attributes: Descendant, Wang Shikong profession, Mage realm, elemental refinement realm level, 15, 100 vitality, 616, 880, 3080, physique, 3644 mental strength, 137 elemental affinity, metal, 57850, wood 59250, water 59650, fire 59250, earth 58050, wind 58850, thunder 58050, light 577, dark 572, space 595, time max. Possesses the elemental heart skills. 1. Basic elemental manipulation. Metal, mastery. Fire, mastery. Water, mastery. Wood, mastery. Earth, mastery. Wind, mastery. Thunder, mastery. Light, mastery. Darkness, mastery 2. Summon skeleton, perfected. 3. Shadow assault, transcended. 4. Explosive fireball, transcended. 5. Divine skills from the tome. Equipment. 1. Hourglass of time, origin. 2. Sanctum of light, epic. 3. Chair of family, epic. 4. Bloodstone amulet, bronze. 5. Guardian staff, black iron. 6. Black iron robe, black iron. Secondary profession. 1. Illustrator, flow guardian illustration, explosive fireball illustration. 2. Musician, fundamentals of the 5 elements. Wind and thunder, introduction to illusionary music, introduction to thunderwood melody. Title, Count of the First Order. Prestige, vermilion. Observing these splendid attributes, Wang Shikong felt immense satisfaction. Help! Help! It is too vulgar, utterly too vulgar. The mind of the great crow will be tainted. I want a mother crow. I want a mother crow. Suddenly, a strange cry erupted from the crow, absorbing the memories of the imperial lute beside him. Upon hearing this, Wang Shikong's expression darkened. Damn it, that old pervert, the imperial lute. He couldn't help but grumble, his demeanor stiffening. Why is it that all he inherits are the legacies of such perverse individuals? Chapter 64. The Legacy of the Emperor Zither and the Dual Shadows of Spiritual Resonance. Dreaming Feather, Twin Immortals. As the raven began to absorb the memories of the Emperor Zither, he swiftly uncovered the means to unlock the door to the study. Wang Shikong cast his gaze upon the expansive study, which, despite its designation, resembled more of a dwelling. On the bed lay a desiccated skeleton, the remains of the Emperor Zither from a previous resurrection. Each time the Emperor was revived, he remained bound to the altar. Over time, the resurrected body inevitably succumbed to death once more. Upon entering the room, he surveyed the somewhat desolate space. His attention was drawn to the writing desk on the right, where he noticed 2 journals. One was titled Memoirs and the other Zither Techniques. Clearly, these were penned by the Emperor during moments of tedium, likely serving as task items for Huai and his companions. Wang Shikong picked up the memoir, which contained no less than several million words, and opened to the first page. I, the great Emperor Zither, was born into a family cursed by the malevolent god of light. Upon reading the first line, Wang Shikong paused. Now it was evident why the Emperor had been so terror-stricken upon hearing his own words and witnessing his spells. He quickly skimmed through the pages, gaining insight into the Emperor's life. Due to his paralysis, he had begun studying healing spells from a young age, seeking to mend his legs and lift the family curse. Yet, after decades of stagnation, his psyche twisted into madness, leading him to derive pleasure from tormenting his servants. In an effort to mitigate his rage, his mother guided him to learn the Guqin. Thus, the Emperor embarked on the path of the Zitherist. In his later years, a fateful accident granted him extraordinary fortune, enhancing his innate abilities and allowing him to merge his previously acquired supportive skills with the art of the Zither. Thus, the Emperor rose to prominence, regaining the use of his legs, and played a pivotal role in the legendary battle against the God of Light, alongside 17 other heroes, utilizing his supportive and resurrection spells to decisive effect. This marked the dawn of the 4th era of heroes. However, during the climactic confrontation with the God of Light, the deity unleashed a horrific spell, once again rendering the emperor's legs paralyzed, this time permanently. Enraged beyond measure, the twisted and deranged psyche resurfaced. I delight in playing the guqin while tormenting my female disciples, melding their voices with the notes of a zither. Such heavenly harmonies are exquisite. Ha ha ha! I shall tear their bodies apart piece by piece, allowing the sounds of their suffering to accompany my music. I torment, then heal. I kill them, then resurrect them. Ha ha ha, how benevolent I am. This overwhelming sensation is intoxicating. Those wretches dared to conspire against me. The above passage is an excerpt from the emperor's memoirs. Truly, a wretched pervert, Wang Shikong observed, shaking his head slightly. Compared to the emperor's depravity, he found the god of light's perversion more palatable. The memoir contained references to the god of light's disdainful gaze. Terrifying and perverse, it looked down upon all existence. In his divine gaze, he saw only himself, perceiving himself as the singular deity. Closing the memoirs of the imperial zither, Wang Shikong cast his eyes upon the tome of zither techniques, flipping to the first page, which bore a solitary line. My zither path is to play with an ascendant hand. Ascendant hand? Ascendant gesture? Wang Shikong recalled the gesture of the imperial zither when it had attacked him with a mere finger pointed into the void, nodding slightly in approval. Very impressive. Though the imperial zither was no match for the cackling deity, the deity's demise was largely attributable to its prowess. As he continued turning the pages, he encountered records concerning the cultivation of the imperial zither. Insights on cultivation, reflections on the creation of zither techniques, and various zither spells were documented. Offensive zither techniques included Gui Mu dance, Xianhua play, and wind chime melody. Supportive zither techniques encompassed hearing the sweet dew, broken halberds sinking sand, and evening drum morning bell. Wang Shikong scrutinized the text, swiftly identifying 6 zither techniques he could currently cultivate. While numerous other techniques were available, they were merely ordinary. These 6, however, harmonized 2 attributes and were all area of effect attacks. At present, Wang Shikong's magical repertoire lacked such capabilities, as the crows primarily relied on single-target assaults. These zither techniques precisely filled the gaps in his arsenal. Regrettably, the records only detailed techniques prior to the 4th transformation, with no mention of subsequent methods or the legendary resurrection spell. Wang Shikong expressed a tinge of disappointment. There are multiple secret realms for the imperial zither. It has laid plans in other locations, the crow interjected. I have discerned their positions, but those secret realms require a 3rd transformation of power. Wang Shikong nodded slightly at this revelation. The cunning rabbit has several burrows. Indeed, the imperial zither has further schemes in other domains. The resurrection spell is likely hidden within an even higher secret realm. Let us seek a means of departure, he instructed the crow, subsequently stowing away the 2 tomes. Placing the ancient zither upon his wheelchair, Wang Shikong commenced his study of the 6 zither techniques. Over the following days, he immersed himself in the ancient instrument, and after mastering the 6 techniques, he began to enhance his proficiency. Elevating his skill level would diminish the time required for the preludes and increase the frequency of his attacks. I found a way to leave. On the 9th day, the crow extracted the method from the memories of the imperial zither. With a hum, 10 minutes later, their figures reappeared at the location from whence they had come. Upon emerging, a delayed message from the communicator arrived. Wang Shikong opened it to find a message from butler Old Lei. The auction house had been renovated days prior, and the self-media promoters he sought had also been located. Nearly half a month had passed. It was time to expedite matters regarding the auction house. Wang Shikong murmured to himself, responding to Old Lei before making his way towards Shanghai City. Seated in the epic-level wheelchair, he moved swiftly, testing its capabilities. With a slight infusion of mental energy, he easily achieved speeds exceeding 200 kilometers per hour, raising clouds of dust in his wake. Remarquably fast. Within half an hour, Wang Shikong arrived at the Wushuang auction house. Wushuang signifies unmatched in the world. My Lord Earl, you have arrived. As Wang Shikong entered, Old Lei immediately approached, bowing respectfully. The promotional personnel you requested are here. Greetings, esteemed Earl. 2 striking figures approached, greeting him in an unusual manner. Their clear, innocent eyes, filled with curiosity, gazed at him intently. Wang Shikong paused for a moment, observing the two young women before him. They bore an uncanny resemblance to one another, with delicate, oval faces and eyes that sparkled like stars, their lips naturally tinted a rosy hue. As he beheld the twin sisters, he was struck by their likeness, prompting him to inquire, "Please introduce yourselves." I am Ming'er," the girl on the right spoke shyly. I am Yuer." The girl on the left followed suit. "We have a slight stutter. Please do not mind." They spoke in turn, their faces flushed with embarrassment and restraint. Upon hearing their names, Wang Shikong momentarily lost his focus, astonished by the coincidence. Could it be Mengadong Yuat? The renowned Lingxi twins, the dream and feather immortals, had crossed his path. In later times, some hailed kings, others revered emperors, but when the twins appeared, they commanded unwavering respect. The two were inseparable. When apart, they could not break into the ranks of the top 100 strong. Yet, united, they had never known defeat. Their synergy was unparalleled. When they unleashed their combined spells, it was as if they were one entity. In the future, they would join the guild established by the Daxia Empire, shining with unparalleled brilliance. But at present, they had yet to align themselves with any guild or faction. Wang Shikong scrutinized their humble attire, lacking even basic iron-grade equipment. Observing their innocent yet somewhat naive expressions, he surmised that recruiting them should pose little challenge. The squad was in need of members. With a glimmer in his eyes, he proposed, "Would you be interested in joining the Wushuang auction house? The base salary is 10,000 coins per month." "Ah, such generosity? Is it true?" The astonishment was evident on their young faces, their lips parting in disbelief. "Indeed, I shall have my steward draft a contract for you. You will sign for 1 year, and I can advance your salary of 100,000 coins." Wang Shikong nodded, affirming his offer. This revelation left them even more incredulous, prompting them to exchange glances before playfully pinching each other's cheeks. "It's real, not a dream." Wang Shikong raised an eyebrow at their excitement. "Is it really that good?" they asked in unison, eyes wide with wonder. "Do not question the words of a first-class Earl of the Empire," Wang Shikong replied with a calm demeanor. "Gratitude is extended to the esteemed Xiao Xiao Yukong for the divine endorsement. At last, fortune has smiled upon us. To express my appreciation for the support from the distinguished benefactor and all the generous patrons, I shall add an extra chapter today. Continued requests for free, love-powered updates. If there are ample small gifts, I shall reciprocate with additional updates. Please." Chapter 65. My father-in-law is leveling up sister. Is this not too splendid? It feels as though we are stumbling upon a pie falling from the sky. It seems almost surreal. Do you think that the Count harbors any ulterior motives towards us? Surely not. The internet suggests that the locals would not dare to bully us cultivators, especially considering his noble status as a count. Yet, if he were to entertain such thoughts, given his paralysis, he would be incapable of posing any threat to us. If he were to compel us, keep your head clear. In case of an emergency, we shall flee. Could he possibly keep pace with us? Enough talk. Let's promote this online. In a modest room within a rural village of the Great Xia, Meng Er and Yu Er sat before the computer, whispering conspiratorially. Due to the challenges posed by their upbringing, the sisters conversed effortlessly in private, devoid of outsiders. They did not regard Wang Shikong as one of their own. For after all, the title of an esteemed count in the empire is not something that they, as descended cultivators, could ever attain. Chuckling to himself, Wang Shikong couldn't help but smile as he observed the disappearing figures of Meng Er and Yu Er. It evoked a sensation akin to a narrative of capturing twin sisters while they were still young. Shaking his head, he turned his attention to the bidding page of the Wushuang auction house displayed on his communicator. In the infinite continent, this device serves as a mobile phone, capable of sending messages and facilitating video calls. The auction house's page functions as a shopping website, where items are bid on directly, and successful bidders can later collect their prizes from the auction house. Notably, valuable items are auctioned live. Wang Shikong possessed numerous items and equipment that needed to be sold promptly. Thus, promoting them in the real world was quite convenient. One simply needed to spend money to buy trending spots, ensuring rapid dissemination and attracting a multitude of interested parties. After attending to some matters concerning the auction house, he glanced at the time and returned to reality. Haha, wonderful. Upon arriving downstairs at the Tang Palace Villa, Wang Shikong was greeted by the jubilant voice of Old Green Tea. Approaching, he found him engaged in joyful conversation with Ning Qingya. What could possibly be the source of such merriment? He inquired with a smile. Shikong. Ning Qingya rose to greet him, her face alight with a smile. Over the course of their interactions, although they had not forged a deeper bond, they had developed a mutual respect and had grown accustomed to each other as presents. Ning Tianxiong looked at him, narrowing his eyes slightly, and remarked with a grin. Qingya has reached the final step in the inheritance secret realm. It won't be long before she acquires a formidable legacy. There remains but one last challenge. I wonder if she will succeed. Ning Qingya, too, expressed her delight. You are so clever and capable. Qingya, you will surely overcome it. Wang Shikong encouraged her with a smile. He was aware that Qingya's current inheritance would grant her complete rewards, yet like many opportunities for legacy, she would only receive a fraction of it this time. When she transitioned to the third stage, she would enter subsequent inheritances but would not acquire the entirety of the opportunity. This also accounts for her reputation and strength being inferior to that of Yao Yi. Ning Qingya smiled and nodded gently. Ning Tianxiong, observing this scene, felt a surge of displeasure in his heart. Yet the thought of acquiring information today caused the corners of his mouth to lift slightly. As the conversation continued, everyone finished their dinner, and Ning Qingya retreated to her room to undertake her inheritance task. Time and space, I have delightful news to share with you. Ning Tianxiong's voice suddenly echoed as Wang Shikong prepared to leave. Oh! Upon hearing his voice, Wang Shikong sensed ulterior motives, raising an eyebrow in his direction. I have discovered a method to heal your legs. Ning Tianxiong continued with a cheerful demeanor. Wang Shikong nodded calmly. Hell, what is the matter? Are you not pleased? Your legs, which were broken by my daughter, will soon be restored. Ning Tianxiong expressed his irritation at Wang's nonchalant reaction. I consulted a renowned physician from the Endless Continent, who assured me that your injuries are quite simple to treat. It merely requires guiding vital energy into your legs. Understood, Wang Shikong replied in a bland tone, offering a perfunctory thanks. Thank you. No need to thank me. This is a debt our family owes you. Ning Tianxiong insisted, his gaze flickering. Tomorrow morning, I will take you to level up. I will expedite your recovery. No need. Wang Shikong shook his head. You must. This is a debt our family owes you. Ning Tianxiong reiterated earnestly. Wang Shikong observed his demeanor and suddenly smiled. The old schemer clearly intended to repay his daughter's debt by facilitating Wang's departure from her life. However, you want to take me leveling up? Wang Shikong remarked with a hint of bemusement, nodding in agreement. Very well. Let me see how you guide me in leveling up. After saying this, he turned and left. You. Ning Tianxiong's face darkened upon hearing this. And if he had a beard, he would surely have been puffing and glaring. Old Deng? Old Deng? By my own standing, regardless of what sort of son-in-law I seek. Would a son-in-law dare to touch his chopsticks while I do not? And now this. A penniless lad with paralyzed legs boldly addresses me as Old Deng? He thought, growing increasingly irate. Huffing and puffing, he finally calmed himself with a cold snort. Just endure a little longer. It will pass soon, he reassured himself. Wang Shikong did not offer Ning Tianxiong a pleasant demeanor. Regardless of past lives, this old Deng had consistently looked down upon him, never bestowing a favorable expression. In this life, was he expected to repay grievances with virtue? To win him over with kindness? Impossible. He would not indulge him. It was time to teach his father-in-law a lesson. Wang Shikong's mood remained unaffected. In fact, he felt a tinge of anticipation regarding the prospect of leveling up with the old schemer the following morning. Ding dong. He did not enter the Endless Continent, but instead proceeded to the courtyard of his villa, practicing the proficiency of his musical skills under the gentle glow of the moonlight. Ning Tianxiong, hearing the sound of the piano from the second-floor room, cast a dark glance before directly entering the Endless Continent. Out of sight, out of mind. As the day swiftly passed, the following morning, Wang Shikong had just entered the Endless Continent when he received a message from Tianya. Upon reading it, He raised an eyebrow and replied promptly. Before long, Tinya, bearing a long sword and with long hair nearly obscuring his eyes, approached with haste. "How are you, Tinya?" Wang Shikong inquired, directing his gaze towards him. Upon seeing Wang, Tinya's face lit up with a joyful smile, and he immediately nodded earnestly, presenting a prepared note. Top-tier opportunity, recognized by the esteemed predecessor. Wang Shikong's face broke into a smile as he gave Tinya a thumbs up. There was no doubt about Tinya's talent, even in his previous life. Without any opportunities, he managed to rise powerfully, and now, with this newfound chance, his strength would undoubtedly become even more formidable. Tinya, brimming with happiness, opened his arms as if to embrace Wang in gratitude. Wang Shikong was momentarily taken aback and quickly waved his hand, saying, "Get lost, don't act so flamboyantly." Had he not known Tinya's orientation was normal, he would have been quite startled. Yet, he felt a sense of relief seeing the noticeably more cheerful Tinya. Tinya, somewhat bashful, scratched his head and offered a silly grin. He may not have been adept at expressing himself, but he was certainly grateful. At that moment, Wang Shikong received another message, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. "Let us go, Tinya. We're heading to a certain place." Chapter 66. Wang Shikong Old Deng, just watch closely. At a training spot along the eastern coastline of Shanghai City, Ning Tianxiong, in a jovial mood, savored his cigar. Beside him stood 5 young men, all of whom were elite members of the flourishing Jinxiu Guild. The group occasionally cast curious glances toward a particular direction, eagerly anticipating the arrival of someone. In the Jinxiu Guild, the most popular figures were not the president, Ning Tianxiong, but rather his 2 daughters. One was the stunning Ning Qingya, a formidable CEO of a billion-dollar conglomerate in reality, whose exceptional talent ranked her among the top 3 within the guild. The other was the captivating Ning Qingru, a campus belle from a prestigious university, equally impressive in strength, sweetly charming, and adored by countless young men within the guild. The presence of the president's daughters undeniably drew substantial attention to the Jinxiu Guild. However, there was a tinge of regret, for the eldest daughter, Ning Qingya, was already married to a man confined to a wheelchair, a piece of news that sparked considerable gossip behind closed doors. "Hey, President, is that him?" One of the young men pointed ahead and spoke. In their line of sight, a young man with slightly long hair was pushing a wheelchair occupied by a remarkably handsome youth. A small crow, eyes closed, perched on the young man's shoulder. "Indeed," Ning Tianxiong remarked, raising an eyebrow, a cold chuckle escaping his lips. He even brought someone to push him. Wang Shikong, observing the situation, glanced at the individuals beside him, revealing a hint of amusement. "You're a bit late. Let us go," Ning Tianxiong stated, momentarily setting aside the fact that his son-in-law had made him wait. "All right," Wang Shikong replied calmly, nodding. "This area before us is occupied by the Jinxiu Guild, an excellent place for our members to level up," Ning Tianxiong indicated proudly. "With over 100,000 members now, given Qingya's talent, she will undoubtedly succeed me as the president. In the near future, the Jinxiu Guild will boast a membership of millions, perhaps even tens of millions." After a brief pause, he turned to Wang Shikong and inquired, "And what about you?" "Me?" Wang Shikong met his gaze with a smile. "I am, of course, the husband of the president of the Jinxiu Guild, the man behind the scenes." "Yumph, I know you have a thick skin, but I never imagined it to be this thick," Ning Tianxiong retorted, unable to contain a cold snort in the absence of his daughter. "I will repay what my daughter owes you, but after that, I hope you remain self-aware." "Old Deng, you must recognize a reality," Wang Shikong replied, delivering a poignant remark. "The matter between Qingya and me is not for you to dictate." Upon hearing this, Ning Tianxiong's expression shifted, a pang of discomfort striking his heart. If he were in control, they would have never married. He felt as if he were a father with a daughter pointing at a blonde-haired man saying, "Dad, you simply do not understand him. You would do well to show me some respect and to recognize the disparity between yourself and the elegant." Ning Tianxiong inhaled deeply. His countenance darkened as he sensed the peculiar gazes of his subordinates beside him. Feeling a profound sense of embarrassment, he promptly commanded, "Go forth and slay the monsters." "Understood, President." The 5 responded in unison, their expressions oddly contemplative. They turned their attention to the octopoidal demonic fish emerging from the ocean and swiftly proceeded to engage the creatures. Wang Shikong observed with an air of calmness. Octopoidal demonic fish, common level 17, health, 1800, constitution, 65, magic, 90, skills, 1, octopus bind, 2, toxic mist, 3, aquatique poison technique, 4, blood shadow charge. The 5 youths, consisting of 2 magic users and 3 physical fighters, formed a standard offense and defense setup, with 2 ranged attackers and 1 support. All 5 were at level 17, and they directly summoned 7 octopoidal demonic fish, commencing their coordinated hunt. However, Wang Shikong frowned slightly upon witnessing their attacks. Is this the pinnacle team of the illustrious guild? So feeble? Feeble, you say? Huh, even with both legs intact. You may not possess their strength, Ning Tianxiong retorted sternly. They are not truly the top team of the guild. A leading team would waste too much time leveling you up. As he spoke, he summoned a long blade to his hand and declared, I shall also join the fray to demonstrate my prowess. Ning Tianxiong then plunged directly into battle, eager to showcase his strength. Wang Shikong observed, noting that the old green tea's combat talent could only be described as slightly above average. However, equipped with exceptional gear and wielding a bronze shield, he was indeed among the skilled fighters at present. Within 3 minutes, the 7 octopoidal demonic fish were swiftly dispatched. Ning Tianxiong rested the blade on his shoulder and turned to Wang Shikong, his expression impassive as he instructed, absorb it. Wang Shikong smiled at his stance, and Tianya pushed him closer to absorb the essence. Attract 10 more to slay. Ning Tianxiong continued to command his subordinates. Yes, President, the 5 responded immediately, setting out to lure more octopoidal demonic fish. Observing this, Wang Shikong made a gesture, and a teapot materialized in his hand. He ignited the fire, swiftly bringing the water to a boil, added tea leaves, and poured the brew into a cup, savoring a gentle sip. He nodded and signaled to Tianya, who shook his head. With a smile, Wang Shikong gazed ahead as a Guqin appeared on his wheelchair. He placed the tea beside the instrument, and his slender fingers delicately descended onto the strings. Suddenly, the sound of the Guqin resonated, causing the youths who had just lured 10 octopoidal demonic fish to turn in astonishment. Upon seeing Wang Shikong seated in his wheelchair, playing the Guqin, they were momentarily dumbfounded. What? We are here to assist you in leveling up and battling monsters, and you are serenading us? They thought, bewildered by this peculiar husband of the esteemed lady. No wonder the president wished to keep them apart. You brat. Ning Tianxiong found himself momentarily speechless, turning to glare at the figure playing the Guqin in the wheelchair. Wang Shikong felt his gaze upon him, lifted his head to reveal a smile, and slowly raised his right hand to point at him. Old Deng, you should observe closely mysterious fire play when a melody resonates. The strings summon the elemental forces of wind and fire, conjuring 20 flames that can strike targets within a radius equal to 1's spiritual range. Each flame inflicts damage equivalent to 8 times 1's spiritual power, consuming 0.1 spiritual energy per second. This art of mysterious fire play, Wang Shikong had only mastered to a significant degree, yet under the influence of the epic-grade wheelchair, which enhanced his casting speed by 30. The prelude lasted merely a little over 10 seconds. Ding-dong. As Wang Shikong's right hand descended upon the strings to continue the melody, serpentine flames, each extending over a meter in length, coalesced in the void surrounding him. Following closely, the wind elements danced playfully around the fire serpents. With a harmonious blend of wind and fire, 20 serpentine flames transcended above Ning Tianxiong, and in the astonished gaze of onlookers, they directly struck the 10 eight-legged demon fish. With the fusion of spells and Wang Shikong's formidable spiritual power, the 10 eight-legged demon fish were annihilated in an instant. There was no need for Wang Shikong to continue his performance to unleash the attack. From commencement to conclusion, it transpired in mere seconds. Everything unfolded with such suddenness, such theatricality. Ning Tianxiong stood dazed for several moments before he could react, stiffly turning his head to behold the 10 wild creatures that had perished in an instant. his face a canvas of disbelief and denial. He then awkwardly shifted his gaze towards the figure seated in the wheelchair. Wang Shikong regarded him with a teasing glint, lifting a cup of tea beside him in a subtle gesture, taking a gentle sip. Chapter 67. Ning Tianxiong, it's over, my spine, once upright, is now bent. In this very moment, the 5 young members of the Jinxiu Guild gazed in utter astonishment at the unfolding scene. 10 wild beasts, creatures they knew would take their combined efforts at least 5 minutes to vanquish, were obliterated in a single strike by the so-called useless husband of the guild's lady. One strike. It was simply beyond their comprehension. Even the strongest mage within the guild could not achieve such a feat. Was this not extraordinarily powerful? Ning Tianxiong's hand trembled as disbelief washed over him. He pulled out a cigar, ignited it, and took a deep drag. At that moment, the atmosphere was palpably still. His mind was in a haze, unable to articulate a single thought as he inhaled the cigar smoke. Wang Shikong observed him serenely, sipping his tea with an air of tranquility. Why not embrace the role of a respectable father-in-law, instead of playing the fool? Was this rebellious streak a necessity, requiring the sting of humiliation to feel alive? Yet, Wang Shikong found himself a loss for words as Ning Tianxiong finished the cigar without uttering a sound. Was he hoping that the end of the cigar would bring clarity? Wang Shikong finally spoke. I have a suggestion that might help you understand. What is it? Ning Tianxiong instinctively inquired, truly perplexed by how this yellow-haired youth could be so formidable. Listen to your daughter, Wang Shikong advised. A whiff of gas might just clarify things. Ning Tianxiong. A suppressed chuckle erupted from the side. Ning Tianxiong shot a stern glance, causing the 5 young men to hastily avert their gazes, stifling their laughter. At that moment, Ning Tianxiong felt a twinge of headache, his thoughts swirling. He sensed that the pride he had held onto for so long was now irretrievably lost. He had believed that by mentoring this youth, he would demonstrate the disparity between them and instill a sense of his own prowess. However, he had never anticipated such strength that left him utterly speechless. The slap to his face rang loud and clear. Indeed, the president of the Jinxiu Guild was present. A chance had finally presented itself. Ning Tianxiong, you old rascal. I shall have your head. Swiftly and decisively. Eliminate them all before they can summon reinforcements. At that moment, excited voices echoed around him. Ning Tianxiong, startled, raised his head. The 5 young men followed the sound, their expressions shifting to alarm as they beheld a throng of 70 to 80 individuals charging toward them. The Tianshan Guild. What are they doing here? Ha ha ha. Ning Tianxiong, you old fool. Did you not anticipate this? Leading the charge was a middle-aged man with a scarred face, whose expression radiated fervor. This is bad. As Ning Tianxiong watched the encircling figures, his complexion shifted dramatically. His teeth clenched as he glared at the middle-aged man. It's you, Xiaobing. Are you ready to meet your demise? The scarred-faced man fixed him with a menacing gaze, raising his great sword aloft. Damn it! Ning Tianxiong gazed at the assembly of 70 or 80 individuals, his expression shifting dramatically as he realized that this time he was likely to face utter defeat. His eyes flicked towards Wang Shikong, and his demeanor grew even more distressing. If Wang Shikong were to be killed because of him, how could he ever hold his head high before this scoundrel son-in-law, failing to lead his men to victory and being the cause of another's demise? He would not only fail to repay his debts of gratitude, but would accrue even more. Moreover, how would he explain this to his daughter? If he were to perish here, it would not merely be a question of pride. It would be a matter of bending a back that had stood straight for a lifetime. Go ahead, we will buy you some time. Ning Tianxiong shouted to Wang Shikong, gripping his sword and shield tightly as he turned to his 5 subordinates, issuing a loud command. Fight to the death and hold them off for a while. The 5 young men opened their mouths, faces etched with bitterness. Hold? How can we hold? With a single charge, we will be done for. There are too many of them. Xiaobing, you treacherous scoundrel. If there's anything to be done, come at me. Ning Tianxiong charged forward, fearless in the face of death. Haha, rest assured, you will all die, the scar-faced middle-aged man declared decisively, commanding, kill them. Yes. His subordinates responded in unison. Run. Ning Tianxiong shouted back to Wang Shikong. Forging ahead, Wang Shikong raised an eyebrow at this sudden turn of events. "Captain, leave it to me," Tianya said, tapping him from behind and handing over a note. Wang Shikong nodded slightly. "All right, let me see your strength, Tianya." Tianya smiled confidently, drawing the long knife from his back. The elemental power swiftly began to coalesce around him. In an instant, he surged forward as swift as the wind. Wang Shikong sipped his tea, observing quietly, trusting in Tianya. Ahead, the valiant Ning Tianxiong confronted the 70 or 80 members of the Tianshan Society. Even if it meant sacrificing his life, he refused to bow his head. However, Tianya arrived first, with his long knife in hand. As he approached the Tianshan Society members, his figure seemed to split into three, making it impossible to discern the real from the illusion. Each of the three figures wielded a long knife emanating intense wind elemental energy. They simultaneously struck forward. Boom! A gust of wind, a sword-like aura that spanned 15 meters, swept through the air. This lightning-fast move caught the Tianshan Society members utterly off guard, leaving them no time to react. Ah! In the next moment, screams erupted. Over 20 members of the Tianshan Society were sent flying, their bodies marred with cuts. The sudden ferocity of this attack left everyone momentarily stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief as they stared at Tianya. Ning Tianxiong, too, looked on in astonishment. When he realized that the one who had struck was this seemingly ordinary youth, who had previously accompanied his daughter, the shock he felt was no less profound than before. Unfazed, Tianya continued his assault on the remaining 50 or 60 members of the Tianshan Society, as if it were not they who surrounded him, but rather he who encircled them alone. "Kill him. He is but one man," shouted the injured Xiao Bing, who had just regained his wits, his face contorted with anger. "Take him down." The other members of the Tianshan Society, stirred to action, hurriedly advanced to besiege Tianya. However, they were quickly met with his extraordinary combat prowess, a lethal technique acquired from supreme lineage. With a glint of cold light, the winds shifted, and as his swift blade danced, it seemed to eclipse the sun and moon. Tianya's strikes were rapid. In less than 10 seconds of fierce engagement, he had already dispatched 4 of their ranks. "Finish them off." Ning Tianxiong, now fully alert, bellowed with fervor. They flanked Tianya, charging towards the Tianshan Society members. With such a sharp edge at his side, even if their adversaries numbered tenfold, they could not withstand the onslaught. As the guild leader, Ning Tianxiong had his own hidden trump cards, including spell scrolls, which he summoned without hesitation. In an instant, the Tianshan Society, despite their numerical superiority, found themselves overwhelmed. "Ning Tianxiong, where did you find such a peerless expert?" roared the scarred-faced leader of the Tianshan Society in disbelief and fury. Ning Tianxiong merely pressed his lips together, silent, and struck swiftly at the man's neck. The death of the vice president sent shockwaves of fear and rage through the remaining members, who glanced at Tianya, now resembling a deity of death, with a flicker of trepidation. Yet Tianya remained silent, his blade continuing its deadly arc, 9 heavens wind blade. Another area attack swept forth. Wang Shikong, seated behind and sipping tea, nodded subtly. Today, Tianya was far more formidable than in his previous life. He then glanced at his father-in-law beside him. Indeed, he has grown into quite the individual. Gratitude extends to the esteemed Xiao Kongyu for yet another divine endorsement. Yesterday, I even misspelled the name. My apologies. Many thanks to the generous benefactor for their unwavering support. May they live forever. I also appreciate the character summoning from the illustrious feed Chuanran. Much love. Today, numerous benefactors have offered their support. Thus another chapter will be added. Thank you all immensely. I'm deeply grateful. A little free love to fuel the passion is all I desire. Chapter 68. The invitation to create a great organization and Wang Shikong's astonishment run. Run. That knife wielder is cheating. How on earth can he deal 999 damage with a single strike? What are we to do? Escape. The battle commenced swiftly and concluded just as rapidly. When only about 20 members of the Tianshan Society remained, the organization crumbled entirely. In sheer terror, they began to flee in all directions. However, their escape only hastened their demise, for Tianya's speed far surpassed theirs. In less than 10 minutes, the massacre reached its conclusion. As Qianya beheaded the last opponent, he took a few deep breaths and gently wiped his long knife. The fierce combat had drained him significantly. Oh, what a thrill! That was exhilarating. My goodness, the 7 of us are truly formidable, having annihilated 70 to 80 of them. Ha ha. At this moment, the 5 young men of the Jinshio Guild were drenched in sweat, their adrenaline still surging as they gazed at the aftermath in exhilaration. Isn't it incredible? Though Ning Tianxiong felt utterly exhausted, he was also filled with fervor. His gaze turned towards the young man with slightly long hair, admiration evident in his expression. After a moment's hesitation, he approached and retrieved a cigar from his spatial ring. "Thank you immensely for your help just now," he said, smiling as he offered the cigar to Tianya. Tianya shook his head, continuing forward in silence, returning quietly to stand behind Wang Shikong. Ning Tianxiong felt a twinge of embarrassment as he glanced at Tianya, then at the figure seated nearby, feeling as though his legs were weighed down with lead. The good news was that his waist had been spared. The bad news was that he could never lift his head in front of this son-in-law again. After a moment's deliberation, he forced a smile that resembled a grimace and approached. One must face such situations, he thought. Wang Shikong observed his father-in-law's awkward approach, a hint of amusement dancing across his features. "This timeline, thank you, my friend," Ning Tianxiong stammered as he neared. "His name is Tianya. He cannot speak," Wang Shikong replied. "Oh, that's quite all right. Shikong, you might let him try absorbing Yuan force into his throat for nourishment. If that fails, I can help him find a physician," Ning Tianxiong offered enthusiastically. "Rest assured, you need not worry about Tianya." Wang Shikong nodded, scrutinizing him with a measured gaze. "Your performance was commendable. Continue to maintain that level. And with a few adjustments to your flaws, you may yet be a satisfactory father-in-law." As he spoke, he gestured towards Tianya. "If all is well, I shall take my leave now." Caw, caw. The crow had just awakened, eyeing the bewildered Ning Tianxiong with curiosity. It flapped its wings and perched beside him, inspecting the cigar. "I accept this offering, Caw." It seized the cigar and soared above the surrounding corpses, tilting its head slightly. Almost imperceptible strands of darkness flowed into its mouth. After absorbing the soul of the Emperor's lyre, its power had significantly increased, making the process of soul absorption far less strenuous than before. In a state of bewilderment, Ning Tianxiong observed the silhouette before him vanish, regaining his composure as the corners of his mouth twitched. "I performed well. Am I to amend my flaws? Should I maintain this? What nonsense is this? Utterly preposterous." To one side, 5 young men, having overheard Wang Shikong's words, were left utterly dumbfounded, their faces alight with admiration. Speaking to one's father-in-law in such a manner, truly a paragon of manhood. "Remarkable. Take care, big brother," they exclaimed, promptly bidding him farewell. With a dark expression, Ning Tianxiong glanced at them and coldly commanded, "Go collect the spoils." "Yes, yes. Understood, President." The 5 young men, suppressing their urge to laugh at the president's demeanor, hastened to tidy up. Their president's father-in-law was paralyzed, and the formidable man pushing him was mute. Could this truly mean that the more bizarre the combination, the greater the strength? The renowned master from Tianya was indeed formidable, an unrivaled force in the current landscape, while the president's father-in-law demonstrated remarkable prowess, unleashing terrifying spells through his guqin. As they tidied up, the 5 engaged in hushed discussions. Ning Tianxiong, listening nearby, could not resist pulling out a cigar and taking a couple of puffs. After a brief pause, he coldly declared, "In a moment, I will give each of you 10,000 coins. The events that transpired earlier must remain strictly confidential. The matter could not reach the ears of other guild members. Absolutely. Otherwise, he would lose face." "Thank you, President. Rest assured, we shall remain tight-lipped," they replied, their faces brightening with delight. "President, we have received word that the Tianshan Guild intends to assault you. What's going on? Are you all right, President?" Just then, hundreds of individuals surged forth from the front, gasping at the sight. "I'm fine, merely a slight smudge on my clothing. Can this rabble from the Tianshan Guild truly believe they can kill me?" Ning Tianxiong looked toward his subordinates arriving and raised an eyebrow, calmly stating, "Perfect timing. Let us tidy up the spoils." "Wow, President, you're amazing. How do you manage it? The crowd gasped in astonishment, observing the awe and admiration on the faces of his underlings. Ning Tianxiong merely lifted his head, a mysterious smile gracing his lips, yet he remained silent. Ha ha ha! Invigorating and refreshing, quite splendid. Wang Shikong and Tianya did not return to the city, but instead steered their course toward Lian Island. The crow, lighting a cigar, took a puff and called out, "Don't learn the wrong things. Blow the smoke aside." Wang Shikong, bemused to see this fellow smoking a cigar, remarked, "Huh." The crow inhaled deeply, exhaling the smoke gracefully as it wafted away. Let's first focus on leveling up, striving to reach level 20 as swiftly as possible. Wang Shikong advised Tianya. The old man's words hold truth. Channeling your energy into your throat and head can restore your speech. Tianya nodded, indifferent to the prospect of regaining his ability to speak, as he had grown accustomed to his silence. Upon their arrival at Lian Island, they discovered that individuals were already present on the outskirts leveling up, though the wild monsters here were generally of a higher level, and the deeper areas remained uninhabited. They arrived at a secluded location, ascending with remarkable swiftness, far surpassing the capabilities of Ning Tianxiong and his companions. After merely a brief period of hunting for about 10 minutes, the two were nearly exhausted in both mental and physical stamina. For the remainder of their time, Wang Shikong practiced his musical skills while Tianya honed his swordsmanship. The path to success is invariably paved with diligence. Strength, innate talent, and hard work are all indispensable. Chirp, chirp, chirp. As evening fell, a series of abrupt bird calls interrupted the melodious strains of Wang Shikong's performance. Piqued by the sound, he turned to see a small bird, its wings shimmering with a tricolored brilliance, hovering above his head. Clutched in its talons was a communicator, its gaze fixed intently upon him. In the next moment, the bird fluttered down onto the guqin, deposited the communicator, and took flight once more. What is this? Witnessing this unexpected occurrence, Wang Shikong expressed his astonishment. A tracking spirit bird? His gaze fell upon the communicator at his side, and he swiftly activated it. On the screen, a message appeared. Greetings, esteemed friend of the illustrious Qing Shijun, the foremost on the talented individuals list. I am Wang. First and foremost, congratulations on your selection. You are cordially invited to partake in the establishment of a monumental organization 3 days hence at noon. This organization promises to bestow upon you unimaginable benefits. As numerous prodigies will also join, do not miss this rare opportunity. I advise you to conceal your appearance and identity upon arrival. You may utilize the communicator to inquire further information. Your future friend, Wang. Chapter 69. The future's most formidable organization and the king. The establishment of a great organization. Wang Shikong gazed at the information displayed on the communicator before him, narrowing his eyes slightly. The pursuit of spiritual birds? A great organization? Concealing one's identity while proceeding? He pressed his lips together, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as a realization dawned upon him. Only those on the talented list were eligible for an invitation, and the inviter was the king. Wang Shikong murmured, then it can be confirmed, it is that organization. In the future, there exists an organization that may not be deemed the greatest, but undoubtedly stands as the most powerful, even in comparison to the super guilds, and the formidable Daxia Guild established by the official forces of the Daxia Empire. This organization can rightfully be called the strongest. The name of the organization is strikingly simple and unpretentious, the Assassin Organization. Indeed, it is merely an assassin guild, which has claimed the lives of 3 super guild leaders at the hands of its assassins. Numerous formidable individuals have met their demise under the bounties set by the Assassin Organization. What sets the Assassin Organization apart is its peculiar nature. It is not a closed entity, but rather a highly public and open establishment. Every main city boasts a branch of the Assassin Organization. Anyone can enter to post bounties or accept assassination tasks. It is even possible to crowdfund an assassination against a specific individual. Particularly, when a clash with practitioners from other nations occurs a year later, the Assassin Organization unleashes its terrifying prowess. How intriguing, truly fascinating. I never anticipated that in this lifetime I would be involved in the establishment of the assassin organization. A smile graced Wang Shikong's lips. In his previous life, the assassin organization was jointly declared to be eradicated by 4 super guilds. The outcome had no impact on the assassin organization whatsoever. In fact, it led to the reduction of assassination fees for members of the 4 great super guilds, causing widespread discontent among their ranks. Within less than half a month, the 4 super guilds capitulated. In simple terms, when one undertakes a task from the assassin organization, upon completion, the organization retains 1/5 of the reward, leaving the task completer with only 80 of the earnings. The reduced fees for assassinations targeting members of the 4 super guilds naturally prioritize them as the primary targets for professional assassins. Countless speculations surrounded the forces behind the assassin organization in the previous life. It now appears that this was the method employed. No wonder the assassin organization could rise to become the most formidable organization. Wang Shikong mused inwardly, his gaze drifting to Tianya beside him, who had evidently not received an invitation. It was clear that this king possessed some influence and had conducted a special selection process. The location: the hidden word pavilion of the Guitian Cultivation Hall in the imperial capital of the Snowfall Empire. Wang Shikong observed, tucking the communicator away, though it interrupted his plans for leveling up. Nevertheless, he felt an overwhelming anticipation for the events to unfold in 3 days. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At 10 o'clock, Wang Shikong finished clearing the wild monsters ahead and arrived at Shanghai City. During these 3 days, his level had risen by 1, bringing him closer to level 17. Upon entering a clothing store, I procured an elegant white robe and a matching white mask, subsequently making my way to the teleportation array. In the imperial capital of the Snowfall Empire, Snowfall City, the streets were surprisingly sparse. This was not a place frequented by the general populace. Only a handful of adventurers and fortune-seeking cultivators wandered here, as there were no training grounds in the vicinity. As the capital of an empire, the area surrounding it remained remarkably secure, primarily inhabited by locals. As I embraced kindness within the radiant sanctuary, a surge of vitality coursed through my legs, gradually alleviating the numbness and allowing me to regain control. With a subtle motion of my hand, a bronze staff materialized, and I tucked the sacred tome into my robe. Slightly unaccustomed to using the staff as a walking aid, I stood, stowing away the heavenly chair beside me, a smile gracing my lips. After a brief moment of adjustment, I donned the white mask and proceeded towards the Guitian Cultivation Pavilion. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Dark Character Pavilion, I stepped inside. The air was thick with dark elemental energy, enveloping the entire space in shadow. The flickering candlelight added an air of gravitas to the ambience. Before me lay a vast training area, adorned with a round table at its far end, around which sat a dozen individuals. As I approached, my presence drew the attention of the assembly. I surveyed the 15 figures, most clad in uniform black robes and various dark masks, while my own white attire stood out distinctly. A light chuckle echoed through the air, evidently prior to my arrival. I had inquired about certain details through a communicator. Unperturbed by the laughter, I cast my gaze over the gathered assembly. Aside from their eyes, little could be discerned about them. However, I did notice 2 women among the group, their stares strikingly familiar. Casually taking a seat at an unoccupied chair, I glanced at the nearby tea, settling into a quiet anticipation. The atmosphere fell into a hush once more, save for the earlier laughter. The scene, with its masked figures, decidedly resembled a classic portrayal of nefarious characters. Yet, who could have imagined that this was the inception of a renowned assassin organization in the future? Silence reigned as everyone awaited the proceedings. Shortly thereafter, 2 more individuals arrived. As the clock struck 12, one of them spoke. "We are still awaiting one." A deep voice responded, and I turned my gaze towards the newcomer, who was likely Wang. The group fell silent again, and after a brief interval, the final figure emerged. Adorned with a V-shaped mask, apologizing, "I appreciate your patience." "Sit," commanded Wang. 19 individuals, I noted, and one among them frowned slightly, remarking, "This is a rather large assembly, complicating the distribution of benefits." The 24 main cities of the Snowfall Empire, each housed an organizational branch valued at no less than 4 million coins. Wang regarded him, his tone grave. This statement cast a serene hush upon the speaker. The sum of 4 million coins, when acquired with tangible currency, necessitates a staggering 400 million in cash, and even then, it is uncertain whether one could secure the purchase. Those gathered here, recipients of my invitation, are the paramount cultivators of the great Xia, the elite prodigies listed on the renowned talents ranking, each possessing their own establishments and a measure of capital. Wang's gaze swept across the assembly as he continued. Should our assassin organization monopolize the Snowfall Empire, the potential profits are evident to all present. A subtle nod of agreement rippled through the crowd. It was precisely due to their awareness of the immense benefits at stake that they had convened here. As the organization was in its nascent stages, each individual was required to contribute a division that met the specified standards, as well as to gather the necessary funds for the missing main city division. Wang then articulated his stipulations. Those unable to comply may depart immediately. He paused for several seconds, observing the stillness among the attendees, which elicited no surprise from him. How shall the profits be distributed? One individual inquired. As the principal creator and initiator of this organization, coupled with my possession of a tracking spirit bird that will aid in our development, I shall claim 10%. Wang replied directly, his gaze sweeping across the assembly once more. Additionally, the foremost figure on the talents ranking, Lord Qing Shi, shall also receive 10%, with the remainder to be evenly divided among the rest. Chapter 70. As I am the Red King, I have words to speak him. Wang Shikong, upon hearing his words, noticed a flicker of brilliance in his eyes. Did he possess some knowledge about him? Or perhaps... As for you, Wang, I have no objections to your 10, but what about Lord Qing Shi? The man with the V-shaped mask frowned. What merit does he possess? I share this dissent. One individual spoke up succinctly. A 10 share is no small portion. With both parties relinquishing 10, they would divide 80 among the 17 of them, yielding less than 5 for each. Should you aspire to be at the pinnacle of the prodigies, you may indeed claim such a figure. Wang responded to the skepticism with a calm demeanor. His gaze swept across the crowd, searching for the enigmatic Lord Qing Shi. He was aware that the individual was present, yet his identity eluded him. Likewise, while he possessed considerable knowledge regarding the prodigy rankings, his inquiry about the indigenous cultivator, Lord Qing Shi, had been met with a curt reply. Noble privacy is inviolable. Thus, it became clear that Lord Qing Shi belonged to the nobility of the Shulua Empire, a revelation that left him profoundly shaken. He understood well the arduous path to nobility. The tasks of the Prodigy Pavilion merely encompassed challenges up to level 10. Much time had elapsed since then, and it was presumed that each individual had their own fortuitous encounters. Their strengths evolved since that time. One discontented voice piped up. To obtain a greater share, we require a display of convincing strength. I second that. Indeed, numerous voices chimed in. The prowess of Lord Qing Shi is beyond your comparison. Suddenly, a female voice resounded. Wang Shikong recognized this voice, his heart confirming it. Yaoi, since we cannot compare, then let us witness it. Another female voice followed. In the arena, the two women spoke in unison. Simultaneously, Wang Shikong reaffirmed his suspicions regarding his adversary. What? He couldn't help but sigh softly, realizing that one was the founder of a future super guild, and the other was the daughter of a super guild president, both destined to become exceptional powerhouses in the times to come. Thus, he speculated that among the remaining 16 individuals, the majority were likely founders of significant factions. This Wang possessed considerable information and had invited specific individuals. This made things all the more intriguing. Aside from Yao, Yi, and Hua, how many among the other 16 would become founders of future super guilds or top-tier associations? And who precisely was this Wang? With a gentle tap of his staff against the ground, Wang Shikong gazed at the assembly, slowly rising to his feet, hands resting upon the top of his staff, and spoke. This is fortuitously a training ground. Who among you wishes to witness a demonstration? Are you Lord Qing Shi? The crowd collectively turned their curious gazes toward him. Yao Yi observed him with glimmering eyes, displaying a hint of astonishment. Is the captain back on his feet? Wang also regarded Wang Shikong with inquisitive eyes. The communicator he had sent out had only received no response from the mysterious Lord Qin Shi, who had not inquired further. I do have a suggestion. The man with the V-shaped mask flickered his gaze momentarily before speaking. If the esteemed Qin Shijun can earn the respect and admiration of all, he shall command 10%. Should anyone surpass him, that individual shall also claim 10%. Ultimately, it is strength that reigns supreme. What say you all? The others present were visibly invigorated by his words. Each individual seated here possessed unwavering confidence in their own abilities. Strength is paramount. I concur. I second that. Many nodded in agreement, and even Wang displayed a faint smile, indicating his approval. Then you shall go first, he said, directing his gaze towards the man with the V-shaped mask as he strolled toward an empty space. Just as I desire. The man with the V-shaped mask chuckled lightly, raising his head with confidence as he addressed Wang. The number one on the talented individuals list? I am curious to see how many of my strikes he can endure. Wang took his position at the center, resting one hand on his staff and calmly meeting his gaze. Make your move. A mere magic practitioner dares to be so brazen before swordsmen? The man with the V-shaped mask frowned at Wang's haughty demeanor and retorted coldly, I detest arrogant fools. With no hesitation, he unsheathed his gleaming sword, the radiant golden light dispelling the surrounding darkness. The dazzling beam of golden brilliance surged toward Wang. In that instant, the strike was far beyond what an ordinary swordsman could muster. Wang observed with tranquility, enveloping the golden light with his divine light technique just before it reached him. With a resounding clash, the V-shaped masked man's airborne attack was effortlessly thwarted. Wang regarded him without any intention to retaliate. Noticing this, the man with the V-shaped mask's expression hardened, and he lunged forward with his sword. Clang, clang, clang. A series of sword lights struck against the divine light technique. The divine light began to dim, and just as the V-shaped masked man believed he had breached Wang's defenses, the holy radiance surged anew. Wang remained composed, possessing a tome of divine knowledge. His divine light technique was nearly instantaneous, bolstered by the power of the radiant sanctuary. The V-shaped masked man was utterly incapable of breaking through Wang's shield. What manner of defense is this? The magic practitioner was a loss, realizing that even in close combat, he could not breach the defenses of a physical cultivator. The onlookers gasped in unison, their eyes widening in shock. They had never anticipated such a turn of events in the battle. The disparity feels insurmountable. Is this truly the prowess of the top-ranked Qin Shijun? How humiliating, Yao remarked with an involuntary chuckle. Your strength is commendable, Wang said, observing the evident astonishment in the eyes of the V-shaped masked man. However, I have no intention of toying with you for long. As he spoke, a wave of divine light surged toward the man with the V-shaped mask. Damn it, this is impossible, he exclaimed in fury, hastily attempting to evade. Yet, Wang had already anticipated his escape route. He cried out in pain, quickly consuming an invaluable healing pill to mend his injuries. Wang's hand moved once more, and another wave of divine light descended upon him. The man with the V-shaped mask, filled with rage, rolled over, only to realize that he had failed to evade the attack. Hastily, he pressed the jade pendant on his chest. A resounding hum filled the air as a beam of light enveloped him, shielding him from the divine radiance's harm. Though a crack appeared on his pendant, I concede, he declared loudly in his disheveled state. Wang Shikong gestured for him to cease, nodding slightly as he approached the round table, casting a glance at the assembly. No objections? The crowd, taken aback, regarded him with trepidation. The strength exhibited by the man in the V-mask was undeniably formidable, even among the pinnacle of warriors. Yet, he had failed to breach the defenses of the one before him, nor had he discerned the true depth of the Qin Snake Lord's prowess. No one replied to his inquiry, tacitly accepting the outcome. Thus, the matter of distribution was settled. Wang's gaze sharpened, casting a penetrating look at Wang Shikong before reaching a conclusion. The man with the V-mask, his countenance grim, shot a glance at Wang Shikong before returning to his seat. He had not anticipated that he would not only fail to establish his authority, but instead become a stepping stone for the Qing Snake Lord. Nonetheless, he believed his strength to be somewhat unfathomable. He was confident that, as the tides of fortune ebb and flow, he would soon prevail over this individual. A steadfast belief is an essential trait of a true warrior. With the matter of distribution resolved, Wang continued, "Let me briefly outline the structure of our organization." Observing everyone seated, he elaborated, "I have bestowed upon this organization a name that embodies simplicity, the Assassin's Guild. The ranks of assassins will be designated using a standard deck of playing cards, correlating with your standings on the talents ranking. The Qing Snake Lord will be the Red King. I shall be the Black King. Wu Jin will be the Two of Hearts, and Isan will be the Two of Diamonds, and so forth. In the future, these will serve as our respective code names." Upon hearing this, Wang Shikong squinted slightly. Once again, he had positioned himself at the forefront, clearly reluctant to be the public face of this endeavor. The choice of venue indicated that he had anticipated conflict, suggesting that everything was part of his grand design. The Assassin's Guild, while renowned as the most formidable organization of the future, undeniably operated within the shadows. Furthermore, considering the organizational structure and the circumstances of future developments, even the Red King would wield limited authority within the guild. Their rewards would be confined to profit sharing. As the Black King, his share would be on par with that of the Red King, all without the burden of being the leading figure. Additionally, due to his role as the founder, no one would contest his position as Black King. However, the position of Red King would likely face incessant challenges. Balancing personal interests while maintaining his status, and ensuring that the title of Red King always belonged to the top-tier warrior, would be essential for the guild's growth. Naturally, when confronted with difficult issues, the Red King would be the first to step forward. Achieving multiple objectives simultaneously, he truly was a remarkable individual capable of founding the Assassin's Guild. Wang Shikong mused, "One must not underestimate the heroes of the world." However, Wang Shikong leaned slightly against the chair and remarked, "Since I am the Red King, I have something to express. Today, numerous friends have generously offered their support, for which the young author is immensely grateful. In a gesture of goodwill, the author has decided to add an additional chapter, exceeding 7,000 words, as a token of sincerity. Gratitude is extended to the Yijie Fei Guchuan Ran, Xingzhe Man Qian Shanyi, the fond admirer of the iron piano, a Yu, who has unwavering affection, Qi Jin Xiong, who delights in cold mixed noodles, Kanwa Yi Jian, Chung 08, who enjoys quick dishes of egg tofu, Fan Zhuangze Haolu, who relishes stir-fried pork with fermented black beans, Jiang Song, user 222807775, Feng Nai Ru, Xinyu Gu Chun, Mo Zue Qing Shan, and many esteemed individuals. To all the distinguished patrons, I humbly request continued support for this endeavor. Chapter 71. Mastering the situation as I stand as the Red King. I have something to say. This phrase resonated unexpectedly when it echoed forth from Wang Shikong. The king before him momentarily froze, astonished, as curious glances from the crowd converged upon him once more. However, it was evident that their respect for the Red King had deepened, a respect born of his formidable strength. The Red King spoke plainly, "I do not tolerate tardiness." This abrupt declaration caught everyone off guard. "I do not tolerate tardiness?" They pondered, turning their attention to the masked man with the vase, whose demeanor flickered with uncertainty. "Heh, neither do I," Yao chimed in, a melodic laugh accompanying his words. The masked man's expression shifted as he stood, fixated on Wang Shikong. "What do you mean by that?" "Merely the literal interpretation," Wang Shikong replied, his gaze unwavering. "Those who are late lack the right to be seated here. I have offended you, and you intend to eliminate me from this gathering, do you not?" The masked man's face flushed with indignation. This is a personal vendetta. Just moments ago, he had harbored confidence, believing he could swiftly vanquish Wang Shikong. Yet now, the prospect of being ousted ignited his fury. "How dare you?" He seethed, his eyes glinting with malice. "Furthermore, I remind you, the Black King, the initiator and founder of our organization, has yet to speak. By what authority do you presume to expel me?" Wang Shikong smiled faintly at his words. "Because I am the Red King." With that, he lightly tapped his staff upon the floor, exuding both tranquility and authority. If the Black King wished to hide behind the Red King, enjoying all the advantages and privileges, then it was Wang Shikong's prerogative to oblige. As the initiator, the king deserved certain benefits unavailable to others. However, should this advantage be wielded against him, action must be taken. If the Red King was to stand at the forefront, he must claim some power and establish his authority. The first step in this endeavor was to make an example of the masked man, illustrating the rights he possessed. Now that he has been expelled, does anyone dissent? He inquired, surveying the assembly with a keen eye. I second that. Yao was quick to affirm, aligning himself with Wang Shikong. Those who disregard the rules certainly should not occupy this space. The elegantly attired Hua echoed, I second that. Agreed, agreed. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd, their eyes flickering with anticipation. After all, with one less individual, the spoils would be greater for them all. Moreover, the undeniable strength demonstrated by the Red King ensured that none would dare to oppose such a formidable figure. Certainly, there is one more point to consider. The masked figure with the V-shaped visage arrived late. Although they did not voice their displeasure, discontent brewed within their hearts. All of them were individuals of high standing. How could one expect them to wait? The king observed this sudden development, his gaze sharpening, and an ominous premonition stirred within him. The seemingly innocuous remark from the Red King, declaring his aversion to tardiness, was an attempt to sideline the V-masked youth, effectively asserting his dominance. It was a means of surpassing him, proclaiming to all, in the realm of assassins, my authority reigns supreme. This current scenario affirmed his success in doing so, yet it also implied that he would no longer have full control over ensuing events. A miscalculation indeed, he thought. As King Shikong had surmised, he had no desire to ascend to the position of the Red King. The title of the foremost individual may appear glorious, yet it is fraught with greater challenges and heavier burdens. Thus, he intended to elevate another to the top, ensuring he remained securely in second place. By assuming the role of initiator, he could allow the first position to fluctuate while his own standing would remain unchanged. He had initially sought to incite some discord to gauge everyone's strength, particularly that of the enigmatic Qin Shijun. Little did he anticipate that this mysterious figure would unveil an overpowering presence that dominated the room. Since all present are in agreement, then King Shikong directed his gaze toward the V-masked man. You must now take your leave. Red King, I believe this minor incident can be overlooked just this once. King hesitated before articulating. The establishment of our assassin organization is a matter of utmost secrecy, and its structure is confidential. Should we expel this gentleman? The repercussions of such an announcement could be significant. I propose we grant him another chance. Red King, should you wish to expel him, then let us see how that unfolds. The V-masked man interjected, his tone imbued with a veiled threat. Everyone's identity remains confidential, and the structure of the assassin organization is not susceptible to external scrutiny. What impact could the Black King possibly have? King Shikong responded with a light chuckle, casting a meaningful glance at the Black King before continuing. However, I believe his gaze swept over the assembly. Everyone here is a powerful figure within their respective guilds. If the Black King successfully summoned you all, it stands to reason that he possesses certain insights. Should anyone dare reveal information about our organization, we shall make an example of him, thereby enhancing the reputation of our assassin guild. His pronouncement stirred the minds of all present. In truth, they had harbored some suspicions regarding how the Black King had managed to contact them, and these suspicions now proved accurate. However, they had not anticipated that all those gathered were indeed the leaders of various guilds. Their eyes turned toward the Black King, glimmering with intrigue and speculation. Were they to sow discord, to keep other members wary of themselves? The Black King, upon hearing King Shikong's words, felt a profound shock, his countenance beneath the mask betraying his discomposure. The current situation was beyond anything he had anticipated. Could he deny it or claim ignorance? Would others believe him? I cannot believe it, for the entire assembly is indeed composed of formidable power brokers. How the devil did that scoundrel, the Serpent Lord, come to this knowledge? What led him to deduce it? He has a method to extricate himself from this predicament, removing his mask to demonstrate sincerity and earn trust. However, such an act is utterly implausible. He cannot even assure himself that, for the sake of his meager 10% stake, the others would not conspire to eliminate him in secret. In this very moment, the one whose countenance has shifted most dramatically is not he, but rather the masked man with the V-shaped visage. Does every individual present wield power equal to or surpassing his own? Does the Black King possess knowledge of his secrets? If he were to reveal the existence of the assassination organization, he would undoubtedly find himself under attack, perhaps even endangering his own guild. The 18 individuals before him are the pinnacle of cultivators, not one of whom is inferior to him, and some are indeed his superiors. Should they unite, the outcome for him is all too predictable. His guild would be utterly annihilated. In that moment, a profound regret welled within him. Why did he provoke the Red King? Very well. I shall act as though I have never set foot in this place. The V-faced masked man gritted his teeth, rose with a sullen visage, uttered a terse remark, and turned to depart. Remaining here would only serve to further his humiliation. Here, the Red King has already seized control of the situation. Chapter 72. I shall set the rules. The bewildered Black King, Wang Shikong, sat before the round table, observing the departing figure of the masked man with a faint smile. With one less individual, they now had precisely Q, K, A, and 2. He cast a glance over the assembly and continued in a calm tone. Now, it is time to establish the rules of our organization. Red King, please share your thoughts candidly. The gathered individuals, sensing Wang Shikong's intent to wholly usurp the Black King's authority, exchanged furtive glances before speaking. None among them were fools. They discerned the Red King's underlying motives. Compared to the Black King, they were more inclined to align with the Red King for two reasons. First, his formidable strength, and second, his apparent ignorance of their true identities. The Black King, in contrast, knew all too well about them, while they were left in the dark regarding his potential treachery. Feeling a twinge of irritation at the unfolding situation, the Black King found himself powerless to intervene. Wang Shikong smiled gently and declared, "Let us proceed with the rules I have devised. 1. Upon the establishment of the organization, should there arise a particularly elusive target, those present must undertake the task to ensure the prestige of our assassin collective. If any individual fails to accomplish the assigned task 3 consecutive times, they shall be expelled." A murmur of surprise rippled through the assembly at this first stipulation. Are we to be at risk of expulsion from the very organization we are creating? One individual frowned and queried. "Wretches have no right to bask in the fruits of our labor," Wang Shikong replied, his gaze steady. "Moreover, you may enlist others to assist in fulfilling the organization's tasks. Even multiple individuals may be dispatched. However, should such attempts fail 3 times in succession, then you are to depart." Agreed. The others contemplated this and nodded in affirmation. 2. All assassins accepting tasks may advance in rank upon successful completion of designated objectives. Starting from level 3, upon reaching the rank of Red J and meeting specific criteria, they may challenge you. A successful challenger will usurp your position, thereby ensuring the core strength of our organization. How intriguing. I must admit, I find it rather appealing. Indeed, the weak have no place among us, one individual chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. No one opposed this clause, for they understood that with their identities concealed by masks, they could always summon a sufficiently strong substitute to fight on their behalf if challenged. Authority and connections, after all, are integral facets of strength. They had to concede that while the Red King's regulations were undeniably strict, they assured the organization would remain in a state of absolute invincibility. Regarding the aforementioned stipulations, I must address the Black King's situation. As the founder of the organization, he shall retain a guaranteed 5 share, regardless of his future standing. Wang Shikong turned to the Black King and stated, however, should his power and influence wane, he will be left with only that 5. The Black King's countenance reflected a complex array of emotions upon hearing this. The good news was that the Red King had not rendered the situation entirely hopeless. The bad news was that, as the initiator of the organization, he too would be subject to performance evaluations. It must be acknowledged that the Red King's rules would be tremendously advantageous for the organization's growth. The Black King took a deep breath and spoke, inquiring whether the position of the Red King was reserved for the mightiest among them. Naturally, anyone who could vanquish him would rightfully assume the title of Red King. With unwavering confidence, King Time responded, stating that the Red King would enjoy a 10 share of the profits. Should a troublesome assassination target arise and no one volunteer to undertake the task, the Red King would possess the authority to designate someone to carry it out. The fairness of this rule was evident to all present, evoking a sense of respect among the crowd. Absolute equity, prioritizing the organization's advancement, was embodied in the current Red King, who was undeniably worthy of his position. The Black King, slightly taken aback, fell silent. Rule 3. Our assassin organization does not target individuals with fewer than 3 lives remaining. King Time articulated another rule. This regulation had only been announced midway through the previous era, primarily to avert public outrage. By introducing it early, it demonstrated foresight. The crowd nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in this principle. At present, these are the 3 points I have conceived. Do any of you wish to contribute further? King Time inquired nonchalantly. After a moment of contemplation, the assembly shook their heads. What about issues concerning the organization's divisions and management? One individual queried. Leave that to the Black King. You should have prepared for it in advance, King Time replied. From now on, all matters of management will be entrusted to the Black King. The Black King opened his mouth, a string of expletives forming in his mind, but he refrained from speaking them aloud. Indeed, after establishing the rules and putting on a show, he was left with the labor. It became apparent to him that he would be the one to toil while sitting atop a high pedestal. However, the Black King acknowledged that he was well-versed in many matters, and the capable should bear the burden. Thank you for your hard work, Black King, the assembly said, content with the arrangement. They would only need to execute assassination tasks that others could not manage, which seemed quite simple to them. Most importantly, with their numbers, it might take a year for them to be called upon to act. They could simply await their remuneration each month. The prospect was exceedingly gratifying. Thank you all for your kind words, the Black King replied weakly. Do any of you have plans to spar and determine rankings? King Time asked, surveying the room once more. The more cautious individuals shook their heads. In that case, let us communicate through the devices provided by the Black King moving forward. King Time declared, rising slowly to depart. The assembly nodded, each making their way outside. Upon exiting the training room, King Time felt quite pleased. Buzz, not far along, he received a message from Yao Yi, which included her commendations. He replied briefly. However, just then, another message arrived. Upon reading it, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Red King, greetings. I am a member of the Great Xia official organization, seeking to become acquainted with you. We have a task that requires skilled assistance, and should you be interested, we are prepared to offer adequate remuneration. Intriguing. Indeed, fascinating. The Ace of Hearts is unexpectedly affiliated with the official guild of the Great Xia, Wang Shikong observed, his gaze flickering slightly. Moreover, he is inviting me to undertake a task. What kind of endeavor could the Great Xia Guild not resolve? In a world transformed. Following the connection of the Endless Continent to Blue Star, the official guild naturally endeavors to explore vigorously. Furthermore, whether during its inception or in times to come, the most formidable guilds are undeniably the official ones. After all, the Great Xia Guild was established with tens of millions of members, all thoroughly trained. However, due to issues surrounding resource allocation, the membership of the Great Xia Guild is limited to several tens of millions. Even so, in later confrontations with guilds from other nations, the Great Xia Guild's influence remains exceptionally strong, populated by numerous powerful individuals. Wang Shikong chose not to respond. Firstly, the official guild of Great Xia possesses a premier think tank and top-tier experts. The difficulty of a task for which they seek assistance from formidable individuals is certainly considerable. Secondly, he wished to keep his identity concealed. The Ace of Hearts remarked, I understand that you may have some reservations, Your Highness. We can provide you with a deposit initially. Should you agree, we can discuss the specific compensation in detail. Shortly thereafter, the Ace of Hearts sent another message. accompanied by 3 images. Chapter 73. The Powerful Protector of Ning Qingya. Invisibility Robe. Silver can be layered with other robes, concealing one's aura and strength, altering one's form. Comes with the spell, Shadow Veil. Invisibility Mask. Silver can obscure or even change one's appearance. Comes with the spell, Illusory Clone. These were the 2 images sent to him by Red Heart A. However, what truly piqued Wang Shikong's interest was the 3rd item. Spatial Flicker. After casting, it captures the fluctuations of space and allows for spatial teleportation, with a flicker distance of 1 times one's spiritual power, consuming. Distance range 100 elemental affinity of spiritual power. Upon gazing at this spell skill, he was somewhat taken aback. A spatial element spell, particularly Spatial Flicker, was such a skill truly attainable at this moment? Skills pertaining to space, even years later, remained extraordinarily rare. In his previous life, Wang Shikong had mastered Spatial Flicker, but by that time, he had already undergone a 2nd transformation. Furthermore, the consumption of spiritual power for spatial spells was immense, considering the current cultivator's affinity for spatial elements. Even with a relatively high affinity of 90, using the Spatial Flicker spell to teleport a distance of 1 meter would require 1 points of spiritual power. If one were to flicker 10 meters, the consumption would soar to over 10 points of spiritual power, a cost far beyond the means of current cultivators. Moreover, casting Spatial Flicker necessitated time. With low proficiency, one could easily be overtaken during the casting interval. Of course, one could also run while casting, but regardless, spatial skills were undeniably powerful and exceedingly rare. This Spatial Flicker spell, in the future, would be unattainable. Did they not comprehend the preciousness of this spatial elemental spell? Or was the task of greater importance? Wang Shikong fell into contemplation and hesitated before replying to Red Heart A. Red King, what if I am unable to complete this task? Meanwhile, before the teleportation array in the city of Northwind, Snowfall Empire, Red Heart A smiled upon seeing Wang Shikong's response. The reason he chose this Red King was not solely due to his prowess, but also because of his clever tactics and wisdom displayed during organizational meetings. Red Heart A. Even if the 3 items are unattainable, they shall serve as a token of friendship with you. Red King. Red King. Is the task urgent? Red Heart A. Ideally within 7 days. Red King. Await my news. After sending his reply, Wang Shikong put away the communicator. 7 days was just enough time for him to level up and wrap up matters at the auction house. He thought to himself, feeling a spark of interest in this task. He relished challenges. Entering the teleportation array, Wang Shikong returned to the training grounds of Lilian Island. Leveling up was not tedious for him, as he swiftly dispatched monsters, allowing him ample time to practice the Guqin. In fact, he found himself genuinely enjoying the instrument. Wow, sister, you are incredible. Let me see that bow of yours. It's so cool. In the evening, as Wang Shikong descended, he heard an exuberant voice. He turned to see Ning Qingru holding a bow, her face alight with astonishment as she examined it. The cold feather celestial bow, a weapon of gold. Qingya, have you successfully completed your inheritance task? Wang Shikong inquired as he approached. Indeed, Ning Qingya replied, her face illuminated by a smile. I finished the final assessment this afternoon. What a remarkable opportunity you have gained, Qingya. We must celebrate this momentous occasion, Ning's mother exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, a celebration is in order. Are you aware of the auction event at the unparalleled auction house in Shanghai City? Ning Tianxiong interjected. I have invited Lao Han and Lao Wu to see if we can procure some weapons and those precious spell scrolls. Moreover, there is the invaluable life resurrection. It is hard to fathom who has acquired such a treasure. After the auction concludes, I shall reserve a table at a renowned restaurant in Shanghai City so that we may properly celebrate Qingya's achievement. Very well, Ning Qingya noted. Father, have you gathered any information regarding the unparalleled auction house? It is remarkable that such a large auction house could be established in such a short time and amass so many treasures. We have not uncovered much. Some speculate it was founded by locals from the Endless Continent. Ning Tianxiong replied, shaking his head. The unparalleled auction house is indeed formidable. As the premier auction house, It has captivated the attention of the entire Xia. Those possessing treasures are eagerly consigning them there. This afternoon, 2 silver weapons were auctioned, and it has been announced that no fewer than 5 silver weapons will be auctioned in 4 days. It is truly astonishing. Wang Shikong, who had been listening, was momentarily taken aback. 5 silver weapons already? How remarkable! It seems I'm not as well informed as my father-in-law. Clearly, the promotional efforts of Meng Yu and her companion had been fruitful. Ning Qingya gave a slight nod, her gaze shifting to Wang Shikong as she resolved, "Father, I would like to bring Shikong along that day to introduce him to everyone." Ning Tianxiong paused, glancing at Wang Shikong, and then pursed his lips. "Yes, Shikong. It is indeed time to introduce you to everyone." Wang Shikong remained silent, observing his father-in-law's demeanor, and could not help but chuckle. Recently, during their meals together, his father-in-law had forced a smile, his gaze flickering with a hint of nervousness, reminiscent of a child who had misbehaved. It was evident that he found it challenging to accept and did not know how to face him. However, when Ning Qingya noticed the sudden shift in her father's attitude, her brows furrowed. Over the past 2 months, she had come to understand her father's disposition, and this abrupt change could only mean one thing. He harbored some hidden grievances. She knew her father well. This realization left her feeling somewhat helpless, yet she quickly steeled herself, having made a resolute decision. After contemplating for a moment, Wang Shikong understood that it was time for him to introduce himself as well. Dinner is ready. Let us all gather for the meal," Ning Tianxiong announced with a smile as Aunt Song approached. Ning Qingya observed her father's unusual behavior and slowly nodded in agreement. As the notification chimed, "Ding, your level has increased by 1, Spirit 5, Constitution 2, Wang Shikong found himself at level 18. Over the next few days, he diligently honed his skills, and upon checking the time, he realized it was the perfect moment to hasten towards Shanghai City. Arriving at the designated meeting point, he spotted a graceful figure awaiting him, who approached him with a smile. She was not donned in the typical cultivator's attire, but rather wore a stunning, custom-fitted red dress. The modest slit revealed a glimpse of her fair legs, while her delicate makeup accentuated her refined beauty, with lightly painted brows and subtly tinted lips, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. It was evident that she had put considerable effort into her appearance. One could not help but acknowledge that her father had raised both daughters exceptionally well. "Come on, my father and the others are already inside," Ning Qingya urged, expertly guiding him forward. As they approached the Wushuang auction house, the streets were bustling with people. The premier auction house of the Great Xia had attracted a crowd due to recent promotional efforts and the numerous items being auctioned. This influx drew the attention of guild leaders and affluent patrons alike, prompting even soldiers from Shanghai City to maintain order. The atmosphere was indeed vibrant. With an entrance fee of 100 coins, otherwise, attendees could only observe the bidding through projections from outside. Ning Qingya nudged him through the throng, explaining once inside, "There's a fee. This owner can be quite unscrupulous." Wang Shikong interjected, "That's irrelevant. It's all part of the auction house's operations. We have VIP access and have secured a private box on the 2nd floor." "Indeed," he replied casually. The pair traversed the exclusive passage to the 2nd floor, where Ning Qingya knocked on the door of their box. A young man opened it, glancing at Ning Qingya before letting his gaze linger on Wang Shikong, taking him in with a smirk. Since it's crowded and there's no place to sit, good sir, you've brought your own chair. How fortuitous." "Kumin." Hearing the young man's words, a name flickered in Wang Shikong's mind, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes. However, he suddenly froze. Behind him, Ning Qingya's expression hardened upon hearing his remarks. With a swift motion, her hand encased in frost, an ice pillar formed and struck the young man's shoulder, sending him crashing to the ground in shock and disbelief. "If there's no place to sit, you may lie down," Ning Qingya said coldly. Wang Shikong was momentarily taken aback by her sudden assertiveness, pondering how his wife had transformed into such a formidable presence. Inside the room, everyone was left in stunned silence at this unexpected turn of events. Gratitude is extended to Su Mengchen for their generous support. The immense backing from the affluent is greatly appreciated by this humble author, Special thanks to the esteemed Huang Laojio and others for their remarkable contributions. Thank you to all the benefactors and supporters. In gratitude for your unwavering support, I am pleased to present yet another update today, comprising over 7,000 words. I humbly continue to seek your generous contributions for the love of this endeavor. Chapter 74. Wang Shikong. I am the unmatched boss. Ning Qingya. Have you lost your mind? Han Pushun collapsed heavily to the ground, frost covering his shoulder, his face contorted in agony. Within the room, Ning Tianxiong, Ning's mother, and several other middle-aged individuals stared in astonishment at this sudden scene. Mind your words. I brought my husband here to meet everyone, not to be subjected to your ridicule. Ning Qingya retorted, her face icy. Her words were not merely directed at Han Pushun, but resonated with all present. How can one speak ill of Shikong? Qingya, please do not be angry. Ning's mother hastily approached, her voice soothing. Today, we are all here to celebrate you. Yes, mother, I momentarily lost my temper, Ning Qingya replied, glancing at her approaching mother with an apologetic expression. However, there was not a trace of regret on her countenance. This was a decision she had firmly resolved upon. Anyone who dared to target her husband would face her formidable retaliation, regardless of who they were. Only in this manner would everyone understand that her husband, Ning Shikong, was not to be looked down upon or mocked. In the future, they would come to respect him. But you shouldn't have struck him so hard. Is he all right? A middle-aged woman, elegantly dressed, helped Han Pushun to his feet, concern etched on her face. Sister-in-law, my sincerest apologies, Ning Tianxiong said, approaching with a look of helplessness and regret. Young people often engage in playful banter. Several middle-aged individuals laughed, trying to ease the tension. Qingya, your response was indeed impressive, a woman of strength equal to any man. The incident was initially provoked by Han Pushun's teasing, and although Ning Qingya's reaction was perhaps excessive, it was a fitting response. The families were close-knit, and it would be unfortunate to let such trivial matters damage their camaraderie. Their gazes drifted toward the young man in the wheelchair, envious of his fortune to have secured the affections of such an exceptional and loyal woman as Ning Qingya. It was as if a crow had soared to new heights, defying fate. Thank you, uncles and aunts, for your kind words, Ning Qingya graciously replied. The minor uproar was swiftly resolved. Wang Shikong surveyed the dozen or so individuals in the private room, aside from the Ning family. The prominent Han and Wu families were unmistakably present. In later years, they would be referred to by Ning Qingru as the relatives of the corrupt Manor family. The Jinxiu Guild was established through the collaboration of the Ning, Han, and Wu families, with the Ning family holding a 46% stake, while the other two families possessed the remaining 54%. In the early stages, due to the long-standing friendship and partnership between Ning Tianxiong, Han Zhoming, and Wu Xiaohua, everything progressed smoothly. However, as the stakes grew higher, disputes began to emerge. This was not reality in the tangible world. Wealth becomes merely a number once a certain threshold is crossed. Here, it represented extraordinary power, the distribution of treasures, the allocation of equipment. Ultimately, the Han and Wu families resorted to treachery behind the scenes, plunging the flourishing Jinxiu Guild into a state of division. Fortunately, Ning Qingya possessed considerable strength and a loyal following, with numerous pharmacists belonging to the Ning family. However, at that time, businesses such as the auction house and the forge were allocated to the Han and Wu families. The luxurious guild suffered significant losses at that time, taking a long while to recover. Do you prefer a beverage or some fruit? Ning Qingya gently inquired as she pushed him inside. No, thank you, Wang Shikong replied, shaking his head as he surveyed the surroundings. The private room on the second floor feels somewhat cramped. We can't possibly lie on the floor. Let's head to the third floor, where the space is larger and the view is better. Ning Qingya's face displayed astonishment upon hearing his words. This statement caused Han Pushun's gaze to sharpen, a flicker of irritation crossing his eyes. It was one thing for Ning Qingya to suddenly strike at him. Did this fool dare to mock him as well? The private room on the third floor required a deposit of 100,000 coins, equivalent to 10 million in reality. His eyes turned cold as he said, "Since you speak so casually, why don't you take us there?" Of course, Wang Shikong nodded, gesturing towards the service button. The onlookers were taken aback by his action. In just 2 seconds, while they were still in disbelief, the service personnel entered. "Is there a private room reserved for the 3rd floor?" Wang Shikong asked the staff. The staff member paused slightly upon seeing him, quickly recognizing him and responding respectfully. "Boss, it's reserved for you." "Very well. Please lead us there," Wang Shikong said with a slight nod. "Certainly. Please follow me, boss," the staff member replied eagerly. On the side, Ning Qingru, who had been watching in astonishment, exclaimed, "Did you really spend 100,000 coins to book the private room on the 3rd floor?" Wang Shikong turned to her and replied, "Why would the boss spend money?" "Huh? What do you mean?" Ning Tianxiong's pupils widened, his voice rising several pitches. "Shikong, is the Wushuang auction house yours?" Ning Qingya asked, her body trembling in disbelief as she gazed at him. Wang Shikong shrugged and smiled at her. "I am indeed the unscrupulous boss you mentioned, Qingya." Ning Qingya slightly parted her lips, momentarily lost in thought. "What status does the Wushuang auction house hold today?" "It is the sole auction house in the entire Great Xia, and the items being auctioned this time have attracted the envy and desire of countless guilds. Almost all the senior members of major guilds are present at this very moment. Items that can resurrect life, precious silver weapons, powerful spell scrolls, and a variety of spell skill books are all up for auction. It has been reported that Wushuang Auction House will sell over 1,000 pieces of equipment tonight alone, with the lowest being of bronze quality, simply outrageous. To think that such a nationally renowned and sensational auction house belongs to her husband. Wow, is this for real? No way." Ning Qingru exclaimed, jumping down from her seat in disbelief, her astonishment comparable to Ning Tianxiong's when he first witnessed Wang Shikong's strength, where her sister had mentioned marrying him. Her opposition had been as strong as their father's. As a result, a man who was once viewed as a worthless brother-in-law in his eyes is now revealed to be the proprietor of the foremost auction house in Great Xia. At that moment, Ning Tianxiong's hand trembled instinctively as he retrieved a cigar. He did not ignite it, but took a deep drag instead. Even though he had already discerned that this son-in-law possessed some remarkable qualities, he remained utterly astonished upon receiving this revelation. "The owner of the Wushuang auction house." "Let us go," Wang Shikong said succinctly. Ning Qingya, licking her crimson lips, refrained from probing further and silently urged him forward. Over the past 2 months, she had not inquired about Wang Shikong's experiences in the Endless Continent. This was due to her belief that his physical limitations would render his time here exceedingly challenging. Even though he had once presented black iron and bronze equipment, she wished to safeguard his emotions, only to discover that her unassuming husband had established the first auction house in Great Xia. It was somewhat surreal and preposterous. Ning Qingya propelled Wang Shikong towards the exit. Behind them, Han Zhoming and Wu Xiaowo wore expressions of shock, gazing at the figures ahead before turning their attention back to Ning Tianxiong. "Old Ning, why didn't you inform us sooner of your son-in-law's prowess?" Wu Xiaowo could not help but exclaim. Ning Tianxiong found himself at a loss for words, glancing at them and whispering, "Didn't I just say to be courteous towards my son-in-law? Is that courtesy truly sincere?" Han Zhoming inquired, his eyes wide in disbelief. "You often suggested that your daughter should eventually part ways with him." Upon hearing this, Ning Tianxiong stared at them in bewilderment. Goodness, they had misconstrued his notion of courtesy. His lips twitched. The seeds he had sown previously had now borne fruit. Yet, he had been consuming this fruit far too frequently of late. Chapter 75. The value of the Wushuang auction house is twice that of Jinxiujia. In the esteemed private box on the 3rd floor of the Wushuang auction house, the proprietor had arranged for the purchase of some local delicacies and snacks from Shanghai City for his family and friends to enjoy. As the service staff brought the treats in, Manager Xian hastily arrived with an assortment of pastries. "Very well, Manager Xian, you may return to your duties." Wang Shikong nodded in acknowledgement. Such a grand auction house was not solely managed by Old Lei. Rather, he had enlisted a team of professionals to handle operations. Manager Xian was the one at the helm of the Wushuang auction house. "Understood, boss," Manager Xian replied respectfully before departing. "Shikong, I never anticipated that you would be the founder of the Wushuang auction house. How remarkable." Ning Mu exclaimed, her face beaming with admiration as she observed the scene. It's merely good fortune, Wang Shikong smiled in response. He held a measure of respect for his mother-in-law, for she was not troublesome and treated him well. In this boundless continent, there certainly exists a model of care for the disabled. Ning Qingru pondered silently, glancing at Wang Shikong, unable to restrain her curiosity. Have you perhaps secured the affections of a wealthy native from the endless continent? Smack! Before she could finish her sentence, a sharp reprimand echoed above her head. Ah, sister, if you cannot speak wisely, then do not speak at all. Ning Qingya glared at her. Ning Qingru rubbed her head, pouting in response. Behave yourself, Ning Tianxiong added with a gentle pat on her head. Ah, mother, look, this is truly infuriating. Ning Qingru. It was truly unfathomable. Qingya's husband was indeed the owner of the Wushuang auction house, and Wang Shikong was her nephew. How impressive! Meanwhile, Han Zhoming observed Wang Shikong with keen interest. With the establishment of the Wushuang auction house, the future development of our Jinxiujia Guild will undoubtedly flourish and gain greater renown. Upon hearing his words, Wang Shikong's gaze flickered with contemplation. This evening, we shall discuss it further. The auction is about to commence, Ning Tianxiong said with a smile. At this moment, he too felt a surge of excitement. If the Wushuang auction house truly lent its assistance, the development of the Jinxiujia Guild would be beyond imagination. Very well. Let us first observe the items up for auction. The group responded in unison. Inside the auction hall, the fervor was ignited by the first item, a piece of silver equipment. The silver equipment, a staff and primary weapon, was valued at around 1 million coins. The other items, however, were relatively more affordable, generally priced around 500,000 coins. To think a divine inspiration scroll fetched a staggering price of 150,000 coins. Such exorbitance. The Great Xia is indeed a land of hidden talents and concealed wealth. Oh no, our objective tonight is to secure 2 items. How can we proceed with such inflated prices? As item after item was auctioned, when the divine inspiration scroll was presented, Ning Tianxiong and Han Tianming began to place bids. However, upon witnessing the escalated price, their expressions turned grave. They were aware of the abundance of hidden affluent individuals in the Great Xia. Yet to see a spell scroll auctioned for 150,000 coins was astonishing. Currently, the entire treasury of the Jinxiujia Guild amounted to a mere 10 million coins. The spell scroll priced at 150,000 is not deemed unaffordable, but rather perceived as not worth the cost. After all, they wish to acquire other items as well. Time and space, dear nephew. I recall that this spell scroll was initially promoted by your auction house. Are you acquainted with the seller? Does he still have any available? Han Zhoming inquired, his gaze flickering. Wang Shikong, noticing his expression, nodded affirmatively. Indeed, there are still some. Could you possibly procure them at a more favorable price? He continued to ask. I can inquire on your behalf at a 10% discount off the auction price. Wang Shikong replied. The matter of the spell scroll should be a trivial concern for you, dear nephew. We are all family here. Later, when you join the splendid guild, you shall hold the title of vice president. In the future, with our unmatched auction house, will we ever lack for equipment and weapons? Wu Xiao chimed in with a smile. In time, our splendid guild shall undoubtedly unify Shanghai City. Ning Qingya raised an imperceptible brow at his words. Wang Shikong, unfazed, narrowed his eyes slightly and remarked, the value of the unmatched auction house is at least double that of the splendid guild. Indeed, the unmatched auction house holds significant worth. Having you as our nephew is truly a great fortune for our splendid guild, Wu Xiao said with a grin, feigning ignorance. I can manage a 10% discount at market price, but I cannot assist further. Wang Shikong made his position clear. The unmatched auction house only takes a 10% commission from sellers, and out of that, 5% must be paid in taxes. Knowing the character of Wu Xiao and Han Zhoming, how could he possibly acquiesce to their requests? That works well. It will save the guild a considerable sum. Ning Tianxiong responded with a chuckle. Wu Xiao and Han Zhoming also smiled in agreement, not appearing overly eager. As top-tier magnates, they were shrewd enough to comprehend Wang Shikong's implications, yet they feigned indifference on the surface. Their true thoughts remained known only to themselves. The auction continued, with item after item sold, culminating in the sale of the revival of life for 5 million coins. In reality, 500 million for an extra life is a worthy investment for some affluent individuals. Dear nephew, what was the total transaction amount for your auction house tonight? After the auction concluded, at 10 o'clock in the evening, Wu Xiaoguo could not contain his curiosity. Approximately 240 million, Wang Shikong replied candidly. Over 100 million was from live auctions, while the online sales of ordinary bronze equipment brought in over 100 million as well. This figure was not exaggerated, considering the vast population of the entire Great Xia. Even if the unmatched auction house earned a mere 5%, that would amount to 12 million coins. They were somewhat taken aback. Even if they had anticipated this, the number elicited a deep breath. Currently, the total funds of the Splendid Guild had yet to reach 12 million coins. The issue at hand is that this is merely an auction, and from now on, the unparalleled auction will be held every fortnight. The potential profits are simply unimaginable. Wang Shikong observed their fervent gazes and offered a subtle smile. Ning Tianxiong, too, clicked his tongue in astonishment, realizing that his son-in-law possessed more wealth than himself, an utter defeat. As for Ning Qingru, she stood there, wide-eyed, counting on her fingers in bewilderment. This evening, she had become considerably more subdued, evidently grappling with certain realizations. The banquet swiftly concluded, and the attendees departed, each preoccupied with their own thoughts. Upon returning to reality, Wang Shikong pressed a button beside him. Time and space, do you require anything? Ning Qingya soon entered, greeting him with a smile. I have some gifts for you, Wang Shikong replied with a grin. Ning Qingya's heart stirred at the mention of gifts. Had he earned enough to purchase something for her? A blush crept across her cheeks as she approached with a glimmer of anticipation. Did you buy me something? There's no need for that. I haven't given you any gifts, Wang Shikong chuckled, handing her the items. 20 scrolls of divine inspiration, 10 each with enhancement and weakening effects. At the auction, only the enhancement scrolls had been sold. In the future, Ning Qingya could directly suppress her opponents, even if they crossed paths. Additionally, there were 10 scrolls of divine light magic and 10 of divine healing. In total, there were 40 spell scrolls, one in one, along with a portion of. Ning Qingya gazed at these items, utterly astounded. Chapter 76. Wang Shikong revealed to me the location of your abode. She gazed vacantly at the items before her. These possessions were intimately familiar to her, as they were precisely those coveted at the auction house tonight, alongside those they hesitated to purchase. The Divine Inspiration Scroll, priced at 150,000 each, lay before her in a quantity of 20, with 10 of them possessing an opposing effect absent from the auction. The scrolls for divine light and divine healing, which her father had successfully acquired a few of, were valued at approximately 15,000 each. The Deepwood Fruit and Clear Spirit Fruit, which enhanced mental and physical prowess, had been deemed too extravagant to procure, as one had escalated to a staggering 200,000 coins. Moreover, the Heavenly Absolute Red Dust Tea was conspicuously absent from the auction floor. The worth of these items before her exceeded 4 million coins, constituting 2/5 of the entire assets of the Splendid Guild. Shikong, these items are exceedingly precious, she remarked, her lips slightly parted, still unadorned by makeup. Fortunately, the scrolls are of my own creation, Wang Shikong replied candidly. Upon witnessing the distinctly unique divine inspiration, Ning Qingya's mind began to wander, and she could not help but exclaim, Your dear father once remarked that you were indulging in frivolities. If you were to know this, you would undoubtedly feel utterly ashamed. Wang Shikong chuckled at her teasing words about his father, remarking, Old Deng is doing quite well these days. My father is quite fond of his reputation. Ning Qingya playfully ran her fingers through her hair and responded with a smile. Qingya, these spell scrolls are for your personal use. Do not disclose them to others, Wang Shikong continued, his gaze earnest. Furthermore, I suspect that Wu Xiaoguo and Han Zhoming will soon contemplate establishing their own auction house. You should caution them that no auction house can rival the Wushuang auction house. Should they refuse to heed your advice, let them proceed. Ning Qingya nodded thoughtfully. I have observed certain discrepancies. This realm operates differently than the mundane world of commerce. This is an extraordinary world. Wang Shikong, upon hearing her words, could not help but admire her acumen. Perhaps in her previous life, she had already discerned some truths, but due to her father's connections and the Ning family's relationship with them, she had been indifferent to any losses incurred. When one fails to sever ties that should be cut, chaos ensues. Wang Shikong mused softly. Indeed, Ning Qingya contemplated. I shall conduct a test through the auction house. If they insist on establishing their own, I will persuade my father to part ways. Wang Shikong paused momentarily, then nodded with a smile. Regardless of arrest, Ning Qingya flashed him a radiant and brilliant smile, her bright eyes shimmering slightly. Shikong, thank you. There's no need for gratitude. I eagerly anticipate your rise as a formidable force, so I may indulge in a life of leisure, he replied with a warm smile. Well then, Ning Qingya suddenly lowered her head, swiftly planting a kiss on his cheek, then quickly turned away, striving to maintain her composure. Let this be a temporary token of my gratitude. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly made her way outside. Wang Shikong, taken aback, touched his cheek, observing his wife, the female president, displaying such a demure demeanor. He hesitated for a moment. The item hasn't been retrieved yet, huh? Oh, I'll get it tomorrow. She nonchalantly replied, not turning back. The following day, the sun shone brilliantly. His mother-in-law rose early, preparing a sumptuous breakfast alongside Aunt Song. The excellence of her son-in-law had brought her immense joy the previous day. Shikong, come and eat. Qingya has something to attend to, so we shall eat first. She warmly called from the dining table. Ha ha, eat more. Ning Tianxiong, no longer shy as he had been in the past couple of days, openly extended his goodwill. As for his previous actions, could a son-in-law hold grudges against his father-in-law? If the father-in-law was oblivious, could the son-in-law not be understanding? Ning Qingru, observing this scene, pouted in discontent, feeling at that moment as though she were merely an accessory. Respect is mutual, and Wang Shikong maintained a courteous demeanor towards them. However, what was the matter with Qingya? Why the prolonged shyness? After a warm breakfast, he ventured to the endless continent. Holding 35 million coins, a smile graced Wang Shikong's face. One detail he refrained from mentioning was that, as a distinguished earl of the Shulua Empire, he enjoyed a decade of tax exemption while conducting business there. With a sales figure of 240 million, his earnings amounted to 24 million coins. Concurrently, he had sold numerous items, with just the revival of life fetching 5 million. Such wealth placed him above even the current top guilds. Taking out the communicator that represented the Red King, Wang Shikong sent a message to Hongtao A. It was time to investigate the tasks of the Daxia Guild. Soon after, a reply arrived from Hongtao. Wang Shikong arrived at a designated location, donning the attire of the Red King, slowly rising from his wheelchair, reveling in the joy of family. Buzz! The teleportation array flickered with light, and Wang Shikong's figure appeared within an unfamiliar city. A biting cold wind struck, imbued with an intense chill. This was a unique main city. Pristine snow adorned the castle, and crystalline ice sculptures sparkled under the warm sun. The North Wind main city, blanketed in snow, harmonized beautifully with Wang Shikong's white robe. He proceeded to a specified spot, received the items, and donned the concealment robe and mask. You have learned the spatial blink spell skill template. The heavenly notification echoed, and a smile emerged on Wang Shikong's face as he regarded the spell skill. He strolled towards the location provided by Hongtao A. Buzz. His figure flickered, and the next moment, he appeared 100 meters away. Ding, you have comprehended the secrets of the spatial blink spell, achieving mastery proficiency. The heavenly notification continued to sound, and Wang Shikong glanced at the consumption details. The mental energy cost approached 17, an exorbitant figure. However, at this juncture, aside from him, others likely could not utilize this skill. To teleport 100 meters would cost over 100 mental energy points for anyone else, leaving them utterly drained. Red King. As Wang Shikong approached the door, a middle-aged man with a square face and a commanding presence greeted him with a smile. Red Heart A. Wang Shikong raised an eyebrow. It is indeed I, Red Heart, and he did not conceal his identity or appearance. Given his status, there was no need to do so. Even if he were to encounter misfortune, the great Xia would simply designate another Red Heart A to assume his role. Red King, please come this way, he gestured, leading him into the chamber. Suddenly, an irate voice erupted from a nearby room, causing Wang Shikong to pause momentarily. A young man, wielding a staff, his face etched with frost, emerged. Red Heart A regarded him with a furrowed brow, inhaling deeply before speaking. Young Master Chun, that spatial spell was acquired by me and placed into the treasury. I have the right to summon it. Furthermore, I specifically invited skilled individuals for the formation mission. No expert should utilize that spatial spell. I have stated that no one is permitted to use it. Once I accumulate enough points, I shall redeem it. The young man glared at him with icy fury. You seem to disregard my words, don't you? Red Heart A maintained his silence, his expression stoic. Is this the expert you summoned? Has the spatial spell been employed? The young man then turned his gaze to Wang Shikong, demanding an answer. Wang Shikong raised an eyebrow, looking at Red Heart A. This is Red King, the foremost figure on the talented individuals list. Foremost on the talented individuals list? The young man scrutinized Wang Shikong once more, coldly questioning, have you learned the spatial spell? Naturally. It is my remuneration, Wang Shikong replied, his gaze flickering as he met the young man's stare. Damn it, the young man cursed, his frustration boiling over. You had better accomplish the task, otherwise, you will have to return what you have obtained. The spatial spell is merely the price of my participation. I must reiterate, I cannot guarantee the mission's completion. Wang Shikong replied coldly. To expect such a precious item without fulfilling the task? You are delusional, the young man retorted icily. Young Master Chun, please refrain from your reckless behavior. I have made an agreement with Red King. Red Heart interjected, his face betraying discomfort. Reckless? To offer such a valuable spell without completing the task? Where in the world does such fortune exist? Hongwu, I suspect you are engaged in some underhanded dealings. The young man glared at him before his gaze turned dark as it fell upon Wang Shikong. If the task can be completed, then all is well. If not, you shall return the corresponding treasures. Do not think that your concealed identity can shield you. Should you perish, I will still be able to discern your face and track you down, even in reality. Wang Shikong felt a chill at his words. Truly, this was an inexplicable and unwarranted calamity. A flicker of energy stirred within him, and the embodiment of kindness appeared on his shoulder. Having just opened its eyes and sensing Wang Shikong's aura, it shivered slightly. I detest threats. Wang Shikong fixed his gaze on the young man, his face devoid of emotion. Is your family in Kyoto? Kindness observed the unfolding scene, slightly raising its head and sniffing the air. I remember your scent. Although today's contributions are not substantial, I'm grateful for the numerous friends who have supported me. Thus, I shall continue with 3 updates, amounting to 7,000 words. My heartfelt thanks to all the esteemed patrons and readers. I sincerely appreciate your support. Let's continue to seek generous contributions for the love of this endeavor. Chapter 77. The Red King's debut. The 9 clans of the Crow. Is your family from Kyoto? As these words echoed, the young man appeared to find them amusing. He laughed heartily, devoid of any irritation, and found it utterly hilarious. Noticing a group of young men and women approaching from the right, he chuckled unabashedly, gesturing towards Wang Shikong. Let me share something amusing with you. He actually asked if my family resides in Kyoto. Haha. His demeanor resembled that of someone who had just heard an ant proclaim its intention to slay an elephant. The newly arrived youths exchanged bewildered glances. One of the young men, with a crew cut, raised an eyebrow in surprise and inquired, "What is going on, Song? Does he intend to come to Kyoto for an offline duel with you?" Heh! Wang Shikong, observing the young man's audacious expression, merely smiled in response. He then turned his gaze towards Hong Tao A and spoke calmly. Given the current circumstances, can you handle this? Aye. Hong Tao A's expression shifted, becoming quite awkward. He had never anticipated that Chen Song would be such a lunatic. Never mind, Wang Shikong remarked lightly upon seeing his expression, continuing, I will resolve it for you. The spatial magic and 2 silver weapons will be the reward for the task. I shall take his life in reality. Hong Tao A's eyes widened in shock as he stared at him, momentarily at a loss. Wait, when did I ever imply that I wanted to hire you to kill him? and to do it in reality? He gasped, his complexion drastically changing. He understood that this was a result of Chun Song's actions, which had displeased the Red King, leading to a direct change in the mission to eliminate Chun Song. Can it really be played this way? If Chun Song were to die, regardless of the reason, he would become the employer. It would be an indefensible situation. Chun Song's death would implicate him as the mastermind. No, the Red King might have deeper intentions. Thoughts raced through Hong Tao-A's mind, and with a pained expression, he promptly asserted, "Red King, that is not my intent." "You mean that?" "Don't worry, I will take care of him for you," Wang Shikong responded, looking at him. "Await my news. By the way, inform them that I am the assassin organization's Red King. This will also mark my debut." With that, he smiled and waved his hand. "Red King," Hong Tao-A began, but the figure before him had already vanished. This left Hong Tao-A in a state of shock. What kind of technique was that? Spatial flicker? No, that's impossible. How did he disappear? How was this accomplished? "I heard that Hong Wu is looking for someone to kill." On one side, several youths looked on in astonishment. They were taken aback by Hong Wu's conversation and the swiftness with which that figure vanished. Hong Wu, it seems you have other dealings with him, plotting against me? You bastard. Get lost, you stupid fool. Chun Song glared at him, shouting in anger. But the furious Hong Tao-A, disregarding his identity, could no longer contain himself and yelled back at him. His body radiated a chilling malevolence that struck Chun Song, causing him to falter momentarily. "You," Chun Song stammered, pointing incredulously at him. The Red Ace paid him no mind, maintaining a stoic expression as he turned to depart, intent on reporting this matter to his superiors. The enigmatic figure of the Red King had been known to him since the inception of the assassin organization. He understood well that this was not an adversary to be trifled with. The masked man, known as V, had been a mere prelude to the unfolding drama. Such individuals are swift to exact vengeance, and their words carry weight. As one of the foremost warriors in the Daxia Guild, he possessed knowledge far surpassing that of the ordinary person, aware that the endless continent harbored countless unpredictable methods. He harbored no doubts regarding the Red King's threat to kill Chun Song. Furthermore, he instinctively felt that the Red King possessed the means to locate Chun Song, a conviction he trusted. With a composed demeanor, he hastened his steps toward the nearby spell cultivation chamber, where two elderly practitioners were immersed in their arcane studies. Approaching them, he promptly relayed the situation. "Are you saying that the Red King intends to kill Chun Song in reality? They only encountered each other today. How could he possibly know Chun Song's whereabouts? Have they met before?" One of the white-bearded elders inquired, astonishment etched upon his face. "I do not know," the Red Ace replied, shaking his head. He could not speak with certainty on matters he was unsure of. "Do you think he will succeed?" the other elder asked, his gaze fixed upon him. "Though my understanding of the Red King is limited, he is undeniably formidable and shrouded in mystery," the Red Ace remarked. "To receive such praise from you, Hong Wu, is indeed rare," the white-bearded elder responded, his expression one of disbelief. "How does his strength compare to yours?" "I am no match for him. He is the strongest I have ever encountered," the Red Ace replied, shaking his head in resignation. "Even his true strength eludes my comprehension. When he defeated the sword-wielding V so effortlessly, it left everyone too intimidated to challenge him. Who would he desire to be the Red King? After all, it comes with an additional 5 profit, yet no one dares draw their sword. The emergence of the endless continent has been nothing short of transformative, heralding a new era for Daxia, where hidden talents abound." The other elder sighed slowly, "Inform the Chun family, so they may prepare themselves." "Leader, what if the Red King truly succeeds?" The Red Ace began to voice his concerns. "If he does succeed, let the Chun family decide for themselves," the white-bearded elder asserted, pausing briefly. "Also, convey to them the Red King's words before his departure. This will be my debut." The Red Ace hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Understood." The two elders waved him off as he departed. The world is changing. Our thoughts must also adapt to these shifts. The prowess of skilled individuals from the populace cannot be underestimated. Henceforth, strength will reign supreme. Indeed, the first on the celestial talents list? The Red King? Let the Chun family test their mettle against the currently known strongest. The two spoke in unison. In the northern wind capital of the Snowfall Empire, within a quaint tea house, Wang Shirkong poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip. The crow, perched nearby, regarded him with curiosity. Is the esteemed crow preparing to purify that heretic? Such filth must be cleansed, Wang Shirkong replied, his mood somewhat soured. To arrive here only to encounter such a fool and such trouble is truly disheartening. It is clear that the young man possesses an extraordinary background, undoubtedly hailing from the elite second generation of Kyoto. However, regardless of his identity, should he dare to issue threats, let him face the consequences. This entire affair originates from the Ace of Hearts, and now we shall observe the standing of the Ace of Hearts within the Great Xia Guild. After the demise of that young man, the fate of the Ace of Hearts will determine my subsequent actions. Does he believe he can provoke my magnificent master and purify only him? The raven tilted its head towards him, stating, the great raven can purify their lineage for 9 generations, guided by the scent of blood. Wang Shirkong paused for a moment, gazing at it. What did you say? 9 generations? The raven puffed its chest proudly, displaying an air of arrogance. No need for that. Kindness is paramount. We must embody benevolence. Observing its demeanor, Wang Shirkong's lips twitched. It suffices to purify only him. He recalled the first encounter with the raven and its words, referring to it as the evil yet magnificent Lord Raven. Could it be that anyone who offends him is eradicated along with their entire lineage? Henceforth, no more references to the evil yet magnificent Lord Raven. We shall aspire to be a benevolent and great raven instead. Wang Shirkong gently patted its head, expressing concern. Wait for my detailed instructions. Chapter 78. The kind raven. The great raven merely speaks of malevolence, yet harbors an inherently benevolent heart. To purify one person only brings anguish to their kin. To purify an entire family, allowing them to reunite in harmony. How magnificent is that? True evil resides within such perverse individuals as yourselves, whose schemes are steeped in hypocrisy. Indeed, you have inherited the legacy of your twisted forebears. Yet another day for the working raven. Caw. Flying a plane, I wish to travel in first class, soaring above the bustling metropolis. The raven took flight from its villa, jesting as it sped toward the airport. Upon reaching the skies above the airport, the raven's eyes, round and glimmering like diamonds, surveyed the scene. Spotting its target aircraft, it swiftly darted over. In this ever-changing world, the airport was less crowded than before. Nevertheless, flights from the metropolis to Kyoto remained plentiful. Within less than a minute, the raven found itself in the first-class cabin of a flight. With a flutter of its wings, a mobile phone materialized before it, and it tapped its claw upon the screen, sending forth a message. TSK, how astute kindness can be. Meanwhile, within the Tang Palace Villa, Wang Shirkong received the raven's message, a smile gracing his face. The raven was indeed clever, absorbing knowledge with ease. Within the first ring of Kyoto, a luxurious courtyard stood, its crimson gate adorned with golden studs and exquisitely carved beams. Vibrant paintings of flowers, birds, fish, and insects sprang to life, while white marble steps and intricately designed hanging flower doors exuded an air of antiquity and elegance. Inside, precious antiques were meticulously arranged, showcasing the passage of time. A middle-aged couple, along with a sprightly elder, sat upon a rosewood chair, their brows furrowed in concern. Father, did you summon me for this matter? There is no need for alarm. Does that fellow truly dare to come and kill me? It would be fortunate if he even approached me, Chun Song remarked, his tone laced with irritation. Silence. Do you realize how chaotic it is outside? How many lives are lost daily? The middle-aged man, clad in a Zhongshan suit, retorted darkly. No matter how chaotic it is outside, we must maintain our composure here. I truly do not believe that fellow would dare to seek me out, Chun Song muttered dismissively. I am unaware of his appearance. Were I to know, bang. His words were abruptly cut off by the sound of a hand striking the table. Noticing his grandfather's stern expression, Chun Song promptly fell silent. Old Chun, does that so-called Red King truly dare to come? Is he audacious enough to behave in such a brazen manner? The middle-aged woman furrowed her brow, unable to suppress her inquiry. Based on the currently available information, this Red King was recognized as the most formidable adversary. The middle-aged man maintained a serious demeanor. One must heed the words of such a powerful figure. Regardless of his strength, he is but one man. If he truly dares to come, we shall ensure he meets his demise. The middle-aged woman coldly asserted, "Does our Chun family fear a lurking coward? Indeed, let us mobilize additional personnel to guard the vicinity around the clock. Not even a mosquito shall enter. Why fear this so-called Red King?" A middle-aged man among the group chimed in. "The Red King has become quite unruly, even threatening Shaosong. We must investigate his identity." A middle-aged man spoke coldly. "Once found, we shall deal with him. Enough of this idle chatter. Summon the elemental array masters and have them set up formations. They should remain here for the time being." The elder, who had remained silent thus far, finally spoke. "Let us arrange a few more defenses and have some treasures brought over. It is the father, Chun Lao. We shall attend to it immediately." The others responded with deep respect, nodding in agreement. They did not regard the so-called Red King with much concern. Although the entire nation is extraordinary, based on their understanding, it is nearly impossible for one individual to contend with 100. They merely needed to guard against any covert assaults. With the strength of the Chun family, they could easily place hundreds of protectors around and deploy rare elemental formations to guard against stealthy spells, making their defenses virtually impregnable. The top of the talented rankings? The Red King of the assassin organization? What of it? In less than half an hour, under the auspices of the Chun family, powerful cultivators arrived, along with several array masters who had inherited elemental formation legacies. Let us commence the formation. The 4 elemental array masters, all elderly, began their work. Runes shimmered and danced. The sacred array unfolded, illuminating the vast sky. Spiritual threads intertwined to drive away the dark night, as divine light converged to summon the dawn. Foundations of the array were laid as they swiftly moved their arms, calling out in deep voices. They started to arrange formations within a 500-meter radius. As the rich elemental power began to gather, invisible arrays sealed off this space. After a full 10 hours of meticulous arrangement, they finally paused, breathing heavily. "We appreciate your efforts, esteemed masters." Chun Fu approached them with gratitude. "No problem at all. We have set up 4 types of arrays here, featuring revealing, illusionary, defensive, and detection effects. With our presence here,